Synopsis. A gamer is transported into the world of RWBY as a tank from War Thunder, blending modern military tech with Remnant's fantasy. They battle Grimm, navigate canon events, and influence the White Fang's reformation into a new force for equality. Facing challenges like upgrades and alliances, they aim to reshape Remnant's future while confronting powerful foes. Chapter 1, To Battle. A figure sat in an isolated room of a terribly mediocre apartment, his hand clicking away at a keyboard which fills the otherwise silent room. Hans is a man of many talents which are but are not limited to, drinking Red Bull at an accelerated pace, staring at an LED monitor for hours without losing interest, sleeping at 3 a.m. only to wake up at 6 in the morning, and much more related to the gamer life. The hums from his PC were at a steady rhythm and Hans was so ever focused on the game present at his front. Yes, come on, give me enough RP so I can finally finish the last tech tree. Hans' match finally ended, after a few thousand, no millionth match he finally had enough research points and silver lions to get the final tank in his Chinese ground vehicle tree. He had grinded out the more popular research trees which were easier than the more obscure ones that almost nobody plays. It took hours to find a match but he persevered. In actuality, he watched tons of other anime and shows while he waited. Ha! I finally have enough. Just gotta look for it at the bottom end. Suddenly, without any warning, the game was shut forcefully. His mind was numb at this point. Days of constant grinding in high battle ratings, or BR for short, took a toll on the poor young man's psychological state. It took him a total of 4 seconds for him to react to the sudden change. What? Hans opened his Steam account and had seen the Update button on the War Thunder page of his library. Oh, just an update. Thinking it was just another hotfix, he absent-mindedly updated his game and waited for a while. Having nothing to do, he scrolled through his feed on YouTube and had seen something that caught his eye. RWBY. Haven't watched that in a while, but it's good for them getting an actual anime. Come to think of it, I haven't watched a lot of shows for a while. I'll have to rewatch them since I finally am done with the War Thunder. The game was done with the update and he was allowed to play once more. Hans placed his charging cell phone on the top of his computer as he logged on with his credentials. To his surprise and disbelief, he noticed his lack of in-game currency, his player level being 1, and seemingly everything in his account being reset. Saying he was shocked was an understatement. He was completely and abjectly mortified at the news of his account being reset. Guess the anime will have to wait. Despite the news deep frying his already decaying mental state, being an addict just meant for him that another few months of continued grinding wouldn't hurt anyone. Before he had a chance to think through what country he should start with to grind out the button that he was used to clicking many times in a day, the To Battle button changed in the most curious way. Huh? To a new world? Did Gaijin add this as a new game mode or something? Don't you usually pick what game mode to play after picking To Battle though? Oh well. Not looking into the mysterious change added to the game, he clicks it as if it wasn't strange at all. It took 10 minutes for the loading screen to finish, but it eventually happened. That took longer than expected. Low BR finds matches fast, so why did it take so long? Instead of the usual match and players being present, his screen blacked out and the light humming of his PC went silent. Thinking it was another error caused by the game, he unleashed a primal roar of pure rage that let out all the air left in his lungs. FUUU. To his surprise, the monitor displayed pure white. His scream of pain and suffering was momentarily replaced with the feeling of curiosity and dread. Oh no. I have seen way too many horror movies to know where this is going to go. Not taking a single chance with a mysteriously turned on monitor without the computer itself not turning on, he leaped out of his chair and raced towards his door, and grabbed its cylindrical brass doorknob only to find it locked. The hell? How is this locked? Taking one glance at the keyhole the doorknob had, he dug through his pockets and quickly got out his keys, all the while trying not to panic. The Red Bull coursing through his veins and the near horror-like anomaly happening right behind him did not help calm his nerves. He desperately finally remained steady enough to insert the keys through his doorknob before realizing something. This door locks from the inside. If I turn around and some Lovecraftian creature suddenly comes out through that monitor, then I won't be scared. Because I'd be shitting myself at that point. With every neuron in his body telling him not to turn around, he reluctantly ignores that feeling, because if he is going to die, then he'd at least stare it down before dying a gruesome death. It'd be a painful death, but at least he'll die like a man. Inch by inch he turned around expecting the worst, only to come face to face with his monitor still silently emitting the white light that was increasingly increasing in luminosity. Huh, guess I was thud. Fuck. A pulsating black tendril-like appendage suddenly bursts forth from the monitor and lands on the floor of his apartment with a resounding thud. Each pulse made the tendril move in a hypnotic sequence while its dark exterior absorbed every inch of light, turning itself dark and feeling like staring at the abyss. AAA. Hans' mind went into overdrive, thinking of the many realities that this situation could end up in. He has seen this kind of plot before and he was not excited to see its contents. Don't tell me it's going to move. Twitch. It's moving. Hans could handle a monster tearing away at his guts and gnawing at his head, but he could not stomach the thought of him getting near that kind of thing which could only be seen in some R-rated anime. Without much time to think anymore, Hans' body was snatched by the appendage and was forcefully dragged from the floor towards the monitor it came from. The tendril tightened its grip on his waist and his body felt heavy as he tried thinking of ways to possibly get out of its grasp. He tried clawing away at the floor in a futile attempt to escape. His body was built like that of a noodle and his gamer habits did not end up strengthening his finger like he thought it would. I guess this is the end. I thought I would die better than this, but apparently, I had enough bad karma in me to die at the hands of something straight out of forbidden material. He had resigned himself to his doom at this moment and let go of his futile attempts. Finding himself getting pulled into the monitor didn't faze his reaction, since the mind he had was now completely blank in the hopes of not remembering what horrible fate was awaiting him on the other side. A bright white light filled his vision and his body lay in the middle of an endless plain. A couch faded into existence and formed in front, facing away from him. What? Looking around and determining that the only course of action was to sit on the said couch, he got up from the previous dramatic event and plopped himself on the cushions. Weird, usually I'd be experiencing 3 different types of mental breaks at the same time. Oh, don't worry about that, my friend. Hans was spooked by the sudden intrusion of an unknown voice. Looking around from where he was seated, Hans' eyes went wide as he tried to look for the source of the gentle, almost angelic-like, voice. Your emotions will be kept to the minimum at this point forward. Huh, so kind of like Gamer's mind. Wait, am I going to get reincarnated with powers? Not exactly, my friend. Your soul will get transported, but not in the form you are used to. The game you refer to in your mind isn't the one you think it is. That sounds awfully vague. What game and where am I going to get transported to? What do you mean by not in the form I am used to? The voice hummed in recognition of the questions. Then I shall elaborate, my friend. It's a game you are quite familiar with. You will be sent to other worlds. I assume you know of this based on your memories. You will find out more about your capabilities as you obtain more power. Finally, your last question, let's just say that you will be less of a human than what you are. Alright, then I guess that covers everything except for the last one. Ignoring Hans' last statement, the voice cheerily relays a quick confirmation of events. No more questions, my friend? Well then, off you go. How exactly am I supposed to get my soul transported? From behind the couch, Hans sat on. 9 different appendages sprouted from the white canvas of space he was surrounded in. Despite his mind being calmer, he still felt shivers going up his spine as he looked towards the sky, hopefully looking at the person that sent him here, and screamed out. Not again. The voice chuckled, enjoy your time, my friend. AAA. The 9 appendages once again dragged his ethereal body towards a black portal that oozed out some unknown substance. As he felt his mind go numb, he distinctly felt a sharp pain all over his body as he crept more and more into unconsciousness. With one final curse towards the voice, he falls to the black void that the appendages dragged him towards, and darkness befell his mind. Whoa. Hans' mind snapped awake as he found himself staring into a dense forest full of foliage and earth. Readjusting his sight, he felt different than before. He tried reaching for where he thought his face would be, judging from the height where he was looking, but only felt the sounds of steel rubbing against each other. Curious as to what made such a sound, he tried turning around but only felt more steel rubbing against each other. He slowly turned his head, trying to figure out what was making such a horrid tone, only to realize he could turn his head 360 degrees. Human necks aren't supposed to do that, so what exactly am I? As he experimented by looking up and down, he couldn't get his vision to go too much upwards or any more downwards than what normally he could do as a human. Let's try walking then. But when he tried doing so, he could only hear the resounding clangs from within his body before his legs finally urged his movement forwards. He tried to stop when a tree came into view, but the response times from when he thought of stopping and when it actually stopped had a lot of time in between. Before he got to collect his thoughts on what he was supposed to be, the rustling of leaves caught his ears. He hurriedly, or rather slowly, turned his head to a group of somewhat familiar creatures from a show he used to watch. Are those Beowulfs? Without much time to react, the pack of Beowulfs came barreling down at Hans' as of yet unknown form. He tried to dodge the multiple strikes aimed at his body, but the delay from before made it so a few of them scratched his body. Expecting himself to get torn to shreds, he heard the grating sound of claw against steel before speeding away from his attackers. The Beowulfs did not relent, and with their hind legs, they sped towards Hans. With the prospect of getting injured, he tried fighting back only to hear the unmistakable sound of an autocannon racking its ammunition. He shook away his surprise and felt a pull coming from within his body, and without much thought he let the pull overwhelm his body. Thag, 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 thag. The rounds went flying, and the first Beowulf splattered its remains against the back of the ground as Hans let out a burst of autocannon fire into the unsuspecting Beowulf. The rest of the pack stood still for a moment before continuing its assault. By now Hans had figured out what he was. A tank. He had to know for sure what exact tank he was, but that had to wait. Hans turned his turret towards the other Beowulfs and spent each time aiming for a single shot for a single head. For black veils of mist were produced from the respective necks of the Beowulfs, and their bodies lay lifeless on the now soiled forest floor. He tried firing at the other three, but a clicking noise was let out from his hull. Remembering the long-ass waiting time for a reload in a tense situation, he turned to the other armament he had on his tank. Using the pull that he felt before, another weapon came to life as machine gun fire ripped through the air and implanted its shots directly between the solid mass that was the Beowulfs' bodies. Letting out burst fire after burst fire, he targets center mass against what remains of the Beowulf pack, and with the final Beowulf collapsing its body towards the earth, Hans let out a sigh. Ding! Mission accomplished. Air targets destroyed, 0. Ground targets destroyed, 880 SL. Enemy kill assist, 0. Critical hits, 44 SL. Hits, 10. Zones captured, 0. Battle time, 17s3 SL. Activity. Reward for winning, 45 RP 78 SL. Achievements, 5 RP 5 SL. Total, 50 RP 170 SL. Modifications research, 50 RP. Vehicle research, 17 RP. Time, 40s convertible RP, 43 RP. Hans looked at the screen and saw the battle report he was used to seeing when playing War Thunder and gawked at it for a while. So this is what that voice mentioned. Do I just will this away, or? The screen suddenly vanished from just his thoughts. Figuring out what had to be done, he made the screen come back, but this time it showed a different tab where he could research vehicles. Wow, so they're all here. Let's see how much would the PZ.4C cost. PZ.4C. 4000 RP / 2100 SL. Hold on, how much did I get from the 8 Beowulfs? Hans reviewed what rewards he had gotten for obliterating those Beowulfs, and when he did he was shocked at the minuscule amounts he had earned. Seriously? 50 RP and 170 SL for all that? That's worse than what Gaijin has. If I had to earn 2100 SL, then I would have to kill 263 Beowulfs. Not to mention the repair costs and ammunition. While Hans was entrapped within his own thoughts, the fluttering of wings could be heard from above. The soft rustling of leaves deafened the approach of an avian and sooner or later landed on a piece of branch. The bird squawked and eyed the mysterious hunk of metal resting in a clearing of the forest, while the decaying bodies of Beowulfs were sprawled out in front of the smoking barrels of the vehicle. The bird flaps its dark wings and flies out from distance. It turns to reveal a red eye staring at the hunk of metal one last time before cawing and flying away from the scene. Hans stared at the screen in front of him and sighed internally as he thought to himself. Better get to grinding then. Chapter 2, A Farmer's Life for Me. But first I should figure out this new system I was given by the moderator. He stood silent, trying to will out phrases that he thought could bring out another tab. Let's see, menu. Settings. Home. Start. Nothing as of yet. I need some help with this one, whoa. Hans' plea for aid was answered by the appearance of a box with its contents being a basic help sheet with information detailing items from control schemes to basic voice commands. He read through the page, skimming the first few words until his eyes were set on the words, "Click here my friend." Seems like the moderator is still here. He imagined clicking on the option, and after a few seconds of intense concentration, it finally happened. What resulted was an empty query box floating across his face with the words, "Let me answer what knowledge you seek," written. What would I like to find out? I should ask the hardest one to answer right now, and that would be the prospect of being able to use other vehicles from the other trees like the air tree. He pushed his intent into the box and a familiar voice from before echoed around him. You unlock more of your power by researching and buying the many vehicles present on your current tech tree. He went back to the help section of his system and found the page dedicated to opening the tech tree page. Hans navigated through the various tabs he had just opened and found the details he was looking for. Dimensional travel, locked. Finish current match or unlock 100 unique vehicles. Current, 0. So it doesn't count free vehicles. I guess I should have expected that kind of thing. Mentally selecting the aviation section of the research tree page, he visibly deflated at the newfound information. I have to unlock it first. The first biplane isn't even free. Aviation tree, locked. Pay 1 million SL and RP to unlock. Notice, not enough currency. This is a blatant extortion technique, moderator. He had resigned himself to calling the voice that brought him here the moderator, since calling it various synonyms for a godly being was too much for an atheist like him. Calling it a moderator just fit his vocabulary and the voice was content with it, or at least he thought so. Hans continued on his information gathering by looking through the help section and scrolling past moderate amounts of info dumps written by presumably the moderator. Looks like I don't need to make a humanoid fill me up with shells or gas since it is unlimited as long as I have the currency to refill it every time. Though ammunition only refills after a battle happens, so to speak. Hans let his mind idle, and all the while he kept on using his new metal body by testing out if he could nudge it in different directions. It took a while to get used to the delay from when he willed himself to move forward and back, but he eventually figured out how to move properly. The mechanical workings within his body chugged on as his track suspensions bobbed up and down on the uneven dirt present in the woods he was traversing in. Practice made perfect, and getting the hang of his movements made sure that he could get used to his limitations like the line of sight, turret traverse speed, braking power, how much incline/decline he could take, and so on. He stopped at an edge of a cliff overlooking a horde of black beasts below, marching in thunderous melody with distant howls reaching the peaks of the cliff face. His engine roared to life, reflecting his current emotions as he let out a faint inward smirk. He urged his tracks to rush forward to let gravity help his descent into the mass of Beowulfs. While his armor may be weak in the game, it would take more than a claw to punch through his armor plates. He was confident in his armor plates covering his body. Strong caliber machine guns or anti-air guns could easily slice his armor like a hot knife through butter, but Beowulfs, that's another story. He felt his engine turning hot as his exhaust let out a bellowing growl. He took one more step towards the edge of the cliff and felt his entire body fall forward. The Beowulfs below heard the ruckus and some turned their heads to observe, but it was too late. THAG 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 THAG. The armor-piercing ammunition that was used had no trouble sending droves of Beowulfs down to the ground. Each shot was followed by the sickening crunch of skulls and cracks of bones. Their ooze-like blood sprayed out from the impacts in a flurry of darkened rain, leaving only a gaping hole. The Beowulfs tried their hardest to fight back but were only led on like sheep. They chased the mysterious vehicle, slaughtering their kin only for it to speed away after taking shots at the condensed pack. Hans occasionally ceased the actions of his tracks for him to stabilize his shots while returning to his machine gun attached to his body when he had to reload his main armament. While in War Thunder it could be seen as nothing more than glorified spotting apparatus, in the real world the burst fire he let loose became much more devastating and led to many of the Beowulfs lifelessly decaying on the ground. Hearing the distinct sound of the magazine racking within his body, he returned to his autocannon, making sure to target clumps of Beowulfs to maximize its piercing capabilities. He heard his barrel turn to a cacophony of lights and thuds as the increasing heat crept up towards his body. The last of the smaller Beowulfs lay dead among the ground that soaked its innards, dyeing it to a pitch-black carpet before fading away into the air. With another magazine ready, he took a glance towards the towering behemoths, taking step after step through its dead comrades. Their low growls were heard by Hans, but unfettered he readied his armaments for a tough fight. The Alphas are here. I wonder how much RP and SL I can get from killing you. The first Alpha lunged at his front plate only for Hans to speed forward, making the Alpha overshoot its trajectory. Hans let out a salvo of shells towards the back of the now exposed Alpha. To his surprise, some of the shots were deflected by the bone protruding from its back while the rest lodged itself in its fur. Hearing another growl, he quickly traversed into the distance and suppressed the other adversary with machine gun fire while waiting for the reload to finish. The second Alpha took a few hits but blocked a majority with his thick and more durable body. It took 8 seconds of leading the two Alphas until another magazine was at the ready. Learning its lesson, the first Beowulf tried chasing Hans while the other followed from the opposite side, trying to encircle him. Sensing now way out to face some damage, Hans led his tank directly towards the first Alpha, making sure to cover the charge with his stronger frontal armor. I don't know if this will work, but I might as well try now that the situation is manageable rather than lacking judgment for future encounters. The fangs of the Beowulf bore down on the front of Hans. The sound of metal giving way to sharp teeth could be heard. The screeching was deafening, but Hans, with the help of Gamer's mind, ignored the damage and pointed his turret towards the open maw of the Alpha. Gotcha. THAG 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 THAG. The shots ripped its flesh and bones from the inside while its whelps were replaced with horrified gurgles. The Alpha choked on the remnants of its innards and was left dead by Hans, who turned to the side to escape from the sudden weight that was left on top of him. Shit. Get off me already, you damn oversized dog. Seeing its friend draped over Hans, it seized on its chance to kill the object that evaded it for so long. The Beowulf leapt into the air and brought down its mighty claw to the unmoving object. Arg. Wait, that didn't hurt at all. Feeling his shells reloaded, he put round towards the head of the Alpha Beowulf while it desperately clawed away at the increasingly damaged left hull of Hans. Either one didn't let up their assault, but as 3 rounds became 6 and 6 became 10, it was obvious who would win this war of attrition. The second Alpha fell silent as the final round made its way through its weakened bone plating and went through its head. Hans mentally sighed at the close call. Hull damage wasn't new in War Thunder, but if he carefully positioned his tank to keep his vitals away, it should make his survival better. A part of his tracks finally gave way and broke in twain, falling to the ground with the rest of his left suspension following suit. There goes my left tracks. If I can believe what was said at the help page, it should be fixed after the battle. Mission accomplished. Air targets destroyed, 0. Ground targets destroyed, 91/1112 SL. Enemy kill assist, 1/4 SL. Critical hits, 39/356 SL. Hits, 112/378 SL. Zones captured, 0. Battle time, 34181 SL. Activity, 99%. Reward for winning, 506 RP 1086 SL. Achievements, 450 RP 512 SL. Total, 956 RP 3629 SL. Modifications research, 956 RP. Vehicle research, 319 RP. Time, 4 o'clock. Convertible RP, 896 RP. All that battle for 500-something research points. As Hans scrolled through the breakdown of the battle results, he eyed the medals he'd gotten and nonchalantly read through the results. Adamant, first strike, final blow, mission maker, and all the usual for killing tons of enemies. Wait a minute. Spotting something peculiar on the achievements, he mentally took a closer look. Intelligence? But don't you get that when I spot an enemy that a teammate destroyed? If so, then who is my teammate? Caw caw caw. Damn crows must have been spooked by the gunfire, can't blame them. Now then, let's see. There it is. Hans read the line in the battle report that was suspicious. Enemy kill assist, 1. Why on earth did I get an assist? Did one of these Beowulfs get hurt before? Hans shrugged, forgetting the fact that he was a tank and couldn't do so. He turned his sights towards the repair that cost him only a bit over 50, not that bad. Not a moment later, his tracks reattached itself to his suspension and bent metal returned to its former state as if no damage ever happened. Clicking on the modifications tab on his tank, he eyed the options he was presented with. I have enough RP for 5 upgrades, so I'll go for parts, FPE, tracks, a horizontal drive, and the new ammunition. That should do it. Once he had chosen the various modifications, his body suddenly began to glow a bright light as a set of extra parts for repair appeared all over and within his body, a fire extinguisher inside his hull. His head felt a bit lighter and new ammunition replacing the old ones. That was certainly a new experience. Those alphas gave me not as many silver lions as I expected. I'll have to find many more packs to hunt until I can finally upgrade to a higher tier. Having nothing but his thoughts to occupy him for a while, he shut off his engines, and the loud idling of his heart finally went silent as he continued theory crafting on how to maximize his time towards killing more packs. Meanwhile, far away from the clearing Hans was in. A seemingly ordinary crow landed on some bushes, but what showed up after it landed was a man with graying black hair with red eyes and a stubble. The man shook off the leaves stuck to his person and leaned on a nearby tree for support. He stood silently as he gulped down another shot after shot from his seemingly bottomless flask that he fished out from behind him. A minute passes by as he recollected his thoughts before pulling out a device from his pockets and begrudgingly takes a look at the name present in his contacts list, Iron Wiener. I can't believe I'm talking to someone from Atlas, especially with him, but Oz said to ask him about this stuff. Gah. Fine. Taking another gulp from his flask, he finally presses down on the screen and brings his scroll up to his ears. The phone let out a neutral sound of presumably it dialing the person on the other side. As seconds passed by, the tone of an accepted call emanated from the device as the man opened his mouth to talk into his scroll. We need to talk. Hans balance. Silver Lions equals 3486 SL. Modification research points, only available to current vehicle, equals 113 RP. Vehicle research points equals 336 RP. Convertible research points equals 939 RP. Golden Eagles equals 0 RP. Chapter 3, a new piece enters the board. Inside an impressive tower reaching far beyond the ceaseless skies rests a middle-aged man sitting inside a room decorated with impressive-looking clockwork mechanisms kinetically interacting with each other in a monotonous pattern. The white-haired man rests his hands across his deceptively old-looking table, with one hand tapping away at the surface while the other holding on to an aromatic mix of his coffee beans prepared by his favorite assistant. This of course was much to the displeasure of said assistant. Bringing up his brew, he swirled his mug using his wrist to agitate the beans' natural scent. He took a deep breath, taking in the intoxicating smell of coffee. Although try as he might relax at the prospect of drinking this exquisite mix of his favorite beverage, there were more important matters to think about. The old table he had rested his other hand on suddenly projected a holographic surface. Most of the information displayed in the hologram were classified, and thus only a select few could take a look at its contents. To think Crow would happen on such a curious man-made construction. Not in any of my lifetimes have I seen its likeness being built. Not to mention its apparent autonomous and self-restoring nature. Ojban was a man of many mysteries. One could not discern what was behind his seemingly calm and calculated gaze that hid behind a pair of shaded glasses. Often he comments with enigmatic words. Friends and colleagues alike have gotten used to such statements made by Ojban. Years, perhaps decades, or more had honed him into who he was today. He didn't let his exterior crack for all those times he lived through. He built up the resistance to surprises. Yet, a single message from one of his most trusted confidants was perhaps the first time in history that Ojban truly was intrigued by such a thing. Not only that, but not a second later General Ironwood is already asking for this automaton to be turned into a possession of Atlas for study. Of course, being the much more reasonable voices of the group, Ojban, Crow, and Glinda all voiced their rejection of the General's suggestion. Not many would know the automaton's response. A vehicle that could slaughter nearly 100 Grimm in a few seconds was not that unusual. Ironwood had spent a sizable part of the Atlesian economy to fuel war machines of his own after all. No, what piqued everyone's attention was the fact that said vehicle repaired itself to near perfection with some additional parts being present. All of this was captured on Crow's scroll, which was sent to Ojban, Ironwood, and Glinda. Ironwood unsurprisingly wanted to bring down dozens of bullheads to secure the mysterious armored machine. It would be a benefit to the world if such technologies were to be researched intensively, he reasoned. Immediate rejection was the only choice for the rest of the group, however. The ones capable of making such a fearsome machine could at most certainly program its automatic response to any other lifeforms trying to study its inner workings. It was capable of making sound decisions that no ordinary artificial intelligence could make based on the footage Crow had sent. Who's to say the ones who created the machine would code in self-preservation for the vehicle to use? Ojban makes the wall of documents and videos disappear from his old desk, and in its place was more information detailing the most recent attack on the Fall Maiden he was in charge of. In a desperate attempt to prolong her life, he had a capsule made just for her in the basement of the school. Those who made an attempt at her life knew what they were looking for. The magic stored within her was sapped away, and although the maiden lived, she had visibly weakened from the attack. Taking one last look at the images presented in front of him, Ojban took out his scroll and sent an identical message to both Ironwood and Crow. Leave it alone for now. It displays aggression to the creatures of Grimm, so treat it as an ally and a friend. The Queen is acting, so we must recognize her intentions and act accordingly. Taking another sip at his beverage, he raises a brow when he observes that the mug was, in fact, empty during the time he sat in his office. Lightly placing his hand on a button on top of his desk, he coughs lightly to clear his throat and pressed the button before he spoke in a benign tone. Glinda, could you be a dear and brew up some more coffee? Silently tapping away his finger at his table, he awaits for his assistant to bring up some more of that delicacy he calls coffee. In another isolated part of Vale, the flapping of wings filled his surroundings as his pristine dark feathers fluttered in the skies before being interrupted by the roar of an engine below its vision. The moving vehicle powered through more hordes of Grimm as the Crow watched him, observed and tailed it closely. Feeling something amiss, he drops down to cover and transforms back to his human form. Crow stretched and lifted his cape from behind to fetch his flask attached to his belt and took a large swig. The scroll he had let out a buzz in his pockets, and being the questionably reliable agent among Ojban's inner circle, he opened his scroll to reveal what message was sent to him. Leave it alone for now. It displays aggression to the creatures of Grimm, so treat it as an ally and a friend. The Queen is acting, so we must recognize her intentions and act accordingly. He read the message aloud in his mind, and after a moment of deliberation he closes his scroll and placed back his flask from where he fetched it from. The machine he had been tailing was going around the northern part of Vale, killing large swaths of Grimm. Ranging from Beowulfs, Ursa, Borbatusks, and the occasional Deathstalker or two. Crow had been following the thing for almost the whole day just in case it stumbled upon a settlement and tried to gun down its inhabitants. He took one last visual confirmation on the machine for him to see another dozen Beowulfs being mercilessly slaughtered with a single burst from its weaponry. Crow morphed back into a crow before lifting its wings and flying off towards somewhere else. He had served Ojban for years and even decades at this point. He trusted the man's decision on almost everything, and he would trust his judgment once more. Back to Hans. He was currently in the process of sophisticated malding, as he had spent the remainder of his time looking for Grimm to kill. Addicted as he may be, he still has mentally a human. Constant driving around for Grimm to kill was harder than it looked. He had spent most of his gamer life sitting around all day. Physical activity was unknown to Hans. The most he'd ever done in his pathetic life was to lift a microwave he bought at an online store, but as soon as he reached the countertop of his kitchen he felt his legs and arms give way and made the microwave crash down onto the floor. Driving around did not make him tired, but the joy of PC gaming was for the user to not use more than his hands at playing a game. The equivalent to what he is doing, trying to drive around, was like continuously running a marathon while stopping to fight 100 different Grimm before continuing his travels. It took a toll on the man's mental state. He found out earlier that fatigue did not affect his performance at all. Although he discovered a while ago while driving through a small stream he felt his tracks go cold. So temperature was still felt, which would be both good and bad for Hans. Feeling if his body was cold could let him know that his engines and tracks could be affected, while feeling heat could let him be more careful in driving around full speed because of overheating. Although the negatives are pretty obvious, ever tried sitting out in an air-conditioned room naked after taking a shower? Yeah, that was what it should feel like. Not to mention the heat he would feel all over his body if he ever went out in the deserts of Vacuo. With all that said, Hans still felt the effects of mental stress. He could go on whole days of playing a game, but this was different. It wasn't a comfy gaming chair he sat on with drinks at arm's reach and a bed ready to be used. It was the cold hard stones digging at his tracks, the cold air washing over his frame, and the hour-long traverse times he had to endure. Thankfully he didn't have to worry about guts stinking up his body, since the Grimm dissolves fast. He felt his track groan as he felt his brakes activate and slow him to a stop. He took in the almost identical forests he had been traveling on. Hans took a look at his balance after a few hours of continued hunting for Grimm. SL equals 3486 9786 SL. Mod RP equals 113 2067 RP. Vehicle RP equals 336 1679 RP. Convertible RP equals 939 3067 RP. Golden Eagles equals 0. Hans had earned a decent amount of SL, but not nearly enough RP to unlock a good tank. Every single tank needed some investment in its respective subtree. But every single one of them had a good and bad use for them. While he could go for even lighter tanks that maximize speed over armor, he didn't want to know what would happen if he got a single clean attack from an alpha like last time, but eventually those light tanks would reach the Puma, which was one of Hans' favorite vehicles to drive around and take pot shots at enemies with. Though the grind would need me to find a whole nation's worth of Grimm to take down. The mediums were not bad, if only he could switch vehicles, but unfortunately for him, the moderator decided it would be funny if he could only ask one question at a time every 24 hours. The instructions buried among 100 lines of text didn't mention how. He tried willing it like always. He tried opening a garage to no avail, and he even tried transforming just like how the modifications were added unto him. I guess I'll stick with my PZ.2C for now. I have enough for every upgrade now. The crew modification did not exist as I expected. So the total mod RP I had to use went down to 1720 RP and was accompanied by a 480 SL price tag. He gleefully confirmed his upgrade choices, and once again a bright white light was produced from his body while Hans felt the sensations of metal churning and changing from within. SL equals 9786 9306 SL. Mod RP equals 2067 347 RP. Vehicle RP equals 1679 RP. Convertible RP equals 3067 RP. Golden Eagles equals 0. All good. Now then, what would happen if I use this up? Hans took a single glance at the now present hot bar at the bottom of his vision, acting like a HUD. It was the symbol of shells targeting a spot on the ground with a description flashing by as he willed its instructions. Artillery support. Targets a spot visible to the user, and after an indeterminate amount of delay, shells will be fired on the spot the user has chosen. Accuracy may be varied depending on the distance from the target. A large red circle will be present at the point of impact. Limit, 500 meters. Note, targeting circle can be disabled in options. Let's see what you can do. Picking at the option, a large targeting circle could be seen from where he stared. Every tree and every bush he looked at was covered in a red hue. Looking towards a random spot in a forest, he let the artillery loose. Distant sounds of barrages could be heard as the whistling of nearby artillery shells whizzing through the atmosphere came after the initial sounds of the barrage. After a few seconds, the artillery finally hits its mark and the surrounding green flora were blown to smithereens, along with the earth bulging upwards towards the air to create a realm of destruction that continued for a few more seconds before the artillery ceased. Never gets old to look at. Taking a look at the hot bar in his field of view, he opened his eyes in surprise at the number displayed. 4,970 seconds. Meaning it had a cooldown of 5,000. That's nearly an hour and a half. Did the moderator really nerf artillery support? He mentally sighed as he readied himself to rest for a while. His entire plan was to spam out artillery while sitting somewhere with a large vantage point. He planned on staying near some high negativity sources to farm out Grimm, but that whole plan was scrapped. It may be a horrible plan to most, but at this point, Hans was looking for other ways to grind other than traveling around the continent in search of Grimm to exterminate. He thought of making settlements suffer an attack to increase negativity, but even he wouldn't stop so low for some in-game currency. These people in this world are now real people, they're not NPCs with a set amount of movement assigned to each one. Each of them had aspirations, dreams and feelings. They were all alive, and Hans is not going to treat them like some expendable resource in a game. I'll think of all this tomorrow or at whatever time I feel like. It's not like I need sleep anyways. Just need some rest away from grinding. Hans balance. SL equals 9306 SL. Mod RP equals 347 RP. Vehicle RP equals 1679 RP. Convertible RP equals 3067 RP. Golden Eagles equals 0. Chapter 4, Black. In the distance, where the sky met the earth, the first sign of dawn started to break the darkness that was brought on by night. The peaceful chirping of birds and the daily activities of woodland life resonated in the forests that blanketed the northern part of Vale. It was a serene and peaceful image. A tank was driving through a thicket of bushes, its tracks pushing down the dense fauna below him while its muffler puffed out more exhaust. After planting itself firmly on clearer ground, it sped along the forest floor. After waking up, Hans had more time to think by himself. The revelation that his strategy from before couldn't work made him rethink his plan. He had to find better prospects for resources. Most especially research points. He could farm silver lions with no problem, the research points were the ones limiting his growth. He theorized on what prey could get him the most research points. As far as he knew, the older the Grimm, the better they could fight. Thus the more they should be able to give, though he had a problem. He had fought alphas before, but those were joined by hundreds of other Grimm. He needed an isolated fight with an alpha. One that if he killed, could let him gauge how many research points older Grimm got him. But for now, that could wait. He still needed to get stronger, but more importantly, he needed to know what part of the canon he was in. Hence at this point, going in blind, the most obvious way for him to find out at what time in canon he was in was for him to take a trip to Vale. Vale was important because he could get to civilization. Where civilization is, dust follows. He still needed to know how he would react with dust, though he didn't know how he would interact with dust. It's not like he had arms. There's also finding out if people could drive inside him. There wasn't a crew upgrade in the modification section of his tank, but he could at least try to see what would happen if someone manned the controls inside him. Patch could work as well, but the water separating it from the continent made it harder to travel to it. Though Vale is not easy, I still need to find a way in without raising suspicion of a random armored vehicle roaming around the streets. As far as I know, there weren't any tanks in the show, which would make sense. Having a bullhead is far more convenient than using a tank, to be honest. If I assume that the world boss is Salem, then I would need to get help with Ojban. An enemy of my enemy is a friend after all. Though it'd be suspicious for my origins of being here. Hans needed help eventually. One tank cannot fight everything if he ever had his back to the wall. There were simply too many risks involved in staying alone. Ojban would be a better candidate to have your back than Salem. Who knows if she would appreciate Hans needing to kill tons of her Grimm. With all that said, Hans still needed to plan for meeting anyone who would stumble upon his existence. Should I just go with the possessed tank thing? Though didn't Weiss fight a suit of armor with a Grimm possessing it? Would they mistake me for a defective Grimm? I'll bring along some Grimm to kill if they need proof, although I don't have any limbs to carry some with me. Stopping before a steep decline, he crept up slowly towards the edge. The tank buckled under the stress of half of itself being suspended in the air, but Hans ignored it and let himself over the edge. Whoa! Oh, tree! Right as he was about to get to flatter land, he spotted a tree towards his front. He urged his inner workings to put on the brakes. Upgraded or not, the brakes couldn't handle the speeds he was going at. He felt his brakes working their hardest to stop the motion of the tank, but gravity did its work and didn't let him stop in time before hitting a tree in his direct path downwards. He felt his front impact the tree and felt his rear lifting up in the air. Falling back onto the ground, he checked to see how much the damage would cost him. Oh, good thing the tree didn't do much damage. He backed away from the said tree and continued onwards as if nothing ever happened. Not feeling pain was a good thing. Hans looked toward the sun to see its position in the sky. He opened his HUD and navigated through the help page. 6 hours left. So I've almost been here for 18 hours. Hans checked his time left until the next question available to the moderator. He still had many questions on specifics that the help page did not cover. He moved towards what he thought at the time was the direction towards Vale. Unbeknownst to him, a single red leaf fell from the sky, carried by the strong wind overhead. Skip all this if you already know the black trailer. In Forever Fall. A cat faunus adorned in black and white sits atop a rock surrounded by the recognizable color of red leaves falling and swaying as a strong gust of wind hits the top of Forever Fall. Blake was having second thoughts. Perhaps this organization was not what it once was, she thought to herself. Had the White Fang gone astray from its supposed ideals? She would know. This mission will truly let her know if she could still steer away from the corrupted roots of the White Fang. Blake, it's time. A voice called out to her. Turning around, she hesitantly nods to the figure clad in red and black. A voice she had been together with all these years, Adam. The same Adam who she viewed as being more aggressive the more time goes on, was turning to someone else. Okay. She stretched her body in preparation for the fight ahead as she got off the rock she sat on. It was a cargo train filled to the brim with dust and weapons, all the right things for the Fang to use for the revolution. Though it was protected by Atlas-made droids, which was certain to make this mission harder for both of them. She dashed and followed Adam, stopping towards the cliffside with the rattling of train tracks below them. A horn echoed in the distance which signaled the approach of the Schnee Dust Company train car as it sped along the tracks. Sliding down from the cliff, they make a jump right at the end towards one of the cars the train pulled along. With a single strike, Adam opens the hatch to a car where he drops down and is followed by Blake. They drop down towards a room full of droids and sensors that had been unseen. Tripping the sensors, the Night 130s activate in tandem with each other. While Adam comments on the unfortunate circumstance. Looks like we're gonna be doing this the hard way. The blaring red lights and the shifting of mesh surround them didn't dissuade Blake. Don't be so dramatic, she quips. As they get ready for a fight, one of the droids shifts its arms into gun barrels and interrogates the unknown individuals with its unnatural robotic voice. Intruders. Identify yourself. Adam smirks before triggering blush and using the recoil to launch Will towards the unsuspecting droid, which knocks it backward before Adam eliminates it in quick succession. The rest of the droids rush forward towards the assailants before being felled by Blake, who by using Gamble's shroud and her expert use of acrobatics to destroy them. They fight with a synced move set, allowing each other to attack while the other covers their backs. They had done this for so long they could read each other's intentions. They fought with elegance as they carved through the droids with ease before a lone droid with guns for arms opened fire on the duo. Adam deflects the initial burst with his red sword wilt before Blake dashes forward, deflecting the rest of the burst of bullets, destroying the droid and finishing the rest of the droids with a series of cuts and slashes, making sure to block with her sheath and attack with her sword. Adam knocks away the last droid into the door to reveal an open train car next to the enclosed car they were on. Making their way to the outside, more droids were present and made their way towards the duo. Let's do this. Adam says. Rushing into battle, Adam launched attack after attack while Blake followed up, making sure to do the killing blow. Observing the amount of droids surrounding them, Blake Mecha shifted her weapon into a Kuzurigama and in a flurry of action decimated the droids in a dance. The fight on the open train car ended fast. Adam focused on quick and powerful strikes with Wilt and follow-up shots with Blush, while Blake used her excellent maneuverability to dispose of the droids by using both the sword form and Kuzurigama form of her Gamble Shroud. After the end of the fight, they enter into the last train car contained, in which was the bountiful rewards of dust and weaponry being concealed in stacks of crates and boxes. It was one of the larger hulls of the White Fang. Adam couldn't keep the satisfaction contained in his mind. Perfect. Move up to the next car, I'll set the charges. As Adam turns around, Blake couldn't help but be concerned. What about the crew members? Adam, showing no regard for the lives on board the train, replies coldly to Blake. What about them? Before Blake could find a reply, a gigantic spider droid activates and drops from the ceiling to confront the intruders. As it begins to open fire, large bursts of energy could be seen from its barrels and a flurry of concentrated energy was fired upon the duo. Rushing to the front, Blake tries to damage the spider droid but fails as she is knocked back. Thankfully, Aura protected her from the damage, but it still sent her down to the ground. Adam quickly lets out a flurry of slashes of his own towards the head of the spider droid. The spider droid, not being damaged because of its tougher armor, ignores the cuts and sends one of its mechanical legs directly into Adam. The distance produced by the kick lets the droid aim its guns towards Adam, all the while preparing to crush Blake below it. Adam quickly rushes for Blake and saves her just in time before a mechanical leg drops down on where they were, creating a dent on the train car's steel floor. Adam dashes away and lets down Blake after their failed attempts at damaging it. Blake, learning of the droid's apparent strength and protection, decides the best course of action. We need to get out of here. After her suggestion, the spider droid obliged her request and turned its upper half into an energy cannon before unleashing a single powerful strike that tears through the back of the car and launches the duo backwards into the open car they fought in earlier. Adam, recognizing the spider droid's powerful attack as an opportunity to use his semblance, he urges Blake. Buy me some time. Are you sure? Do it. Adam began to glow red as Blake distracted the spider droid, dodging its attacks and moving around and away from it, only using her clones to dodge ones she couldn't avoid normally. She used her various weapon forms to keep it distracted, all the while the droid missed each shot. Backing away from the droid, it begins to transform its upper half back into an energy cannon and aims for the duo. Various hums and drones could be heard as a large mass of energy escapes from its barrel and lands right into Adam's Wilt. His semblance activates and absorbs the kinetic energy the blast generated. Adam chuckles and lets out a singular devastating strike against the spider droid. The empowered strike cleanly cuts the mass of wires and armor plating the spider droid had, leaving it an unrecognizable mess of metal. Seeing the battle over, Adam rushes over to Blake over at the other car but stops, recognizing the emotions on her face. Adam raises an arm at Blake in a vain attempt to stop her, an attempt that was ignored by Blake, who only utters a single word to the distraught Adam. Goodbye. Slicing the cables connecting the cart, they both watch each other drift further and further away as the red leaves of Forever Fall gently descend to the ground. Chapter 5, Destination, Vale. 15 minutes ago. Hans had been traveling for nearly half an hour. When he first saw the signs of red trees, he had been surprised. He was at or near Forever Fall. The red leaves were a damning sign of that. The Forever Fall forest was huge though. It covered the entire northern part of Vale and you could get lost if you didn't have any landmarks to base your directions on. Hans decided it would be best to roam around the edges of the forest until he hit something like a river to follow. It would be his best course of action because going deeper into the forest without a direction to go on would easily get him lost. Undeterred by the revelation, he followed the edges of the Forever Fall forest. He let himself in cruising speed in order not to attract the attention of Grimm. Ursa had a large presence in this forest, especially the one in the show. There was an Ursa Major that roamed Forever Fall, so I could try and see if I could take it down. Although it had much more armor plates covering itself than Alpha Beowulf, so it's going to be a harder fight. The trees made it harder to navigate and see the beasts roaming about, and if I do meet an Ursa Major I'd rather lead it to a clearing. But since I don't know the geography here, I am not going to risk it for now. He traveled along the rough terrain and spotted train tracks going deeper into the forest. Not sure where the tracks lead, he followed it close by. Reasoning that there must be civilization or at least a landmark he can come by. He made sure to follow the tracks a good distance away to avoid the general populace from seeing his presence, just in case a train came by and it was full of passengers. A blaring horn in the distance alerted him of a train's presence. He drove towards some thick foliage to cover his presence. As the cars of the train passed by, he closely observed each car before noticing a snowflake plastered across the sides of many cars. Are those SDC symbols? The SDC was the largest provider of dust in Remnant, the world where RWBY took place in. So this freight train should be moving this stuff around settlements and cities. It didn't take long for Hans to decide to follow it. The tracks itself could lead to an isolated warehouse or something, so I should follow the train itself in case the tracks had splits in it. Where there's dust, there's civilization. Ramping up his engines to drive to its fastest, he races to follow the freight train moving along the train tracks. Nearing a cliff, the train swerved and turned along the tracks as Hans followed it close by. The train was up towards the air, so he couldn't get ground level to it, but he could follow where it was going. He could keep up and even sometimes outspeed it at curves. Thankfully the tank he was in was light, so it didn't have any trouble tagging along under the train. The forest is getting a bit tight here, so I need to focus on driving around these trees. Looking up from where he was, he could see the train descending towards flatter ground. Deciding to move closer towards the train itself, he could discern gunshots from inside one of the cars. He felt elated at finally coming across an event to know exactly at what point of the canon he was. So this is when Adam and Blake separated. This was important for Hans since it told him where in the canon he was, but there was a problem. How much of the canon should he change? If he wanted to, he could help both Blake and Adam, but there would be consequences for that. The butterfly effect could spiral out with his involvement. Although, he was curious. Curious as to what happens after the trailers, especially as to how Blake even got into Beacon in the first place after ditching Adam on the train. Hans saw the open car, and recognizing it from his memories, he urged his engine to move faster. Passing by the open car, he tried to speed off to try and avoid getting caught by the security in place on the train. Before he could reach the next car, dozens of droids exited the car ahead of the open car. Fearing the droid might attack, he pointed his autocannon to the front of the group. To his surprise, the droids outright ignore his presence. That's useful to know. His tracks were leaving marks, but due to the speed of the train and the light weight of his tank, it could be harder to look for when moving. The red leaves scattered around here would also cover where Hans' location could be. Not letting up, he drives past the train and arrives where the head of the train should be. A loud blast echoes from behind him as he lets himself cruise right next to the train. Must be at the spider droid fight. Alright, after the fight I have no idea what happens after. I still think Blake would go to Beacon. Hopefully, my mere presence isn't enough for the canon to change until I could involve myself directly. Should I convince Blake to let me tag along to Vale? Or should I just tail her along with the train? This thing should be headed for Vale. I assume that's how she got to Vale, but just in case I'll try to follow along with Blake to see. After a few minutes of following the head train, he turns his turret around to see parts of the train being separated and slowing down. Alright, this is where the trailer ends. He hums contentedly at himself as he awaits the end of where the train should lead. His tank treads were noticeable, being less and less ahead of the train itself. Another sound from the horn of the train was let out, getting his attention. He looked towards the ground only to see that the train was outpacing him. Oh. Did I slow down? Crap, the train itself became faster. The weight of the cars that had been separated by Blake meant that the head car was now faster than his top speed. He was getting left behind more and more as more cars were now passing him, threatening to make him present himself. Should I just hide in the trees? No, it's unavoidable, and even if I did, Blake would definitely notice a tank crashing into a tree. Besides, moving at this speed would certainly wreck me if I suddenly veer off. Wishing himself good luck, he let fate handle how their first interaction would go. As the train went faster and faster than him, he readied himself to meet one of the main characters in the show. As the train chugged along, Hans finally went towards the open car that Blake was standing on during the last moments in the trailer, Black. When he did, he could spot the cat Faunus sitting along one of the many boxes, looking through her scroll right in front of him. Here goes nothing. Noticing the change in her peripheral vision, she closed her scroll and looked up, just in time to see the barrel of an autocannon wagging in a circle. This ritual was often done in War Thunder as a sign of peace to the players, since it didn't look like a threat. Blake, however, just stared at it before backflipping off the crate she was at and hiding behind it. Shit, she got spooked. Blake peeked her head over the crate as she prepared Gamble's shroud. The vehicle was lagging behind the train and was now swaying its turret from left to right. Thinking it was scanning for a threat, she acted and started firing upon the tank. Only for her shots to bounce off and do nothing at the vehicle. She drew up her shadow clones and leaped in the air, only for a hail of bullets to hit where she was going. Arg. How could it track me? Hans meanwhile was still trying to signify his peaceful ways by now shooting his machine gun in the air. Blake coincidentally dashed to where he was shooting as Blake leaped up to it. The bullets accidentally just hit Blake by chance. Can't you see I'm purposefully missing? Oh, that looked like it hurt. As the exchange was going on, the train was going faster and Hans had to act fast. Crap, I'm going too far. Noticing the train's coupling, he decided to open his HUD and activate his tow cable. The moment he did so, he was whipped into the tracks as the cable shot out from his tank and attached itself on the coupling. The tracks he had were getting damaged since it was rubbing on the tracks. Metal on metal created sparks, but it didn't matter to Hans as he was still trying to convince Blake he meant no harm. Blake meanwhile hid behind more crates as the mysterious vehicle now set itself upon the tracks. Taking one look at the cable attached on the train, she planned on slicing it off. She leapt into action and dashed towards the coupling. Fag. Hans saw this and fired off a single shot towards Blake to ward her off the coupling. He underestimated his shells and it hit somewhere behind Blake where she staggered from the impact and was sent flying towards Hans. Thunk. Blake took a lot of hits on her aura from the fight with the spider droid. Getting hit in the back by the shell and her hitting the tank at full force just broke her aura and knocked her out. Oops. I guess mission accomplished. Blake was wedged in between the front and the turret of Hans while Hans himself was being pulled along by the train. He sighed to himself in his mind and just accepted the results. Honestly, it could have been worse. As they trudged on the tracks, he awaited his destination towards Vale while trying to keep Blake steady on the front. He was gonna have to do something to let her calm down after waking up. Chapter 6, The Nico and the Tank. The SDC freight train's crew, unaware of the situation that unfolded beforehand, drew closer and closer to the outskirts of the city of Vale. They had to unload their goods in the nearby rail terminal, where it is further distributed to an urban distribution center deeper within the city of Vale. As the city walls were closing in, the train conductor sounded the horn to announce their presence in the city. Meanwhile, at the backmost part of the train was an increasingly damaged tank riding across the rails attached to the last car of the train. The train was at the northern side of the city of Vale. More specifically, it was heading straight to the commercial district where it would give out its dust before heading towards the industrial district to give out its weapons to buyers. Looks like I'll get off from here. Hans let the tow cable detached from the train's coupling and skidded to a stop, letting the train go further and further away as he grinded what remains of his mangled tank treads away from the train rails. He did not want to get into Vale yet. Despite his earlier enthusiasm, he had unwillingly confirmed at what part of the canon he was when he accidentally knocked Blake out. So there was no reason to try and find out the timeline. However, there was still a problem at hand for Hans. Now what to do with you? He looked towards the cat faunus still wedged in between his turret and hull. He brought up his menu to look at his account. He had been thinking for a while about what tank he should go for next. He wanted to keep the firepower and speed while having enough armor to resist a few attacks. Which led to the choice he had in mind for the new tank. All he needed was some research points, but he needed to grind. I shouldn't leave you around like this. I don't know if Grimm are going to attack you while you are unconscious. The choice he had in mind was the PZ-3 F. Unlike his current PZ-2C, he could fire further, punch harder, move faster, and take blows more often. Although compared to other tanks he could get, it was very slow at turning the turret. Which meant it was harder at close quarters like he was doing with his PZ-2C. To his credit, the choice to fight close quarters was one out of necessity rather than preference. He would rather snipe a target from afar than risk fighting at close range. All of these would be fixed if he knew how to change vehicles. Checking the timer left on the help page, he sighed at the time left. 4 hours left. Guess I'll plop down Blake somewhere I could see and try to snipe Grimm nearby. At least it'll help my target practice. Hans took the time to repair his tracks. The chipped, bent, and warped metal in his tracks began to go back into shape while forming new metal on spots where it was missing chunks of metal. 100 SL. Fair enough. The tank drove up to a hill. Hans stood for a moment to admire the European-looking city in the distance. Vale itself was inspired by old European architecture. It reminded him of his ancestors' home. He stopped at a stump on top of the hill and tried to get Blake off him. Right, how should I do this? He tried slowly going forward, but to no avail. Blake was stuck in between the turret and the hull of the tank. With nothing else in mind, he decided to drive his tank backward a good distance from the stump. Sorry about this, Blake. He floored on the acceleration, and as his newly repaired tracks dug at the ground he could feel his speed increasing. Just as he was drawing closer to the tree stump, he braced as he hit the tree stump and Blake's unconscious body was finally removed from him and chucked into a nearby tree. Seeing that Blake was finally moved, he turned his turret around, feeling relieved that he could finally turn it without something blocking it. Hans took a moment to survey the area around the hill he went to. Numerous packs of Grimm were nearby, with more numerous ones further down away from the hill. It was quite far, but constant readjusting and range finding will do the work. Alright, time to hunt. He felt his inner workings moving and the charging handle of his machine gun pull back and go forward with a resounding car-chunk. He felt his engine act up and his muffler letting out more exhaust. He aimed a pack of Beowulfs and eyed its distance before unleashing his first shot. 3 hours later. The cat-eared faunus woke up with pain in her neck and aches all over her body. She had not been expecting to wake up upside down and crashed right next to a tree. She grabbed her head, trying to soothe the pain she felt. What happened? She let herself up and felt her clouded memories come back. That's right, after I left the White Fang I wanted to apply a beacon to help the faunus in a different way than what Adam was doing. Then after that, Fag. Hearing the sound of a cannon nearby, she immediately recognized it as the same cannon from when she was in the train car. Her brain sobered up from the days she was in earlier and her battle instincts made her reach for Gamble's shroud, which was still attached to her with the ribbons she was using to fight. She observed her surroundings, looking for the vehicle that attacked her. She held a stance for a second before considering her circumstances. Didn't I land on the vehicle after getting my aura broken? I don't recall Elysian droids to have ever released someone in their custody after catching them. Was it not part of the SDC? Fag. Another shot was heard and she turned her head in the direction of where it came from. Her superior hearing made her pinpoint sounds with better accuracy than a mere human. Fag. She could flee right now if she wanted to, but she wanted to know why it left her here rather than taking her into prison or something similar. She followed the sounds and went down the hill before reaching a clearing with it embroiled in a battle with an Ursa Minor. There were already the decaying bodies of Grimm littering the ground near where the machine was fighting. Blake was curious about the machine and climbed atop a tree to see it fight an Ursa. Hans was at this point 3 hours deep in fighting Grimm. He had gone in all directions after the initial waves of Grimm around the hill were all eliminated. He strayed further from Blake as he was confident that he had taken out the vast majority of the Grimm populace around her. THAG. Hans launched another volley at the exposed underbelly of the Ursa as he baited another attack from the Ursa and sped away. Damn, these things are really durable. The Ursa was weakening and tried to chase after Hans but couldn't get up from the multitude of damage it received to its joints that Hans targeted. It was a strategy Hans developed after fighting a few while waiting for Blake to wake up. He would target their joints before closing the distance. The Ursa was getting tired of getting pelted by Hans and tries to swing with its powerful paw only to fall short because Hans stayed far enough to immediately retreat on seeing the obviously telegraphed strike. Getting rid of their mobility would make it easier to dodge its attacks. He needed to bait them into an attack for him to shoot its weaker unarmored belly. Its fur on the outside was very tough compared to the belly, so to save on cannon shots he used it up on times where he could target the underside of the Ursa. While in battle, he only had a limited supply of ammunition until he could get a refill after the battle. After a final drive-by, the Ursa attempted one last desperate attack, but after another volley of shells hit its chest and pierced through the skin layer, the shells lodged themselves in its fur before detonating its explosive within, which churned its inside and hunks of decaying flesh was blasted out from a gaping hole. The Ursa finally dropped down on the ground after a few minutes in battle. Mission accomplished. Air targets destroyed, 0. Ground targets destroyed, 106/1578 SL. Enemy kill assist, 0. Critical hits, 48/406 SL. Hits, 153/573 SL. Zones captured, 0. Battle time, 7:4389 SL. Activity, 100%. Reward for winning, 607 RP 1706 SL. Achievements, 500 RP 600 SL. Total, 1107 RP 5252 SL. Modifications research, 1107 RP. Vehicle research, 369 RP. Time, 1353 convertible RP, 978 RP. That's the 6th massive wave today. It seems like the edges of the city are good places to grind in. The smaller battles are good, but it's good that the longer ones gave much more SL and RP. SL equals 9206 SL plus 3875 plus 1869 plus 1456 plus 3436 plus 1539 plus 1473 plus 5252 28106 SL. Mod RP equals 347 RP 4508 RP. Vehicle RP equals 1679 plus 675 plus 335 plus 593 plus 396 plus 315 plus 273 plus 1107 RP 5373 RP. Convertible RP equals 3067 RP 9028 RP. Golden Eagles equals 0. Yes. He had finally done it, he reached enough RP to obtain the PZ.3 OSF. He looked at the timer on the help page to see it had 1 hour left for another question to the moderator. He smiled to himself and got ready to leave for the stump he left on the hill. Gotta go back to Blake, I still need to mime out an apology and show of peace. Somehow. Hans re-engaged his engine as he traveled slowly towards the hill where Blake was lying knocked out. He reached his destination but didn't notice the presence of missing cat faunus lurking at the top of the trees. Noticing the stump and using it as a landmark, he spun his turret trying to search for the missing cat faunus that was launched towards a tree hours ago. Figuring the worst has happened, he dropped his barrel in disappointment. I see, she must have left already. Turning around, he was surprised to see the cat faunus he was looking for moments ago reappearing right behind him. Whoa! I thought I looked there a moment ago, where did she come from? Remembering what he wanted to do when she wakes, he immediately circled his barrel hoping that she didn't become aggravated like before at the gesture. Blake meanwhile, was still trying to wrap her head around the fact that this hunk of metal was circling its barrel. She recalled that it did the same thing when she first saw it and stared wide-eyed at the implication. Is it, trying to be friendly? Not knowing if the gesture worked or not, he transitioned to swaying its turret left and right. Blake got an answer for her question earlier, the question of if it was Atlas who created this, since it was acting very unusual. The answer to that was no. Blake was dumbfounded and she couldn't help but ask. Are you talking to me? Yes, finally, oh my god. Hans rapidly made his turret go up and down, trying to signal a yes to the cat faunus. Blake was amazed. Was this artificial intelligence? Blake was nervous but it didn't let it show as she slowly approached the machine pointing its barrel directly at her face. With a calm exterior she ignored her instincts at the barrel pointing down at her as she approached. Step after step she slowly strode towards the intimidating figure. Raising her hand towards the machine's hull she felt the steel it was made out of slowly seeping its cold temperature, chilling her warm hand. Guess this means we're friends now. Hans reacts. Blake finally lets her guard down and lowers Gamble's shroud as she fully understands the situation. She was curious as to what this thing was, not to mention how it looked. Never in the history of Remnant had a thing been made. Bullheads were the main transport in Remnant, it could fly and some models could dish out damage, but this was different. It only had a small turret with what looked like a lot of metal wheels turning some sort of metal band of plates. So are you some sort of AI? Blake asks. Oh god, I haven't thought about how to respond. Let's go with me being the tank itself, no possession or something. Don't want Penny's father dissecting me to improve her daughter's human-like emotions. Hans swayed his turret left and right as if to show denial on the question. Are you, human? Hans once again did the same motion as before. Then what are you? Hans shrugged, if only he could. Why did you bring me here? Hans turned himself towards the city of Vale and nodded with his barrel. I see. The conversation went silent, as expected. Blake can't really hold a conversation with a mute, much less a tank, but she tried nonetheless. Sensing the current awkwardness of the mood, Hans opened up his tech tree and looked for the medium tank he'd been wanting to get. He mentally pressed the research button and his RP went down considerably, followed by him pressing the purchase button respectively. Vehicle RP equals 5373 RP 1373 RP. SL equals 28106 SL 26106 SL. Mod RP equals 4508 RP 0. Notice, each vehicle has a separate pool of modification RP. Alright, now I just need to ask the moderator how to switch vehicles. He was about to navigate through the help page before being bombarded by a multitude of notifications. Hans skimmed through the notifications before staring wide-eyed, if he had any, at the descriptions. Ding! Congratulations! Description, you have done it. You have successfully braved the first moments in your first world. Showing your resilience and skill, you have unlocked previously locked content. Ding. After reaching a milestone, you have received the following new functions. Ding. Crew management. Ding. Squad. Ding. Perspective change. Ding. Events. Ding. Daily tasks. Ding. Special tasks. Ding. Gaijin marketplace. Ding. Inventory. Ding. Simulator battles. Notice, help page was updated accordingly. Holy shit. Hans account. SL equals 26,106 SL. Mod RP equals 4,508 RP. Vehicle RP equals 1,373 RP. Convertible RP equals 9,028 RP. Golden Eagles equals 0. Chapter 7, New Ride. Hans ignored the incessant stare of Blake, who was still standing around awkwardly while he kept thinking of what those functions meant. He gulped mentally as he couldn't keep his engines from roaring out from excitement at the new functions he gained. It seems I have received what is called a power spike. Hans was ecstatic and immediately willed his help page to understand what each ability meant. He was going to save the one question for the moderator later. What caught his eye the most was the perspective change, not because it sounded great or anything, but because he didn't know what it meant. The other functions he could get a general idea on. Hans looked through the wall of text and found the page dedicated to perspective change and scrolled through the details. Ho, ho, ho. This is game-changing. Perspective change. Description: why limit yourself to one perspective? Look through the eyes of your driver or gunner, maybe even more. No longer stuck to the commander view, you can now switch to other views, not including the third person. Interacts with squad feature, takes control of another tank in your squad. Notice, destruction of flagged tank will result in all tanks in your squad being destroyed. Blake was concerned at the tank rhythmically engaging its engine for, what looked like to her, no reason. Hans meanwhile was still cackling maniacally at the newfound powers he had available to him, not knowing he was involuntarily revving his engine. He clicked each and every page that had information on the changes. Crew management. Description: what's a leader without their crew? Take charge of a small platoon or command an entire battalion. For a price, of course. Unlocks the ability to switch vehicles, recruit crews, train crews, upgrade qualifications and accelerate training. HUD will now display vehicles being used. A price? Let's hope it doesn't cost an entire planet's economy. Hans navigated through his now updated HUD. Looking at the bottom, he saw that a bar with recruit crew was now available right next to his own tank, with a small white flag on the top right of the image of his current tank. Clicking on the recruit crew, it displayed the following. Notice, unavailable. Defeat world boss 0 to 1. 1 # crew status. Notice, no vehicle assigned to this crew. 0/ afflictions. Darn, I assumed for a price meant SL or RP, didn't expect needing to defeat a world boss. So does that mean just Salem? Or other things considered a world boss? Hans closed the notice and focused on another page. Squad. Description: you found your crew and assigned your tanks, now it's time to organize them and lead your tanks to victory, Panzervor. As expected. You could invite people into your squad to play a game in War Thunder, so the description wasn't far-fetched. Hans skimmed through the rest. They were obvious as to what they did, so he only took one glance at each of them. Events. Events the player can receive are at random and vary in difficulty. Daily tasks. Player is given a set of easy and medium tasks. Once easy tasks are finished, medium tasks will appear in their place. 22h reset time. Special tasks. After finishing both easy tasks and medium tasks, players can buy a special task from the marketplace and redeem it for special task. Gaijin Marketplace. Buy, sell, and trade items with the Gaijin Marketplace. Inventory. Can only store items from War Thunder itself. Simulator battles. Able to fight AI-controlled tanks for the same amount of rewards, will scale based on progression. Looks like I got the gist of everything new I got. Are you still there? Blake asked with a concerned tone. He had been constantly revving this entire time. She didn't know what it meant, so it creeped her out. Oh, I forgot about her. I was too engrossed in the game for a while there. Before I forget, I should change to my new tank. Changing in front of her would let her know that it's still the same tank roaming around. Looking through the crew HUD at the bottom, he clicked on the change vehicle option and selected the PZ.3 OSV. What he expected was the bright light that happened from when he did the PZ.2C's modifications. What came though was different. Blake felt her eyebrows raise as she heard the sounds of metal breaking apart from inside the tank. Metal plates started sliding around his frame with a hiss accompanied by the sounds of pipes turning and banging around his body. The sounds of sharp edges grated along the corners of his armor while his barrel lengthened and widened with a distinct metal groan from inside the turret. She stared gobsmacked at the process as she slowly saw the already intimidating weapon turn into a larger war machine. The hull started to shift and open slots from each of the sides while armor plates were ejected from said slots, steel rubbed against steel in a soothing symphony and magnetically welded itself to the hull. His suspensions were brought inside to the hull as it broke apart and added unto itself new pieces of metal, bringing it back out of the tank, enlarged and brand new. Blake didn't notice her raised eyebrows transition into both eyes dilating as the rest of the machine started adding new parts to itself. His tracks detached themselves from the whole hull and raised to the sky. It landed with a loud stomp on the ground to a new shape and lengthened before bending the edges of the individual plates and creating extra protrusions before making a whipping noise and tightening itself around the new suspensions. Meanwhile, the cat faunus finally let her jaw drop as what looked like the final moments of the transformation happened right in front of her. As the transformation drew to the end, the final piece, the turret itself, hinged itself open. More plates were drawn up from the inside of the hull and melded itself into the turret that was now getting larger. As the final piece of the exposed turret joined, it snapped shut with a loud metallic clang. For Hans, the experience was quite relaxing, almost like getting massaged. The newly transformed tank let out a final hiss as it sealed every open hatch close, and Hans felt his control and body change significantly. He felt sturdier, heavier, and more powerful. Blake was a statue. She didn't know what to say. She could bear the fact that a foreign-looking machine was apparently sentient, but now that it could literally grow new metallic parts as if it was alive left her with nothing else to say. Hans tested his movements, feeling out the new body he had after he switched vehicles. Feels like I have a crick in the neck with how slow this turret traverse speed is. Let me see how perspective change works in this. As he felt a tug within himself, he was suddenly looking through the periscope of the PZ-3F, as if it were a human looking through them. He could be more accurate with each shot. Unlike before, his autocannon was now the more powerful KWK-L/42, 50mm, cannon. It only had one shot, but it was 3 to 2 times as powerful as the last shell he used, albeit in fewer volumes. I have to test this out on something. He turned around and prepared to embark on a journey to find some poor Beowulf to evaporate into mist with his new armament. Just as he found a direction to go in, Blake, who snapped out from her surprise, spoke to him in a mellow voice. Are you going? Hans nodded. He still had to be much stronger if he wanted to kill every Grimm he could find. He doesn't need rest yet. The new missions gave him more motivation to grind out some new daily quests available to him. He was planning on activating those and checking the rewards. Well, you can find me at Beacon. I'll be off on my own. Hopefully, the people there aren't too bad. By the way, the name's Blake Belladonna. Hans took one last look at the city of Vale while Blake dashed towards the gates. I wonder if Team RWBY would be weirded out by the fact that Blake apparently talks to machines. Ruby herself might feel a kindred spirit with her. Hans checked his HUD and accepted 2 easy missions for him to do. Activist, win required amount of battles with needed activity %0/3. Bird hunt, destroy airborne targets 0/15. Hans looked at the tasks and sighed deeply. The second one is going to be difficult. Hitting a target in the sky is going to be a pain in the ass. Oh. That's helpful. A compass was now visible on the top of Hans' HUD. With multiple red arrows pointing in different directions. That certainly makes things easier. It seems like missions can be tracked depending on what mission I receive. The sun was still shining in the distance, although the shattered moon of the Remnant was beginning to show itself in the amber sky. It was going to turn night soon. Last time Hans reached this time, he immediately felt his mental state tire out. Now that he had some motivation to fuel him, he could grind out even more SL and RP. The daily missions didn't show what rewards he would get after finishing them. Hans disliked that part of the daily missions, but he had no choice but to finish them to find out more. He had been thinking that the moderator made this much harder than it has to. It won't stop him from obtaining more armament though. So he had to quickly make his way towards the arrow the compass pointed to. He picked the closest arrow and spotted an area he could travel through. The path was covered less with trees and the random stones on the forest floor could now be ignored by Hans unlike before. Each time he would travel he could feel the smallest bumps on the road despite his old PZ-2C weighing in at 9 tons. Unlike being in the driver's seat, he was the vehicle itself so the shaking and vibration could be felt even more. He let himself get used to the new height of the tank he was now in and carefully went around, crushed bushes and medium-sized stones. He had now weighed almost 23 tons, 2.5 times more than his previous tank. He could drive over and topple down trees if he built up enough speed to do so. He passed over some fallen stone and felt it break apart into dust under his treads. I wonder if I could directly ram into something to kill it. I might not even need to shoot and waste ammunition at them at this point. As he followed his compass he could hear the distant screeching of Nevermorse in the distance. A flock of them stayed perched on the red trees of the forever fall forest, their talons were honed and sharpened. Being made of bone it could easily injure humans without aura. Their grip could subdue those who had an aura. A tank, on the other hand, they would barely be able to lift up. Their feathers would be a problem, they could shoot them out like spears and they had numerous amounts of them. Normally he would be confident that his armor would be impenetrable to the normal Grimm but airborne enemies were different. He was kind of worried at this, with a 90-degree angle they could probably pierce through the very top of his armor. His tank had almost 30 mm thick steel covering almost everything with one of the plates on his back being 20 mm thick but the least were everything on top only being 10 mm. If the Nevermores shot their feathers at an angle it would most definitely bounce harmlessly. Hans was confident that the Nevermores he would fight would be young, their sizes were smaller in comparison to the giant Nevermore team RWBY fought in the initiation. Alright, I have an idea of what to do. Nevermores generally strayed far away when it engaged enemies, using their altitude difference and flight to distance themselves. What they don't know is that they were going to face 23 tons of Kruppstahl and a tank shell to the face. Hans turned his hull so that the rear was facing the Nevermores. The PZ.3F's reverse speed is atrocious so he'll exploit his faster forward speed by turning around instead. He couldn't do this before because he was facing away from obstacles and could accidentally hit something, especially now that his turret rotation was rock bottom. Perspective change negated that since he could now look where he was going while his turret was turned to the opposite side. Hans finished his preparations after his turret finally went in place aiming directly towards one of the Nevermores. He gauged the distance using his rangefinder and switched to his gunner view to adjust his aim. They're gonna immediately back away from the threat but once they recognize their feathers won't work on me their instincts should take over and try to grab me instead. He felt the mechanisms for the cannon turning as he unloads a shell from the breech of his gun. The sound shook the nearby leaves and the cries of birds were heard as the cannon let out a thunderous applause. The shell ejected from the barrel and left smoke in its wake. It traveled through the air morphing the surrounding air inwards as it spun towards the unaware Nevermore staring blankly into the reddening sky. The impact was instantaneous as the shells deformed its body inwards and severed a Nevermore in two before a click was heard inside the shell as it started to spark the millisecond-long fuse. As the Nevermores tried to react by lifting their wings, a spray of shrapnel and explosion ripped apart their appendages as the searing heat of the explosives wrapped around the flock of Grimm ending their lives in a single moment. To anyone outside it took only seconds as the group of Nevermores were blasted into oblivion, their pieces scattering and decaying in the atmosphere as the shockwave created from the blast reached Hans. Months of continuous grinding in War Thunder made him think earlier tanks were weak but he had now known how strong tanks were against non-armored opponents. After suffering to Ursi, Deathstalkers, and tougher Borbatusks he couldn't help but admire what he had obtained. This is power. Bird Hunt, Destroy Airborne Targets August 15th. Chapter 8, Late Night, Surrounded by Fall. Are you sure about letting this applicant in, Headmaster? A woman with green eyes and light blonde hair stood across a familiar old-looking table, worried at the manuscript displayed across the hologram being projected by the table. It had been only a few hours into the day and she was already feeling the onset of another migraine ever since the headmaster made her stop her work to get coffee. He had already dumped the majority of the workload on her and she wasn't happy about that. Now that they were preparing for the initiation of the students of Beacon Academy, she hoped the headmaster would take this more seriously but she was now questioning whether the coffee she had been brewing was affecting the headmaster somehow. Positive Glinda, I think this young man has potential. The image in front of him was a tall, scraggly, blond boy desperately trying to smile for the camera in his picture. While largely inflated numbers of his school history were displayed beneath him. Glinda only looked at the headmaster questioningly. This manuscript is evidently all faked, Headmaster. There are no records of him showing any kind of activity in an academy that was destroyed years ago and he physically looks like he couldn't hold a sword let alone fight with it. The headmaster only closed his eyes and took a slow sip from another cup of coffee he had Glinda brew. His lips lengthened in contentment as he spun around his chair with his eyes still closed. Yes. You can't be serious, Glinda exclaimed in disapproval. He's an ARC, he has the potential to grow into something better. If he had the support of a team and proper guidance at his side, he could turn out to be one of the more talented students of this year. Glinda knows that she should completely deny the applicant. There was still initiation, they would launch the applicants into the Grimm-infested Emerald Forest. A mere teenager with no formal training, no knowledge of the Grimm, and a questionable history couldn't survive the test. She sighed deeply at the thought, she trusted Ozpin all these years. All this time his decisions were the ones for the best. She held back another migraine as she acquiesced. At least the boy had an aura, God knows what she'd do to Ozpin if the boy hadn't unlocked his aura. Alright. Let's move on to the next applicant. The next image flashed as a recognizable pair of amber eyes was shown on the holographic screen. She recognized the bow on her head existing as a cover. Discrimination was still rampant in society, she grimaced at the fact that this particular applicant wanted to hide who they were. She slowly read the bottom portion of the transcripts and paled at the name displayed. Blake Belladonna. Wasn't she part of the White FA-? I'll accept her application. Ozpin deadpants. She's a terrorist, headmaster. Ozpin only continued to wear a smile on his face as he swirled his mug around trying to relish the smell of the coffee. A high-profile one at that. Glinda continued. Ozpin took another long slow sip of coffee before finishing and finally replying to the visibly irritated Glinda. Yes. She could feel the blood clotting at the headmaster's blatant disregard for the students' safety by letting a confirmed terrorist enter the campus. Ozpin already let an underage young girl enter the academy 2 years early. Granted, she was skilled but she was still 15. Was he doing this on purpose? She didn't know, but one thing she knew for sure was another headache resurfacing. Calm down Glinda, you don't want to burst another blood vessel like last time. Breath in, breath out, okay now, just ask Ozpin why. May I ask your reasoning? I can see that she's willing to change, I believe that if she were to reform she could be a great asset to our objectives. For that, our facilities and environment we provide will be of help throughout her time here in Beacon. Glinda was surprised, despite Ozpin acting like not how a headmaster should, there were still times that showed why she decided to look up to him. This was a great example of that. Oh, and Glinda. Glinda raised an eyebrow at being called. Could you brew some more, please? Crack. The sound of cracked ceramic was heard from the hand of Ozpin, which was caused by Glinda's telekinesis acting up from the floodgates of rage being opened. Ozpin calmly stood up, went to a cupboard nearby, placed the damaged mug, and pulled out a new one before walking back to his chair and setting it down on the table. Moving on. Ozpin let the hologram flicker to the next applicant before being interrupted by the appearance of a video call from General Ironwood. Ah, I see he has received the footage. Ozpin had sent Ironwood more videos of the machine earlier today. He was alerted to its presence when an SDC freight train arrived earlier and reported a robbery possibly orchestrated by members of the White Fang. What was curious was that the crew heard cannon shots a few minutes later, thinking it was Grimm being targeted by the wall's security, they saw it fit to notify us. Of course, we first checked the cameras surrounding the city and nearby forests. To Ozpin's surprise, it was the machine launching Blake Belladonna towards a tree. A few hours of speeding up footage later, he saw the cat faunus wake up and interact with the machine. The cameras could not hear sound from the walls, he wasn't the one who was part of the wall's security, else he would have upgraded them, but nevertheless, he could observe the tank transforming into what looked like a more powerful version of itself. He sent all that to Ironwood earlier and now it seems Ironwood had something to say. Do you mind, Glinda? No, not at all. Glinda had calmed down after receiving the call from Ironwood, which was good for Ozpin. Tapping a button on the holographic keyboard that was made by the table, the images from the hologram earlier were now replaced with the Atlesian general staring at Ozpin and Glinda. James, my friend, what seems to be th-? We need to secure this unidentified object. Ozpin's gaze hardened at his words. James was his friend and he knows that, but will he finally understand that there are some things you must not do? Its technology will not just help Remnant and its inhabitants in the long run, this is going to change the tide of war. James justified. Seeing the stoic look on Ironwood's face, Ozpin knew he would have a difficult time trying to stop whatever James is planning to do. James might have let it go earlier, but now that the abilities of the machine had been shown, James would stop at nothing to research it. On one condition, James. Do not include any of us in this endeavor and I will guarantee we won't interfere, but if you overstep your authority on the people of Vale, then I won't hesitate to stop you. Ironwood sat silently at the other side of the call. I understand, thank you, friend. The call ended right after. Ojben relaxed and leaned back on his chair while he thought deeply about what just happened. A mug was placed on top of the table full of steaming hot freshly made coffee. Ojben looked towards Glinda, who only scoffed and returned to the other side of the table. Shall we take a look at the next applicant? Of course, Headmaster. Back to Forever Fall. Bird hunt, destroy airborne targets 14/15. The compass he had, gave Hans ample opportunity to take out stray Nevermores. The flock he got a multi-kill with earlier gave him a lot of Nevermore bodies to fill up the bar for his daily mission. After that, it was just following the red arrows and looking for strays that were alerted by the loud bang that came from his cannon. Hans was driving rapidly, making sure to avoid trees to not slow down. He had just shot another shell at a fleeing Nevermore that evaded him for minutes now. This Nevermore was older, the size of the Nevermore gave away its age. While you may think that a bigger target would be better, as Hans found out, it was not. The older the Grimm the wiser they were. When they heard the engine of the PZ-3F, it sent out a volley of spear-like feathers which ricocheted away at the armor Hans had. It immediately recognized it as an actual threat to its survival and promptly flew away just as the shell went whizzing past its body. Which now led to Hans chasing it around while firing his machine gun. Die damn you! The barrage of bullets was absorbed by the thick feathers of the Nevermore. Hans wanted to hit the less durable parts of the Nevermore like its body or head, but the Nevermore was smart. It used its strong feathers to block attacks from the weaker machine gun, learning that it was weaker than the bigger gun mounted on the turret of the PZ-3F. Hans knew he just had to be lucky. He could chase it all day emptying magazine after magazine of machine gun ammo and it would hit something to get it hurt and let it slow down enough for him to take the shot with his main armament. Just as he thought that a bullet finally lodged itself at the back of the Nevermore's head, the Nevermore stopped flying, feeling the pain from the back of its head akin to a needle pushing itself deep into its skull. Yes. He pushed on the brakes and quickly aimed at the Nevermore before letting a single shell exit from his barrel as it impacted the Nevermore he had been chasing. Bird hunt, destroy airborne targets 15/15. Finally. Activist, win required amount of battles with needed activity percent 1/3. Daily mission finished. SL equals 26,106 SL 31,106 SL. Mod RP equals 0305 RP. Vehicle RP equals 1,373 RP 3,873 RP. Convertible RP equals 9,028 RP. Golden Eagles equals 0. Looks like missions give out a ton of RP, though I can only do 4 a day, which is fine by me. Depends on the medium missions though. Activist, win required amount of battles with needed activity percent 1/3. 2 more. Hans took a glance at the top of his HUD to see that red arrows weren't showing up like he thought they would. So I have to find a group of Grimm myself. He felt his tank churn the earth beneath him as he followed his compass north, deeper into the Forever Fall. Now that he had access to the compass, there was no worry about being lost anymore. It was getting dark since it had been some time after leaving Blake at Vale. He should get back near the walls before midnight. The Grimm was dark, meaning it could easily camouflage itself in the dark of the night. I'll just do this quick, no biggie. He scoured the nearby surrounding trying to find any sign or Grimm roaming in packs for him to find. The Grimm was getting harder and harder to spot, but eventually, Hans found spotted movement among some red bushes littering the forest floor. Activating his brakes, he felt the track slow down and his suspension goes up and down as he came to a stop in front of a bush, obscuring himself within it. Hans gazed through his reticle and took note of the Grimm he could see before aiming the part where it was densest. He let the round fly into the group of Grimm as he immediately followed up with machine gun fire that would suppress the rest of them. The Grimm had no time to react as pack after pack of Beowulfs died en masse against the machine gun while Ursi roared in anger. After hearing the reload on his gun, he made his entire tank move rather than only turning the turret to make his gun reach the desired target faster, compensating for the slower turret speed. He targeted the trio of Ursi running on all fours towards him before one of them gets hit by a tank shell and gets its upper half blown apart. The other two hastened their approach as they both stood on their hinds and lunged, claws open, at Hans. Their attacks were useless against the more well-armored tank, and as Hans heard the reload being finished he directly pointed the barrel at the head of one of the Ursa. The Ursa didn't stand a chance, having its head directly in front of the barrel as the skull mask the Ursa had cracked and got penetrated by the tank round as its head violently exploded into a black mist. The last Ursa, seeing no chance of actually fighting the thing, tried to desperately retreat and live another day. Hearing no gunshots, the Ursa foolishly turned around right as then Hans was barreling down towards it at full speed. The Ursa tried to stop it by raising its paws, but it didn't matter. The heavy tank collided with its arms, immediately fracturing its bones into mush as its body was toppled by Hans before its head gets popped like a balloon by the treads of the tank rolling over it. Ha! Good. One last time and I can go now. Humming to himself, he felt proud of the upgrades he got. He left the scene with decaying bodies of Grimm laying around, some with holes, others with blown-apart carcasses. He turned to the west and sped directly towards it. 30 minutes later. Damn! Where are those Grimm? Hans had been searching for one last Grimm group for the daily mission to complete. At this point I can't finish even medium missions anymore. I should just get to Vale, it's already night out, I might as well. Disappointed at the lack of Grimm, he turned to his compass and rotated until he could see south at the top of his hut. This would take him to Vale if he followed it straight. It had been a long day after all. He grinded for a majority of the time and now he was getting mentally tired. He weaved through trees as he continued onwards towards Vale. Lazily looking at his surroundings, he just took in cold air from the atmosphere as he felt the metal on his tank growing colder as the night went on. A sudden movement of glowing red eyes caught his eye as he stopped and aimed for it. He became thankful at the lucky chance he got. He immediately prepared to fire off a round at the red eye's general direction. As he felt the pin from his breech impact the back of the shell, the round flew off into the darkness before seeing the tracer from the round disappear into the black mass. The round impacted and emitted a large amount of sparks as it hit the target with an audible and eerie noise he got PTSD from while playing War Thunder. The shell he had didn't penetrate whatever he just shot at. Event active. Giant Slayer, defeat Ursa Major 0/1. The thing he didn't want to meet the first time he arrived at Forever Fall, was now in front of him, letting out a primal bellowing roar as its paws shook the ground. The thing that if he met, he wanted to run away to a clearing to get better vision and movement. It was nighttime and he could barely see shit anymore. He could only say one thing. Shit. Chapter 9, A Major Problem. The gleaming red eyes of the Ursa Major towered over the treetops of the Forever Fall forest. The Ursa being hit by the first shell only seemed to make its eyes glow a brighter shade of red as it roared in rage. Shit. It's 3 times larger than what John fought in the show, what the hell? As Hans' main gun reloaded, the Ursa in the distance planted its claws on the dirt below it and started to accelerate towards Hans. Each singular step created tiny shockwaves from its weight bearing down on the ground below it. Hans rejected the notion of using his reverse speed to dodge, it wasn't going to be fast enough. Pushing his engine to the max, he felt his sprockets turn faster and faster as he raced towards the Ursa Major. The Ursa, who heard the engines, prepared to lunge at the machine speeding towards it, and with one great pounce, the Ursa pushed forward one of its paws to claw at the machine speeding directly at it. Hans swerved to the right as the Ursa narrowly missed its target by a few inches. Hans went in between the Ursa's body and where an arm recently attacked. It's slow, he thought. The Ursa Major could hit hard, but it's slower at maneuvering due to its size. It's hard for the Ursa to attack with the same limb right after doing a heavy attack, so as long as he went through where it recently attacked, then he could stay relatively safe. Hans went around the Ursa and punched on the brakes. He skids onto the ground and stopped, using the momentum to turn towards the now exposed backside of the knee of the Ursa. He pelts the Ursa with tracer rounds to see in the dark. The Ursa groans, but as soon as it starts to turn around, Hans sees his tracer rounds deflect off of something. Found it. Firing off a single shot, the shell launches into the air and impacts a random part of the Ursa's leg. The fuse inside of it sparks and the shell explodes into shrapnel, digging at the surrounding flesh of the Ursa. Unfortunately, the shell only injured it from the side, which meant less damage than he would have done if it hit directly at the center of its knee joint. Damn! The Ursa cried out in agonizing pain. It felt the searing of flesh near his knees and the chunks of skin blasted off and left decaying in the wind. It turned to face Hans, hearing the unmistakable sound that came from the machine that injured it. Hans unleashed a storm of machine gun fire to distract it while he engages his engine to drive away. The Ursa, upon feeling the bullets, covers itself with its arms, completely shielding it from the bullets that were now rendered useless at its impeccable tough skin and armor. Hans drove towards its left, with the Ursa's vision being obscured from blocking. Hans could try doing the same move against it. Just as he was turning though, the Ursa swung its arm towards Hans, who reacted just in time. Shit! That was close. How the hell did it see me? Acting quickly, he went around the arm that the Ursa failed to attack with, and Hans once again skidded to a stop towards its back. He fires his machine gun and using the tracers he pinpoints the center of where its knee should be. The Ursa, learning of Hans' pattern, crouches down and covers its knee with its body. Firing another shell at the Ursa, Hans scowled as he saw the Ursa cover its joints by bending its legs. The shell lodges itself at its thighs instead, which still resulted in the beast yelping out pain growls. The shell stuck in it detonates and releases shrapnel, and it embeds multiple into the dangling piece of blown-apart thigh. He could injure its unarmored skin, but it would have been better if he just hit its joint to cripple it. Hans once again tried to speed off into the distance. He looked towards the Ursa to see it backing away over to the nearby forestry. Hans pelts it with machine gun fire, but the Ursa ignores it, learning of the machine gun's apparent weakness towards its tougher fur. Hans couldn't predict what happened next as the Ursa tears off 2 trees using its monstrous strength, leaving only the trunks on the ground. Holy shit! The Ursa leans back and lobs the first tree like a javelin towards Hans, but puts on the brakes just in time for it to miss. The Ursa quickly charges up another throw with the other hand as Hans only could stare as he tried to re-accelerate his lost speed. The Ursa lets go of the trunk and it travels horizontally, drawing closer to Hans. Hans could only remember at that precise moment what it felt for parts of his suspension and right tracks to cave inwards while steel screeching within his body was heard by him. He was sent careening down deeper into the forest behind him, destroying sections of the forest until he came to a brutal stop. The Ursa was left staggered from the exhausting throws it made, but it didn't relent as it attempted to rip out more trees, leaving its trunk. Hans tried to go away, but he felt himself stuck at something. Looking behind him, he saw the tow hook had been let out by accident from the attack he just received. Quickly opening the HUD to hit the detach button, it somehow flinged off the cables wrapped around the branches of the thrown tree. The Ursa had finally readied itself, gaining its strength back as it began to lean back to prepare for another throw at the machine. Hans felt his right tracks falling off at any second, but determined to get away, he makes his heavily damaged tracks run and he drives towards the woods. A tree was thrown and crashed through the foliage Hans was at a moment ago. He felt the impact the tree created as Hans tried to escape by leaving, but he could feel his tracks giving away and ready to be blown out. He kept on driving over unseen rocks and dark bushes, making him shake and vibrate from the uneven road littered with obstacles. He only drove a short distance away from the increasingly enraged Ursa when he suddenly felt his right track slip a bit after losing stability from the sprocket it was held on. Making quick judgment, he chooses a thicket of trees nearby to guide the treads back by using the tree to nudge it back to place. He heard the Ursa roar nearby as he prepared for the worst to happen. He thought it was the end. The Ursa had clearly seen through everything he tried, and in the darkness he couldn't help but be at a disadvantage. He waited, and waited, as he realigned his right tracks, but it didn't come. What? His mind went into overdrive because of the adrenaline and reasoned out of all the possibilities why the Ursa stopped throwing trees, and one answer came to him. Sound. He checked for his engine and it only lightly hummed while he idled behind trees to try and reposition his loosening tracks. That's why it didn't need to look at me, it could hear me while I was shooting and with my engine at full power. Which meant it was as much at a disadvantage in the dark as I was. The Ursa turned towards the direction of Hans after a moment of silence. It could discern the engine noise from the other ambient noises of the night when it waited. Hans heard it stomping around and left the spot he was in. Not a moment later, a tree plowed through the thicket as he sped off trying to find another spot. He turned right and raced forwards only to stop right before a very steep cliff. Holy crap, I almost fell off. If it wasn't so dark I wouldn't have been able to see it. Hans eyed his cable still attached to him and the trees nearby as he quickly conjured up a plan of action against the massive Ursa. He heard the Ursa searching around for him, knocking down trees apart with ease. Hans had looped his cable on a group of trees and used another tree to swing it back around towards him as he mentally prepared for what idiotic idea he had made, a makeshift trip wire. He revved up his engines, making sure to be as loud as possible. He faced lengthwise from the cliff, ready to get out of harm's way. The Ursa, hearing of this, charges directly at the noise before coming across the helpless state of Hans. It couldn't see well, so it only had to go off of sound. Not knowing how effective its tree attack due to the darkness and hearing the still standing Hans a small distance away, it pushes its hind legs on the ground for a final charge. It was confident that its powerful claws could damage it. After all, why would the machine dodge its attacks if it didn't fear its own attacks? It roars as it barrels down towards Hans. It got closer and closer. As soon as Hans felt the distance was right, he put everything into his treads as he tried to accelerate away from danger. Before he could fully escape its attack, the worst possible thing happened as the belt from his right finally fell apart. He used the remaining wheels still attached and prayed that it had enough traction on the ground. After doing so, the Ursa had almost hit Hans by only centimeters apart. The Ursa had a lot of momentum built up, and as soon as it saw what the machine had done, it tried to stop. The cable tightened as Hans kept pulling from the tree side. The Ursa felt the metallic cable digging at its foot before tripping towards the cliff. The size and weight of the creature made sure it couldn't fully stop at the moment of it tripping in the air. Inertia wouldn't let it stop that easily. As one desperate attempt for survival, it turned around and grabbed the edge of the cliff and snagged the cable that tripped him in the first place. Hans felt himself get pulled towards the edge of the cliff as soon as the Ursa took the cable. He powered backwards to try and stop before remembering he could open his HUD to detach it, but right as he was about to press it, the point at which the cable met the tank broke apart. Guess I didn't need to. The Ursa still hung on to the cliff side. Deciding that it was time to finally end it, he made the wheel of the tracks on his right and the still working tank tread to his left drag him towards the Ursa at a moderate speed before letting his tank impact the head of the Ursa, which felt its grip slipping. He turned his barrel towards the Ursa, ready to let it fall down to its death before activating his cannon. Long live the king. The inner workings of his gun ignited the shell and sent it along the barrel's length before meeting short of exiting the barrel itself right into the head of the Ursa. He felt the pressure the escaping gas made and saw his barrel explode as the shell hadn't left the barrel properly before detonating right in front of the Ursa. The shell impacts the Ursa and sparks flew in the darkness of night. The shell knocks the Ursa right off the edge where it is sent downwards. He stood right at the edge of the cliff as the Ursa fell head first towards the earth before hitting the ground, making the earth shake violently around him as he watched. Giant Slayer, defeat Ursa Major 1-1. Notice, well my friend, I didn't expect that. Chapter 10, Aftermath and Reward. The voice he had only recently met was now talking to him once again. The moderator, as Hans calls him, was genuinely surprised at the Ursa Major being defeated in such a way. Well, moderator. I didn't expect you to show yourself again. The same goes for me, you know. I hadn't thought you would fight the beast. Hans took the time to let his tank get repaired while the moderator spoke to him in a mellow voice. When I placed that limit on your squad and crew, I had been planning on unlocking it when you needed help, so I had made an Ursa specifically able to take you down but not strong enough to outright destroy you. I wanted you to be desperate enough to call for someone else. Hans was staring attentively at HUD. The moderator wanted him to desperately call for help. Why trouble himself with that? 'Cause it'll be fun to watch. So since I just defeated it, you didn't know what to do? Yes. I made the Ursa strong enough to pierce parts of your armor and made it as smart as if it were a Grimm that lived for 100 years. I was confident that it was good enough for you to want help. I even planned on making that cat you met earlier come to your aid. Hans was perplexed. Did the moderator think that Hans was supposed to be desperate enough? I mean, he did panic a bit during the fight, but never to warrant calling for help. Don't lie to yourself, Hans. I distinctly remember the moment you waited for your death until you figured something out. Okay, fine, I was scared, all right. Happy? Hans reluctantly admitted. Hold on, if Blake was supposed to come, then how'd she fight? It's late at night out and I doubt she could be of any help when she be in her pajamas sleeping or reading. That's the point, my friend. Blake wouldn't help directly, but do you remember what made you have a harder fight? Hans thought about the earlier fight. He had armor that could ignore damage unless it was from the top. He had a solid strategy on Ursa. He had the firepower if only he could have hit anything if it wasn't for the dark. It was the night. Faunus had night vision. Precisely. She couldn't help but she could tell you where. It would be like a tank commander directing the gunner to where he should hit and when. The moment would make you unlock the crew and squad functions after the fight. So now that I defeated it by myself, I can't get those anymore. Bah. You honestly impressed me, you earned it. This is why I brought you here, you know. Anyways, now that you killed it, I hadn't planned any rewards. What kind of reward can I get? You'll get the RP and SL, but I could grant you the ability to communicate if you want. Communication would be great for Hans, but would that be what he could only hope to gain? If he was going to get a reward, he might as well get the best he could. Verbal or in other means. Why not cover everything on that? I'll give you one-way telepathic communication and verbal communication. Here, try them out. Suddenly the HUD flashed white as Hans felt a sudden warm feeling washing over himself. He could make out something changing from within. Readying himself at how he would sound like, he started to speak. Attack the D-point. A young man's crisp-sounding voice was let out from the tank as a voice came through a WW2-era radio. Hans took a second to take in what he sounded like before realizing something. This sounds like the voice from the radio messages from War Thunder. He had long missed spamming out that certain command, and the line was the first thing he thought of saying. It was symbolic for him as a War Thunder player to have his first words be those. His happy thoughts were interrupted by the HUD flashing a message from the moderator. "Well, it seems you're happy with my choice, I'll leave you for now. Goodbye, my friend. Mission accomplished. Air targets destroyed, 0. Ground targets destroyed, 1/100,000 SL. Enemy kill assist, 0. Critical hits, 1/10,000 SL. Hits, 4/2000 SL. Zones captured, 0. Battle time, 231 3000 SL. Activity, 100%. Reward for winning, 25,000 RP 15,000 SL. Achievements, 5,000 RP 20,000 SL. Total, 30,000 RP 150,000 SL. Modifications research, 5,000 RP. Vehicle research, 30,000 RP. Time, 510 convertible RP, 20,000 RP. SL equals 26,106 176,106 SL. Mod RP equals 5,000 RP. Vehicle RP equals 1,373 31,373 RP. Convertible RP equals 9,028 29,028 RP. Golden Eagles equals 0. Hans was euphoric, he could already think of the many choices he could pick among the German ground tech tree. Immediately clicking on the tech tree, he viewed each vehicle meticulously. What did he need for now? Rushing through the medium tanks would be foolish. What he needed this early into the game were options. The fight earlier showed him the value of being able to choose his fights, his not being able to reverse fast enough forced him into the fight, so he would need a dedicated light tank with good reverse gear. Another was the fight with the Nevermorse. Sure, he got lucky at the beginning, but it took way too long to take down aerial enemies, which led to him wasting his time. He could resist and even completely nullify their attacks all day, but he still needed to fight back effectively. So he needed a dedicated anti-air vehicle. Looking through the technology tree, he settled on two choices. The SD, KFC.234/2 and the Flakpanzer I for the choices respectively. He could live with his medium tank for general travel, but he could get more options for missions. He first had to get 4 more vehicles in the I rank, so he first bought Flakpanzer I for 4,000 RP and 2,100 SL. SL equals 176,106 174,006 SL. Vehicle RP equals 31,373 27, 373 RP. Next, he bought up towards the SD, KFC.234/2. He needed to buy the previous vehicles before getting towards it though, so he spent RP and SL. SL equals 174,006 154,906 SL. Vehicle RP equals 27, 373 6,673 RP. Finally, he fully modified his current tank since he was going to be using it. It still could work, so he didn't need to upgrade his medium tanks. SL equals 154,906 152,206 SL. Mod RP equals 5,540 RP. Today was already a long enough day, he just wanted to rest his mind after a mentally exhausting journey. He needed to go back towards Vale. He didn't need to enter the city itself, but he could use its presence to avoid Grimm randomly clawing at him while he tried to rest. They couldn't hurt him, but it was still annoying, to say the least. Trying to navigate in the dark, he let out bursts of fire to somewhat get a grasp on his whereabouts as he moved through the ruined battlefield. He left the forest in after his battle with the massive Ursa Major. As he followed the compass south towards the city, he could see the lights of buildings illuminating the area. Arriving at the hill, he officially met Blake as he turned off his engine and felt himself close his metaphorical eyes, and finally slept as he felt the freezing breeze touch the metal plates he had. In Atlas. A tall and stoic-looking man was currently sitting in his pristine-looking office. He had been staying up all night gathering the forces he thought necessary to secure the machine he had been shown by Ojban through videos. He had been looking through the same videos and photos over and over again, looking for anything that he could recognize from the technology Atlas had. He had a lot of scientists immediately cross-reference their archives in their lab with the tank the moment the video had been sent. It could be technology undiscovered during the Great War, or it could be from an ancient civilization that lived before the creation of the Four Kingdoms, he thought. Its design and the wheels it had were curious. There wasn't a moment where the Atlesian general had been asking close friends, contacts, and associates to get their opinion on how this machine had been made. He even had Dr. Pietro Polendina, the scientist who created Penny Polendina, look over the machine's apparent consciousness. He was the one researching man-made souls and the head of robotics research. He had shown the photos and videos directly to Pietro personally. At the sight of this, Pietro promptly fainted before waking up an hour later. The tank had no discernible technology to give the thing a consciousness, at least to the footage he had gotten. It was very different from whatever robots Pietro personally had a hand in seeing or making. He needed a deeper dive into the machine for him to find out. Meanwhile, Ironwood was organizing a team of expert pilots and specialized teams to make sure to capture the machine. They were to strike somewhere around noon, which will give them ample time to prepare and instruct the formed team's order to restrain the object. Ojban would not interfere as long as he kept Vale out of the situation, but he was confident that the Atlesian forces could execute the operation successfully. The units he put in place were the best of the best after all. Are we clear on the plan? Ironwood was going over the information on the holographic table. Crystal, sir. A fair-skinned young woman with blue eyes and long white hair tied back in a bun stood across the Atlesian general. Dressed in a white military uniform of Atlesian design. You are free to go, Specialist Schnee. Ironwood said as he closed the hologram on the table. After dismissing his most prized specialist, he could finally rest after staying up all night creating this plan. We will finally have the edge against her. Salem, as he heard from Ojban, was the one who unleashed the scourge called Grimm throughout Remnant. He'd have seen firsthand the atrocities the Grimm made throughout the years it fought against humanity. Once they could secure the machine, Ironwood can finally equip Atlas to protect the world from her cruelty. It didn't cross his mind that forcefully dissecting and containing a sentient machine could be considered cruel. This won't matter for him, it's a small sacrifice for the world. His conscience was clear, at least for him. It will all begin tomorrow. Ironwood stared into the frigid snow-covered landscape far away and the city lights flickering away in the night. He had steeled himself for what's to come in the near future. Chapter 11, The Calm. Hans had woken up feeling great. The events from yesterday finally fully settled in his mind, and he could let his theorist's brain think hard about what to do now. He looked through his HUD to see that the two easy tasks were now turned into medium missions. The easy missions got me about 2,000 RP and 5,000 SL each. How much should I expect from the medium ones? Double, perhaps even triple. It was a guaranteed source of income for Hans. Farming Grimm by searching the area will get worse over time. If he wanted to get more SL and RP from doing battles, he needed to go beyond the area of Forever Fall, which is problematic for Hans. Throughout yesterday, he had already emptied the surrounding area of Grimm. It would take even more time to wait for the Grimm to repopulate or migrate back into the area. For now, he could just move to another side of the walls surrounding the city of Vale, but the rewards would vary depending on how much Grimm there'd be. Daily missions and events were his most stable income right now, so he had to finish them until the 22-hour reset time was up. Looking through the bottom of his HUD, Hans now eyed the newly unlocked crew slot he was given as a reward for beating the gigantic Ursa Major. 1 # crew status. Notice, no vehicle assigned to this crew. 0/ afflictions. So I just need to find a crew. Should it be filling up all the crew slots, or can I just make one person man the guns or drive the tank by themselves? Hans could select tanks that he already unlocked and somehow make a crew drive it around. He needed some people to help to test out its limit along with the squad function. Blake and her team could help him test it out, but today was probably the day of their initiation, so he didn't know if Blake had the time. She could probably help Hans test it out during the night, but he would rather have the entire team fully comprehend the squad and crew mates' functions. Hans pushed all of those thoughts to the back of his mind for now. Looking through the tech tree, he scrolled through the various tanks and eyed the requirements for the Tiger H1. Notice, rank 3 is locked. You need to purchase 5 more vehicles of the 2 rank. I could go for PZ4H and unlock 3 tanks that way. I'll go through the SPAA vehicles to get the first 2 rank available. As for the last tank, I'll just get the Martyr 3 or something, though I won't use it. Hans did some quick math and determined that he'd need around 60,000 RP and maybe 150,000 SL to get all the requirements for the 3 rank. Then he'd need 26,000 RP and 110,000 SL to get the Tiger H1 itself. He still didn't know how long it would take for him to grind it out, but he was planning on finding out today. Hans took note of the plan of action he would do to finally get a heavy tank. He couldn't wait to finally be a moving bunker of death, but he had to farm for that. Bullseye, make the required number of critical hits 0/26. Hard targets, destroy the evolved versions of enemies 0/4. Right, time to go. Hans switched to his SD, KFC.234-2 for its faster and better handling as he traverses further along the walls of the city of Vale where the Grimm had not yet been annihilated by Hans. Using the gunner view to get more distance to see, he could work out roaming bands of Grimm idling along the edge of the forest surrounding the city of Vale. A few beowulfs, ursa, and borbatusks lurking around their respective species. It was easy to spot now that it was day, he could easily spot black masses moving around in the contrasting crimson landscape of Forever Fall. 5 hours later. SL equals 152,206 201,738 SL. Mod RP equals 07,845 RP. Vehicle RP equals 6,673 20,586 RP. Convertible RP equals 29,028 39,643 RP. Hans had at first only wanted to do the medium missions, but seeing all the undisturbed, juicy, and easy sources of SL and RP in the form of various Grimm made him unable to resist mowing them down with ease. The new tanks he got were speeding up the process of farming. Unlike last time when he was limited to what type of targets he was going for. Armored targets took way too long while airborne ones were nearly impossible until he got lucky to get a few shots in. Now that has all changed. Whenever he had seen Nevermorse he switched to his Flakpanzer I, and whenever he saw harder armored enemies he used his SD, KFC.234/2. For the other Grimm, he just stayed still and let them beat themselves up trying to go through the Panzer III's armor. The only kind of difficulty he had faced was when 3 Alpha Beowulfs along with their respective packs coalesced into a single spot. He used his SD, KFC.234-2 to drift around the horde of enemies and took out their entourage of Beowulfs until he was only left with the Alphas. They tried the same strategy from the last time he met Alpha Beowulfs, but this time his experience was different. When they all attacked from different directions at once, he just backed away and drove backward, switching through his gunner and driver's view to navigate through the woods while cackling maniacally at their inability to reach him. He danced around the Beowulfs for a while, eventually getting bored, and just shot them with a single round each until they all died. He didn't receive any kind of damage from the 5 hours. He wiped out another area of Grimm in a fraction of the time he used to do it. It's so much more efficient to grind now thanks to the SD, KFC.234/2. I should just switch to driving this around permanently, but there's always the chance the moderator decides to put down Godzilla on my ass. So I still need to use either mediums or heavies while in dangerous territory. I still haven't accepted the rewards for my medium missions, so this much RP and SL is definitely great for 5 hours of grinding. Looking through his HUD, he accepted the rewards for the medium mission and awaited the SL and RP to go to his account. Daily mission finished. SL equals 201,738 221,738 SL. Vehicle RP equals 20,586 25, 586 RP. Nice. 5,000 RP and 20,000 SL is amazing for a medium mission. He clicked through the notifications and accepted the other medium task. He would seriously be investing in some special tasks if mediums gave this much. Maybe try to get some events to shop up while he was grinding. Moderator could be nice and place another big Grimm for him to take down. Daily mission finished. SL equals 221,738 SL 241,738 SL. Vehicle RP equals 25,586 30,586 RP. He had enough RP to go halfway into the requirements for rank 3. Hans took a look at the PZ4 line and bought 3 vehicles until he reached Panzer IV-H. SL equals 241,738 171,738 SL. Vehicle RP equals 30,586 2,486 RP. Alright, this'll be my default vehicle until I get the Tiger H1. He clicked on the Panzer IV-H and once again felt his entire body change and morph into the new tank. He was enjoying the fact that every time he changed into a vehicle he could feel his entire body popping out metal parts from himself and switching into another vehicle. It was therapeutic since it felt like a masseuse just massaged him for a day straight. Hans whistled to himself with the new tank he was in. It was thicker at the front by a larger ratio. The gun he felt kept getting longer and wider. It would pack a very intense punch, its armor-piercing capability was very high and its post-penetration was amazing. Enough to go through 100mm thick steel armor at over a kilometer. Not only that, he had access to an HE shell that could wipe out entire armies of Grimm just from the explosive mass and shrapnel that it would spew out. Man, is this how Miho Nishizumi felt when she was in her version of the Panzer IV-H? I should test out this cannon at something, though I need to find another pack of Grimm. He looked around with his sights, but kilometers away were just filled with red leaves littering the floor and no more Grimm in sight. Man, I'd have to go further and further away just to find something worth testing this out on. Suddenly, while looking in the distance trying to look for Grimm, he spotted a small fleet of what looked like airships and bullheads flying in the sky with dozens of arms displayed on them. It's 2 months too early for the Vital Festival, so why the hell are the Elysian fleet moving towards Vale? Hans thought for a moment. Was it Blake? Did she reveal me? No, it's Blake we're talking about. I can't see her doing that to me. Since when did Atlas find out about my existence? He thought of the possibilities before concluding. Was I being watched the entire time? He peered through the scope of his gun and looked carefully among the walls of Vale. There he spotted a glint from the lens of a tiny camera impeded in the walls themselves. So that's how. Ironwood must have been notified by Ojban and is now moving around his navy towards here of all places. Hans inwardly frowned. Was this the first response someone would make if I didn't even do anything remotely hostile towards anyone other than Grimm? If they had eyes on me the whole time and I was exposed this early, they would have enough to know that I was a friend, not an enemy. Hans looked back at the camera inside the walls. You've got your work cut out for you, Ojban. Perhaps it's time to show the world why Ironwood isn't exactly the most competent person to put in the leadership of an entire army and nation. Hans gazes back to the dozens of spider droids being carried by the small fleet along with airships filled with what he assumed were soldiers. They had their own lives, he thought. If it's for what I have in mind, then maybe I can try dash. He pauses. No, I need to not show mercy. Hans vaguely remembers clips of Ironwood and his eventual downfall to being crazy. A man with goals they were willing to follow at any cost can be both good and bad. He needed to be stopped, in more ways than one. Though Hans himself didn't realize that they were in a similar boat. Killing a few soldiers wouldn't faze Hans. It was for a good cause for him after all. A few broken eggs is a small price to pay for an omelet. Hans was a normal person, but even he succumbs to desensitizing himself towards matters of war. Civilians were people to him, but soldiers? They could only follow, willingly follow at that, a man that was certain to have intentions. Show no weakness. He'll try to come back, knowing him. He mentally readied himself. He was disappointed at the soldiers. No one would be bringing that many massive droids for a show and tell in Vale, not with the events of canon still being months away. With all that in mind, Hans still held some doubt but was overshadowed by his desire to try and prevent Atlas' destruction. Okay, if they resign themselves to trying to do this. Then I hope the world won't blame me for fighting back too much. Hans once again peered through his scope, now with the rangefinder estimating the range of one of the Elysian ships flying through the air. He took note of the Elysian bullhead carrying a massive droid underneath it. Spider droids, at least they didn't use too many soldiers. After the rangefinder calculated its approximate distance, Hans directly aimed at one of the bullheads and felt the spark inside himself. He lets out an ear-shattering boom as he fires off a shell into the distance toward the airship. The sound thundered and reverberated around him. The air got warmer as the shell spun and sped off into the distance, curling in leaves and kicking up dust from the power of the gun. Hans felt the recoil from the gun pushing the entire tank backward. His suspension buckled from the intense firepower he displayed. In the distance, the pilot of the bullhead could only live to see the few moments of his life flash orange and red. Chapter 12, The Storm. 30 minutes earlier. Winter Schnee was currently bound for Vale along with the best huntsmen and huntresses turned operatives of their year. The Aesops. They were the best of the best in the military of Atlas. They had multiple victories and contributions to their name, and they were to join with her on the classified mission, hence their presence in the same bullhead together. The bullhead they were in prepared to take off as the other Elysian airships carried other personnel on board. Ironwood had informed her along with the Aesops of the consciousness of the machine they were going to be bringing in. Soldiers were also brought in with a large device specially made to contain the unknown machine. They were commissioned by Ironwood at the last second, and Atlas had the engineers work on it overnight. It was an enlarged magnetic harpoon that could be shot at the target. Ironwood was confident that it could secure the steel-made object as long as it could get it to close range. The bullheads finally left the ground and took off into the air. Theirs were just behind the other dozen bullheads carrying military apparatus. Particularly, all of the prototype spider droids were being used in this mission. Ironwood assured her that it was necessary to bring in this much firepower. It was also a good chance to test out the field effectiveness of the prototypes. As the bullhead rode over the ocean separating Atlas and Vale, RWBY, the leader of the Aesops, stood up to address his team. While Winter was part of the operation, she was independent of the commands of the Aesops. She was a separate acting group working with and not for the Aesops. Listen up fellas, while we're on our way over to Vale. I find it necessary to inform you of our role in this operation, don't want to make yourself too comfortable right, he chuckled. We are to strictly support the Harpoon teams on this one, while this may have surprised you all that we have been called upon to do so, Ironwood has specified that he needed a team dedicated to providing support. So I'll go over the plan again. The plan formed by Ironwood was simple, Winter and the Aesops were to distract the machine by using the spider droids as fodder. The Harpoon teams needed minutes to set up the device to ensure the machine's capture and it is their job to protect those teams. They were informed of the regenerative and self-evolving nature of the machine so Ironwood saw it wise to bring out all the stops in this operation while making sure it stayed relatively small scale to not scare the population. Using a field exercise excuse would make Vale and its citizens not aware of the ongoing mission and any droids taken out can be attributed to accidents. As RWBY finished debriefing the mission over to his team, the rest of the bullheads finally saw the continent at which Vale resided. They were only a few minutes away from the zone the machine was last seen and observed. Specialist Schnee, the Aesops leader, saluted. Winter returned the gesture before the Aesops continued. We look forward to working with you. As do I, Aesop's leader RWBY, she returned the sentiment towards the fellow soldier. Clover lets out a snort at the absurdly long way to address him. Just call me Clover, don't need to be formal while we're in the field. Just as he finished, the pilot from the bullhead announces to the group. We are closely approaching the drop zone. Prepare to dash. A large burst of light came from the bullhead in front of them, and the remains of the airship were sent plummeting towards the ground as the spider droid was detached prematurely before it could arrive at the designated point. Mayday! Made a dash, the co-pilot screamed out before their bullhead spirals out in the air and turns part of the forest into an inferno. We lost all contact with Courier Eye. Your command specialist, the pilot steering their bullhead asks. The unexpected and sudden elimination of one of their bullheads at the front shook the entire fleet but Winter stayed calm. Tell the entire fleet to deploy early, let the spider droids take the brunt of the damage. Tell the crews to assemble immediately and set up at the point. She commanded. Another shell comes into contact with the fleet and hits the tail of one of the airships carrying one of the Harpoon teams. It was beginning to spiral out of control as they crash-landed on the ground. The entire fleet radios back as the spider droids get dropped and clear an area for one of the Harpoon teams to organize. The Aesops followed Winter Schnee as they descended to the cleared ground and set towards the fallen airship. The spider droids stood up and formed into their cannon forms before one got its barrel shot through and exploded while the dust it was carrying acted as a secondary explosion and let out an even more devastating explosion soon after the other. The Aesops and Schnee, which will be referred to as the team, felt the air shake from the massive explosion as they began to move out towards the downed Harpoon team to aid them in moving through the forest. Another shell whistled through the air and struck a spider droid before its upper part got severed in half and exploded in a blaze. The team immediately went into action and located the first Harpoon team and directed them to where they should set up. Several spider droids were now engaging the tank. The droids were firing dust-powered energy blasts towards the tank only for it to seemingly do nothing. The blasts only left black burn marks on the front part of the tank while Hans himself were destroying spider droid after spider droid while driving away, making sure to not stay in one spot. The droids that were supposed to be tough enough to resist higher caliber weapons were being destroyed so easily. The cannons they had kept firing but were only met with the spider droid's destruction soon after they fired. Another shell penetrates a nearby spider droid as the first Harpoon team finally gets into position. The team tries to cross along the forest only for them to directly come across the steel behemoth staring them down while it is moving through the trees. Contact. Hans fired and he rounded at the group. They only had a few seconds to react as the shell traveled through the air. Winter immediately formed a glyph to run on and narrowly avoid the blast. Vine took hold of Elm and Marrow with his extendable arms as Harriet used her super speed to tackle Vine away, carrying the others in the process while Clover just ran towards the direction of the tank. After the he detonates, Clover's semblance activates and the shrapnel that he sent was going in all directions except for where Clover was. The explosion itself lifts the earth below it and makes it erupt into the air as it leaves a crater in the ground. The team recovers from Harriet's tackle. Marrow immediately stood up and looked at where the shell came from. Stay. His semblance would hopefully keep the machine steady while the others gathered the harpoons. Unfortunately for him, Hans had already sped away while he fired the he round towards the Aesops. The team reorganizes and calls in for the second harpoon team that's supposed to hold the turret of the tank. Come in Shackle 2, come in Shackle 2. What is your position? Hans at this point had already taken down all of the spider droids, unbeknownst to the team. He was in the process of taking down stragglers that were around the forest, including the soldiers that fell out during his second round, impacting their airship's tail. These people are planning something. Hans thought. He was not going to take a chance. No matter how strong he is, there will still be something that could go wrong. The soldier from earlier yelling something in the forest away from him was proof of that. He had to have a special semblance if he were yelling that out loud, perhaps a condition it required him to do. Hans hadn't finished RWBY, he was busy farming in War Thunder before getting whisked away in Remnant, so he didn't know of the Aesops. He didn't reach the later volumes. It didn't help that he could barely remember anything after Volume 3. He was confident that he could prevent those events by just outright killing everything in sight near Vale. He came across a group of soldiers trying to get some equipment that looked like an oversized harpoon gun with a grey field surrounding it. Not taking any chances of them firing the thing at him and finding out what it did, he just chose the he shell, hesitantly waited but fired it at the center of the soldiers eventually. The shot was fast, it didn't let the soldiers scream as an explosion consumed their bodies. As limbs were flying and the harpoon-like weapon exploded, the soldiers still left barely alive but bleeding profusely tried to fire back in vain. No, stay away, one of the soldiers desperately fired their rifle at the tank. I hope it was worth following Ironwood. One of the soldiers, still breathing, places his hand towards his ear and radios in one final statement to the Aesops, Winter, and the remainder of the Atlesian forces. Retreat. He uttered. Upon hearing of the call, the team decided to abandon the mission and planned to return to their ships that still could fly away. They hastened their retreat and brought along the first harpoon team that still lived. The machine is too strong. It evolved way too quickly for us to match its power. Winter thought. Her calm demeanor was now waning in the face of destruction from the machine. As they reached the bullhead still standing, the Aesops quickly aided the crew still left onto bullheads. Winter announced to the group on her radio. I'll distract the machine, get to the air and retreat out of here. They could try and escape right now, but if they did, they were going to be at the mercy of the tank still being able to fire at them in the sky. Someone had to keep its attention long enough until the bullheads could reach a higher altitude. She formed glyphs on the ground, trying desperately to find the machine before coming face to face with the thing that annihilated the task force meant to catch it. She made a time dilation glyph beneath her as she prepared to fight the machine. Hans meanwhile stared at the white-haired woman seemingly staying behind to fight him. So she is still following around Ironwood. I feel a bit bad for her, but I need to show Atlas why following that man around will eventually lead to a wrong decision being executed. Hans only felt slight remorse for the faceless grunts he had been killing. It was just another man behind a gun and a mask. No feelings were shown to those who he didn't know personally. He still felt bad, but they did sign up for this line of work, he thought. Hans felt Winter was different. Not knowing who that person Hans was fighting made it so much easier to take their lives without regret. Though, Hans took into consideration what Winter had, a little sister, a father who she detests, and a genuine concern for her nation. Hans didn't know it, but behind every gun was a person. He unintentionally proves this statement by trying to spare Winter her death precisely because he personally knew Winter through the show. As for the soldiers, Hans didn't care. Why would he? If their deaths can save Atlas from being under the rule of Ironwood in the future, then all for it. Hans didn't think of their lives too much because he didn't know enough about them behind their profession being soldiers. Despite feeling bad for Winter, Hans didn't show mercy on the soldiers that gave their lives away. Though if he didn't cause death to Atlas, then Ironwood wouldn't be blamed as much for the failure, but if he could just show them that Ironwood wasn't always the right person to follow, then Atlas can still be saved. He only hoped that it wouldn't derail canon too much. Hans then started to talk in a crispy voice. Why? The machine echoed. It can talk. Winter sounded in her mind, still keeping her face unmoving despite the shock. I did not wrong Atlas in any way, yet you soldiers seem so brazen to attack me despite me clearing out Grimm. You humans have fought for your entire existence. Hans pauses. So answer me, why? Why do you follow your orders? It's for the sake of Atlas and her people, Winter immediately replied. Hans scoffs at the statement. Look around you. Aren't these the soldiers part of Atlas? Were these lives not taken into consideration for the people that you were meant to save? Winter twitched. Was Ironwood like that? No, maybe a few dead can still outweigh the lives saved by completing our mission. It's all for Atlas. No reply. Well, maybe action will make you talk. Hans fired and he rounded at Winter, knowing fully that she could just form a glyph to protect her. Winter did as he expected and blocked the he shell with a glyph she formed. She felt her arms feel the pressure of blocking the he shell. She took note of how the one attack took away an eighth of her aura reserves. I'll just have to keep dodging until I know that the bullheads can escape. She catches her breath after getting a sizable distance away. She tried attacking with her Nevermore summons, trying to strike the machine, but it just ignored the damage as if it were nothing. Hans knew what she was trying to do, so he just aimed his cannon towards the bullheads in the distance. Winter immediately reacted by dashing towards it and using ice dust to freeze it in place. Hans smirked inwards as he knew his bait worked as he let out machine gun fire at the wide-open Schnee. Winter felt every bullet impact her body as she was sent flying before stopping herself mid-air with a glyph and making her way on top of Hans. She began to plant her rapier on the top of Hans and made use of her dust to try and freeze it in place again. Feeling the cooler temperature, Hans drove forwards while spinning his turret to get her off. She managed to stay on by cancelling her dust and creating a glyph to make her stick on Hans. She took a look at the bullheads flying away and saw them get away at a higher altitude. Confident she created enough time for the surviving task force to retreat, she leaped off and ran straight away into the forest. She couldn't head to the city of Vale because of Ironwood's promise to Ojban to not let Vale get involved. So she had to just keep running with her glyphs. Hans sighed and estimated on the top of his head how far he had to fire. Constantly grinding in Forever Fall made it so he could practically guess the distance if he recognized the area for long enough. He aimed at Winter, who was trying to zigzag to avoid getting shot. He felt the shell leave his barrel as it made its way to Winter's position. Winter heard the cannon shoot and immediately formed a manticore summon with her glyph and rode on it, narrowly dodging the shell Hans fired. Hans was impressed with Winter. She had been a good enough fighter to recognize his weakness to height and took the risk of leaping on his roof. Mission accomplished. SL equals 152,206 338,206 SL. Vehicle RP equals 6,673 49,368 RP. Ugh. Chapter 13, News Flash. Robots had made a good source of SL and RP, perhaps them being mechanical added more value to them. He had succeeded in driving away Ironwood's task force and just wanted to relax for a moment. He looked at the sky to see the position of the sun. It's only noon. Atlas took a lot out on me. Speaking of which, the mod RP he got from the fight could upgrade and modify his tank to the max. The cost was particularly concerning for Hans. SL was going to be more important as time went on. He shivered as he remembers the times his tanks beyond 6.0 battle rating cost tens of thousands of SL just to repair each game. SL equals 338,206, 23,800 314,406 SL. These small modifications are going to drain my resources after a while. Once again, bright light emanated from himself as he felt parts of his body change. New shells were added as options and his overall mobility improved. He could now repair during battle, which he was nervous about during his fight with Atlas. Hans opened the ground tech tree for Germany and found the SPAAs he wanted to buy. He took a look at their stats and slightly frowned at what was displayed. It's a bit slower at firing than I wanted it to be than what I have. He was considering just using the Flakpanzer I despite getting a better upgrade. He would keep using his current SPAA for now up until he could get it to rank 3. He clicked on the tanks and confirmed his purchases. SL equals 314,406, 44,300 270,106 SL. Vehicle RP equals 49,368, 16,932,468 RP. Damn, just a bit short on RP. I should be able to get more if I travel further north past Forever Fall. The journey would be long. He would need to spend the majority of the day just driving to find more Grimm. He needed to find a better source of Grimm since his base of operations on the hill near Vale was constantly being watched. It was far too. He could get inside Vale itself to gain access to dust, but that's for later, he thought. But because he killed all the surrounding Grimm in Forever Fall, he needed to travel further away just to find stuff to farm, which was getting problematic considering that Vale was going to be empty of Grimm eventually. After I unlock rank 3s I should be able to get the Tiger H1 after today. He prepares mentally for the boring ride over as he distances himself further and further away from the city of Vale and its walls. In Beacon Academy. And finally, Blake Belladonna, Ruby Rose, Weiss Schnee, and Yang Xiao Long, Ojban announces. The four of you retrieved the White Knight pieces. From this forward, you will work together as Team RWBY, led by RWBY Rose. A visibly irritated Weiss confused Ruby and a proud Yang reacted to the revelation. After their initiation ended on an interesting note, with Ruby decapitating a giant nevermore, Blake had been silent the whole time. Seeing new people, discounting the tank she met, was certainly a bit daunting. Last night they tried talking to her but she couldn't be bothered to be engrossed in pointless chatter, though she did hold a higher opinion on Ruby after her hero talk. As for the other people on her team, she was indifferent to Yang, she seemed nice enough. Weiss though, don't even get her started. I wonder how the machine I met was doing. Blake had already tuned out the rest of the day of school, which was filled with Yang pestering Ruby about being the leader while Weiss grumped all the way over to their dorms. It was as clear as the scar on her face that she held disdain for the headmaster's choice of leader. As if she expected to be one. Typical Schnee. She snarked in her mind. As they walked towards their dorms ready to sleep in for the night, chatter came from the various students scattered around the school. At first, Blake couldn't care enough to listen but one word got her attention. Atlas. Have you seen the news lately? A boy asked his friend. No. Why? Did something happen? White Fang maybe, the friend replied. Why do these people think it's going to be the White Fang for every problem that shows up in the news, narrowing her eyes at the comment. Sure they were terrorists, but not everything has to be about them, right? No, dude. Gunfire was heard from beyond the walls. Lisa Lavender went in herself to get the big scoop and her crew filmed dozens of ruined droids. Not only that, the biggest piece of info was the fact that a small army of Elysian soldiers was dead. The boy waved his arms as he talked. Gunfire? Atlas? Dead? I have a feeling that the machine must have done it. It seemed nice enough to me, so what Atlas did must have had it coming for them. It seemed like the conversation had also been kept close to attention by her teammates, as when they went to their dorms, Weiss, Yang, and Ruby immediately took out their scrolls to look at the news. The headlines were on full display for Team RWBY to look at. Elysian fleet destroyed. Remains found on the outskirts of Vale. Atlas, accident or attacked. General Ironwood responds to training exercise went wrong. Elysian incompetence caught in 4K. The stories were still rolling in. Blake even had to bring up her scroll to look at the photos of the droid. Aren't these spider droids? Weiss screams out. They were supposed to be in a testing facility. Why would they be in Vale? She continues. Sensing the opportune moment, Yang suddenly blurts out. Don Chamin, why Ironwood they be in Vale? Ruby palms her face in response. Yang. Now's not really the time for your lame puns, this is actually serious. Ignoring the rambling of the group, Blake returns to her open thoughts. She looked through the photos that could be found in the articles and spotted a peculiar imprint on the ground. Unlike before, Hans tracks would leave nothing on the ground for people to follow or discover his existence. Thanks to the dirt and leaves constantly shifting in the wind, his earlier tanks were lighter weight, but now that he'd upgraded to a much heavier tank it could be seen on the ground if you look closely enough. Tank treads are left near the scenes of destroyed spider droids. What have you gotten yourself into? It hasn't even been a day in her new place in Beacon and already she was involved with someone that destroyed part of the Elysian fleet. Though she was a bit happy that Atlas had lost to the machine she met. Blake let out a small chuckle as she thought of her conversing with a machine. Maybe she'd get the chance to speak to it again, although it was going to be hard to talk to something that doesn't even have a mouth. Weiss notices the small chuckle Blake let out and stomps over to her general direction and confronts her. And what is so funny to you? Weiss snapped. Lives were involved in the horrid accident that befallen the Elysian military. Nothing, it's just that I finally know what to expect with Elysians. Blake put down her scroll and returned to the new side story of her favorite book series. No, it wasn't smut, it is a genuinely good book with a great plot. Meanwhile, Weiss just stared at the uncaring nature of Blake before realizing the comment Blake mentioned. Her face contorted to confusion then transitioned into fury. What is that supposed to mean? In Atlas. The general stood at the window once more, gazing at the distant frigid wastelands of Atlas. The operation had failed, spectacularly at that too. Half dead and more injured, it seems like it wasn't enough for their cannon fodder for them to secure the machine. We will redo the operation, he states. Behind him across his table were the Aesops and Winter standing at attention before Marrow, the newest of the Aesops, steps forward. Sir, if I may, you told us this thing keeps evolving. We have already brought out what we can to capture the thing. How many more droids and men will it take to bring it down? Are you questioning the general's orders, Marrow? Harriet grabs his shoulders in an interrogatory way. Seeing the situation, one of the other members of the Aesops pulls them apart with his semblance. Now, the man says. Vine was the more reserved of the Aesops and tried resolving his team's apparent confrontation with each other. Don't be so aggressive. We are all curious about what our next step is, agreed. The rest of the team showed slight approval of the statement. Even Harriet started to calm down after her confrontation with Marrow. Winter suddenly joins in to weigh in on her concerns. What is your next plan, General? She had seen firsthand how the machine worked. It could take down spider droid after spider droid and their blasts didn't even seem to affect it. She even had a bout with the machine before safely escaping the area. Winter recalled the machine's conversation with her. It was tough, Winter would rather not pursue it through force if possible. Lives were going to be spent more and more if it evolves. Ironwood turned around and addressed the Aesops and Winter's inquiries. The media has been hounding us for information about this development. I need to calm them down somehow. We will eventually try again, but next time, I will bring down the entire might of Atlas. He chalked this failure up to not being serious in capturing the machine. If he had 20 more spider droids, no, 100 more spider droids, he could have a chance at taking the machine back to Atlas. It was for the safety of Remnant, he justified. For now, you will return to your previous duties as instructed. Dismissed. As the Aesops and Winter file out of the room, the general was left in his thoughts on how to talk to Ashman on this. He failed, but he certainly wouldn't give up. He pondered on the issue while he sat alone in his office, the air getting colder as he did so. In an unknown location, a scruffy old man was choking on his flask as he read the news that popped up in his scroll's news feed. It was the image of a certain Atlesian general bowing in respect to the dead and the military accident that happened. Crow knew that this whole thing started because Ironwood couldn't get his machine boner to go down. This led to him apparently losing an entirety of his spider droid prototypes on the ground, mangled and destroyed. While he led an entire team of soldiers to their deaths. The public would be kept from the true reason, but Crow, Glinda, and Ashman knew what true purpose he was doing in Vale. Wahaha. Jimmy has done it yet again. We told him it was a bad idea and looked at what happened. I needed that, Jimmy, thanks for waking me up for today. He picked up his weapon and got up from the tree he was leaning against. He took in another swig from his flask and continued on his way. He had been searching for clues relating to those who attacked Amber earlier this month. He was getting a bit preoccupied with killing Grimm along the way, but he could handle the day and nights with no human contact. He stumbled on towns but went straight to the bar to get info. It was how he did his job for the past years of his life. This time though was different. Crow genuinely sobered up from the shocking and hilarious news of Ironwood getting his ass hooped by that machine he stumbled across while in Forever Fall. I can't wait to tell him I told you so, in person. Chapter 14, From Dust to Dust. It was in the middle of the night in Vale, the city quiets down and those in the criminal profession were enacting their dubious deeds. The cover the night provided made it possible for criminals to avoid the authorities, someone like a certain criminal mastermind, Roman Torchwick, who was currently in an unnamed warehouse somewhere in the industrial district. He checks the case after giving out pay to the White Fang grunt who brought it to him. He checks the contents and scoffs. We're gonna need more men. He had been forced to work by his employer to rob the city of every single dust it could produce and carry. It was not his day today, but nevertheless, he did what he does best. If only the White Fang could frankly cooperate with him. Meanwhile, Beacon Academy and its students were already sleeping in, while some still did things like study, playing video games on their scroll, and other activities. For a certain feline friend, Blake was still reading the book she had. Being a faunus meant she could take advantage of her night vision and stay up late during the night. It was quiet and no pesky people were pestering her while she read a book. At least that was true until she kept hearing a voice with no one nearby to say it. No, she wasn't crazy and her teammates were definitely asleep. She made sure after all, that reading the plot-driven story of Ninjas of Love was risky for various reasons. Blake, can you get some dust and meet me at the hill we met on? A crisp voice resounded in her mind. She knew who, or rather what was talking to her. The machine she met 2 days ago has now apparently obtained an ability that acted like telepathy. Blake of course said no in her mind. It was in the middle of the night on a chilly day. She wasn't going to fetch dust for the machine. She thought of a reply but the message kept repeating over and over. Thinking she could only reply in verbal means, she kept saying no quietly to not wake the others. "Blake, can you get some dust and meet me at the hill we met on?" the voice told her again. "Fine." She finally had enough, she couldn't focus on the contents of the book she was reading. Getting off from her resting place, she fetched her dust supply and wore her combat clothes. She wasn't going to go out into the wild with nothing but pajamas. Taking Gamble's shroud, she walked towards the window and slowly creaked it open. Alright, it seems like they're still asleep. She glanced behind to see every member of Team RWBY still sleeping soundly. Blake leaped off the building and carefully made her way to the bottom of the school. Unbeknownst to her, a certain team leader was still awake when she heard the window creak open. She had stayed up late to study and eventually try nodding off to sleep, but the coffee in her hadn't worn off. She just kept her eyes closed, but she suddenly heard Blake rustling around and saying no repeatedly at herself. Why's Blake leaving in the middle of the night? Blake would need a bullhead to travel to Vale, but she couldn't catch one now that all the bullheads had left for the day. But if the machine is going to keep talking to her all night, then she might as well climb the whole way down so she could focus on her book. After an exhausting journey down from Beacon Academy, she could feel herself getting tired from traveling down the cliff Beacon was on. She eventually made her way into Vale and crossed the walls before setting foot in Forever Fall. She looked around for Grimm, but she couldn't see anything for meters away. She took note of the slight dents in the ground that littered the hill. So the machine has been around here for a long time now. She focused on her hearing and could hear in the distance an engine running amongst the ambient night. Deciding that it would be faster to get to the machine than wait for it, she traveled through the trees. She headed off in the direction of the light humming of an engine. She was about to reach the place before the engine noise was silenced. She landed on the ground after reaching the last known place the sound came from and looked around. Before she could react, a loud and aggressive growl was heard from the tree line. Instinctively, she immediately fired in the direction of the growl. "Whoa, hey, hey. Sorry, I wanted to scare you, but you shouldn't just shoot before seeing." Blake immediately went into a combat stance. "Who are you? Wow, I am saddened to hear that you already forgot about me after 2 days." Blake raised both of her eyebrows as she realized that the machine could now speak. Before she could reply, the growl became a roar of an engine as Hans revealed himself to the cat faunus. His Tiger H1 pushed down trees with its heavy weight. The roar became louder and louder as the vehicle crept up towards Blake. It was almost twice her height. Hans' track left massive patterns on the ground as the tracks he had shaken and rattled along the dirt. She heard the deep noise of the engine humming through the air as the massive cannon revealed itself staring at her face. Hydraulics within the tank sounded as the turret turned itself. The colossal heavily armored vehicle has now fully shown itself. The edges of the tank glistened under the soft light of the moon, while its barrel painted an intimidating figure. She couldn't imagine how strong that thing could be. She wanted to find out, but it would probably wake half the city. Hello Blake," the crisp-sounding voice spoke again. "Huh? You've been staring at me the whole time. Do you have the dust?" Blake snapped out of her surprise and handed over some crystals and refined versions of dust. She was curious as to how the vehicle ran. If it was wanting dust, how was it able to run without dust as a fuel source? Dust was basically the only used energy source in Remnant. The machine just kept getting more alien the more she interacted with it. "So, how do I hand it over to you?" Blake asked. Hans metaphorically slapped himself in the face as he realized that he didn't know how to use the dust. Checking his HUD, he went to the help page to use up his question for the moderator. "Hey moderator, how do I use dust in my tank?" "You can't directly use it until you put it inside yourself in the form you want to. For your shells, you have to get someone to make a round and modify it with dust. After it gets loaded and fired, you then unlock it as a shell choice. Though, you need dust to enter your storage in the tank itself for it to replenish. Basically, after loading a single round, you need dust to enter you to create more rounds. This is true for any kind of shell you want outside War Thunder," the moderator replied. To be able to do all that, he needed someone to make a dust-infused round with his shell. He couldn't just enter the city and ask some smith to make it for him, could he? After confirming what he planned on doing, he returned to Blake, who was still offering him the dust she brought. "Do you happen to know someone good with weapons?" Hans asked as if he didn't know Ruby. It would be weird if he knew her despite not meeting or hearing about her after all. Blake immediately had an answer that popped into her head. A certain cookie-loving and weapon-enthusiastic team leader of hers. "Yes, I assume you want me to make dust-infused bullets?" A vehicle of mass destruction was asking her if she knew someone who could tinker with weapons. She dreaded to know how much more power the machine could have if it gained access to it. It was obvious what the machine wanted, she was a bit concerned, but if it only hunted Grimm down then it's probably fine. Glad to know you already had someone in mind. But before you go you have to enter me. Blake stared at the machine that suggested she enter it. What? Come inside me. A few seconds of silence followed Hans' statement before Blake reluctantly gave in. I'm not even going to ask anymore. Blake gave up on trying to understand, she was just going to accept anything the machine said and did. She clambered onto the tank and reached what looked like a hatch for her to enter in. Hans let the hatch unlock for her as she lifted it and went inside. So what do I do in here? Test everything inside if you can use it. Blake acknowledges the request and tries the sights present. She could see through it just fine, the magnified zoom of the gunner worked as expected and the rest can be used normally. Next, she tried using the controls in the driver's seat. She didn't know how to drive it so she just randomly touched the stuff. Hans could weirdly feel what Blake was doing inside the tank. She couldn't feel Blake's presence herself but he could feel his inner workings move from her actions. Hans suddenly moved forward, followed by using each of the tracks. So I function like a regular tank but I can still override the actions of someone controlling me. That's important to know. Blake next tried the gunner side of the tank, she saw a shell already loaded in and asked Hans about it. Should I try firing the gun? Yeah, hold on, I'll turn towards somewhere away from the city. Blake was slightly excited at the prospect of firing the gun, the shells that were on the sides and tucked away in the storage were large in diameter and their caliber already reached way beyond what she had ever seen before. After driving to a safe location, Hans notified Blake and she began to aim through the sights. She fired the gun as she felt the entire vessel shake from the recoil. The gun sounded through the night as the explosion rang out from the walls over to Vale. The shell traveled to an empty spot far away and impacted a rock that she aimed at. The rock was obliterated as the shell easily tore through the tough stone. A mushroom cloud was produced from the kicked-up earth around it and tossed towards the air. The explosion itself sent an insane amount of shrapnel everywhere and the orange color illuminated the dark surroundings where the rock was at. Blake was amazed at the display. So this was what Atlas faced. No wonder they lost so many spider droids. Looks like everything still works, now could you carry those shells and make every type of infused ammo? Blake was taken aback by the request. Did it really expect to lug around a shell to school without the authorities questioning why she was carrying around an oversized bullet? Her thoughts were interrupted by Hans. Also, call me Hans, Hans Flammenwerfer. I can't hold a conversation when I don't hear my name. Hans was probably tired of being called, you, or, it, by people all the time. Alright Hans, I'll bring the infused shell tomorrow. Blake left the tank while lifting the shell from her arms. It was heavy but she could manage. Though trekking towards Beacon was probably going to take all night. See you, oh, and please don't use that telepathic communication over and over again. Blake was starting to wonder why she was helping Hans, maybe because it wasn't actually a person. Was it because it wrecked Atlas? Or maybe she was just getting used to the crazy things happening when he was with her. Hans stared at the cat faunus running towards the city, slowing down regularly to adjust her hold on the shell she was cradling in her arms. Alright, dust round secured. Now for me to just secure the dust part of the dust round. Hans could now unlock dust rounds but he had a problem. He needed dust, a monumental amount of it if he was going to plan on using loads of it. I don't think I can steal from the public. Though people wouldn't care if I stole from someone like Torchwick perhaps. Chapter 15, Oppenheimer. Blake's trek toward Beacon Academy was exhausting. When she got back to Team RWBY's dorm by scaling the walls, she barely had 3 hours of sleep available to her by the time she hit the sack. She kept the shell in her arms and gently tucked it beneath her other belongings. She would ask RWBY to modify it tomorrow and probably give it to Hans the moment school ended. Lunch would be the best time to let her work on it. She yawned profusely, she couldn't keep her eyes open for more than a second. Her exhaustion was mounting and without a second thought, she fell across her bed without even lifting the covers, still in her combat outfit. Blake realized that she hadn't even unpacked yet and she really wanted to get out of her combat outfit and slip into comfortable pajamas but at this point, she didn't even care anymore. She would have to explain to the team but that's future Blake's problem. Not even 2 hours later she was getting nudged by Yang and RWBY who looked at their teammate who was sprawled across her bed like she just arrived after drinking all night. RWBY of course knew she snuck out at night, but Yang didn't even notice Blake's combat-ready appearance before she lifted her and forced Blake into the bathroom to change. Meanwhile, Blake could only hear muffled voices. Yang and RWBY were trying to talk to her, but she didn't bother to let any words enter her brain at the moment. Blake was half asleep, but the moment she felt getting lifted up and thrown to the bathroom, she knew what they were asking of her. She changed and got ready for the school's second day and was already showing signs of sleep deprivation. She even accidentally put on her uniform backward from the lack of sleep. The moment she got out of the bathroom, she went back to her bed and smacked face first into the covers. It felt like seconds had only passed before the loud blaring of a whistle woke Blake up along with a recently waking disgruntled Weiss. RWBY enthusiastically greeted the whole team, though it hadn't been appreciated by Blake and Weiss. "Good morning, Team RWBY." Blake didn't stay up to hear the rest of the conversation. She heard pieces of it, like Weiss' usual crankiness and something about redecorating and needing to unpack. A few minutes went by and the beds they had were haphazardly made into bunk beds while the rest of the team excluding Blake arranged their belongings. She didn't notice Yang looking and smirking at her sleeping while standing up. RWBY was elbowed by her sister, Yang, who grabbed her whistle and pointed at the sleeping Blake. Yang took a deep breath and walked behind Blake and let out an ear-piercing noise directly at the dozing Blake. "Gah!" a startled Blake yelped. "What are you sleeping around for, Blakey? Stayed up too late reading that smut of yours?" A smile was now present on Yang's face. The half-asleep Blake immediately snapped her eyes open. "It's not smut. It's good literature," she denied. Yeah right. I took a peek inside while we arranged your books for you. Didn't see as the extreme type to read that kind of stuff, you know," teased Yang. "Yang, what smut?" RWBY was genuinely curious and didn't want to get left out of the conversation. She was their fearless team leader after all, and she didn't want to be out of touch with her teammates. Before any of them could respond to RWBY, an embarrassed Blake immediately tried to change the subject. "Can we move on from this conversation and get to class? Speaking of which, what time does class start?" RWBY took one look at the book she had and told Blake about their first class. We have class at 9 and dash. 9. It's 8:55, you dunce." Weiss rushed out of the room while the rest of the team followed suit. Across their room, Team JNPRI, their sister team's state of panic and realized they were about to be late as well. The teams had barely reached their classroom where Grimm's studies were being taught by Peter Port. As the professor went on to introduce his class, the tone at which he speaks accompanied by the long boring stories he told was met with half the class falling asleep. Blake immediately dropped down to sleep while RWBY was starting to feel tired from hearing the professor's lecture. Blake had tuned out almost all the classes she was in. For the professors who were more attentive to sleeping students, she slept while her eyes were open, which was something she discovered she could do. Lunch came and it was time to inform RWBY of what she had in mind. RWBY was a bit dejected from something. Weiss had been acting a bit too cranky for today and RWBY felt like she was not fit to be a leader. Blake felt a bit bad for pushing RWBY to do something while she was feeling down, but she thought that maybe she could cheer her up by showing her the shell she got from Hans. "RWBY? Huh? Oh. I'm Blake. Sorry to let you see me like tea." Blake shushed RWBY as she slowly let out the shell from a bag she got to hide the shell in while going around school. RWBY immediately took away the shell and started to blab on about weapons and how huge the gun that must have fired it. She couldn't wait to check the massive shell in the workshop. Blake felt relieved that she managed to cheer up RWBY, but she still had to ask for it to be modified into dust rounds. "I know you are going through a lot on the second day of school, but can I ask you if you could maybe infuse that with dust?" Blake pointed at the shell RWBY was carrying. How is this girl lifting that with no problem, she thought before realizing. Oh, I forgot that she uses a massive scythe. This doesn't use dust. RWBY practically screamed out loud enough for the nearby students to turn their heads toward the two. Shoo. Blake kept her hand on RWBY's mouth and hid the shell before any of the other students could sneak a look at what they were doing. It was pretty shady after all. Don't need to let the rest of the school know she was technically smuggling in a bomb at the academy. RWBY meanwhile was shaking from excitement from the information that the tank shell didn't use dust. Oh no, is she going to suffer a heart attack? Blake feared it may have been too much for RWBY to let her know that something else could be used for propellants and explosives. Just take the bag and work on it, I need it tonight. Blake continued on her way towards the cafeteria, leaving RWBY alone with the bag with an oversized bullet stuffed in it. Tonight? Why would she need it tonight? RWBY was getting suspicious of her teammate. She snuck out decked in her combat outfit and the next day she's asking to make some ammo that could blow up an entire building or three. RWBY ran off in her own world while getting over to her table with the rest of the team in the cafeteria. She would work on the shell during lunch, she just needed to eat a quick lunch. Still, her thoughts lingered on the possibilities before they clicked in her head. Oh my gosh! Is Blake a vigilante? She immediately turned her head towards Blake. Blake stared at her smiling team leader before she winked as if she understood what was happening. Blake only raised an eyebrow in confusion at the gesture. Just you wait, Blake, I'll be the best team leader you'll have. I'll make sure to pack in as many explosives as I can make. RWBY thought of the many combinations of dust and experimentation on the shell itself she could do. She would be busy all noon, but she's Blake's team leader and she's going to stop at nothing to make her proud. Lunch came and went for Team RWBY. Young at first was concerned about why RWBY was leaving so early. When RWBY explained that she wanted to work on a few weapons, she immediately understood and let her go. RWBY had been doing this kind of thing ever since she knew what a gun was. Not even Young can stop RWBY from spending hours working on a weapon, so Young got used to it. Weiss meanwhile was still holding a grudge at RWBY. RWBY was the team leader, yet she kept acting like a child, she thought. Weiss had tutors, practice, and training all her life, all for it to not matter when the headmaster chose RWBY instead of her. When they were supposed to study and get ready for the next class, RWBY was nowhere to be found. The minutes ticked by before their team leader waltzed into the classroom only seconds before she was late. Weiss would talk with Professor Port. Later on, she was better suited to the role of a leader than that petulant sorry excuse of a huntress. Maybe the headmaster had made a mistake, Weiss guessed. Hours later. Weiss talked with Port while RWBY bumped into Ojben while she finished the modified tank round hidden in the bag Blake gave her. They had a long talk with the professors about their doubts. Weiss asks Port why she deserves the position of leader while RWBY asks Ojben if she really was the right choice. They both got their answers in different forms, Ojben saying that he saw something in RWBY and that he didn't see it as a mistake to choose her, while Port pointed out that Weiss' poor attitude was the main reason why she didn't suit the role of being a leader. RWBY reached the dorm room after classes and worked on tweaks with the shell. Feeling satisfied, she gave back the bag the tank round was into Blake, who accepted it with gratitude. RWBY laid out her textbooks in front of her to keep studying. She was the team leader after. She needed to try and keep up with the rest of the class since she was admitted 2 years early. She felt her eyes being heavy and nodded off to sleep. She was awoken by Weiss, who asked her how she took her coffee and promptly being disgusted at RWBY for taking it with so much sugar and cream. Weiss started to soften up at RWBY and gave her a cup of coffee before leaving through the room's door. Hey RWBY. I've always wanted bunk beds as a kid. RWBY smiled, before noticing Blake not being in her bed once again. RWBY nodded in understanding. She must have left to save some people in Vale again. She's out there to be a vigilante. So cool. Meanwhile, Blake had been walking through the same woods she met Hans yesterday. She knocked on the seemingly asleep tank in the middle of the forest. Hans woke up and turned his turret to face Blake. After greeting each other as usual, Hans asked her to put it inside the breech located inside him. Blake followed his instructions carefully on how to operate the loader side of the Tiger H1 and loaded it in the breech of the massive 88mm KWK-36 cannon. She slipped in the dust-infused round and queried Hans. So are we going to fire it somewhere? She nervously asked. This thing already had enough firepower. She didn't know how much more damage it could do now that dust had been loaded into the machine. No, I have something planned for that. Say, would you like to commit a criminal offense? What followed was silence. Blake had to comprehend what Hans was asking before replying in confusion. What? Chapter 16, Payday. SL equals 291,283 350,344 SL. Vehicle RP equals 589 RP 27,293 RP. Convertible RP equals 29,028 89,648 RP. Hans has been at the grind for the days he has been waiting for the dust-infused ammo. He still had to travel around for hours, so he was losing efficiency each time he went out grinding. It would be paramount in his goal for more power. Power to end the current world boss. He doesn't know for sure, but he certainly needs to change canon the way he wants to influence it. The wyvern that was going to destroy Beacon would be strong. He was already making progress against Cinder's plan. Clearing out Grimm wasn't just for the grind. He wasn't joking when he had to clear a continent's worth of Grimm. Dust was another thing needed for Cinder's plan. The lack of it meant that he could delay her plans for even longer. Not only that, but Blake will have to face the White Fang as they are now. It was only a week into their first semester, so speeding up the canon would be good for him. He needed help after all. This was how he came to the solution of robbing the robbers. He would kill multiple birds with a single stone, or tank round in Hans' case. Get Dust, delay Cinder, get Blake to deal with her past, and maybe even if they were lucky, make Torchwick leave Cinder's group. It sounds a bit wild, but have you ever heard of Dust stores being robbed without the culprits taking the money? Blake had heard something like that recently. The news from yesterday was filled with Hans' rampage on Atlas, but there were certainly some articles buried under all that. In passing, RWBY foiled one in progress. Why do you ask? It's all perpetrated by Roman Torchwick. Blake's ears perked up at the name. Torchwick was infamous in Vale, rising through the top of the underworld made him known throughout the city. So you want us to steal what they took? Wouldn't it be better to leave it all to the police? Blake was troubled that they'd be taking the dust off the shops that had been a target. No, I'm guessing that Torchwick has them on payroll. Why do you think he's been operating for so long? Besides, the dust is all insured by the SDC, so innocents won't lose anything. We just have to take Torchwick's supply, just think of it as doing the police's job. Blake had a choice to make. In her decision to leave the White Fang, she had to find a new way to help faunuses gain recognition. She would help by becoming a huntress and entering Beacon, but now Hans offered something else. A more active way she could do it, right now. Being a huntress will take years before she could prove to the world that faunuses can be equal to a human. Will being a vigilante help her goal while she was in Beacon? Maybe now she could. I'll help you. Hans wagged his barrel up and down to signify a nod. Now though, they had a problem. First though, we'll need to head into the city. How? I don't think you can pass as a normal car to anyone with how much exoticness you have. Let's just say I have a solution, he assured her. It was a meticulously crafted plan that could guarantee access to any facility if they wanted to. Later, at a checkpoint near the walls of Vale, a man stationed at a boom barrier calls for the next person in line. It was only reserved for those that had vehicles. It was a boring job. The man ushered in the next person to arrive. He checked their license and registration. Next. As he spoke with the man inside their vehicle, another car caught his eye. A car with what looks like a set of 4 wheels on each side, with the top draped with a lot of leaves and foliage. Which was now currently barreling towards the gates at a high speed. He stared at the broken barrier that now laid in pieces on the ground. Splintered wood had been thrown around, and he was now staring at it with tired eyes. They don't pay me enough for this. Meanwhile, was your plan really to cover the gun with leaves and crash into the gate? Blake screamed while she held on for dear life while on the seat of the vehicle Hans was. He was drifting around the city just in case anyone followed them after breaking the barrier and traveling down the road at 100 kilometers per hour. It worked. Hans had opted to use the SD, KFZ.234 and 2. He had to make it less weird for bystanders to look at the tank he was in. Though the barrel was still there, he just made Blake strap bushes and foliage on it. But it was still a pretty odd sight to see a car with 8 wheels and seemingly being covered in leaves. After coming to a stop near an abandoned building, Hans let Blake out. So, what's the plan? We'll need to search for their bases, which are likely to be here in the industrial zone. Warehouses made great hiding places, so this is where they'll likely be. Remember, we are going in sneaky beaky like, he continued. Blake listened in closely and nodded. The plan was simple: let Blake single-handedly take everyone out in the warehouse while Hans acted as a getaway driver. They would extensively use Hans' tow hook to bring every dust they could carry. Spotting movement in one of the warehouses, Blake scaled the roof of the warehouse while Hans stayed put nearby, ready to go in as soon as Blake yelled for him. His engines were too loud, so getting close to the warehouse would be bad for stealth. Blake hung upside down from the window, using her ribbon to support her weight to take a look into the warehouse. She saw none other than the White Fang aiding the criminal mastermind, who was just in another room protruding from the warehouse. Why are the White Fang aiding a human? Is this what the once peaceful organization turned into? Members working together with an infamous thief to rob the innocent? The thoughts ran through her head. She was correct, perhaps Hans did provide her a way of redeeming the faunus. She leaped off the building and silently landed near the door. She could hear the grunts guarding the back door while talking to one another. Why do we have to get guard duty? The other grunt just shrugs. Don't complain, at least we aren't being berated by that racist of a human. I guess the man falls to the ground. Hey! Sumio dash. Blake successfully knocks out the 2 guards. Entering the building, she notices a few grunts at the other side of the warehouse taking a break. Perfect, now I just have to pile on these cases. Blake took her time carefully navigating the warehouse and slipping out cases upon cases of dust, refined and in crystal form. She used pallets to place the crates on for hands to tow. She had taken the 10th box in before a grunt began to walk in her direction. Thinking quickly, she immediately hid behind the shelves of the warehouse and listened in for the grunt's location. Huh. The grunt had taken notice of some crates being missing from the shelves. He almost yelled for the others to notify them before a ribbon kept his mouth shut. Sorry. Blake quietly tells him before choking him for him to pass out. That was close. She continued getting more cases right under the nose of Torchwick. Minutes went by and the group of grunts finally realized that one of their comrades didn't come back from taking a look at the shelves. Sensing something amiss, they all went towards where the grunt Blake just knocked out went to. Blake was halfway to emptying the warehouse when she noticed all the movement going toward her. She needs to get out now. They would find the grunt's unconscious body soon enough. Intruder, one of the grunts shouts while pointing at her hiding behind shelves. Oh no. Blake has been spotted and they are now rushing at her with guns. Figuring that the mission was now going loud, she didn't need to be silent anymore. She fired her gamble shroud against the group, using its Kusarigama form to efficiently throw them around, knocking them out so as to not kill them. Well. Looks like Kitty has found herself out of her litter. The voice of Roman Torchwick temporarily ends the scuffle Blake found herself in. Brothers of the White Fang. Why are you aiding this scum? Blake still had hope for the misguided faunus. They could still be saved, she reasoned. Oh, kid. Didn't you get the memo? The White Fang and I are going in on a joint business venture together. Torchwick scoffed at the display before continuing his talk. Although, it looks like we have a cat burglar running around taking our profits, wouldn't you say so, boys? Torchwick lifts his cane and the end pops out to reveal a sight. With the press of a button on the cane, a flare rips out in the air before nearly hitting Blake. She used her acrobatics to dodge shots while knocking out more grunts. Torchwick fires another shot toward Blake before she stops and narrowly avoids the shot. Blake dashes forward and engages in a melee against Torchwick. She used her gamble shroud to both parry and attack. She was outmatched by Torchwick when he didn't even break a sweat, deflecting everything Blake threw at him. He uses his cane to shoot towards the floor and Blake staggers before her head meets the end of Torchwick's cane, sending her flying to the warehouse's wall. Torchwick walked slowly while twirling his cane, seemingly getting ready to finish her off while she was trying to get up. Torchwick lifts his cane directly at Blake's forehead and prepares to fire. Closing her eyes, she expects her life to end, only for the wall to burst behind her as the behemoth of steel called the Tiger H1 crashes into the wall to announce its arrival and makes the barrel end of his gun meet Torchwick's face. Hans. Blake was relieved. Torchwick's cigar loosely hung from his mouth as he looked at the machine. What the fuck dash, he says before getting interrupted by Hans. Get on, Blake. Making her way up to the driver's hatch, she opens fire on the dumbfounded Torchwick before getting in the tank. Hans hooked the crates she prepared and drove off towards the road. The wooden pallets get dragged along the road while Torchwick just stands there not knowing what to do when a tank busts in. The warehouse was compromised and the grunts from the White Fang began to recover and drag out injured allies. Others were shoulder to shoulder taking in their injured comrades. Torchwick's eyes track the tank before Hans slowly turns the turret towards him and what remains of the warehouse. Sensing impending doom, he quickly runs out along with the rest of the White Fang, seeing Torchwick running away. The dust round and Hans triggers and the tank shell pushes the gun backward and spins around the barrel before leaving a trail of red behind it. Being filled with a precise mixture of dust and gunpowder made the recoil hit harder than before. It travels down towards the warehouse, the red dust in it reacting with the gunpowder and creating a trail of light behind it as it impacts the center of the warehouse. The shell detonates and flashes the area white before releasing the explosive within it, shaking the entire city to the ground. The warehouse's roof gets shot up into the sky as the dust-infused shell levels the warehouse along with the nearby warehouses collapsing from the power of the blast. Torchwick and what remains of the White Fang get thrown into the air from the pressure. The ringing in their ears and the loud boom that resounded disorientated the faunuses in the group because of their superior hearing. Not another moment later, another series of explosions continues as the crates of dust creates a cascade of different elements flying around from the dust still kept in the warehouse. The blast creates an orchestra of elements while it upended the entire ground and left a deep crater. The sound even reaches Beacon, where the residents are woken from the massive bang that emanated from the city. Hans sped along the road with crates still stacked on pallets behind him as Blake stares with awe from the devastating bomb RWBY had created. quickly speeding off towards the recently repaired boom barriers. The man from before heard the thunderous blast and rushed inside the booth he worked in, hiding under the table upon hearing the explosion that ripped in the air. He heard an engine arriving and crashing into the hard work he had just done. He looks up from under the table to see the barriers he recently fixed now laid out on the ground. The man sighs. They don't pay me enough for this. Chapter 17, Aftershock. RWBY was having a problem. Blake still hadn't returned. Blake left early into the night and it was already midnight without the hidden faunus still lurking around in the city. RWBY wasn't worried at first. Blake would return after going outside. She had done so yesterday, but now, it was different. Because the two concerned faces of Young and Weiss were now wide awake from the tank shell she just modified with dust, exploding in the middle of town. What was that? Weiss was now alarmed by the sudden boom coming from the city of Vale. Was it an attack on the city? Had Atlas once again tried to do their training exercise, or was it something entirely different? Weiss didn't know. Don't ask us as if we know, we're just sleeping around, right, Blakey? Oh no, RWBY thought in her mind. Blake. Young was concerned at the lack of response. She looked under her top bunk to look at her sleeping figure of Blake. Which was just a last-moment creation by RWBY to try and hide her supposed identity. It was a pillow laid sideways to act like Blake was sleeping inside the covers. Before the whole heist Hans roped Blake into, RWBY misinterpreted Blake's activities last night for being a vigilante. Which was now technically true since Blake joined Hans. RWBY had to think of something. Young was going to find out. It's her duty as a team leader to help their teammates. She had a super cool vigilante friend she needed to protect. She felt like one of those sidekicks she always read in comic books. Just as Young was going to get out of her bed and check the covers for her partner, RWBY's mind only had one thing to blurt out to stop Young. She's just taking a Blake, Young. A pun. Boo lil sis. You gotta do better than that. Young motioned a thumbs down at the quickly thought-up joke by RWBY. While I do detest the horrible attempts of humor by your sister, that was hitting low, RWBY. I expected more out of my oh-so-fearless team leader. Weiss joined in. Their strained relationship as teammates had finally been fixed, but Weiss wasn't below taking shots at her leader, albeit less serious now. Though Weiss was still being a Weiss. Ignoring Weiss' comment at her horrible attempt at a pun. She quickly distracts the team with misdirection. I wonder where that explosion came from. I wonder if the headmaster has anything to say about it. She shakily lets out the voice, trying her hardest to be as convincing as possible that she wasn't up to something, despite the suspicious delivery of her words. A message suddenly pings on RWBY's scroll. The others take notice of theirs doing the same thing. It was a message that told everyone not to panic and that details will be provided for tomorrow. It was from the headmaster himself. Well, I guess we'll find out tomorrow. Good night, guys. RWBY quickly tries to make the conversation die. Young just shrugged and went back to sleep. Weiss took a few more seconds to think on the message before closing her scroll and following suit. Phew. RWBY was relieved at her successful attempt of deception. She only hoped Blake would come back sooner. She didn't know what to do if Blake came in late again and she couldn't prevent them from finding out. Meanwhile, Ojban pocketed his scroll while he sat alone in his office. He had stayed up late at night to do some of his duties as headmaster. Glinda wasn't going to be forced to work overtime anymore, and so Ojban had to pick up the slack. She threatened to not handle his coffee anymore. With his coffee supply taken hostage, Ojban had to relent and do work. Even though Glinda did the majority of the work anyway. He had just finished creating an announcement to all the beacon-registered scrolls. The explosion he heard was most curious, though he suspects something had to do with the machine. It seems like our friend has certainly made quite the entrance. The headmaster had access to every camera in Beacon. There wasn't anyone constantly watching the screens, but if he needed to confirm something he just needed to take a look at his scroll or table. The moment Blake left during the first day of school, he had already noticed her exit. Their scrolls had trackers in them just in case their students went missing on a mission. What was jarring was that on the way back, after having scaled the cliff Beacon was on, she was carrying ammunition. This was a safety hazard for the school, and Glinda voiced it to him. Being the headmaster meant that he just allowed it to pass, which after another heated debate and another broken mug, led to Glinda giving up and accepting the fact that Ojban let a confirmed high-profile terrorist with what is potentially a bomb in their school. After Blake's second departure with a now dust-modified shell ready, courtesy of RWBY, the headmaster let the pieces fall and waited for what the conscious machine had planned to do with it. One explosion later and it seems they had chosen where to use it. While he cannot know for sure the intention of the attack, it was in a secluded area within the industrial district. He could be a great asset in the war, Ojban thought. Though there may be animosity towards our group if Ironwood were revealed to be a part of it. An investigation would be launched tomorrow to get a better grasp of what transpired. With it would come to the answer of whether this machine needs to be re-evaluated as an enemy or a potential ally. If Salem ever got to it, then it would be another blow to humanity as a whole. One shudders at the thought of that machine turning its arms against people. Grimm was no match. How was one man supposed to fight such a mechanical beast? Ojban lifted his hands as if to drink from his mug but remembered that Glinda took away the coffee he had stuffed in his desk. He silently just went back to work on the paperwork present on top of his table. In Forever Fall. The Tiger H1 traveled slowly, deeper towards the forest of Forever Fall. It was now deep into the night. Unlike before, the city of Vale was wide awake from an explosion happening in the industrial district, a sharp contrast to the quiet night from yesterday. As the tank steps on the brakes, Blake from the inside opens up the commander's hatch. Climbing on top and getting out of Hans, she dusts herself off. Did you really have to use the dust-infused shell in the warehouse? It was pretty devastating, though Hans didn't know the full extent of the damage. They still had to make their getaway from the city after all. The attention the shell's explosion brought would have an effect on the area, not just in terms of pure destruction. Yes, drawing heat for people to pay attention to would make the industrial zone a harder place to hide in. Hans literally killed multiple birds with a single shell. It made sure that the industrial district became a hotspot for reporters to come in. The authorities would be put on high alert, and in return, Torchwick can't hide his stolen goods in warehouses anymore, at least for a long while. I can't believe the White Fang would stoop so low to work for Torchwick. A visible drop of her ears was on Blake. Hans didn't know what to do. He wasn't really the consoling type. Years of his life were filled with watching anime, so the only reference to interacting with a depressed girl, or any girl for that matter, was seeing it in anime in those rom-coms. He delved into his memories of the show. Blake wasn't this depressed when finding out about the White Fang's involvement. Perhaps this was because it was too early into the show. Blake has yet grown far from the White Fang, and she still hasn't properly interacted much with her teammates. I mean, it kind of makes sense. Leaving the White Fang for a few days and later you find out they now rob innocent people would make anyone melancholic. She was practically born into the organization, if I recall. This is troublesome, Hans thought. Unlike in the show where she had month-long friends around her, right now Blake is just now adjusting to her new life. Where she meets a machine that talks, creates a dust round for him, then robs the most infamous thief in Vale, blows up their base of operations, and escapes. It hasn't even been a week for Blake. Hans thought of something. Maybe if he forced Blake to get her emo self to be with her teammates, then she should be able to bring them up to speed with his existence much easier. She couldn't do that if she wasn't interacting with them. He needed to get help from a crew. The squad function was interesting. Would he be able to get more SL and RP if others participated? You still have your teammates. You could always talk to them about it. Hans suggested. But I don't think I can do that. Blake immediately replied she was once part of a terrorist organization. Not only that, but she was a faunus. Weiss would end up in a turbulent situation, and how would the others act? Could they give her a chance? You were White Fang, right? If today has shown me anything, you already separated your ways with them. I mean, blowing up their base was proof that you can redeem yourself if you tried. Blake stared at Hans. He was right, wasn't he? She rationed. Maybe she could convince the others of the same thing. The look on her face was recognized by Hans. He had implanted the idea that she could let her teammates in on what she was before. It was a start. If the time comes you show your past to your teammates, bring them to me. Until then I'll be going somewhere else. Hans gave her time to let her sort herself out while he went away. You are leaving Vale. Already? Hans has to go to the next step in derailing the immediate danger of Cinder. Somewhere where the plot needs to go before triggering a major event. It also could serve as an excellent place to stay for Hans. It was somewhere quiet and with no eyes that could observe his action. Yes, there is something I must do, Hans replied. Where would that be? Blake was curious. Hans was after all killing Grimm and going against Atlas. What would make Hans move somewhere after stealing a lot of dust? Mountain Glen. It would be the perfect place to farm SL and RP. But he had a choice to make. Planes and air power would be very beneficial to Hans. He would be able to lob bombs everywhere and travel all over Remnant without needing to care about the terrain. Would he continue to rank up ground vehicles or start on planes? Hopefully, once he gets back, Blake has already dealt with her personal problems with her team. Maybe Team JNPR could also get their stuff together and help with the plot a lot faster. If not, he may need to nudge them in the right direction. He still needed a crew to use for his experiments on his system. The crew function didn't activate when Blake entered, but he assumes that it meant that crews had to be given a tank, apart from himself, to use just like War Thunder. He was acting chaperone for people going inside him. He would still need to ask the specifics on how to get a crew. The help page only showed what you could do after you get a crew, not how you get a crew in the first place. He would get busy again. Mountain Glen had more than just the regular Beowulfs, Orbitusks, Ursas and Nevermores. There were more types in Mountain Glen. Though it was his favorite type of terrain to fight in. Urban. He still needed to get there though, but if he remembered it was a long way down in rough terrain and hard to pass mountains. But if he wanted any progress then, he'd need to work for it. Chapter 18, Destination, Mountain Glen. Hans has begun his expedition to Mountain Glen. After leaving Blake to stuff as much dust into his ammo racks and going back to Beacon, Hans left in the middle of the night in his Tiger H1. He glanced behind at the glowing city in the distance as he felt the air growing ice-cold. The engine he had, as he would hope, would dull the decreasing temperature he expected during the climb towards Mountain Glen. The landscape went from red rows of trees swaying in the wind, to becoming luscious green forests and finally uneven barren dirt ground. He eyed the inclines he would need to navigate and felt uneasy. Tanks were never the best thing to use to climb up slopes, tracks were usually best for the cross-country, yet something about slopes triggered something in his mind. Switching from his Tiger to his Panzer IV-H, he felt the heavier armor of the Tiger shrinking to the size and the thickness of his Panzer IV-H's lighter armor. Noticing the steeper incline in front of him, he stopped his treads and observed the angle he would need to overcome. He could make it if he had a running start. The rocks would make his hold on the dirt weaker as he moved further into Mountain Glen, so he would have to compensate with speed. Reversing a good distance away, he churned the earth and sped towards the incline. As he reached the start of the slope, he saw his speed rapidly declining. He could feel the treads working their hardest to grip what they could. The crest of the slope was close and he only needed a push, but he felt his engines reaching their limit and he let go of the climb. Rolling back down the slope and feeling every rock on the way back down, he prepared to reattempt his climb. This time he would go further away. Reaching max speed off-road was never ideal in any world, War Thunder or not. He went to an extra running start and started to accelerate towards the slope. He felt his suspension jounce from the sudden change in upwards direction as he crept up higher and higher from the steep slope. Finally reaching its apex after the second try, he looked around at the path he wanted to follow to reach Mountain Glen. He saw the dozens of other slopes lying in front of him, which Hans exhaled deeply at the sight. He could already feel his engine burning hot from the effort he needs to do and his transmission groaning from the inclines. This is going to take a while, maybe a day or two. He slowly let his turret travel upwards as he took in the view of the mountain standing in his way, waiting to be traversed. Or a week. Feeling disgusted at the fact he couldn't farm for a while for SL and RP, he distracted himself at the lonely climb to Mountain Glen. He tried counting how many small hills he would need to climb, but that would just perpetuate his suffering. He tried looking at the clouds to see what shapes they would make, but he wasn't the creative type. He couldn't get his mind off the fact that he would spend the next few days just traveling. He saw the necessity for air travel, though the 1 million RP and SL price tag was a hard goal to reach. Trying to travel to Mountain Glen would also mean missing out on missions. The missions themselves were modified to Hans' current world. Most of the missions were from War Thunder themselves but were changed to fit the universe he was in. It was a shame, but he didn't know what other things he could do to gain SL and RP during his trek. The last time he experienced this exact situation was when he exterminated everything in sight within Forever Fall. This depopulation meant he needed to travel hours at a time to reach areas he hadn't annihilated the local Grimm. He passed the time by reading the help page over and over again. Because at this point that was his only source of making himself not get bored out his mind while he drove. Movement, ammo types, modification. I've read this too many times now, crew and squad. Hans eyed the help page for the crew. It was the same as before, only displaying information on how to make use of crews, like assigning a flag tank and giving out a tank for them to operate. A severe lack of information on how to assign them though. I need to ask the moderator for better instructions, and if I could bring out more info on him, like if it counts their tanks as separate tanks and makes the RP and SL they gain count towards my earnings. Closing his HUD, he could see dawn breaking on the horizon. He felt a sigh of relief that he could better see. I mean, I could just throw around artillery somewhere once in a while, but I doubt they can be accurate when I'm so far away. Selecting his artillery support from his HUD, he picked out a random spot from the forests below him and saw as the artillery hit nothing and only toppled a few trees and leave craters on the empty patch of ground. I still detest this 5,000 second cooldown. Back at Beacon. As many of you may know, a large and unidentified explosion occurred in the middle of the night. Exact times may vary, but it happened around midnight. RWBY was currently holding the entire student body in attendance in the auditorium they had. Last night, students of Beacon were assured that they would get answers from the headmaster. In that promise, he also invited a few of the reporters that wanted to get his statement. News and theories were already being spread around like wildfire on forums. Some say an accident occurred, others blamed Atlas, while others placed the incident on crime lords fighting over territory. An extensive investigation was held immediately after the explosion settled, and traces of dust were seen and collected from the site of the explosion. This was a direct tie to the string of robberies that happened lately in dust stores around the commercial district. The students started murmuring to each other. The reports present were also taking notes from the headmaster himself. As the headmaster, RWBY has a say in the affairs of Vale as a whole. Having a seat in the council made it so his words still hold weight in them. We cannot say for sure, but we believe the explosion was a mishap on the perpetrator of these dust robberies. That is all. Reporters immediately hounded the headmaster, asking more questions regarding the incident. RWBY saw it fit to cancel a class or two to let the students ease in from the panic. Can't learn if you fear getting blown up by a dust bomb in the middle of Vale after all. The students were let go after the whole announcement, and Team RWBY was currently taking in the information that was given to them by the headmaster. Blake was still swaying her head. Not getting enough sleep for 2 days straight made it so she couldn't keep up and spent the entire time sleeping while her eyes were open. A talent she learned that she had yesterday. Weiss was visibly concerned. Anything related to dust was her priority as the heiress to the SDC. Insurance that they gave to those who got robbed only made their profits worse. It would benefit her if she closely examined the developments. Yang didn't care much. She was still acting like normal. She was a bit concerned for her sister. Walking around in Vale with the threat of a dust bomb being detonated made her feel uneasy, since RWBY and the others went to Vale for their dust supply and other necessities. RWBY on the other hand had mixed feelings. Knowing that Blake was probably the one who set the explosion shook her consciousness a bit. Though after confirmation that only a few people were wounded, their identities were censored from the public. In fear that they would be overwhelmed by reporters. The last thing they would need is to be questioned when they should be recovering after all. She could rest easy that her creation didn't lead to any deaths. RWBY could see that Blake was trying her best to stay up. Her bags were getting more noticeable, but makeup made it so it was less seen. A while later at lunch, RWBY nudged Blake, who still hadn't touched her food on the table. RWBY leaned in closer to whisper at her, cupping her hands to make sure her voice wouldn't reach the others. "Blake, talk to me in our room later," she quietly said. Without anything else to say, Blake nodded without a care as she was too preoccupied catching more sleep. Unnoticed by the rest of the people on the table, namely her teammates and Team JNPR. She had mastered sleeping in plain sight by not closing her eyes. Classes went by and RWBY met up with Blake in their room. RWBY gently closed the door behind her as Blake lazily sat on her bedside. The moment she touched the bed, she could feel her body instinctively try to immediately grab the pillow and fall asleep right then and there, but RWBY stood in front of her, which prevented that. "What did you want to talk about, RWBY? I know your secret, Blake." Blake's eyes shot up in horror as she immediately reacted by trying to jump out the window. Which RWBY stopped because her semblance is literally speed. Blake had a lot of secrets locked away, so the moment RWBY said she knew one, she didn't want to risk it. "Wait. I know you're a vigilante." "What?" Blake wasn't a vigilante, but Blake recalled that Hans made her into one, so it's technically what she is now. "I know you're trying to help save people and stuff like a hero, but you shouldn't overdo it," RWBY said while still yanking Blake back from the window. While RWBY rambled on, Blake was relieved. It's okay, she hadn't figured out my faunus heritage. More importantly, she didn't know she was White Fang. She stopped trying to leap out the window before remembering what Hans told her the night before. She could take this opportunity on RWBY's misunderstanding of her actions created. Maybe I should let RWBY make up the whole vigilante thing. Blake was not one to trick people, but someone like RWBY just made it easy for her to make the whole thing up. Though was that really for the best? "Why are you so concerned with me, RWBY?" "Because you're my teammate and you're my friend." RWBY sputtered on and on. It was really hard to follow what she was doing when she was like this. Though Blake had caught the friend part. Was she considering someone 2 days into meeting them as your friend? Friend? Yeah. I mean, I'm sorry to assume, but RWBY was confident at the declaration, but as soon as she saw Blake's reaction she deflated for a bit. It's fine. Blake replied. RWBY perked up at the fact that she made another friend. Although maybe making a weapon of mass destruction for them wouldn't be the best way to make new friends. I'll take it easy for now if you say so, leader. Blake would let RWBY's idea of her being a vigilante stick for now. Blake was going to make RWBY think she is a vigilante, the idea itself didn't seem too bad. Maybe she could become one after the whole situation at the industrial district. It would make a better cover story for the others until she could confidently reveal her being a faunus and her history with the White Fang. Blake took a look at the elated RWBY inside. It is a bit endearing to have her a friend. Chapter 19, Arrival. Finally. Hans had done it. He had seen enough slopes and inclines that he had reached what looks like the outskirts of the ruined city of Mountain Glen. Besieged by Grimm and brought down by their numbers, Mountain Glen's ruins are a reminder that there was the existence of the ever-so-lasting threat of death outside the walls of well-protected and established cities. There were many factors contributing to its fall. The worst among them was the upsurge of Grimm that the city experienced a long time ago. Its borders were not like that of the city of Vale, lacking the natural boundaries that protected the city. After the city fell, Vale sealed the tunnels leading into the city and left the ruined city to fall to the monsters that destroyed it. The only inhabitants present in the city, their numbers inflated beyond normal means because of their attack, were the Grimm. Grimm that could be culled for their rewards. Activist, win required number of battles with needed activity %0/5. Slow but sure, destroy enemies using a heavy tank 0 out of 4. Hans could finally start grinding again. He observed the concrete creations that laid across the fallen city. Hans was still stuck outside of Mountain Glen proper, so he still had to travel through forests that were inhabited by new Grimm he hadn't fought in forever fall. A snake with 2 heads on opposite sides was slithering around the eerie forest. Hans took his turret and swung it towards the creature, using his rangefinder to gauge the distance. After a few seconds, the current distance of the King Taijutsu was now flashing in his gunner's view. It's pretty far. Let's see if I still can do this. He loaded an APCBC round into his cannon and eyed where he should shoot, trusting his instincts and experience in playing War Thunder for years now. He let the travel towards the King Taijutsu. Darn, too short. The shot hit right in front of the now alerted King Taijutsu, the shell ricocheted on the ground and flew away harmlessly into the air, missing the oversized serpent completely. Hans was not worried. He had kilometers in between him and the King Taijutsu he fired on. He awaited his reload and corrected his aim to compensate for the miss earlier. The King Taijutsu's heads were now searching around itself, not knowing that the thing that tried to attack it was far away in the distance. Hans lets out another shot and it blows apart the white-headed side of the King Taijutsu. The other head feels the pain experienced by the death of its other half. Trying to escape, it quickly slithers away while its decaying opposite side keeps bleeding out black substance that made up a Grimm's body. It found it difficult to move when half of its body didn't exist anymore, so it wasn't long before another shell went straight through the scales on its head and exploded outwards, leaving nothing but the middle section of the King Taijutsu left decaying. Slow but sure, destroy enemies using a heavy tank 1/4. That was a good warm-up. Hans had gotten used to the distance. He could now confidently shoot far away enough that he could properly engage in fights without him ever being touched by the Grimm. Using his gun sights, he spots another King Taijutsu sleeping peacefully with its heads curling towards each other. He points his gun at the sleeping Taijutsu. Testing out if he could guess the distance without using the rangefinder, he aims his gun above the double-headed snake and fires. The shell collaterals both of the heads of the King Taijutsu, dying in their sleep not knowing it had been killed in an instant. Their conjoined body decayed as Hans observed the process. Hans happily nodded to himself. Shooting and taking someone out with only reflex and experience at a distance was pretty satisfying to him, even if it wasn't War Thunder. Activist, win required number of battles with needed activity %0/5. Slow but sure, destroy enemies using a heavy tank 2 out of 4. I guess single enemies don't count as a battle unless maybe it's something big or a bunch of them are killed one after the other. Hans took a look at the nearing entrance to the ruined city and started to drive towards it. Hans would periodically fight basic Grimm along the way towards Mountain Glen proper. It didn't take him long to unlock the medium missions after finishing up the easy ones. SL equals 350,344 373,292 SL. Vehicle RP equals 27,293 34,584 RP. Convertible RP equals 89,648 92,034 RP. Hard targets, destroy the evolved versions of enemies 0/5. Through the fire, destroy medium-level Grimm 0/22. Hans looked at the medium mission displayed in front of him. What does medium-level Grimm mean? I know the evolved versions mean older versions of regular enemies, but the medium level is just something else. Right at the edge of the city's entrance, large almost earthquake-like tremors were felt by Hans through his tracks. A series of them thumped in the distance though it wasn't anywhere near him. He could feel the slight reverberations through his tracks which made him wary. He focused for a moment before determining in what direction they were coming from. Hans looked through the ruined buildings to find one that he could possibly climb over to get more of a view of the outside of the city's old walls. Using a combination of shooting tanks round through buildings to collapse parts of a building and using the already vertical terrain, he made his way slowly upwards to the walls of Mountain Glen. The collapsed rubble made a makeshift ramp for him to go up on, and he made sure to switch to a lighter vehicle that could climb the rubble to make his way onto a stable and still standing part of the wall that once surrounded Mountain Glen. In the distance, he could see dozens of massive Grimm that towered over the forests below. He thought of what these creatures were. They came from the show as well, so he can take a guess. He peered through his scope to find a herd of Goliaths traveling through the forest at an incredibly slow speed. He gawked at the size these things actually were. The zoom he had were covered in just Goliath skin and fur. He can tell that the Goliath had its name for a reason. God damn! How big are these things? When Hans was first introduced to the Goliaths in the show, he didn't know the scale of how big these things truly were. The scene where this exact moment was shown had been severely underplayed when Professor Oblek went through here with Team RWBY during their time in Mountain Glen. The trees were being dwarfed by the Goliaths, but seeing them in the distance, he could tell that the Goliaths are much bigger than what the show presents. Not even close to what he thought was their supposed height. Could I take pot shots at them, I wonder? He turned his tank to face the Goliaths. They were walking in a column with each elephant-like Grimm facing the rear of the other. Hans could try aiming for their heads, but the massive bone mask covering it didn't make Hans feel like he could accurately punch through it. Angles were a nightmare for shells. Ricochets would happen regularly if Hans wasn't careful. The Goliaths themselves aren't too aggressive toward humans since they've lived long enough to know that fighting with humans was a fruitless endeavor. For Hans, he needed the SL and RP. Aiming for the legs would be too hard. They're slow, but from this distance, it might as well be trying to aim at a stick with a pistol 20 paces away. He looked for a potential weakness that they could have before settling on aiming for where its body met the head. Their necks are hard to see where it started and where it ends, but it's a far easier target to hit than the legs and a better chance at piercing than the head. He aimed for the weakness he theorized could be a great target, judging the distance and loading in a dust-infused APCBC round. The DIAPCBC round would hopefully pack enough explosive mass to do the job. Let's hope that the round has enough post-penetration to kill or injure these things. Hans was a bit worried since the Goliaths easily could just absorb the shell with its larger mass, but he still held hope that his cannon and shell could have enough punch to tear through at least parts of the body. He let the shell fly through the air and watched its effect through his scope. The shell burrows deep in the Goliath's upper part of its neck and it explodes, creating a large chunk of meat hanging from the injury. The leading Goliath wails in pain before the unsupported head tears itself apart from the body because the missing muscles that held the head attached to its body were blown apart by Hans. Oh God, that's so grotesque. Hans grimaced at the sight. It slowly started to decapitate itself because of the weight of its head pulling down on the remaining neck it had before collapsing to the ground and landing with a solid thud, destroying the trees beneath it. The rest of the Goliaths were startled and panicked. Long in its history had it been avoided by humans because of its size. Humans alone couldn't damage them, let alone kill them in one shot, but they could still lose if humanity brought out better weapons. Their more passive stance on humans made it so they were not used to seeing one of their own suddenly die in a single moment in front of them. Another shell tears a large chunk of flesh from the Goliath behind the column of elephant-like Grimm. The same slow decapitation is happening to another of its species. Hans meanwhile was focusing on the rampaging Goliaths. The tactic he used was the same one taught on how to deal with enemy tank columns. He was applying it to the Grimm since he thought it would fit the situation. Shot after shot, he tears off more flesh from the herd of Grimm before letting gravity pull its head apart from the main body. 2 dead became 3 and 3 became 6, the panic caused by the ambush made the Goliaths try to run away, but more shots impacted the rest of the herd who were now stampeding in different directions. A few minutes passed, and Hans kept the assault going, repeatedly lobbing shells towards the upper parts of the neck before Hans gauged the range the remaining Goliaths were at. Feeling that the rest of the herd was too far away from his effective range, Hans let his smoking and slightly heated cannon rest from the continuous barrage of shells he shot. The ambush was a success, the shells were too fast and too far away for the Grimm to know where they came from. The only thing the Goliaths saw were its friends having chunks of their neck blown out before slowly dying. It was a massacre. Through the fire, destroy medium-level Grimm 14/22. Imagine if I had this in War Thunder, up tiers wouldn't even matter when this thing could blow apart a whole building. The fight took a bunch of dust from him and Hans could feel the dust stored within him turning into DIPCBC shells during the time he killed the Goliaths. A good amount was used up but he was confident that his supply wouldn't dwindle too much in his time in Mountain Glen. SL equals 373,292 616,293 SL. Vehicle RP equals 34,584 78,743 RP. Convertible RP equals 92,034 125,887 RP. It's about close to how much I got when I destroyed those spider droids Atlas had when they attacked me. He slowly let himself back down to ground level after ambushing the herd of Goliath, using the ramp made of rubble to carefully let himself down. Hearing growls around the corner he looked up to see hordes of Grimm being attracted to the noise that he made. Well, I guess they made it easier for me to grind. How nice of them. The sound of the gun breech loading and his shell could be heard as the horde of Grimm charged toward him. Chapter 20, Going Deeper. It has been a while since Hans had ambushed those herd of Goliaths. He was already finishing up his first medium mission but still had no luck in completing the second. Hans had been clearing out the city block by block and street by street in the hopes of gaining more SL and RP but also clearing an area for him to stay and camp in. He felt at home in the urban terrain he had found himself in. No dirt, dust, or trees to block his shots or obscure his vision. With every shot he used to kill multiple Grimm, it would seem like 1,000 would replace the ones he killed. It was already 2 hours since he'd cleared out the first area before moving on to the next. He had a ton of motivation ever since he received that much SL and RP from those Goliaths, so he passed the time by killing more Grimm from within the city waiting to hear more Goliaths passing by beyond the walls of the fallen city. There were many times that he would forego using his main cannon and machine guns by just running over the Grimm that were too small to even scratch the paint on his Tiger H1. Reserving cannon shots to things like King Tygitus, Alphas, and a new Grimm he encountered, the Creep. It was tougher because of their more armored head and their scales. Taller than an Ursa and more numerous in Mountain Glen. He knew where they came from, he was close to whatever the old location of Merlot's lab was. He was going to need to enter deeper into the subterranean part of Mountain Glen, where he is going to be likely to encounter more Grimm, especially those of the mutant variant. First, he still needs to get to the tunnel that leads down underground. And his shell strikes the ground near a group of creeps. The shell explodes and fragments into the sharp heated metal which deeply cuts into the skin of the creeps walking on their hind legs. The cries were silenced by the repeated action of a machine gun mowing down a group of supporting Nevermores in the distance. Hans takes a reload but hears more of them scuttling around the corner. He quickly drives forward right as the group of creeps turns towards him. The inverted knees of the creeps bent unnaturally as the treads of his Tiger H1 mercilessly flattens whatever was left of the lower half of a creep. The others quickly try to come to its aid and attack the tank with their main weapon, their tails. Finishing his reload he lets out another shot point blank at one of the creeps, vaporizing it into splotches of black tar on the street and nearby buildings. A cry from another group of Grimm attracts Hans' attention. Turning his turret he found the last evolved version of a normal enemy he needed to complete his medium task. An alpha creep pounces and dodges using the buildings as cover and scaling the walls. Hans shoots but grazes the alpha creep making its way towards him. Hans stood still focusing on predicting its movements. A flock of Nevermores nearby witnesses the battle and offers its assistance by sending their spear-like feathers towards the distracted Hans. With the incredibly tough steel armor, he had no problem taking the hits. Hans just ignores the attack in favor of focusing on the alpha. More and more Grimm start to converge on his position, and Hans surges forward to meet the alpha Grimm head-on. The alpha creep leaps into the sky as it exits the second-story building nearby, bringing its body forward it tucks itself into a roll before using its spiked tail towards the tank. The impact sends dust flying, blinding the rest of the Grimm trying to take down Hans. As the dust settles the barrel of his cannon emerges from the smoke screen and fires on the stunning alpha creep, liquefying its insides and toppling over. Machine gun fire once again sounds from the inside of the dust-covered battlefield as more Grimm get swiftly taken out by Han's weaponry. Nevermore's dive to grab at the gun before Han reverses and it misses. Their bodies became riddled with multiple wounds, the Nevermore's decay on the ground while the tiger lets out another shell towards a group of Beowulfs. Seeing the battle being lost, multiple Grimm try to escape through ruined buildings. Hans brings down a wall and rams straight into a Beowulf which shrieks in agony before meeting the cold steel of Hans' treads. The rest of the Beowulfs climb on top of Hans and desperately attack its roof. Hans sends himself into the rest of the building, sending it down on himself and the Beowulfs on top of him. Letting the weight crush the Grimm while it lands on top of Hans. The building is demolished as the lone figure of Hans bulldozes a chunk of the building off himself and into the streets as his suspension bobbed up and down from the uneven landing. Ding! Mission accomplished. Hard targets, destroy the evolved versions of enemies 5/5. SL equals 616,293 842,987 SL. Vehicle RP equals 78,743 112,382 RP. Convertible RP equals 125,887 165,807 RP. Not bad at all. Hans hums lightly at the numbers, he was getting more and more RP and SL as he went to more dense Grimm populations. He only had gone through a small part of the city and he already got this much in a few hours. Not only that but there was still an underground area which had even more Grimm in it. He was confident he could get the plane if he got more RP than SL. The Goliaths that he ended up killing were still not in sight but if he ever saw them he would definitely kill them. On to the next one. He drives forward, his engine blowing out the exhaust as he travels down the abandoned asphalt that traced the streets of Mountain Glen. He happens upon a small opening created nearby. The crack goes deep into the nearby terrain that jutted out into the city. A multitude of red eyes suddenly erupts out which startles Hans. Whoa! A small Grimm with tentacles connecting to a small Grimm mask suddenly shoots out from the small crack and scurries away from Hans, getting spooked by the noise Hans made with his tank. The hell was that? He quickly turned his hull and kept his vision locked on the thing. As his turret turns into position he loads and he at the Grimm. Debris was spent flying before Hans clicked his non-existent tongue at the miss. TCH. It's always the small bastards that get away. He shivers at the thought of remembering a Soviet ASU-57 sneaking around and Hans trying to hit it but failing due to how small the thing was. I wonder what that thing was, I've never seen it in the show. 5 hours later. A large gaping hole was seen by Hans, looking closely it used to be an above-ground subway terminal that littered the once populous city. The way down was still there and Hans could use his smaller SD, KFZ.234/2 to fit in the crack itself and hopefully not send the whole thing down with his weight. He switched tanks and carefully let each of his wheels touch the collapsed terminal. He could get down but the distant noise of rocks falling and the echoes of Grimm accompanied by the unstable-looking rubble made him very nervous. Letting one set of wheels go first he touches the first set of rubble connected precariously with what remains of the exposed rebar holding on to it. He felt the whole thing move with the newly added weight. Hans slowly let his entire tank go over the first ruble. Hans observed the rest of the rubble left and counted. 1, 4, 8, no. I shouldn't think about it. Remember, don't look down. Hans says as he looks down. Okay, still far. Come on, you can do this. He regretted looking down. He looks at the second set of rubble getting held by a support beam that was still standing. Hans was a bit more confident and let his entire weight on it before it started swaying to the left. Hans screams internally as it starts to lean before halting steady. He lets out a sigh of relief and eyes the next 6 patches of rubble still left going downward. Why do I do this to myself? He tests the next one by lightly tapping it with his front tires and he felt the entire thing rumble and jostle around before rocks began slipping and breaking apart. Thinking fast he immediately reverses into the more stable second patch of rubble before the one in front of him collapses. Fortunately, it didn't bring any more down and he could still cross albeit he needed to cross more rubble to get down. He inched closer and closer towards the ground below him, he could finally rest his spiking heart rate or engine rate in his case. He could see the underground part of the city that could hold bountiful riches in the form of Merlot's experiments. After he feels all 8 wheels touch the floor, he transforms back into his Tiger H1. It was dark but there was still light seeping from the sinkholes created from above. He huffs on forwards following the underground city. Merlot's lab was above ground but their experiments were held underground so he needed to find the abandoned lab. To find it he plans on following the trail of breadcrumbs. There they are. In the distance he spots green glowing spikes attached to an unusual Grimm that lingered around the underground city. Normal Beowulfs modified with serum, called mutant Grimm, were roaming around in small groups who were accompanied by normal Grimm. These were the captured Grimm that were injected with an experimental serum created by Merlot. He was a madman that saw Grimm as the next superior species, enough to try and lure more Grimm to the city itself to get more test subjects. When the city fell he too disappeared along with the main facility here in Mountain Glen. Readying his cannon he aims straight at the center of where they were. He fires and the he shell he loaded explodes leaving a cloud of dirt expanding. So it can survive he. The mutant Grimm screams in anger as its comrades were laid to waste by the he. It takes one look at Hans and its howls reverberated in the underground city. Hans pelts the mutated Grimm with machine gun fire but it bounces harmlessly as the mutant Grimm charges at him. Hans reloads and uses his APCBC to fire at the mutant Beowulf the Grimm. The shot pierces its body as it falls to the ground, its mutant green glowing effect fading into darkness. Another mutant Grimm, this time, a creep variant, was seen far behind the Beowulf that he just defeated. Just gotta follow the breadcrumbs. Hans reassured himself. He moves forward slowly, staying vigilant at the various hiding places and blind spots he could have just by being in this darker area. He looks at the mutant creep before it starts waddling in his direction glowing a bright green. Ah-oh. Kamikaze. It starts humming lightly as its energy starts being released but before the mutant creep could reach Hans he immediately shot it straight at the head. The explosion rocks the entire area he was in. Hans hears more roars around the entire city and the sounds of distant rapid stomping all around him as he realizes that the explosion from the shell paired with the suicidal charge the mutant creep did probably attracted every single Grimm in a 10 kilometers radius around him. Event active. You have alerted the Horde. Objective, survive midnight/1 hour and 30 minutes. Chapter 21, The Horde arrives. I shouldn't fight in here. The immediate area was enclosed and way too cramped to try and fight. There were high places Grimm could leap to and attack him from the top or blind spots that the Grimm could exploit to their advantage. To Hans, the place was horrible to fight in. Hans needed to get vision, he was not going to risk a mutant creep sneaking up to him while he dealt with the increasingly numerous Grimm that he attracted. Spotting a nearby area with light pouring in from the sinkhole above, he immediately went for it. As he drove he could feel the thousands of footsteps the horde of Grimm were making. Old ruined and still standing buildings were surrounding an area basked in sunlight that seeped from above. He idled in the middle while waiting for them to arrive. He needed a strategy. While the Tiger H1 might be strong to resist attacks with its armor, the older and much stronger Grimm will definitely use the distraction these smaller Grimm will provide to attack his weaker top armor or underside. Taking a look at his surroundings there was something he could do. He could funnel every single Grimm in one opening while blocking off the rest by using the buildings. Hans began shooting the supports that held the buildings upright, bringing the whole structure down to sections of his area that had an entrance. Satisfied at the result he finally heard the horde nearby circling the area he created and readied himself. Various Grimm types began flooding the entrance he left an opening for. He loaded in he and fired at the center of the entering Grimm, sending some flying to the sky while the rest were killed in an instant from the high explosive sending shrapnel outwards. Reloads were going to be his weakness so he had to use his machine gun to suppress Grimm but found it harder and harder to manage increasing numbers of Grimm. Can't these bodies decay quicker? The bullets he fired could only pierce a single Grimm at a time, the lower caliber could instantly kill a weak Grimm but its body still lingered long enough for other Grimm to use its dying body as a meat shield before it decayed. Hans fires another he at the center of the pack and spots mutants and alphas coming in. He needed to be more selective with his ammunition left in his machine gun so he focused on his main gun shooting stronger alphas and only burst firing at normal Grimm. Normal Grimm were taken care of machine guns while harder enemies were destroyed with APSBS rounds. If there was a time he needed to reload high machine guns he used he while waiting for the reload to finish. The cycle he had was constant the whole time the event went on for. Hans was losing the track of time, he could check but that would mean a lapse in attention. He kept at this cycle for a while but he encountered a problem. The machine gun needed to reload and there was an unusually bigger amount of evolved and mutant type Grimm arriving. Crap. Feeling the click from the now empty machine gun he switched to he and committed to keeping the smaller Grimm rather than eliminate the number of alphas. He backed up as the stronger alphas and mutants got in closer. Okay, I think it's time to seal the entrance. Feeling the increasing pressure that the horde of Grimm created, he fired a shell towards the support beam that held a building nearby. The structure collapsed, burying beneath it hundreds of Grimm before blocking the entrance he made. Hans could have done this from the start, but free SL and RP made him choose to at least kill off part of the horde. He was now left with multiple mutants and alphas in front and at his sides. He prioritized the mutant creeps. He wasn't going to risk getting blown apart by it, so he wanted to take them out quickly. He lets out machine gun fire at the other Grimm to keep them busy while he reloads and fires an his shell at the mutant creeps, killing them instantly. A pair of mutant Beowulfs send out their spikes into the ground, slowly growing in size while traveling towards Hans. Whoa! The spikes narrowly missed as Hans backed away just in time. Loading in APCBC, he melted the head of one of the mutant Beowulfs. The other alphas decide to launch their attacks simultaneously. Alpha creeps swung their tails, Ursa started charging him, and Beowulfs began to lunge for the gun. He accelerates forwards and crushes the alpha creeps beneath him while decimating the top half of the Ursi when he shoots an APCBC round at them. Turning his turret, he switched to his other viewports to see the location of the other alphas. He lets out more cannon shots as he kills the rest of the Grimm before meeting the last mutant Beowulf charging up its spikes. Not taking any chances, he killed the Beowulf and watched it as it lifelessly crumpled to the ground. A sudden burst of rubble from the opposite side alerted him and immediately turned to face the new threat. A giant mutant Deathstalker crushes its fellow Grimm below it while it walks forward from the breach it created, snapping its claws and its tail glowing bright green as it lets out a war cry at Hans. Hans took one look at the new Grimm and saw its armor plating lining the entire front part of the Grimm, angling at a really steep angle. Its mutated body let out green spikes from his side and made its tail grow green. Unlike the normal Grimm, Deathstalkers had almost its entire body made of carapace. So it's the closest thing to a tank that he could fight. Oh god, this reminds me of fighting Soviet tanks before I knew about their weakness. Hans loaded APCBC and shot it at the Deathstalker's tail. The Deathstalker swings its tail out of the way and Hans' shot misses as it advances. He let machine guns fire out only for them to be ineffective. Feeling his reload done, he tries again. Letting out another shell at the Deathstalker, he is surprised when the Deathstalker uses its claw to block the shell. The grating noise of a ricochet reached his ears as he realized that the Deathstalker just purposefully angled itself. One option left. He waits as he is loading in a DIPCBC round. The Deathstalker rushes forward, reaching Hans as it slams its claws at the ground while its spikes glowed green. Hans suddenly feels getting lifted up into the air as spikes reach the front part of his Tiger H1. He immediately makes his tracks grab the ground and break off the spikes. The Deathstalker follows up its attack by swinging its razor-sharp claw towards Hans. The barrel gets cut in half as Hans drives towards its side, cursing at the fact that it took away half his barrel. Feeling the reload being finished, he decides that he would let the DIPCBC round travel towards the ground. The Deathstalker tries to wrestle off Hans, who is attempting to ram its side while Hans tries to get a shot at the ground below it. The moment arrives and Hans lets the shell travel through half his barrel before striking the ground beneath the unarmored belly of the scorpion-like Deathstalker Grimm. The explosion tosses around Hans, sending him skidding across the ground while the Deathstalker experiences total annihilation as it takes in all of the explosive prowess of the DIPCBC and is left in bits on the ground. Ding! Mission accomplished. Objective: survive 1 hour and 30 minutes / 1 hour and 30 minutes. Through the fire, destroy medium-level Grimm 15/22. SL equals 842,987 1,112,365 SL. Vehicle RP equals 112,382 185,438 RP. Convertible RP equals 165,807 260,489 RP. Wait, has it been an hour and a half or a minute and a half? The tank slowly repaired the damages and refilled the ammunition he used up during the fight and took his time looking around the underground city. Hans would travel to where a trail of mutant Grimm could be found. Feeling his tank get repaired, he drives forwards, passing by the multitude of decaying Grimm. The breach the mutant Deathstalker created was used by Hans. He had planned on driving straight through the walls once the Horde event finished, but now that the Deathstalker created one, he could rest easy that it did the job for him. In the distance he could barely see the markings of Merlot Industries logo on a steel-encased building. It was covered in destroyed sections of the facility and the paint was starting to peel off, a sign of age. Multiple mutant Grimm were roaming around it, easily spotted by the green glow they emanated from their body. It wasn't hard to pinpoint the area he needed to go, so he judged the distance he had to travel. Quite far. Hans had been fighting continuously for almost the whole day now. So he wanted to finish up the day by at least traveling towards the underground lab and stopping to some uncollapsed building to stay in before he would begin properly exploring Merlot's lab and killing every mutant type in there. The rewards from earlier were very abundant. Mutant Grimm provided more of a challenge and could actually injure Hans properly if they could get to his weak spots. They gave him more RP and SP than their normal variant by a large difference. He felt his tracks travel along the cracked and aging roads that lead towards Merlot Industries in the far distance. Roars filled the ambient atmosphere that the underground city was in. It was as large as the city above it, but there is a stark contrast to the mood it brought. Darkness filled the area since electricity powered by dust was presumably shut down after the fall of the city itself. The only light Hans could use was the sunlight that leaked from the surface. It was getting darker and darker, and eventually Hans got to a point where he was constantly running over chunks of fallen debris littered on the road he was trying to traverse. He would need to find someplace to stay in for a while and rest up while he let the night pass by. Fighting in pitch-black conditions would be a nightmare against Grimm. If the night in Forever Fall had been dark, an underground labyrinth of concrete was much worse in terms of light. As Hans came to a stop, he focused on looking at buildings to find a suitable place of refuge. It was still relatively sturdy, and the buildings surrounding it acted as a wall to prevent Grimm from wandering in. Deeming it the best place for him to stay, he carefully made his way inside the building. It was surprisingly still orderly, unlike the other buildings that were scattered throughout the city. It was spacious too, so he could bring in his Tiger H1 without blowing out the entrance for him to fit in. He picked a spot to rest in and felt his engine turn cold as he urged it to turn off. He would still live even without the engine running, it just meant that he couldn't move from the lack of power. He checked the HUD for his account to look at the current SL and RP he had. Hans was already at 1 million SL, so the only thing keeping him from getting a plane was about 800,000 RP. It would be only a few more days before he could unlock the aviation tree. The Grimm both at the upper and underground parts of Mountain Glen were still densely populated. In one day he could earn almost 150,000 RP if he kept farming at this pace. It would be close to his goal of better transport than being stuck at the ground all the time. Should I just use the tunnels? It was definitely better than cross-country suffering, but a tank wrecking the supposed barricade to a city filled to the brim with Grimm will definitely make the world hate him. Though he supposes that it wouldn't take long to get a plane, so no rush to break down the barrier in Vale. Chapter 22, Roman's Desertion. In a dark room, lit only by a singular bulb overhead, were 4 figures standing opposite to each other. A woman clad in red and another with Neapolitan-styled clothing stood across each other. A young man and woman flank each side of the woman in red as she opens her mouth in frustration. What? Words laced with poison left her mouth, and disbelief ingrains itself over her features before being replaced with fury. Her palms started sparking and a flurry of flame conjured itself at her hands. The scroll under her hold begins to flash its display before crumbling under her grasp and falling to the concrete floor. Why did he leave? She spoke slowly, calm to others who do not frequent her presence, but to many under her command, her words were filled with scorn. The person she questioned nods. Her heterochromatic eyes blinked in disregard for the rage of the woman standing opposite to her. Twirling her open umbrella and twisted it under the gentle caress of her fingers. Almost to signify her nonchalant attitude that the threat Cinder presented. You. The sound of glass shattering enters the ears of those present in the room. The dimly lit building offers a stark contrast to the wave of heat brought forth by Cinder. The table that sat in the middle was now crackling as embers left its top before splitting from the intense heat that had been introduced to it by Cinder. Ma'am. Cinder snaps her head back to the subordinate that spoke. The green-haired woman wavers at the brightly burning background that Cinder stood in front of. The flames gently remind her that what she says could be her last. We could always coerce the other crime families to pick up where Roman left off. Emerald grit her teeth in fear. Would Cinder think it was a foolish plan? Was she going to die for her incompetence? These thoughts ran in the mind of the subservient green-haired woman. Who would you propose could fit in our plans, dear Emerald? Emerald let her stiff body slacken from relief. She could still help Cinder. Her answer came at a perfect time. Emerald had seen the criminal networks in Vale before, and she was confident one man could take the now missing top dog of the underworld's place as the new henchman of Cinder. Hei Xiong, ma'am. Cinder recognizes the name, one of the old bosses that ruled in the city before being eclipsed by the more popular and skilled Roman Torchwick. Cinder extinguishes the flames on her hands. Emerald relaxes as she now sees that her boss acknowledges her recommendation as something worthwhile to consider. I'll pay him a visit at Junior's, you two will stay low. I do not need any more setbacks, understand? Yes. Cinder walks away, the clack of her glass heels only being the reminder of her presence in the room. As the door shut with an audible click, the young man settled on the wall behind him and released a breath he was unaware of holding. Didn't realize you had it in you. The gray-haired young man jokingly states with a carefree attitude. Emerald lowered her head before responding to her partner. Mercury, can you not? Mercury smirks before straightening himself and closing his fist and bringing it up towards his chin. Looking straight at the table that once stood before burning in Cinder's rage. What made Torchwick run? I thought he was supposed to be scared of Cinder. The questioning tone had set a mood for the pair. Cinder was strong, and that was a given since she had received half the maiden's power. Cinder had Torchwick under her thumb, yet for only a short time his fear of her waned and eventually died out. Don't ask me, I would like to know too. Emerald agreed, begrudgingly so. Mercury releases his hand from his chin and walks in towards Emerald before swinging his hands outwards, seemingly gesturing at the plan of action he had in mind. Well, the answers are not going to come out of nowhere, now is it? I say we find out for ourselves. Emerald crossed her brown arms in a questioning manner at the ridiculous idea Mercury had. Are you crazy? Cinder just asked us to stay low. Mercury held his hand up in the air to show surrender at Emerald's response. He slowly took steps around the room before elaborating further. Relax, we're not going to do anything too eye-catching. Just a few questions, and who knows, maybe Cinder would appreciate our thoughtfulness. Mercury's plan was brilliant, he might as well be awarded with a certificate saying how much genius he radiated. Emerald could only say one thing as a response to the totally remarkable suggestion Mercury had. You are an idiot. Mercury put his hand on his chest in a feint, being sincere at her words. Thanks for the compliment, Em. I knew that you appreciated my company all this time. Emerald only rolled her dark red eyes in annoyance at the obvious sarcasm that Mercury always did whenever they conversed without Cinder being around. Shut it. Though his suggestion did have some merit despite being an obviously bad idea. If they could keep their identities low, they could possibly piece together who scared Torchwick away, or at least what motivation he suddenly gained to do so. Cinder knew that Torchwick ran since he did send his psychopathic little assassin instead of showing up personally, which they often did at meetings. The person that had Torchwick spooked could also go against Cinder, knowing who this person was could greatly benefit their plans. Alright, but nothing too drastic. Mercury mocks a salute at Emerald after her acceptance of his plan of action. You got it, boss. So where do we start? Mercury places his hand in his front right pocket and opens his scroll as its display beams into life. He fiddles with it before placing it in Emerald's outreached hand. Emerald looks at the image shown. We can start with this. Emerald looks at the image and understands what Mercury was insinuating. Wasn't this the first instance of Torchwick getting his supplies stolen or destroyed by someone? Mercury cuts her question off. So it would seem. The image shown was the aftermath of a dust explosion that happened more than a week ago in the industrial district. It was the scene where Blake and Hans had sent the dust round RWBY had made for them to steal Torchwick's dust. In an unknown hideout. Torchwick fills his time by pacing around the room with a worried look on his face. The constant and repeated rhythm of his expensive-looking shoes stomping on the ground was silenced when a shorter woman with pink and brown hair suddenly appeared at the entrance, smirking at her boss' anxious look. Don't look at me like that, Neo, you know how much she's capable of. The young woman only responds by placing a finger on the edges of her smile. Roman sighs out and turns to face his companion. Yeah, I can't help it, okay? Good to see you safe, Neo. Neo prances around towards the kitchen, where a minute later she comes back to sit on the couch Torchwick had placed in the middle of the room. She takes out a comically large spoon and cheerfully digs into her favorite choice of a frozen treat, her namesake of Neapolitan ice cream. While she gleefully takes bite after bite of the delicious treat she retrieved from the fridge. Roman, now free of his anxiousness, takes out his cigar from his back pocket and lights it up using his lighter before placing it in between his mouth. With a huff, he lets out a smoke before talking to Neo. When will you be ready to go? Neo pouts at the interruption of her enjoying her dessert. Her lips were lined with the various flavors that made up Neapolitan ice cream. While her comically large spoon was still digging out more of the ice cream. Oh come on, you can't just use that as an excuse, Torchwick says while rolling his eyes. Neo nudges her head in an accusatory way before Torchwick taps his cane in annoyance and raises his voice in acceptance. Fine. We can stay here for a while, it'll take that flame bitch a long time to find this place. Torchwick had multiple bases around Vale. The majority were taken out of commission when the cops started policing the industrial district. He couldn't use them since the heat that the dust bomb incident drew too much attention. Neo responds by lifting up her right arm, comically large spoon in hand, and twirls it around as if to make Torchwick elaborate on his drastic change in plan. That little kitty is making things hard for me, but it wasn't her, Neo. It's the thing that made that gigantic explosion in the middle of town. Neo nodded in understanding, noticing the look of seriousness on Roman's face. It was a pretty large explosion, it practically sounded throughout the entirety of Vale. Do you realize how much time it took for me to heal the wounds that came from those bits of metal made? A whole day. Not only that, if you didn't notice, it flattened the whole block. Roman showed his point by flaring his arms out and making an explosion noise at the end of his explanation. Neo tilts her head and places a finger on her cheek at Roman's show. It's why we're moving. Kitty Cat has been accosting me constantly, and every time she does she leaves the place in an inferno. He had experienced a total of 3 separate incidents where a bomb has blown up more of his base of operations. It was getting harder for Roman to actually do what he was being threatened for. It all started with her and that machine she brought with her. Neo gestures with a knife cutting her throat. No, I don't know who she is. I can't just take her out, although the thing said its name. Blair. Blaine. Blade. Break? Yes, Break was it, but I've dug through dozens of paperwork just to see who she is, but I couldn't find her in Vale's registry. Roman vaguely remembers the name that the machine called out, though he was too busy being awestruck and horrified at the massive gun barrel that stared at his face while the perpetrator shot at him while he desperately tried to block it in seconds. Neo responds by pointing her finger at her head. Well, I've seen much weirder names out there, Neo. Neo stretched her arms out before placing her spoon and emptying bucket of ice cream on the table that was present in front of the couch. She got up with a hop and walked over to the window and gestured her hands to Roman and pointed to the outside. Anywhere but here, Neo. We can always build up another criminal empire. For now I can't do that in the other kingdom since I'm sure Cinder's got a vendetta against me now. Though I'd prefer facing off against her than fighting that car that nearly vaporized me. Neo then puts her hands in a triangle before making claws with her hands and trying to menacingly growl, but couldn't since she's mute. Are you crazy? Well, you are, but do you really think we could lose heat there of all places? Neo simply nods at Roman's questioning. Roman thought of it for a moment before sighing deeply and puffing out smoke. And they tell me that you're the crazy one. It's a good place to lose them for now. Neo goes back to her seat and scoops up more ice cream before giggling at the taste. Roman looks at the nearby map and closes his eyes, thinking of the idea before snuffing out his cigar on an ashtray and fixing his clothes. Let's just hope I don't die to a griffin or something on the way there. Chapter 23, Numbers. Tank treads met the old pavement below, and the pebbles that lined the street violently shook from the motion of steel plates meeting the stone below. Gears interlocked and let out a droning noise before stopping as the turret of a tank is left to see what remains of an old and decrepit building. Here it is, Merlot's lab. Hans made his way up the wrecked entrance of the building, where once there were pristine glass and steel designs, now being left to the destruction that it received from the fall of the city. His treads made contact with the stairs as he made his way up to the research lab that housed Merlot's ambitions. The weight of his Tiger H1 left trails of chipped stone as he arrived at a hallway where the light showed its company through cracks on the wall and holes in the ceiling. Hans shut off his engine, ending its constant machinations from within. The surrounding air only let out distant growls and movements of the mutated Grimm that escaped their prison. There. From the walls further away, a dusty and worn-out symbol could be seen among the stripping layers of paint and crumbling metal. Right below it is a map, customary for the future workers and the potential guests that Merlot entertains. Hans turned his engine back on and trudged through the fallen debris that littered the hull. Every time the tank screeched from the jagged edges of the torn-out supports that dotted throughout the facility. Now where would I keep dozens of test subjects hidden? The map has reserved its more dubious practices for only those who were supposed to see it. Keeping it from the public was an important step for Merlot to continue his experiments. Hans would need to kill every single one to ensure his relative safety in the confines of Mountain Glen. This one looks a bit suspicious. A large area of the map was missing, and hallways ended where hallways shouldn't, almost as if an entire room was removed, leaving the connected pieces out of place or incomplete. Hans took in the basic outline of what the map had. Hans needed to remember the route he would need to take. The last thing he wanted to happen was for a mishap to occur and not be able to know what direction to the nearest exit. Hans progressed further into the lab as the multitude of ruined screens and furniture was scattered among the already destroyed rooms that he went past during his travel time. Mutant creeps were roaming around the halls as they heard something approaching them. They cautiously peered into the preceding hall before getting shot through with a machine gun that flashed its muzzle in the darkened building. Hans raced to the corner where he was greeted by even more mutant Grimm, who was now growling at their perceived threat. He retreats back into position and readies an APC-BC round to fire at the mutant Beowulfs that were going around the corner. He camped in the corner until the time was right. The Beowulfs dug their claws on the floor as they were engulfed in a frenzy to destroy the machine. Hans let out a single shell before suppressing the others. A Beowulf sends out its green glowing spike towards the front of the tank but is shattered on impact as the steel that made up the body of Hans effortlessly halts the projectile. He finishes a reload and dispatches the others in quick succession. He repeated this over and over, killing the mutated Grimm that stood in his way to gain more RP and SL as he went further and further down where he assumed was their habitat. SL equals 1,112,365, 1,162,865 SL. Vehicle RP equals 185,438, 212,328 RP. Convertible RP equals 260,489, 298,153 RP. Only been here for a few minutes and I've gained this much RP. Not so much SL though. One final pained screech was heard before Hans ran down the mutated Beowulf, using the weight and speed of the tank to crush its body. The body decays moments later as Hans went around to stare in surprise at what came into his view moments later. The lights are on in this place. It was a curious development. The rest of the facility had been submerged in darkness with lights from the surface illuminating it barely above being able to see. Based on the map he had memorized, he knows this is where the suspicious spot on the map should be. He eyed the wall that the hallway led to, thinking there was some secret and special way to enter. He tried to deduce what it would be, before he ignored that thought and decided to shoot an APC-BC straight through the wall. A sizable hole was made, with the metal jutting inwards before flaring out the end of the impact. Hans used his various viewports to look at where he had just shot into. It was the remaining lab still operating underground despite being abandoned for a long time. Hans couldn't see much more than the machinery in the place, so he decides to do something reckless. Hans goes as far back as he can before loading more APC-BC rounds through the wall until a dotted pattern is made. He prepared his engine as he felt his sprockets pulling the treads of his tank faster and faster. The entire structurally weakened wall burst as Hans ran his 54-ton vehicle into the wall as the wall bent with an ear-piercing noise emanating and the entire building shook from its foundations. Hans could now fully take in the entered laboratory that was still standing. It was massive. Rooms were filled with broken chambers, and holding cages were broken open, presumably when the staff and Merlot needed to evacuate or even died. So that's how they got out. A massive opening was seen through the middle half of the wall being split open. Large enough for mutant Grimm to escape but small enough for very large Grimm from exiting. How'd that Deathstalker escape though? Hans drove throughout the lab and saw every holding pod being either broken into or still intact with nothing in them. He finally saw the holograms that were still displaying text on them. It was just numbers that Hans didn't know what they meant. A series of numbers that were arranged with 3 digits followed by another one with 2 digits and the last one with 3 digits. I don't know what these are used for and I don't even have access to a scroll or something. Unless. Hans had an idea. Hey, Blake. I've got no time to explain but you've got to take this down. 124, 75, 256 inch. He would repeat the numbers through his one-way telepathic communication given to him. Hans would forget this information quickly so he kept telling the numbers to Blake, who he hoped would take it down for him. Well, that was interesting. I should head back to kill the mutants, eliminate the things that could actually stand a chance against me rather than delay it till later. Hans had a simple plan of action: clear the majority of the mutant Grimm, head back to the surface and kill even more Grimm until he would empty out the upper layer of Mountain Glen before heading to the underground part of Mountain Glen and clearing everything there too. Back at Beacon Academy. Blake. 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 Yang's voice rang out from the room. Blake glanced upwards, her amber eyes locking with the lilac eyes of her teammate and partner. Huh. Blake snapped out from her daze. She shook her head from the sudden calling of her name. You've been staring at that piece of paper for a long time now. Yang points at the piece of paper where numbers were scrawled on it. Blake had struck another base the White Fang had, who were colluding with Torchwick to steal dust. She had spent the majority of her time researching their whereabouts and stalking the streets for info. Hans' sudden telepathic communication made her scramble for a paper and write down what he was saying before cutting off an hour later. Her sleep schedule had improved but her quality of rest wasn't increasing, so there were times when Blake acted odd, and one of those days happened to be today. I was. Yang crossed her arms at the comment. She had noticed her partner's slowly degrading mood over the weeks that they were in Beacon. So Yang decided to press on for more information. You didn't even notice. Weiss suddenly interjects her own observations on the seemingly nervous Blake, who has now shuffled her fingers around at her teammates' attention to her. Now that I think about it, haven't you been acting like this more lately? Yang connected some dots on her head. Another of their friends at the table had been acting the same way she did. Blake showed an awkwardness, but an awkwardness to what? Yang feared the worst. No, are you getting bullied too? What? No. I'm not. Blake immediately rejects the idea. She was a faunus, she knew how to fight back, and she was never going to allow herself to get bullied. Weiss had to agree with Yang. She joined Yang at her side and put her hands on her hips in an attempt to interrogate the increasingly jumpy Blake. You are undoubtedly acting suspicious right now. John is already getting harassed by Carden, we don't need another of our friends being all weird and such. Yang adds. So tell us, Blake Belladonna, what's on your mind? Weiss made a point by climbing onto a chair and balancing it majestically while pointing at the surprised Blake. Weiss returns the chair to its place before rejoining Yang at her side. It's nothing. Blake said, waving her hands in denial. That's what John tells everyone too. Weiss points out. Not confident she could try and get out of being interrogated, Blake once again races for the window to jump out off, same way like before. She rushes past in a blur before feeling a bear hug created by Yang. Nah, Blakey, you ain't getting out of this one. The squirming Blake was now tightly under the hold of Yang, who had to fight hard to keep their gloomy teammate from getting away. Whoa, what's that? As a last attempt to escape, Blake had pointed to the door behind Yang. Nothing was there, of course. Weiss had seen through her attempt of deception. Do you honestly think that we dash? Yang didn't think the same way. What, where? Yang loosens her grip, which Blake uses to escape her hold and leap out of the window. Weiss turns to Yang, who had just realized she was bamboozled. You can't be serious. Weiss said in disappointment. What now? Yang looked around the room as she asked Weiss how to deal with the runaway teammate. Noticing the lack of her sister in the room. Hey, have you seen RWBY anywhere? Weiss took a look around the room. She'd noticed her team leaders lacking presence, but she was good at remembering what they usually do after classes. Well, no, doesn't she usually go to the workshop with Blake? She put her pale hand towards her equally marble-like chin. Thinking hard on a way to deal with Blake, she was hiding something. Weiss was sure she needed to figure it out, or else their team might fall apart. Do you think RWBY's part of it too? Yang's lilac eyes turned red as heat started leaking from her golden locks as she put together her open palm to a fist. Nobody better be bullying my sister. Relax, Yang, I'm just saying that we could find RWBY to find out what Blake is up to. Weiss tried to calm down her teammate's sudden spark of anger. Yang blinks a few times before relaxing at Weiss' suggestion. Alright, Ice Queen, we look for Lil Sis and see where Blakey went to. Could you stop calling me that? Weiss' annoyed tone leaked through the air. Nope. Yang playfully answers. Come on, let's go, we still got time to burn. Yang gestures to Weiss. Weiss follows Yang to walk towards the workshop where RWBY should be. Chapter 24, RWBY spills the beans. The periodic clanging of tools could be heard inside a room. Dust containers were lined up on a secure shelf where each had tight restraints in order to avoid accidents. RWBY took a glance at each of them and carefully mixed some together. Scattered remnants of other failed experiments laid across the table RWBY was working on. Dozens filled with equations that were different ratios of dust, yet there was something RWBY was missing. She was sure she was close. She had repeatedly tried to replicate the substance called gunpowder by hands from the time Blake handed over a tank shell that she didn't know the origins of. If she could recreate its properties, then maybe she could upgrade every single ammunition she has for her sniper rifle scythe hybrid, Crescent Rose. She grabs the small lever present on the machine where she had placed the casing in. She slowly lowers a regular bullet on top of the casing. Satisfied, she took it out of the machine and used a different one to place the primer in as well. She takes in one last look at the newly created experimental round and places it inside an empty magazine. Picking up Crescent Rose, she rushes outside the door only for her face to collide with her sister's assets outside the door. Owie! RWBY picks herself up while rubbing her sore nose from the collision. Yang wraps her arms around Ruby's shoulders. Hey lil sis. Have you been doing bad stuff with Blake by any chance? Once the question fully gets comprehended Ruby, she immediately denies it by shaking her head rapidly. Not convincing both Yang and Weiss with her suspicious behavior. What? No. We aren't doing anything bad. Yang raises a brow and a smug grin shows itself on her face before booking Ruby on the nose. So you are doing something with Blake. Just not bad. Good to know Ruby. Oh. Ruby realized she messed up. Weiss walks inside to continue the interrogation that they were holding inside the workshop. Yang was ready to restrain her sister who was getting more erratic. We have a few questions regarding our teammate and you've been with her all this time. Weiss locks her gaze on the frightened Ruby. Ice-cold glares weren't rare for Weiss but this had been different. There were previous times when she held unending disgust toward the person. This was different since she had a genuine concern over the well-being of her teammate. Blake was unwilling to share what bothered her so Weiss decided to take drastic measures. Now that you have confirmed that you are up to something, why not tell us what that thing actually is? Never. Ruby declares. She goes for the exit only for her shoulder to get yanked back. Ruby gets engulfed in a massive bear hug that she couldn't get out of. Ruby had the ability to lift up a massive scythe but whenever her sister is involved she could only try to resist. Ugh, let me go, Yang. Ruby flailed around her arms and legs in a desperate attempt to escape her sister for a good few seconds before tiring herself out and slumping in defeat. Nope. Not before you tell us whatever is going on with Blake. Yang tries to make it easier for Ruby to just tell her what's going on. It's top secret. I'll never talk, not even when you give me cookies. Yang knew how much she valued cookies. Ruby would never give up her favorite food unless it was something very important. Yang recognizes this and has to go the hard way to get the answer out of Ruby. That bad huh? You know the drill, Weiss. Both Yang and Weiss had to make the hard choice to torture her for information. Weiss seized crescent rose from her and prepared to do something horrible. What are you? Weiss whipped out a can of beans. She wasn't actually going to throw it in there but if Ruby was ever going to tell Blake what she has been up to then a little push from Weiss would do the job. Spill it. She threatens. You wouldn't dare. Ruby stared in horror at what was going to happen to her beloved crescent rose. Weiss began to open up the receiver of her hybrid gun scythe and slowly tilted the open can of beans. She wasn't going to pour the beans in but since it was Ruby who they were interrogating then she would immediately surrender the information. No, my precious. I'll talk. Ruby couldn't stomach her crescent rose being filled with that accursed food product. Imagining how much work she had to do and the damage it would cause, she had to save her sweetheart from mechanical failure. Now can you tell us what's been going on? Yang asks calmly. Blake is a vigilante and I'm helping her out by making high-yield explosives. Ruby was a bit shaky at her confession but it was clear to those in the room. Wait, she's been doing this since the beginning of school. Weiss asks, slowly moving away the beans from the receiver of Ruby's weapon. Yep. Weiss knew how much danger Blake was in. Being a vigilante and doing schoolwork at the same time was a recipe for a lot of problems. Weiss was acquainted with the work hard line of thinking so she would know how much stress that induces on a regular person, let alone someone who had to go out at night to use up more energy on fighting every time. Yang, we need to make her stop. She's going to make a mistake sooner or later if she keeps tiring herself out. She advises. How do we do that? Yang loosens her grip on the still-present Ruby. I have no doubt she'd return, make her think we dropped the subject but don't make it too obvious. Let her deny everything we ask and let her think we gave up. Everyone would need to make Blake stop what she was doing, it was a bit too early in the school semester to be constantly being tired out. Hey, Ruby. How late does she arrive anyways? Yang questions. Ruby takes a moment to get a rough estimate of the time Blake arrives and sleeps. Ruby doesn't know for sure but she'd been seeing her opening and leaving the window so she could take a guess. Around 5 o'clock, maybe 3 o'clock if she's doing well. The statement horrifies the other members of Team RWBY. Blake was doing schoolwork and doing vigilante work with half a sleep schedule. No wonder she's so tired every day but I always see her paying attention to class. Yang remembers her partner staring at the professor quite intensely. Oh, she sleeps with her eyes open. Whoa, cool. Yang was impressed and also jealous that she could do that. Ugh, Yang. Can't you see that Blake is trying to make us think she's fine when clearly she's not? Weiss rolls her eyes at Yang's supposed infatuation with Blake's ability to sleep with her eyes open. So are we all agreed on this? She continues. Yeah. Yang raises her arms, letting go of her sister. I really want to finish this. RWBY points to her magazine and crescent rose that Weiss was still holding along with a can of beans. I enact my older sister privilege. Yang forced RWBY to agree with her on everything once a month, which prompted RWBY to groan loudly before relenting on her sister's command. Just don't ever do that to my precious ever again, or I'll replace your shampoo with wood glue. RWBY turned around, back to her sister, in contempt. What monster have you become, RWBY? Yang acts out being hurt deeply. RWBY turns her head around and squeezes her cheeks and pulls them apart at Yang. Bleh. Later at night. Blake was currently trying to quietly return to her dorm. She creeps up, hugging the wall closely as she reaches the door. Turning its doorknob, she peeks in with a single eye at the room. The door cracks open slowly, letting more and more of the room into view as Blake goes in without her teammates quietly sleeping with the covers over their heads. Looks like they're asleep. Blake confirms the status of her teammates and quietly goes to retrieve the hidden bomb that she had been supplied by RWBY. She has routinely carried one ever since the first time Hans introduced her to becoming something else. She wasn't a terrorist anymore, okay, maybe a little bit, she admits. The bomb was one that was modeled after the DIAPCBC but removed the projectile and replaced the primer with an aura-activated timer. It wasn't the same power output as what Hans used, but since every time she went to raid a warehouse, the dust that was left in there could act as more explosive mass for her to use. She was about to take the bag she had hidden the bomb before the lights suddenly blinded her. The room was fully lit while she stood there spooked. She whirls around for her to see the entirety of Team RWBY, RWBY herself included, cordoning off the entire room for all the escape paths she could use. Blake, RWBY told us everything. Blake paled at the revelation, her complexion turned even more white than before. She could feel her legs twitching as they instinctively tried to urge her to run. Sorry Blake, but they used beans to threaten my sweetheart. RWBY kept her weapon close to her even when they pretended to sleep, her knees were rubbing each other and her weapon was held close to her chest. RWBY's nervous fidgeting showed Blake that she really was threatened, so she didn't blame her. Though maybe the beans part intrigued her a bit. Can you really not tell us, your teammates, what you are up to? Weiss asks. Her voice rose in intensity at Blake, who was equally getting more defensive as the conversation went on. Blake had resolved herself to redeem what the White Fang had wronged. She was part of the organization once, so she had to fix their mistakes. Maybe then she could reveal herself to the others, but until then she had to keep whatever the Fang and Torchwick had in mind. No, it's complicated. It's just. I need to do this. She clenched the bag that had the dust bomb in it. Do what? Exhaust yourself beyond what you can handle and make your teammates worry every time we see you from now on. Weiss countered. You could feel the venom seeping out as she let out every single word. She was harsh at her delivery but was lined with good intentions. Yes, I won't let you stop me. Blake was filled with determination. Blake and Weiss just stared at each other, observing the intention of the other to see an ounce of reason between the both of them. Weiss let out a big sigh and softened her expression. Alright, we won't stop you. Please, just remember that you have a team to rely on, not just this dolt here. Pointing her thumb behind her towards RWBY, who was offended at the statement. Hey! She yelled out. Blake was surprised. Her teammates, especially Weiss, were being this concerned about what she was doing. The same Weiss who was almost as antisocial as her, albeit in a different way. Weiss of all people was letting her go after all that. Maybe she had changed after all. So you won't interfere? Blake asks. We won't force you to do anything, Yang reassured her with a big convincing grin. Thank you. Really? Blake clung to her bag even more. She felt bad that she was going to leave her team in the dark, but it must be done for their safety. Who knows what will happen if the White Fang or Torchwick caught wind of her teammates involving themselves. If something must be done, she must do it herself. It was her past making innocents suffer after all. No problem, Blakey. Yang gave a thumbs up. Blake smiled at the gesture. She fixed her bag onto her back and leaped off the window after passing Weiss, who was guarding it. She put one foot on the edge and jumped off into the darkness. A few seconds later, confirming Blake's exit from the room. Weiss sighs and turns to the rest of Team RWBY. Her softened expression turns into a menacing smirk as she gestures for her team to track their runaway teammate down. Blake needed help and Weiss was going to make sure she doesn't hurt herself by not asking for help. If Blake was going to be this apprehensive in sharing her problems with us, then a little trickery won't hurt. Who's ready to follow her? Chapter 25, Where White Meets Black. A building of modest design was currently occupied by the terrorist organization known as the White Fang. After the restructuring of command ordered by Cinder, Hae-Seong was coerced into taking over the dust robberies that Torchwick used to head. After a few robberies during daylight, Hae had a ton of problems from the start. The White Fang was obviously still pretty mad about being led by a human, so Hae had problems with insubordination. Not only that, unlike his own men, they were terribly incompetent at their jobs. Blake had been watching this hideout in previous days, observing their movements and taking down their routes. She was a bit more exhausted than usual because her last sabotaging operation forced her to sleep at an outstanding 7:30 in the morning. She put away her concerns and prepared herself for what she was going to do. She would knock out and move away the White Fang and anyone inside unless Torchwick himself was there. She was going to make sure she was going to keep the casualties low. They were just misguided faunuses, she wasn't going to kill them with the bomb. Blake climbed up the rooftops and infiltrated through a skylight present. Men were taking a break in an isolated room, something she had learned was their routine. She silently landed behind a grunt and choked them before getting up and looking at her surroundings. There should be another one around here. She peeked around the corner and spotted the grunt leaning on the wall sound asleep. She dashed in front of the grunt before punching them as hard as she could in the face, knocking them out. She dragged their bodies towards a window, ready to be retrieved once she took out everyone that was in the danger zone. Blake slid over to the center of the dust stockpile and got out the bomb in her bag. The explosion would be strong enough to destroy the building, so she needed to get out while the rest of the White Fang was still in the break room for a while. She laid low to the ground while confidently sneaking around corners and taking out more White Fang members. She was now ready to set up the bomb she had in her bag. She reached for the bomb and planted it in the middle of the dust stockpile. She had a few minutes to get out once she activated it. As she heard a small click coming from the bomb, she nods to herself and dashed towards her escape route. An open window was present where she started escorting the unconscious White Fang members further away from the building. The rest would receive wounds but nothing too life-threatening. She came back for the final unconscious grunt and reached for the window before hearing a loud click behind her. Hands where I can see them. She turned slightly and used her peripheral vision to see another grunt, but in a completely different uniform. More importantly, the man was human. Blake was beyond confused. A human working with the White Fang? Did Torchwick find more people to employ? She immediately dropped the body she was holding and used her ribbon to knock the grunt's gun upwards before it fired up into the ceiling. The grunt reached for his melee weapon, and Blake responded by kicking him towards the shelves behind him. A loud crash followed after sending the grunt flying. Dozens of tools, metal equipment, and other miscellaneous items create a large disturbance that echoed throughout the hideout. The loud noise alerted the rest of the White Fang along with some goons that belonged to Hae-Seong personally. Blake was in trouble. She didn't account for Torchwick hiring other people. The rest of the goons quickly arrived at the scene and were now pointing their weapons at her while a large man walked behind them. So you're the one that Roman was having trouble with. He pointed his club towards the now wary Blake. Who are you and why are you working for Torchwick? Blake yells. The man steps forward, fixes his shirt, and squares his stature before introducing himself. Hae-Seong, otherwise known as Junior. As for Torchwick, he recently vacated his position. Blake was taken aback by the revelation. Torchwick left. Torchwick had been the top dog in the criminal underworld. It was hard for Blake to believe that he'd just leave on a whim. Yet for some reason the White Fang are still operating, she thought. Was there someone else behind this? A crack forms on the floor as Hae's club impacted the ground. He stretched his neck before pointing at Blake. Enough talk, get her. Blake was suddenly attacked from all sides, not letting her think about the news she heard. Blake's movements had been slowing down from her fatigue, but she was confident that these undertrained henchmen are no match. She dodged and weaved through the various sluggish and haphazard strikes Hae's men were throwing at her. White Fang members were quickly disposed of while the rest were tossed and thrown around by Blake's superior martial skill. Each grunt gets knocked out by Blake's expert use of her weapon, and as the battle comes to an end, Hae himself sighed in disappointment. Teenage girls being able to take care of an army of men was getting way too common for his liking. Melanie. Militia. Hae called. Two girls who were behind Hae the entire time walked in tandem with each other. A pair of twins with white and red clothing respectively confronted Blake. Without saying a word they rushed forward to the tiring Blake. She had been surprised at the speed they had. Blake was faster, but because of her constant sleep deprivation, she began to slowly lose the battle. After each strike, she tried to counter only for the twins to cover each other's blind spots to counter her instead. Exchange after exchange of blows was performed, but a mishap by Blake created an opportunity for the twins. She had been careless and left her side open after an attack, which Melanie exploited by kicking her as hard as she could, while Militia followed up with a devastating strike at the defenseless Blake. Blake felt every hit, which broke her aura, and she was left with her breath feeling heavy and the exhaustion peaking. Trying to stand up, she meets another strike directly by Melanie straight to the gut, and Blake keels over in pain. Right before another hit connects, a flash of white suddenly happens. Pillars of ice formed in front of one of the twins before the twins both got knocked out by a familiar group of friends. Young. RWBY. Weiss. Oomph, don't go dying on us before we finish the school year, Blake. Weiss adjusts her stance before attacking Hay with ice dust. The rest of Team RWBY soon arrive to assist Blake after they finally caught up to her. We've got to get out of here. The bomb has less than 3 minutes left. Blake informed them. Upon hearing of this, the now recovering goons of Hay panic and try to save themselves before the entire base gets engulfed in an explosion. They rush towards exits while Hay himself starts to falter his resolve as soon as he sees Yang and the rest of Team RWBY arriving. Hang on, Blake. Yang carries Blake bridal style in order to escort her out of the soon-to-be-destroyed building. They all rushed outside towards the alleyways and found a secluded portion of the street. The rest of the men inside the building scramble a far distance, and Team RWBY does so as well. After a sizable distance was put between the volatile hideout and the group, Yang made Blake lay down on the ground while supporting her body with her arms. The rest of the group still standing stays still to observe the hideout and what's about to come. An explosion rocks the entire block they were in as the hideout bursts into flames. Another series of explosions occurs soon after, the dust reacting with the initial blast. Team RWBY stares at the resulting damage before Weiss turns her heels and stomps over to Blake and stares her down. You. I knew this would happen. Weiss dug her finger straight at Blake's forehead, leaving a mark while Yang and RWBY just stood still to observe the scolding Weiss was about to make. If we were not following you around, what do you think would happen? You are the biggest moron I've ever met, Blake. Her brows furrowed even deeper. Blake could feel her ears dropping down as more words escaped from Weiss' mouth, but luckily the bow she had on would at least keep it from being seen. Not only did you hide what you were doing, but you also had the gall to hide who you are. Blake stared wide-eyed. She could feel her heartbeat already reaching quadruple digits, the words kept repeating as she finally realized something. She reached up her head before Weiss interrupted her action. Your ears. Weiss already knew what was written all over Blake's face. Saying Blake was horrified was an understatement. She could feel all the guilt of lying to her teammates piling up. When were you going to reveal you being a faunus? Weiss was now on the verge of tearing apart Blake with words. Blake didn't know what to say, she was surrounded, weak, and feeling horrible. She dropped down even more, not letting her even look at Weiss. You weren't going to tell us at all, did you? Weiss crossed her arms. Blake shot up at the assumption. No. After I eradicate the White Fang's influence, I plan to show myself to all of you. Blake explains. Weiss scoffs at her. Even I know how unattainable that goal is. Those savages don't know when to stop. Stop that, Weiss. The voice came from RWBY, a surprise for Blake. She hadn't heard RWBY being that serious in her voice or action at all. Blake is our friend regardless if she's a faunus. Young added on, who also came to Blake's side. But it's their race that led to this whole situation happening anyways. Weiss justified. Hasn't Blake already been doing this for a week straight? You said it yourself, she's been doing classes and doing all this work since the beginning of the semester. Young knew that Blake was already doing more than anyone would at trying to fix the strained relations between the two races by going against an extremist group of faunuses. Weiss thought about it, perhaps she was wrong at thinking all this time. Young had a point. Blake was willing to take down the terrorist organization that held hatred for her family despite being a faunus herself. The thoughts ran in her head before coming to a conclusion. Okay, I admit there are some faunuses that are redeemable in quality, Weiss admits. There are humans who do horrible things too, Weiss. This isn't a case of a bad apple spoiling the whole bunch. Young said. Weiss started to seriously doubt everything she just said against Blake. The band of criminals they fought were human, people like Carden were human, and perhaps the best example for her was her father. Were these not also equally evil? Weiss considered the thought. Why do you have something against the White Fang anyways? Young questioned Blake, who jumped at the question. Did Blake really want to say who she actually was? No, no more hesitation. Blake steeled herself to tell them everything about her. She wasn't going to keep her friends in the dark any longer. I was once part of them, the White Fang, from a very young age. I realized soon after, that the equality we fight for was turning into something else, supremacy over the other. I left and I met someone that wanted me to change by dealing with it so that someday I could. Weiss put her hand to cover Blake's mouth, shushing her from finishing her sentence. Her eyes met Blake's own as they had a few seconds to look into the expression of the other. A solemn face met one full of remorse. Blake. Weiss simply called her name. Weiss. Blake's voice was shaking from the sudden move by Weiss. Not only are you a liar, a cheat, and a criminal, you are also unwilling to trust Dash. Weiss dash. Blake tried to interrupt but curled up to herself even more as Weiss kept on going. Any of your supposed friends? You were part of the organization that terrorized my friends, family, loved ones, anyone related to me just because of their affiliation to my family name. Weiss, I'm so dash. Blake was getting more and more guilty about what she and the White Fang had done to her friend, but still, even when she tried to apologize, Weiss carried on. You are a hard person to deal with, but most of all, you are still my friend. Blake was suddenly hugged deeply by Weiss. She could only feel confused before her watery eyes finally burst into a single tear traveling down her cheeks. A sniffle escapes as she returns the gesture to Weiss. I'm still not sure if I can pardon the White Fang and those who join it, but if you are willing to go so far, then it won't change anything between us. I don't care who you are anymore, I understand that. What's more important is what you do from now on. Weiss said with a smile. Weiss admits that they might not be that much different at all. If Blake of all people could work hard to change who she is, why can't Weiss do it herself? I too have something else to change. I knew deep inside that the SDC and its workers are not the most honest bunch of people, my father included. So I guess there is something for both of us to change. Weiss continued. The rest of Team RWBY finally join in on the hug as each member relishes the feeling they had with each other. Just don't keep any secrets from now on. Weiss releases herself from the group hug and fixes herself and stands up. Blake wipes her eye and remembers something she had to say. About that. Everyone looked at her to confess something else to the group. They didn't know there was more to the recently revealed faunus. You know that someone who made me follow this path of a vigilante? Everyone remembers every word the conversation had, so they knew she said someone helping her. He is a bit special. Blake was unsure at the first part of her statement, but she continues trying to tell them another secret she had. Young tries to lighten the mood by trying to tease Blake. Oh, a boy eh? Young says. Blake looked up to the sky for a moment before turning back to her teammates. They were curious as to who she was referring to. Not exactly, though I guess I'll let you meet him rather than explain myself. Chapter 26, Unexpected Reunion. A mutant creep scampers around the remains of Merlot's lab. It searched its surroundings for a predator that had been hunting its brothers. For the past hour, it had heard and escaped the prowling beast that massacred its fellow Grimm. When it saw their heads busted open by treads and loud bangs that sent Grimm to the ground, it knew it was outmatched. They were once feared when the city fell, but now it was itself being the coward that ran. It hears it, the rhythmic metallic action of the fear-inducing metal construct that exterminated everything on sight. The mutant creep runs, it would avenge its comrades one day. All was lost however as an engine roared and out came the beast that hunted it. The Tiger H1. What the mutant creep last saw was the barrel turning white for a brief second before fading into nothingness. SL equals 1,162,865 1,302,287 SL. Vehicle RP equals 212,328 349,832 RP. Convertible RP equals 298,153 472, 839 RP. Hands had been occupied at clearing every single mutant creep it had come into contact with. The green glowing creeps were not to be underestimated, it could certainly damage Hans when it detonated at full charge underneath or above the Tiger H1. Looks like I'm done here. He admired his handiwork. A speck of black dust whisked away as the mutant creep finally dissolved into the air, leaving nothing remaining to denote its once live form. Hans was finished, finally. Hans wasn't sure how long it took, but he was confident he killed an entire species of Grimm for their RP and his safety. He could now begin to go back up to the surface and finish farming for the aviation tree. Sadly, there weren't any more events while he was underground. The moderator has been silent a lot lately, which surprised him since an event took place. Presumably, under the watch of the moderator, he thought. He took note of the way back towards the collapsed train terminal that he entered the underground layer with. The paths were collapsing, but since he'd checked for stability the first time, he wasn't worried it would give out with the weight of his other tank. Better than being 54 tons at least. Hans trudged onwards towards the last path he took, using the slight indents present and the reappearing signs of wear and tear done by the treads of his heavy tank. He passed by old buildings, the ones he used to stay for the night, and eventually reached the remains of a train terminal. It was dead in the night, it was anticipated by Hans. The lack of light anywhere made it harder to navigate, but Hans was getting used to the layout of the underground city. He needs to rectify the light problem, though War Thunder never made use of headlights. He could slap on some lights by asking Blake, but it'd be a week or more until he could return to Vale with an airplane. Any kind would do at the moment. Biplanes might be the worst, but any plane is better than no plane. He would need to also grind out air, which made him feel a bit thrilled since he wouldn't be stuck on the ground if he did get access to air. Hans stopped his inside conversation to examine the hole where he had entered. Switching vehicles, he cautiously made his way up towards the surface, the rocks still chipping away at the slight weight increasing and falling to the bottom. He reached the top and breathed a sigh of relief. Darn, how long was I in there for? He took a look at his compass on top of his HUD and looked towards the direction of where he had first cleared a small section of the city. He drove forwards with his Tiger H1, its loud engine filling up the night's once quiet environment. He drew closer and closer to his destination before noticing a distinct sound far from the distance. It came from the entrance of the city, where he had first killed those Goliaths and where he cleared out all of the Grimm in there. Is that a bullhead I hear? It was way too early for first-year students at Beacon to be participating in missions. The canon hasn't even reached this point yet. He was a bit suspicious as to why a bullhead was landing here of all places. Trying to sneak around in a tank is never a good idea, but Hans was stuck being one, so he might as well try to minimize the blaring noise of an engine. He switched back to his SD, KFC.234/2, the lighter weight would make it easier to maneuver and a bit quieter. He heard the bullhead stopping right at the outskirts of the walls. Its various moving parts activating to park somewhere in the forest that he had to go through while trying to reach Mountain Glen proper. He transformed back into his Tiger H1 and waited. Camping a spot and stopped his engines to hear better and see into the area. A few good minutes passed before a slight light coming from a candle or something similar showed itself in a surviving building close by. Are these people really staying here of all places? It was a dangerous part of Vale. Thousands if not hundreds of thousands of Grimm roamed these parts due to the lingering negativity from years past. Hans was disturbed by who would be willingly staying here for more than a day before forgetting that he is exactly one of those people. Who would be crazy enough to be anywhere near this place? A familiar shade of pink and brown hair suddenly opened the door leading into the building, while another face Hans knew all too well was also a little visible from the door. Okay, that would make sense. Of course, it'd be the ice cream psychopath. A thought had entered Hans. If they are both here, then wouldn't that mean they are on the run? Hans knows that there is no way he would miss the White Fang entering the underground rail network. He had been roaming in the city the entire time. Looks like Torchwick has something more to fear than Cinder. A sudden movement caught his eye. Hans heard a multitude of concrete and asphalt rubbing on something organic. The constant and similar sounding repeated noises made Hans panic. Shit, there's probably a King Taijitu around here. He quickly turned on his engines and sped out of his camping place. He drove to the next street only to see 4 larger than normal King Taijitu randomly being present in the empty streets. I can't fight them here lest I attract the unwanted attention of her. Unbeknownst to Hans, that same girl who Hans didn't want to attract her attention was twirling her umbrella at the sight of Hans facing down the 4 huge snake-like Grimm. Hans sped out of there, the King Taijitus pursuing the fleeing Hans down further the city. He wasn't going to be able to prevent anyone from hearing his shots. He's a tank after all, but still, he could at least try. He turned fast to aim his barrel towards the group of Taijitus before seeing something completely unexpected. Event active. Giant Slayer, defeat merged Taijitus 0 out of 1. A small tentacle like a Grimm showed itself on the back of the King Taijitu. Hans wasn't going to stand still and just watch, so he immediately fired an APCBC tank shell towards the group before it was dodged by the Taijitu who had the tentacle Grimm on its body. I have a bad feeling about this. A bad feeling it warranted because the tentacle Grimm shot out its appendages to the other king Taijitus. After it implanted itself towards the other Taijitus, it started to seep out black goo, creating a swirling vortex. The same liquid is present on Grimm when they bleed out or die. A rumbling was heard all around the city as the king Taijitus flailed and spazzed out of control before they started growing longer and larger, its scales becoming harsher with its edges. The king Taijitus were forcibly stitched together in a repulsive abomination as they now form a hydra-like entity that towered over the buildings. Welp, I guess the moderator doesn't want me to stay quiet when Torchwick and Neo are around. The merged Taijitu starts uprooting the entire street as it starts slithering towards Hans. Hans sped away back to where he came from. He hoped he would be able to put enough distance between them for him to stabilize and shoot a DIPCBC tank round right into the head. He reached the street where he saw Roman, who heard the ruckus of a big-ass multi-headed snake heading towards their general direction. He went out the door clearly annoyed at the noise being created. Neo. What in Remnant was a blur of steel and smoke sped across Torchwick as he suddenly dreads the last thing he expected to meet in this forsaken place. Torchwick remembers that engine sound. Oh no, 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 no. I did not come here just to see the thing I'm trying to avoid being right in the same place. Hans drove past the surprised Torchwick before stopping and firing a round directly towards one of the heads of the merged Taijitu. The shell connects directly with one of the heads, its skin curling outwards as its completely vaporized head flared the remnants of its head outwards like petals on a flower. The blasts burn and injure the two heads adjacent to it as it loudly hisses at the pain. Direct hit, nice. The two injured heads of merged Taijitu suddenly slithered, its black and white-headed sides hugging the scales of its old head. It slithered towards the fallen body of one of its heads before shoving in the remnants of its old head down its own throat, swallowing loudly for the group to hear. Did that snake just eat one of its own heads? Hans internally screamed. Black goo suddenly concentrated at the base of the merged Taijitu, before reaching to the sky and forming a new completely undamaged head. It can regenerate. Hey Lunchbox. Can someone inside inform me of why and how an oversized snake is trying to bulldoze what's left of this place? Torchwick had been retreating all this time when Hans showed up in a blur before obliterating one of the merged Taijitu's heads. Then promptly a look of horror came when it just regenerated when it ate its old body part. I'm not being controlled by anyone, genius, completely alive. He showed his point by wiggling the gun around. I've seen many crazy things, you know, aside from the calamity-causing Grimm that just popped up from nowhere. Where the hell are you, Neo? The breaking of glass was heard, as the figure of Neo showed herself sitting on Hans' turret the whole time. Nodding at the mention of her name, ignoring the massive Grimm that was starting to curl itself around a building. We're getting the heck out of Dodge. Torchwick shouted. Just as Torchwick had said that the merged Taijitu ripped out an entire building by curling its body to grab a hold of it before using its entire body to launch it towards the group. The merged Taijitu thankfully overshot but still hit the bullhead parked in the forest somewhere. A loud boom signaled to the group that there was, in fact, no way they're getting out of here. Well, there goes that idea, Torchwick. Anyways, now if you don't mind, can we just leave everything in the past for a while before the oversized Grimm crushes us all in a single swipe? Torchwick had a look on his face that emanated both an annoyed and accepting look. He tapped his cane on the ground before facing the oversized Grimm. Neo meanwhile happily jumped off Hans' turret and landed with a flourish before aiming her weapon, hush, at the Grimm. Truce. Hans offered in his crisp radio-sounding voice. Another building was suddenly thrown at the hideout that was being occupied by Torchwick and Neo. Torchwick flinching at his temporary hideout being completely destroyed. Let's call it a truce then. Hans quickly confirmed their reluctant alliance. Chapter 27, Solidified Partnership. Two wanted criminals were now on board the speeding Hans. Turn after turn they tried to lose the violent eight-headed snake searching for them, easily leaving large trenches of destroyed asphalt on the ground underneath it. So any bright ideas, Lunchbox? Torchwick was currently firing flares on the creature while holding on to Hans' cupola while Neo was on the back of the tank casually smiling while Hans and Torchwick conversed. That thing just regenerated its head in a matter of seconds, we need to make my rounds do a bit more damage. Hans ascertained. A bit more damage? Lunchbox, your round just split open one of its heads in a single shot. What more can you do? Torchwick says while reloading his melodic cudgel. Torchwick had a point. While Hans' dust round was intensely powerful, it was not enough to defeat the merged taijutsu. If he couldn't kill every head in one shot, then the other heads would just revive their fallen body part by cannibalizing themselves. Hans went into his memories. He recalled a story where someone killed something similar by cauterizing the heads and burying the last head under a rock. It would just eat itself if it's smart enough to know what we were doing. He looks toward the cityscapes to see a large office building that towered over the surrounding area. Although maybe burying it under something would work. Hans had a plan in mind. If one shot couldn't kill the heads fast enough, then he just needed a lot of shells that detonated all at once. He was going to simulate ammo racking, but he needed the merged taijutsu to stay still. Torch wick. Neo. I have a plan. Neo, you need to distract it using your semblance. We're going to split off and get Torchwick up to speed as to what we're going to do. After hearing the plan, Neo looked towards Torchwick and motioned her head as if to ask if they were going with what Hans had in his mind. Torchwick had to think. He didn't really trust the sentient machine at all. Let alone one that almost killed him over dust. I cannot believe I'm depending on a hunk of metal to get Cinder off my back. Although, I can use this to my advantage. Technically, she's the one who wanted the dust, not me. Torchwick wasn't sure if he could make the tank turn its sights toward Cinder and the one who held command over her. He found it hard to believe that Cinder followed someone that powerful when she didn't even let him meet her powerful boss, which led him to ditch her in favor of not getting hunted down by something who had the power he saw firsthand, which was Hans. The same Hans who was willing to work together with him. Risky as it is, there's always a gamble I am willing to take. Torchwick spits out his used-up cigar and informs the rest of the group of his decision. Alright, Lunchbox. Lead the way. The merged taijutsu tracks its prey down, following its movements as it suddenly turns. The monstrous creature predicts and lunges, aiming straight at the tank. One of the heads clamps down using its mouth riddled with multiple razor-sharp fangs before it feels nothing between its jaws. Glass shatters as it reveals a smiling Neo jumping over the strike and landing on top of the head that attacked. Another head tries to strike her before swiftly moving her body to the side and using Hush's hidden blade to stick herself onto the neck of the head, lifting her up to the air where she continues to evade them. Hans had stopped in front of the office building before elaborating on his plan. I need you to take out DIPCBC rounds in me along with some dust and strap it entirely within one side of the bottom floor. Hans would demolish the supports on one side, making it tilt and crash into the street right next to where the building is. He would lead the oversized snake towards the building before shooting the rounds that were set up by Torchwick to bring it down on the beast. I trust you know where to plant dust. You also need to stay near the upper floors and be ready to jump and throw down the rest of the shells below both you and Neo. Pa. Lunchbox, I'm called a mastermind criminal for a reason. Give me 5 minutes and get back here with Neo. It took a good few minutes to take the dust and DIPCBC shells out of Hans, but as soon as Torchwick waves him off, Hans turned towards the merged taijutsu in the distance. Hans drove towards the battle while leaving Torchwick to let him do what he does best. Arriving at the scene, he uses regular APCBC rounds to take shots at the distracted merged taijutsu. He sends a single shell towards the head of one of the merged taijutsu. The round caved in its skin before it blew out a part of its face. It hissed in pain before the rest of its head now turned its attention to Hans. Neo saw that she couldn't get their attention anymore, so she jumped towards Hans, opening her umbrella and gliding gracefully to the top of Hans. Get in. How long can you hold an illusion of us for? She raised up 3 fingers as a rough estimate of how much energy she still had to keep her semblance on the entire tank. Hans drives away while Neo creates an illusion of them heading towards the merged taijutsu. The heads all go for the illusion before shattering the illusion on impact. The agitated heads turn towards the real position of Neo and Hans before one of its heads is blinded by a shell landing right inside one of its eyes. Hans takes another shot as it gets closer to the tank before it sways to the right. The shot misses and lands behind the massive Grimm without doing any substantial damage to it. The cycle goes on where Neo used her semblance to trick the merged taijutsu to go in another direction while Hans sent out shot after shot of normal APCBC rounds toward the merged taijutsu's heads. Hans quickly speeds off towards another street, intending to keep circling around it. The building in front of him suddenly gets destroyed. The merged taijutsu shows itself from the opening it created before one of its forward heads lunges for Hans. Shit. He quickly angled his tank to make it hit the side. He needed to be careful at taking hits since Neo was inside. The worst thing to happen was for her to get knocked out while she was inside. The strike impacted the side armor, but thankfully it only headbutt the armor instead of biting down. They could still buy time without exhausting Neo, so he used another option. Neo. Don't use your semblance yet, we need it for emergencies. Hans launches smoke grenades at the front. Smoke lands in between the merged taijutsu and Hans, blanketing the area in thick smoke. They quickly drove away while the merged taijutsu tried to recover from the sudden blocking of its sight. Hans takes another shot at the confused merged taijutsu, directly hitting one of its heads and killing it as it strikes the brain. The others now follow where the shot came from while one of its heads ate the dead appendage, swallowing it whole before it grew back a second later. Neo. Torchwick should be done with setting up the dust, meet him up to the upper floors and get ready to jump and throw down my rounds. Neo nods as Hans follows the street with the enraged Grimm hot on his tail. He saw the tall office building before looking behind him by using one of his viewports and determined when he should shoot. Neo got out quickly from the tank and raced upwards as Hans awaited the merged taijutsu. A short moment later and the oversized snake shows itself from the corner. Hans drove towards the building and prepared to fire. He counted down before reaching the desired moment and fired. Now. The bottom floor explodes as the office building leans towards the speeding taijutsu. The glass from the building shatters as it bears down towards the merged taijutsu, who was now trying to move out of the way. The building lands directly on its main body, making the heads squirm and desperately trying to slither their way out. Neo and Roman jump out and scatter dozens of DIPCBC rounds along the 8 heads of the merged taijutsu before landing and bolting it towards Hans, who was now loading in his DIPCBC round. Torchwick and Neo rush past Hans and cover their ears before Hans fires off a single round that was now traveling to the panicked head of the merged taijutsu. The round creates a massive explosion. Each shell that was laid across the ground detonated one after the other. Each of the heads cried out in agony before replacing its pained screams with an explosion that ripped its insides. Torchwick and Neo watch on as the slaughter happens, the gigantic Grimm getting reduced to nothing more than ash in the air. As the dust settles and the building fully collapses, there's only one thought in the mind of Torchwick. Glad I picked its side. Torchwick thought. Giant Slayer, defeat merged taijutsu 1 out of 1. Through the fire, destroy medium level Grimm 22/22. SL equals 1,302,287 2,102,287 SL. Vehicle RP equals 349,832 599,832 RP. Convertible RP equals 472, 839 662 934 RP. Holy crap. How much was that thing worth? Hans was in awe at how much he got. Hans quickly checked the battle results and saw what made him so much SL and RP. So it counts the heads as separate enemies while its whole body is considered another? I'm not going to complain, thank you moderator. The rewards were a boost, he could probably just spend a few days of farming rather than an entire month or weeks. Hans still needed to make more SL and RP by clearing the rest of the area. Speaking of which. Hans turned his turret around to see both Torchwick and Neo idling away. Why are you two here? He questioned. The gun barrel pointing directly at him and the fact that Neo pretty much had been exhausted from using her semblance on a whole vehicle continuously over the entire fight made Torchwick a bit nervous. Hans definitely would melt them in an instant, but he knew what to expect now, so he just confidently answered, just like how he used to do business in his line of work as a criminal. Well, as our cooperation was fruitful in terms of our survival. It wouldn't be fair to turn against your allies right now. I say we extend this partnership further down the line. Why should I do that? I have every reason to just outright end your lives right here and now, so tell me what you can offer to our supposed partnership. Torchwick flinched on the inside but kept his charm while walking towards Hans, twirling his cane around as he got closer. Trust me in what I say, because I was threatened by someone named Cinder to follow through with her plans. We were kept in the dark until we could finish her demands first. Torchwick used every ounce of charisma he had to make the machine believe him. Torchwick continued. So, seeing as you hold something against us stealing dust, why don't you take it up to the one who pulled the strings? I offer you our cooperation and we reveal some of her plans to you. Torchwick stopped and held his hand towards the barrel. Sweating when the barrel was inches to his face. Do we have an accord? Hans already knew Torchwick was being threatened, but what caught his ears was the fact that Torchwick was willing to work with him just to take care of his Cinder problem. Hans doesn't really care if they ally with him seriously or not, but if it keeps them out of Cinder's machinations then Hans is all for it. So he still fears Cinder, but not as much as me. I'll make sure he knows that. Considering that Hans flattened even more buildings, maybe Torchwick was right, assuming that Cinder was probably a better opponent to fight than Hans War Machine. Alright, but first, do you mind me going around here killing the Grimm? Torchwick relaxed before nodding at the tank. He wasn't going to complain when this thing was going to be exterminating Grimm nearby. It's not like Torchwick would be able to get out any time sooner since the bullhead they brought was up in flames now. The stuff they brought with them, like a large amount of funds, dust and a ton of ice cream, was probably fine since they hid everything important in various other empty buildings. Torchwick flicked on his lighter and brought up a cigar to his mouth before replying to the tank. Consider this place as our shared abode, lunchbox. Chapter 28, The Psychopath and the Tank. Among the rows of abandoned and destroyed houses was a newly refurbished building that Torchwick had a hard time looking and fixing up. There was another less livable neighboring building that could house Hans. He wasn't too picky about his living conditions considering he's a tank. He idled inside the older building after creating a large enough space for him to fit in at the front entrance. It was a bit awkward to keep shooting his cannon right next to where Torchwick and Neo were just for him to actually fit inside. After yesterday's events, Hans was a bit weary about the two right next door. Torchwick, Hans' reason, could be a bit predictable in how he acts, but Neo on the other hand was a bit more tricky. Hans had a bit of faith in himself though, he was a tank. It would take a lot just to kill him even if they had dust. He assured himself as he slept soundly through the night. In the morning, a pair of heeled boots sounded through the crudely made entrance Hans created. A pair of brown and pink eyes switched their positions as the figure blinked at the idling Hans. Neo smiles and skips over to the mechanical behemoth towering over her stature. She reached over her head and with a few quick knocks on the hull she tried waking up the still unconscious Hans. Hans could feel slight disturbances from somewhere on his side armor, gentle blips of force were being felt as Hans finally turned his turret to check, only to see nothing. Must have been the wind. Hans felt machine parts turning on in himself before feeling the engine activate. The rumbling it created spread out within the room before simmering down to a low hum. Hans prepared himself for another day of grinding just like before. He was about to go forwards when more knocks were heard just on top of him. He immediately raised his internal alarms before the face of Neo hung over the turret to greet Hans. He relaxed at the sight. You really shouldn't do that, Neo. Neo only smiled in response before pointing towards the opening that she entered through. Once mute, Hans could roughly tell what Neo meant. You want to join me? Hans had told them yesterday that he was going to clear out Grimm almost all day. Roman gave him the green light, Neo was going to try and join Hans this day, which wasn't unwelcome but certainly a bit weird. Neo nodded before climbing back on the turret and knocking on the commander's hatch. He was curious why she was going to join in. She was Roman's helper, so he didn't exactly trust her to keep from doing anything strange. Although Hans being able to feel stuff moving around his tank would prevent anyone from doing anything weird while they were inside. Alright Neo, it's going to be a bit cramped since I'm stuffed with dust, but I'm sure you can fit in anyways. He felt a sudden impact towards the top of his turret from Neo stabbing Hush at the armor. It didn't hurt, but Hans got the message. That wasn't a short height joke, I swear. Neo narrowed her eyes before entering the commander's hatch and seated herself near the gunner's side. Hans started to drive across the city, coming across the battlefields where they fought the merged Taijutsu. Hans went to another area and came to a stop after seeing Grimm ahead on the road. Packs of them were just minding their business before Hans aimed. He almost fired his gun before his turret suddenly veered off course. He felt the tug that came while the turret unintentionally traversed. Neo, don't just touch me without my consent. He felt the commander's hatch opening before Neo climbed over to get out to hang in front of the Tiger H1's turret. Hans was about to remind her again before she just smiled and went back into the turret. Fine, you can take the shot. Hans felt the trigger getting activated before firing and he shelled directly at the pack of Grimm ahead. Hans saw the same and unmistakable effect his shells had. The Grimm expected nothing before getting shot through with heated shrapnel and feeling the explosion resulting from the He round. Are you happy now? I really want to kill these things. His barrels suddenly went up and down while he felt the controls inside getting used. It was a weird feeling for Hans since he only felt this sensation once before with Blake. As they traveled more along the roads that connected the city, Hans felt some vibrations from deep below. Goliaths. He immediately followed where he felt they were coming from. It was a hard thing to do, but after reaching the walls and creating another makeshift ramp, he wanted to transform before realizing that he had Neo inside. Oh crap. He immediately regretted trying to transform, it felt natural for him to just transform and he forgot Neo was inside. A few seconds passed and nothing happened. Huh, so I can't transform when someone's inside me? Hans metaphorically breathed in a sigh of relief. He was glad he didn't accidentally make Neo into a Neapolitan-flavored milkshake. Hey, Neo. Could you get out for a bit? I need to do something. At his request Neo opened the commander's hatch and leaped away, observing Hans curiously. Hans turns into a lighter vehicle like before to cross the ramp he created. He turned to Neo only to see the recurring theme of people opening their mouths in surprise and amazement at the transformation. Though Neo snapped out of it faster, her mouth in the shape of a circle turning back into that grin she always wears. I seriously do not know what she is thinking. It was creepy for Hans, but alas, he really can't do anything about it for now since he allied himself with Torchwick. Neo follows Hans upwards towards the wall, overlooking the lush green forests that surround it. Hans switched back to his Tiger H1 before feeling the commander's hatch open as he lets in Neo again. Hey, want to kill them yourself? Neo instantaneously replied by aggressively turning the barrel upwards and downwards at the question. I'm going to load in DIPCBC, so keep in mind the recoil might have a stronger kick. Neo was inside when the dust round suddenly formed by lifting the dust from his ammo rack, and white light followed as the dust transformed into DIPCBC and loaded itself in the gun. She already figured out that the gun loads itself when she shot the gun a while ago, with the casing just falling and disappearing. Hans couldn't notice her surprise when it happened, but it's actually what made her even more curious about the tank that defied everything she knew. Her smile grew larger. You ready? Aim for the Goliath leading the column, then kill the one in the back. The upper part of the neck is where I usually shoot since the plating on its head is way too random. It might ricochet if it hits at an angle. The gun turns and aims for the Goliath in the front. When Hans checked the gun sights himself, he was surprised to see it aiming not at the neck but where the head was. The shell exits the barrel and hits directly towards the tiny eye of the Goliath's head. The shells directly blew off the entire front half of the Goliath before more shots were taken by Neo, all aiming for the eye. Holy shit! The eye of the Goliath was insanely small. It was way too hard to hit something that far and small, all the while Hans needed to take into account everything related to ballistics. Neo just kept on getting shot after shot without skipping a beat. Who would have thought Neo could be a great gunner? SL equals 2,102,287, 2,246,283 SL. Vehicle RP equals 599,832, 668,410 RP. Convertible RP equals 662,934, 701,957 RP. Neo had actually killed every single Goliath that was casually going through the forest around Mountain Glen. She had impressed Hans so much that he just watched the entire time without looking away. After confirming the pop-up of the Mission Accomplished tab, he looked through his daily missions to see that there was still going to be more he had to do. It was going to be a long day. Hey Neo, I'm going to keep doing this until night, so if you want to go back to Torchwick, go ahead. The wiggling of his gun barrel from left to right meant that the little psychopath was entertained while they fought, so he might as well let her tag along while he grinded. It would be the first time he had company while grinding, so it was going to be a new experience. Hours later, back at Torchwick's hideout. Torchwick was currently tossing and turning while he slept on the couch in the middle of the room. Neo forced him there when he tried to call dibs on the bed before getting his gut kicked in. The sound of nearby explosions irritated him. He knew it was that tank he allied himself to, so he didn't panic. Though he couldn't get sleep if he's never going to hear the end of those barrages of cannon fire. Torchwick gave up trying to sleep and prepared himself to take a walk outside. He pretty much had nothing to do while he laid low, so he could just join them in killing Grimm. He finished dressing in his usual style and walked towards the kitchen and opened the fridge before raising his eyebrow at an unusual sight. That's weird, the ice cream I left is still in there. Neo usually takes in at least a whole tub of ice cream in the mornings. He made sure to place it inside the fridge ready to eat, since Neo would be in a sour mood if she didn't get a fill of her favorite treat. This time was different, Torchwick noticed. Well then, let's see what made Neo leave the ice cream alone. He picked up his hat near the entrance along with his cane and made his way toward the explosions. He reached the street where he heard the fight happening and saw his sidekick elegantly fighting Grimm in the center of an intersection. Hans was nearby taking shots whenever Neo signaled him to take one. Synchronizing her use of her semblance with Hans' carefully placed shots. Torchwick took in the sight before sighing to himself. Looks like she can handle that thing herself. Torchwick kept walking towards the battle and aimed his melodic cudgel straight at a Grimm who was sneaking behind Hans. He corrected his aim before pressing the trigger and sending a flare straight at the Beowulf that stalked Hans. He confidently smiles at his accurate shot before announcing his presence. Hey now, you can't leave your back turned this early into our partnership, wouldn't you? He joked. Hans, who was now aware of Torchwick, chuckles to himself before yelling back. It's going to take a lot more than a Beowulf to go through me. Torchwick bashed in another Beowulf before huffing his cigar. Sure, tough guy, just don't go dying on me when Cinder marches over here. Hans shoots his final he round towards a group of fleeing Grimm. It had taken them a few hours between waking up and grinding, so he finished his dailies with Neo's help. Unfortunately for him, when Neo or Torchwick killed enemies outside his tank, he wouldn't receive rewards for it. SL equals 2,246,283 583,021 SL. Vehicle RP equals 668,410 741, 738 RP. Convertible RP equals 701,957 RP 752,192 RP. A few more days and I should be set. Hans looked forward to greeting Blake in a plane. Hans hoped she resolved things with her team after finishing up this week. Maybe then he could pursue the dream of having a crew to make him farm twice as much. Chapter 29, Take Off. It has been a week since Hans, Torchwick, and Neo had created their new uneasy alliance with each other. With nothing to do and a few more days of laying low, Torchwick killed time by helping out and assisting Hans with killing Grimm. Neo was all too eager to help out, and whenever Hans allowed her to, he gave him control over the gun. Hans was still worried that the two were going to bail on him, so he still kept his guard up while they fought. They were getting used to each other's company over time, but Torchwick's loyalty was still put into question. Hans needed a show of force to topple whoever he was scared of to make him trust and fear Hans completely. It was long and difficult, but he had almost cleared the above ground. He had gone through days of constant grinding. All the while making RP tick up in number, he was close to being airborne. Hans looked at his balance. Through the morning until night he had been powering through his mental exhaustion by sheer determination alone. He needed to reach 1 million RP fast, so he worked hard to grind out as much as he could mentally handle. The dust he used was also dwindling. The fight with the merged Taijutsu took out a lot of dust. He also had met some mutant Deathstalkers that needed to get hit with dust round to kill, so he needed a refill. Goliaths also sprung up here and there, usually in smaller numbers now that Neo had basically killed an entire column of them last time. They were worth it though, since it sped up Hans' acquisition of SL and RP. SL equals 583,021 5,168,291 SL. Vehicle RP equals 741, 738 999,544 RP. Convertible RP equals 752,192 978,423 RP. The two Deathstalkers in front of Hans were now eyeing the group. Their stinger glinted as they prepared to fight. They had been plowed their way through a bunch of Grimm before coming across the Deathstalkers, which Hans hoped was enough to finally unlock aircrafts. Neo and Torchwick were by his side casually leaning on Hans while Hans thought of how to deal with the heavily armored Grimm. So Lunchbox, you want to take the last hit again? Hans had made Neo and Torchwick not kill the Grimm if they could help it. He needed the last hit to get the SL and RP. It was going to be his final kill to reach the first biplane in the German tree. He could use other planes, though Hans wants to focus on one tree at a time. Of course, Roman. In response, Torchwick and Neo go for the Deathstalkers while Hans awaits their signals. Deathstalkers were harder to kill for Hans since he needed a window of opportunity to hit it at a better angle or find the chance to sneak in and he shell underneath it. Torchwick sends flare shots towards the Grimm, which it shrugs off and responds by striking with its claws. Torchwick dodges over it while discharging the handle of his cane to wrap around one of its claws. The Deathstalker wrestles control by trying to go backward as Torchwick does his best to wrangle the Deathstalker. The tug of war makes the Deathstalker stay still for a few precious seconds. He turns to Hans and yells, "Take the shot." Hans immediately aims for the Deathstalker to be kept still by Torchwick. He aims at the side of the Deathstalker and fires. The shot goes through its non-angled side and dies right then and there as Torchwick dusts himself off from the fight. Neo meanwhile kept using her semblance to constantly trick her opposing Deathstalker. The Deathstalker tries to skewer Neo with its stinger before the illusion shatters and Neo jumps towards the tail and stabs it with her hidden blade. The Deathstalker wails in pain as Neo recognizes the opportunity and signals Hans to take the shot at the distracted Deathstalker. The shot impacts the Deathstalker and kills it instantly. Yes. SL equals 5,168,291 5,194,203 SL. Vehicle RP equals 999,544 1,004,532 RP. Convertible RP equals 978,423 982,192 RP. Maniacal laughter once again takes over the inner thoughts of Hans as he could now finally enter the air and control the skies. Hans went for his tech tree and took a look at that old message he had seen ever since the beginning of the game. The one thing that taunted him all this time was when he was traveling on tracks. Aviation tree, locked. Pay 1 million SL and RP to unlock. Notice, purchase. He confirmed the purchase and shed a single imaginary tear at the sight of his RP dropping down to negligible numbers. SL equals 5,194,203 4,194,203 SL. Vehicle RP equals 1,004,532 4,532 RP. Hans took a look at the new He-51A-1 received from the aviation tree and stared at it for a solid few seconds. Looking through the horrible stats for a plane and the munitions it had. All of it was terrible compared to World War II era planes, but it didn't matter. Hans could fly and he wasn't going to complain anymore. God, it looked so ugly but so beautiful at the same time. Taking notice of a straight road, he guessed that it could work as a way to land and take off if he was careful enough at flying. It was a highway that connected to the street they fought in. It was clear enough that he could have enough space to land or take off in it. He couldn't stop feeling excited when a sudden knock made him stop. He turns around to see both Neo and Torchwick nearby, who were the ones that banged on his armor. Lunchbox. What is this? When the bodies of the Deathstalkers decayed, Torchwick spotted something shiny where the body once was. He slowly strolled up to it before seeing a strange metal-like object with a silver lion etched on the corner with a 15% right in the center. Is that a booster? Hans reacted. Hans rechecked the notifications for anything and saw the message that he missed because he was too focused on the plane he got. Booster drops. It was another reward that greatly benefited Hans. A booster usually is given to the player after logging in. There was a distinct lack of that when Hans came to this world. The store had them, but he didn't have any currency for the shop, so he ignored the store altogether. Hand it over to me. Torchwick raises an eyebrow. How exactly? Hans starts to speak before Neo just grabs the thing on Torchwick's hand and climbs up the turret. Hans opens the hatch for her and she tosses it inside. Hans checked his inventory and lo and behold, the booster was there sitting in one of the boxes that his inventory had. He could more efficiently farm by using boosters when fighting a large boss Grimm, like what the moderator dropped on him. He could use it when defeating Salem or taking a trip to Atlas. The SL and RP alone could let him finish an entire tree if he times using the booster right. It was a lot to deal with at the moment, but he needed to focus on the biplane he just received. I'll deal with that later, for now, let's test this out. Neo drags Torchwick away from Hans and stands nearby on the sidewalk. Torchwick questioned the sudden relocation, but Neo only smiles in return and pointed at Hans. Hans' armor shrank before forming itself into wings. The thick armor that Hans had was formed into a biplane right in front of the now stunned Torchwick. Oh, did he not see me transform yet? Hans tested out the controls and thought to himself if he could transform while in midair. If I was out of combat, could I technically transform in the air? Hans pondered. He needed more info on the specifics, but if he could, then it would be very good. Bombers were slow, but if he could be out of combat and transform into a fighter first, then the problem of being slow would be neutered by the existence of changing vehicle midair. There were many ways he could exploit this if it were ever to be proven, but for now, Hans needed to get to the air. Torchwick tried to ask Neo if she knew. Neo. Torchwick spoke up only for Neo's finger to silence what he was about to say. She wanders over to the cockpit of the plane and goes in. Torchwick recovers from the shock and stares at the newly formed airplane. Seeing the situation, Torchwick could only assume that Hans had achieved his goal by getting the plane. He was ready to leave and Torchwick couldn't help but confirm his exit from Mountain Glen. So you leaving, Lunchbox? He asks. Hans was done with the airplane. He had no problem returning back to Vale to see how Blake was doing with her friends. He didn't intend to find the final crew member here in Mountain Glen of all places, so now he had a full crew to work with. I've got a trip towards Vale, Hans replies. Torchwick considered the prospect of Neo leaving him alone in Mountain Glen. The entirety of the upper area was already cleared of Grimm. He still needed a few days to cool down the heat from leaving Cinder. There was going to be a very small chance that Torchwick would be in danger. Neo on the other hand was risking meeting with Cinder. Still, she could disguise herself unlike him, who was pretty well known throughout Vale. She can handle it, besides Lunchbox can take care of her when she does get spotted. Torchwick determined. Neo, make sure you don't get the attention of Cinder. It's not like I can stop you from going with Lunchbox anyways. Torchwick gives off a wave as a goodbye to Neo, who waved back. Hans could begin to take off. He felt the engine turning on and the propellers spinning around. The entire plane starts to move forward, slowly moving in the wide open street. The propellers get louder and louder as the whole plane starts to pick up speed. Hans starts to feel getting lifted up into the air, relishing the feeling it gave when the wind rushed around him. He went airborne and got off into the atmosphere as the altitude went higher and higher. He eventually, after a few minutes, had done it. He had the skies in his grasp. Time to send a message to Blake. Hans had a good assumption on what part of canon he should be at. He made Blake speed up the whole reconciliation story with her team, and so they were also done with their trip to Forever Fall. Hans didn't know if John would still have his moment because Hans basically executed every living Grimm in the area. Though he could finally move into the canon properly. Crow would return with a message for Ojpin in the coming days, while Cinder was going to be more active. The lack of a Torchwick and the early involvement in Team RWBY in unknowingly foiling her schemes would make her directly participate in her own plans earlier, Hans predicted. He got enough firepower behind his Tiger H1, but that doesn't stop him from discovering more of his untapped potential in the form of his other features that he hadn't explored yet. It was time to get a crew. Chapter 30, Meet the Team. Blake was currently taking down notes during class. Weiss insisted that everyone on the team should be able to take down their own notes rather than just asking her for them. Blake didn't mind since she finally fixed her sleeping schedule last week. Ruby and Young on the other hand were now dying from the nonsensical and over-the-top stories that their professor, Peter Port, was telling. Blake admits that whenever he spoke, it just had an area of effect attack that made anyone weak enough to suddenly feel sleepy. As she was scribbling down, a voice suddenly entered her head. "You know the place." A familiar voice spoke. "Hans. It's been a week." Simple words were spoken, she knew who was speaking and what that meant. She could finally get another secret off her mind. Blake planned to bring the team over during lunch and introduce them to Hans. Blake turned to the teammates sitting nearby. Ruby was already doodling instead of taking down notes, while Yang was playing with her hair and stared at anywhere but the professor in front. Weiss was diligently taking down the story their professor was telling, an irritated look on her face presumably because of Ruby and Yang. Blake nudged Ruby to get her attention and coughed lightly at the rest. The team takes notice and listen closely to what she was going to say. "Stay at the hall after this class, I have something important to tell." Blake turns back to the lecture happening while the rest of Team RWBY looked at each other and shrugged at the request. Blake was always the quiet type in public, so they just accepted the fact that Blake didn't elaborate further. The class finally ends and the students race out of the room, thankful that they survived their professor's long lecture, while Team RWBY meets up in the hallway. "Explain." Weiss urged Blake to get to the point. "We're going to meet the friend I told you guys about last week. He said to meet up at Forever Fall, you can all just follow me when we take a bullhead there." Blake was the only one who knew of the spot between her teammates, which meant that she had to lead the team after leaving the bullhead. "Can't we wait until our free days? We have combat class and I don't want to miss lunch over this," Weiss complained. Using up aura and fighting took a lot of energy, so it was important that students would eat their fill during lunch. "Don't be a downer, Weiss. I'm sure a lot of us want to meet this mysterious friend of Blake." Young winks. Misunderstanding why Blake couldn't introduce Hans normally. Blake only sighs at Young. "Humph, hardly. We still have classes, so why don't you postpone it until later down the line?" Weiss said. "Why don't we put it to a vote then?" Blake suggests. All of Team RWBY raise their hands except for Weiss. Weiss visibly gets bothered by the obvious intention to make her follow the group. "Arg. You know how unfair that is to me," she grumbles. Young smiles at the defeated Weiss. "I love democracy. So it's settled then. We take a bullhead to Forever Fall and skip lunch to formally meet my friend." Everyone nods, with Weiss doing the same but in a more reluctant manner. "But. Please, don't die on me." Blake locks eyes with Ruby. "What?" Ruby was confused at what Blake said. "Just do your best to stay conscious." Blake urges the rest of the team to head towards their next class while Ruby stayed behind to contemplate the warning. The ominous statement just made Ruby scrunch up her face in response. Lunch arrives and Team RWBY head on towards the school's bullheads. After they take one headed for Forever Fall, they depart and travel through the familiar red landscape. So are you actually going to explain or keep being mysterious and all? Young was curious about her partner's way of talking about the friend she had. No, I just can't explain it without me sounding like I came from an insane asylum, Blake explained. It was reasonable to think that. Who knows how people would react if you told them you had a vehicle as a friend that you called by name. As well as that vehicle is the same one demolishing an entire area within the city and destroying a part of Atlas military. Not to mention that it can transform and all the other supernatural sounding abilities it had. The rest of Team RWBY only looked at each other and questioned what Blake meant. It was getting way too suspicious, but it also piqued their interest. We're here. A large clearing in the forest was to be where they would meet Hans. So, where is he? There was no one in sight, so Yang had to ask if this was where they actually needed to meet. Do you hear that? Ruby asks the team. It was a noise that she recognized like a car idling nearby. What is it, Rubes? Yang asks. I don't know, it kinda sounds like an engine. Ruby cups her ears to hear the sound coming from somewhere. Looks like he's arriving. Blake's ears twitch and she looks towards the sky where a plane was now heading towards the clearing. That's a weird-looking bullhead. Weiss, I don't think it's a bullhead. Ruby squints at the plane getting closer. Blake grabs a hold of the team and makes them stay clear of where Hans would land. Making sure to get enough distance to let Hans land without clipping someone accidentally. A few minutes pass and the plane lands roughly in the dirt but stops and lands safely in the forest. Blake smiles and waves towards the plane, not noticing the girl sitting in the cockpit. Blake? Young asks. Yes. Blake responds. I didn't know you were into femboys. Young points at Neo, who was getting out of the biplane. Neo at this point was disguised and left her usual Neapolitan appearance and used her semblance to have black hair tied into twin tails accompanied by green eyes and a matching set of black clothes. Huh. Blake squeals as Young suddenly grabs Blake's shoulders and lowers her head. Blake, tell me, is that person your friend? You keep calling him as a male friend, so I think I know what's going on. I know you got extreme tastes, but dash. What? No, I don't know her. It's that. Blake makes Young look at the biplane that Neo was in. The team looks at the unmoving biplane while Neo waves at Blake. Young slowly releases her partner's shoulder and backs away slowly, thinking she'd lost her mind. Hans. Don't mess with them like that. Silence only followed as the rest of Team RWBY followed Yang's example and also backed away slowly. Hans at this moment felt sorry for making Blake look like an insane person, so he switched vehicles right in front of the team. The sudden introduction of metal braking made the team freeze as they looked towards the plane slowly transforming into the Tiger H1. After a mechanical hiss exited and signaled the end of Hans' transformation, Team RWBY was completely awestruck at the machine. Young whistles as she sees the impressive vehicle that transformed. So that's what you meant by not being able to explain properly. Weiss was completely surprised, mouth agape at Hans. Her icy exterior and serious-looking face broke in the presence of Hans' sudden appearance. Thud. Everyone looked towards the back to see Ruby on the floor with her hand clutching her heart while wheezing loudly. Ruby, no. Stay with me. Young was currently slapping her little sister to snap her out of whatever Ruby was currently experiencing. Blake shook off her team leader's sudden trip to the afterlife and walked toward Hans. Good to see you back, Hans. Sup, so you patched things up with your team. Radio chatter was heard from the tank. It can talk. Weiss screamed loud enough for the birds to be startled. Ruby is flatlining. Young spoke in the background. So, are you going to introduce me to her? Blake motions her hand towards the disguised Neo. Oh, so Neo hasn't met Team RWBY yet. Hans thought. Right, Blake, this is Neo, and Neo, this is Blake, Dash. Hans stopped himself, almost forgetting that this was supposed to be their first meeting and he shouldn't know who they are. I met her on my way to Mountain Glen. Hans recovered from his close slip-up. Hans, Neo, these are my friends and teammates. Each team member gave a short introduction to Neo and Hans except for Ruby, who was still unconscious and had foam forming in her mouth. Pardon me for asking, but what exactly are you? Weiss hadn't seen anything like Hans was. An unusual-looking machine with the ability to talk and be sentient. Ghost Tank was Hans' immediate reply. I find that hard to believe. Wanna bet? Weiss stares at the machine moving its turret around, hearing the gears inside turn while the radio chatter that Hans' voice was made off echoed in her mind. Never mind. Hans could now test out the crew and squad functions. He opened the help page to ask the moderator a question. Moderator, how do I assign them as a crew? Set their positions and name the tank you own. It was relatively simple, which begged Hans to question why this wasn't on the help page. You should really make the help page better, moderator. A few seconds passed before he got a response. No. Hans was disappointed, but he expected this from the moderator and focused on making the crew. Meanwhile, RWBY had recovered from the shock and was holding on to Yang for support. Hans opened his HUD and looked at the crew labeled Number 1 and assigned members to it. RWBY as the loader, Weiss as commander, Blake as a radio operator, Yang as driver, and Neo as the gunner. Hans then picked PZ-4H from his tech tree. As soon as Hans confirmed his choices, each member of Team RWBY and Neo suddenly stared wide-eyed at the pop-up that appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Hans, what is this? Blake spoke up. Just click on it. Everyone confirms the pop-up that showed up, and suddenly a bright white light bursts from the sky. The PZ-4H materializes and lands loudly nearby. Thud. RWBY's eyes turned white and face planted as she saw the sudden appearance of another military-grade armored vehicle. RWBY, no. Since Hans already figured out how to get a crew, he would now be able to refer to the help page on the rest of what he needed to know. The garage would keep the tanks while the crew were away. He just needed to disband the crew again. Could you all go inside the tank? I just need to test stuff out. The team followed Hans' request and went inside the hatch of their respective positions. Alright, hold on. Hans started driving away from the clearing. He reached a distance that he thought was far enough before trying to talk with Blake. Blake, can you hear me? Use the radio and respond if you can. Hans stopped to think and realized he'd forgotten the most important step, crew training. 4,194,203 4,156,203 SL. Could you try again? Blake was about to get out of the tank to tell Hans in person that she didn't know how to use the radio before she felt something change in her mind. She acted on muscle memory and could do the correct adjustments to the radio and could talk back to Hans. Loud and clear, Hans. Blake responds. Great, tell the team to drive around and shoot somewhere. Wake RWBY up before you do. Young felt like she had driven the tank for years and could somehow feel like she could maneuver around easily. She didn't even have a license or drive a car before. Her motorcycle was the closest thing. RWBY, wake up. You're going to miss the best part. Young shouts at her startled little sister. Woo, Young. Where am I? Enough about that, let's test this puppy out. Weiss, you're the commander, tell us where to go. Why'd you pick Weiss to be commander anyways? Blake asked. She's good at barking orders and I think RWBY would like it better if she was the loader. Hans explained. Hey. He's right, you know. Blake answered. Fine. Weiss opens the commander's hatch and spots an isolated tree they could shoot down. Weiss felt something pulling on her brain before she yelled out a command for the team to follow. Driver, advance and stop at my word. Young follows and slowly brings the tank forward before hearing another command. Stop. Weiss takes another look at the tree. Load APCBC. Gunner, 9 o'clock 400 meters ahead. Fire at my word. RWBY suddenly snaps out of her confusion and like a machine, inserts the shell type she was asked to load in without hesitation. Neo follows the command and turns the turret to her left and spots the isolated tree in the distance. Fire. Neo shoots the gun as the entire tank pushes backwards from the recoil. The shell hits the tree accurately and punches a hole straight through. Hans was satisfied with the results and went back to the group, who was shocked by how they knew how to operate the whole tank without needing to learn anything. You all are probably confused, but trust me that I'll tell you when you have the time. By the way, you're going to be late for class. Weiss looks at her watch. We need to get back. Young, can we catch the next bullhead in this thing? Weiss said with panic. Sorry girls, but you need to leave it here, we don't want anyone finding a group of teenagers handling a weapon of mass destruction. Hans warned. Team RWBY quickly exits the tank and speeds off back towards Vale. Weiss uses her glyphs to speed up the group. Neo calmly removes her semblance and rests herself on top of Hans' Tiger H1. Hans returns the PZ-4H and disbands the crew, which makes the tank disappear. Hans stared at the city and nodded at the knowledge he acquired in this hour. That was informative. Chapter 31, Cinder Acts. It was noon in the city of Vale. Cars are driving by and vendors are starting to prepare for the vital festival. It would take weeks for everything to be done, so the people started to affix decorations earlier. Mercury and Emerald were currently on their way towards the entrance of the city. An argument had broken out ever since they left their hideout. Mercury was constantly gesturing to Emerald while she kept clicking her tongue in annoyance. Mercury, for the last time, it's not some government experiment out to get us. She raises her voice. Mercury had changed over the days. Either because of his sudden obsession with the theories, he has, or maybe he had actually gone crazy. Emerald had to watch over him in the hopes she could return him to his less annoying but still annoying assassin associate. But it is. Mercury begins to reach for his pocket to retrieve his scroll. After a few swipes, he shoves the photos near Emerald's face. Look. These indents on the ground were all present during these two incidents. The photos were from the Atlas debacle and dust bomb incident that happened weeks ago. Mercury had taken a look at the photos taken in both incidents and he got one conclusion: Atlas aided Vale in its secret program and decided to field test whatever weapon they had on Torchwick. Do you really think those incidents are connected just because some dirt was patterned? Yes. Mercury exclaims while returning his scroll back to where it was. And I'm going to prove it. He continues. Like how you proved it those other times. Flashback to Mercury hugging the concrete on the ground to look for the indents, or the time he decided to examine dirt for clues. It took hours for him to get anything valuable information-wise. No, This is different. We have a witness. He proudly declares. At this point, the argument had reached passers-by, and was curiously looking on at the duo like they were some comedy act. Mercury, people are starting to stare. Maybe you could just cooperate while we dash. Mercury's statement suddenly got shut by Emerald's backhand towards his head. Okay, fine. Just go quickly so we don't have to endure public embarrassment. Mercury immediately makes haste while Emerald follows close behind him. They were passing other people and reached a corner. Mercury turned but was met with a flurry of colors as he got smacked to the curb by a familiar set of faces. Wow, Mercury. You finally got your dream of getting girls to actually like you for once. Emerald sarcastically commented before she took in a better look. She started to panic. Oh, aren't these the students we were not meant to meet? Team RWBY in their messy state bolted off while RWBY stayed behind. We're kind of in a hurry, so, sorry. Team RWBY went further and further into the distance as Mercury helped himself up. Wasn't the dash. Shush, I don't want to get barbecued by Cinder. The rest of the journey went smoothly. Emerald and Mercury kept their mouths shut on meeting Team RWBY. They reached their destination of boom barriers. Hello, I received a message that one of you was going to ask me about something. The man behind the booth greeted the two. Sup, that would be me. Mercury huddled together with the man and spoke in a quiet voice. So, you told me in the forums that you have something. Mercury, did you seriously get this from some random forum on the internet? Emerald was starting to question the sanity of her partner constantly chasing evidence that supported his ideas. Ignore the non-believer, tell me what happened that night. The man takes a second to remember the details. At first it was all normal, then a car with 8 wheels came crashing on the barriers. 8 wheels, eh? Mercury starts scribbling down notes on a notepad he brought with him. A few minutes later, when I repaired the barriers, an explosion happened in the middle of town. So that was the dust bomb incident, MHM. Emerald was sighing at the conversation. I hid under the table, but as soon as I did, another car crashed into my hard work. The thing wasn't 8 wheels anymore, it left marks on the ground that I had to clean up. Marks like these perhaps. Mercury shows the photos during the Atlas debacle. Yes, but a bit wider. The man shows his point by widening his hands. Maybe these are the ones. Mercury shows the photos with a smirk. The markings near the dust bomb incident were shown on his scroll. Yes, exactly like that. He flourishes around and faces Emerald, triumphant at the supposed proof he just obtained. Bingo, Emmy. This proves that the government was testing the weapon on us. Emerald just stared at her partner acting like a lunatic and facepalms. Mercury, I'm putting you in a cell. His triumphant look suddenly fades into disbelief. What? Why? Emerald stops facepalming and points her hand at Beacon Academy. We just saw the girls responsible and you still insist it's some secret weapon the government hides. She continues. It's Vale. The last king disbanded the army of every nation. Why'd they want to test weapons out when they want the whole world to remove their armies? Mercury places a hand under his chin to think. He reached a conclusion and looked toward Emerald. Maybe that's what they want you to think, Emerald. Emerald curls her arms in anger at the stupidity. For God's sake. A sudden ringing stopped Emerald from pulling out her gun. They both looked towards the scroll that was dialing. Emerald relaxed and pulled it out from her pocket. Hello, ma'am. The voice of Cinder echoes through the scroll Emerald was holding to her ears. Emerald, I need you and Mercury to be here. Another ping and Emerald could see a marked map being sent by Cinder. We're on our way, ma'am. Good. The line gets cut and Emerald visibly relaxes her stiff body. Mercury, we need to keep your conspiracy theory on hold. We need to report to Cinder. Mercury nods and follows her. Emerald was thankful that he could still be serious when Cinder was involved. I'm telling you, the government has them. Mercury says one last time. Or maybe not. A few minutes later they arrived at the place Cinder marked on the map. The two enter an old-looking warehouse that was repurposed and turned into a base on the inside. It was the perfect cover. The dust bomb incident increased the number of guards looking around after they cordoned off the area. The situation cooled and it could let them set this up when the guards lessened. With the White Fang now being overseen by Cinder herself, they could now properly start robbing dust stores. Failure after failure to rob dust stores forced Cinder to whip her subordinates to shape. Her superior needed her to succeed, so she amped up her violence towards the White Fang. The only success they had was when Hay and his own people were involved. It was time for Cinder to confront the White Fang and their local leader. Cinder was sitting on the opposite side of the building while Hay and his personal enforcers were flanking the right side of Cinder. Ah, you two. Come, we need to negotiate with our fellow comrades. Mercury and Emerald became more serious at the command. Cinder was livid and they didn't want to be the target of being burned alive. After they stood to her left side, another figure entered the room along with a dozen other individuals. Adam. Cinder. One word was exchanged, but everyone in the room knew what the other was doing. Their voices reverberated in the silent room. The people behind them stood firm while their bosses intimidated the other. A minute passed and no one budged from their positions. I've heard that your White Fang has been uncooperative towards our shared goal. Tell me why that is, Adam. Adam scoffs. We have no obligation to follow humans. Cinder sparks her hand and flames burst out for a moment. Adam stood up and placed his hand towards his shiate. Your beliefs are second to the goal that we all share. The people in power, the ones you deemed responsible for your race suffering being brought down. Cinder stands up and extinguishes her flame. The purging of all humans can come at a later date, for now it is in your best interest to work with us. Don't you want to take revenge for that scar of yours? Cinder walks calmly towards Adam, who is getting more aggravated. She gets closer and closer before continuing. Or perhaps you want another scar matching the other one? Anger overwhelms Adam and he clicks out his weapon and aims directly towards the seemingly exposed Cinder. Enough of this farce. He struck down Cinder, who left a horrified look at the sudden strike. A deep gash crossing into her torso. A moment of relief came to Adam before the impaled body of Cinder suddenly shoots up and smiles. What is this? Screams suddenly filled the room as Cinder burned the White Fang behind Adam in only seconds. Their agony added more rage and confusion to Adam. The illusion put on his mind by Emerald's semblance breaks and the once impaled body of Cinder disappears from his sword. The real one being behind him and clutching his burning neck. Gah! Adam struggles as the painful streaks of burning flesh left a horrid smell that fumes into the area. You will obey. I will not receive any more news of your treachery. Cinder releases her ignited hand and leaves marks on the neck of Adam, who falls to the floor desperately grabbing his neck from the pain. Before I forget. Cinder nods towards Emerald and Mercury. The two went towards Adam, who was still desperately holding on to his burned neck. They each took up both arms of Adam and lifted him up to face Cinder. I did tell you that I would make a scar to match the other. Cinder sparks her hand and reaches towards the other remaining undamaged eye of Adam. No. Damn you. An ear-piercing scream emanated from the old warehouse. While Adam twitched and struggled with the burning of his other eye. He wrestled against the two, holding his arms to let Cinder sear his flesh down to the bone. He wailed and screeched, his throat already being injured further made his shrieks more pained and intense. The screams continued, Cinder making sure that it would be a mark that never left and would never be forgotten. As the torture finished, Adam slumped towards the table and Cinder lets out a satisfied smile. She nods to Emerald and Mercury who finally let go of Adam who went into shock. Goons from Hay walked inside and retrieved the severely injured Adam. He would still be useful blind or not. After this moment the White Fang will learn to fear Cinder. Mercury, Emerald. We have to pay another visit. The two visibly stiffened from their names being suddenly called. They had seen what she could do, and they feared that she was going to do the same. I'll leave the operation to He Xiong. We have to meet with our little friend in Haven Academy. The plan has shifted a bit from Cinder's original form. It would be late to make a breach that threatened Vale but they still had to make do with what they had. They would still enter as students for the vital festival as competitors. They needed another member which would be one of the twins. Cinder would continue what they initially started albeit later than usual. Are we going to need to straighten out Lionheart as well? Mercury asks. No, our friend is much more obedient to our queen. We just have to finalize our transfer. Mercury and Emerald nodded and looked at each other. Perhaps they shouldn't tell Cinder that they went asking around instead of staying where they should be. Chapter 32, Payday 2. Hans was currently considering what to do from now on. Now that he had another crew to join him, he needed something else to grind out the most RP and SL. He'd need a bomber. Hans could train and give out the bomber to a crew. They could fly with him and bomb Salem's continent to oblivion. He could purchase the first one but the size would be a problem. So he also needed a permanent landing site like Mountain Glen. Thankfully the moderator seemed to give him mercy for once. Vehicle RP can be applied to both ground and air instead of being separated. Hans had something diabolical planned for the air tree. Fuel and munitions can theoretically be unlimited as long as he was out of battle. So bomber range wasn't a problem since it'll only start draining when he fights an enemy. This was important since he was able to reach the land of the Grimm straight from Vale or Mountain Glen and bomb it to Kingdom Come. He would still need to upgrade towards larger bombers to get more storage but there's another thing else Hans could do to make his bombing runs more efficient. Get RWBY. More specifically, get her to make dust-modified bombs. Add the capacity of bombers and he could farm the entirety of where Salem would be summoning Grimm. If the only thing needed for him to obtain ammo was for RWBY to modify a currently existing one and make Hans use it, then he would be set for life. Who's gonna stop RWBY from making dust napalm or the first atomic bomb? The nuke would be hard but the possibilities are endless. Dust was still an important resource. It was going to drain his stockpile, not like he has any left. So for that, he needs someone else to remedy that. Weiss. As the SDC heiress, all Hans has to do is pay a visit to Atlas and create an unfortunate accident to kill Jacques. Though he was sure that Ironwood was going to be hostile the moment he enters Elysian airspace. It's not like Hans could fight the entirety of Atlas now, could he? Atlas was going to be Hans' next destination, he needed the permanent dust supply. There are still a bunch of smaller steps in between but this was his plan going forward. So deal with Cinder first. It was time for Hans to confront Cinder. I need some dust. A sudden knock from the top of his turret momentarily stopped his line of thought. Yes, Neo. Neo mimed eating from a bowl. At first, Hans thought it was because she was hungry but then realized who he was talking to. Ice cream. Neo aggressively nodded at Hans' assumption. We can't get any unless you're telling me to sneak in Vale. Though I guess we could do that since I need dust. Neo stares at the front of the turret for a while. She blinks and suddenly gives a thumbs up at Hans. Alright, I'll trust your illusions. It was time for another heist, featuring Neo this time. The two then drove off in Hans SD, KFC.234/2. Neo then prepared to use her semblance as they approached the entrance to Vale. The man operating the boom barrier sat in his booth, waiting for the next car to arrive. After his weird encounter with some teenagers, he just wanted another uneventful day. A car pulled up and it was relatively normal looking. The window goes down to reveal Neo in a completely new disguise. She used her semblance to both shift her own appearance and the appearance of Hans. Hey kid, you can't drive a car at your age. Neo almost instinctively reached for her weapon the moment those exact words left the man's mouth. She calmed herself and presented a blank card with an illusion over it. My bad, you're 20. Neo started furiously typing on her scroll before showing the man her message. You calling me short? Sorry, it's just that a few teens were also asking around for something, so it just reminded me. Neo raised an eyebrow at the comment. Yeah, talking about markings on the ground or whatever. The first one had gray hair and the other one was a girl with green hair. Glad I'm the SD, KFC.234/2 right now. Though knowing that someone was looking around for me is concerning. Neo had a look of surprise. The man took one look at the license and let her in before handing back her illusionary license. Everything looks fine, good day. The man opens the boom barriers and Hans drives in without alerting suspicion. That went better than last time. The offhand comment about teens asking for marking on the ground spooked him. Though Hans guessed who was looking for him. You think it was Emerald or Mercury? Neo simply nodded and started looking on her scroll to navigate through the city. I should be cautious around them from now on as a tank. They both drove towards the commercial district while Hans carefully made sure that no one would be able to break the illusion by bumping him. They reached the ice cream parlor and stopped right in front of it. Neo's semblance has a limited range. It could reach Hans, but if Neo wandered any further then the illusion breaks prematurely. Neo got off and walked into the ice cream parlor. By using illusionary lean card she could trick cashiers to give her products without receiving anything in exchange. She buys 2 tubs of ice cream and quickly goes back towards Hans. She placed one tub in between her thighs and already started chowing down on the other. Right, Neo, where can we find a warehouse full of stolen dust here? Hans asked quietly. Neo frowns and points towards the dust stores around them. Hans had a predicament. He could either spend time finding dust warehouses and steal the already stolen dust, or he could rob the already standing dust stores around the district. I don't want to steal from innocents. I'm not about to commit a crime in broad daylight. Neo looks at Hans with a suspicious look before fiddling with her scroll. She swiped up and side to side before showing an article to Hans. It was the resulting damage and costs that were incurred after Hans blew up an entire block. Okay, fair enough. I mean all of it is insured. Would he really steal from the vendors just to blow up Cinder? They were innocent, but then again, it was for the greater good. Fine, but don't kill anyone. We may be thieves, but I won't be labeled a killer. Neo happily nodded as she finished a tub of ice cream and started eating the other one. Hans drove towards a larger and more expensive-looking store and stopped right in front of it. Neo slid off the front and walked confidently towards the store. She took one look at the fancy-looking salesperson and smirked. Hans was idling outside when he noticed something from his peripherals. Using the viewports instead of turning, Hans saw a surprising sight. Right around the corner was a pair of police officers and their car parked to the side while the officers sat on a nearby bench eating and having their lunch. Oh shit. Neo opened the front doors and went towards Hans along with a group of employees. They all carried crates of powdered dust as Neo motioned for them to leave it on the sidewalk, where Neo began to pack Hans full of dust. Neo, how many did you get? It was a bit nerve-wracking when the only thing preventing anyone from suspecting anything was an illusion. It took minutes for Neo to cram everything in the ammo racks that Hans emptied beforehand. They were done though, and they could now start to drive off. As soon as they traveled a meter away from the store, the owner suddenly became suspicious and went over to check the register before seeing the money put in had disappeared. He immediately sounded the alarm and a call was sent out to the police station, who sent dispatches to police officers in the area. The loud blaring noise of the alarm and a disgruntled owner shouting for people to stop the car Hans was disguised as made him floor the acceleration. It was going well too. Neo, get ready to switch illusions. Neo nodded. She could try and shift parts of the car to make it completely different, but it would take preparation. Neo signaled Hans that it would take a minute to get the image to her head and to apply it on Hans. She also needed to change her own appearance to further lose them. All right. I'll buy you time. Hans rounded the corner and saw 2 police cars heading their way. Acting fast, he hurriedly goes into an alleyway that connects to a nearby street. He almost hits pedestrians, but they leap out of the way of a speeding vehicle. Hans exits the alleyway and drives even faster, dodging cars and navigating through the city. Police cars catch up to where he was and Hans begins to think of ways to shake them off. He swerves towards another turn and drifts. The police chasing him went too fast and missed the turn completely and had to slowly back up and speed up again. More cars begin to go active and hunt down Hans. Moments later, when the chase was at a straight road, Hans began to hear gunshots. Are they seriously shooting at us? There were still pedestrians roaming the streets, so it was a complete surprise that police started to open fire. The hell are these fools doing? They were a terrible shot, but one stray bullet and it could hit Hans and break the illusion, so he needed to lose them fast. He spotted a large number of cars on a highway going up and seized the opportunity. Neo. Get ready. Hans hurriedly goes around overtaking cars until he could split off into the highway. He finally merges and switches viewports to see the police not being in view. He shoots out smoke everywhere and begins to settle in the highway. The cars stop and some even crash into each other. Now Neo. The illusion breaks and gets replaced by a new car and disguise for Neo. The police reach the chaos that happened on the highway, losing sight of the described car. Hans began to cruise along the road and exited the smoke-covered part of the highway. Hans breathed a sigh of relief as they began to move away from the police gathering in the area. That was way too close. Hours later in Beacon. RWBY sat on her bed while her other teammates were doing their own respective activities. She took one look at the scroll she had while gaming and saw a pop-up from the news. Hey everyone, you've got to see this. The sudden request made everyone look towards each other before getting up and look through what RWBY had to show. Breaking news, dust robbery in broad daylight. Is it the White Fang again? Asked Weiss. I don't think so. Blake clicks on the video provided by the police to search for the person responsible. It was a video of one of Neo's disguises handing over Lean before smiling and waving directly at the camera. Moments later the video cuts off, completely missing the part where the illusion broke. While the other team members of RWBY discussed the video clip, Blake felt like she had recognized the person in the video. Why do I feel like I know that person? Chapter 33, A Roman Mishap PT1. It had been a day for Hans. He was kept busy by just thinking and testing out ideas with Neo on the specifics of his tank's interaction with the world, which included things on aircraft. Hans and Neo slept outside after they had finished that acquisition of dust. They woke up early to keep testing out ideas which led to the current situation. Neo was currently standing in the middle of a clearing. She twirled her parasol and shielded her eyes from the sun as she gazed upwards. Towards the sky was Hans in a biplane diving down towards the ground. He couldn't take Neo with him, so she was assigned damage control. As Hans flew in closer to the surrounding trees, he formed into his Tiger H1 mid-flight and braced himself as the transformation ended. The first time they tried this, Hans and Neo panicked. The dust storage suddenly shot out with some of the cases still inside Hans. They were still on the ground, so it didn't explode. If Hans placed dust in the ammo racks and formed into something that had less storage, then the excess would shoot out. It meant that storage was going to be a problem if he was transforming from big storage to a low one. Thankfully they left everything outside Hans for now. The Tiger H1 crashed towards the nearby forest as Neo eyed the result. Every tree, small plant, and critter in the direct path was destroyed. Hans recovered from the disorientation. He made sure he was going to land upright. It would be a nightmare for him to figure out how to get out of that one. The idea works. I could demolish Cinder with this foolhardy tactic. Though maybe sticking to using the gun was going to be better. His transmission, tracks, and anything underneath him were wrecked. It couldn't handle the speeds and the impact. He felt the repairs happening before Neo walked in front of him. Ice cream again, Neo? Hans assumed. Neo shook her head and formed her hand into a triangle before mimicking claws. It took a while for Hans to figure it out, but eventually, he did. Mountain Glen. Does Roman need something? Neo nodded in response. Roman has been there alone for only close to a day. Hans was curious as to why Roman asked for Neo. Roman only ever called for her when something important was coming up. I mean, I still have to clear out the underground portion, not to mention that it's gonna take a long time, although. Hans looks at Beacon in the distance. Weiss and Blake had already fixed their disputes with each other last week. It was a Friday, and in canon, it was supposed to be the day they would fight and eventually reconcile with each other. Maybe I should get Team RWBY in on it. It was going to be a risk on how the team would react to Neo and Roman being criminals, but they would eventually need to meet each other formally. Alright, it's as good a time as ever to let them in on Cinder and the wider world. Hans still needed to do something, which was to create a large space for his takeoff using a bomber. Neo, could you help me clear out a bigger field? I need some space for the bomber. The bomber he was going to buy was the Do-17E-1, the first bomber available to the German aviation tree. I'm just going to buy this now. SL equals 4,194,203, 4,193,503 SL. Vehicle RP equals 4,532, 1,632 RP. Hans needed a temporary takeoff point for his bomber, since he needed the larger space to store the dust. Neo pouts, probably from Hans making her do hard labor. Can't do anything about it, Neo. Either this or we ask Ojban of all people to let us use his school as an airfield. Neo rolls her eyes and walks towards the field to clear it of any large debris. Good thing I can use tow hooks. Anyways, send a message to Torchwick on your scroll to find a road wide enough for me to fit as a bomber. Make him shoot a flare when we get close. Neo makes her hand into an OK symbol before taking out her scroll. I suppose I'll send a message to Blake later. Can't let them get to Torchwick first and start throwing hands. An hour later at Team RWBY's dorm. Blake's ears twitch again from the sudden telepathic message Hans keeps sending. She calmly puts down her book and wanders over to the rest of her team to discuss what they'd do today. We need to go to Mountain Glen, Blake suggests. Weiss, who was convincing the others, raises her voice on the outlandish suggestion. What? We are supposed to visit the docks to scout the welcome the other students to our school. Do you want to put it to a vote again? Young says with a smirk on her face. Weiss visibly gets more irritated. I hate you guys sometimes. Young puts a hand to her heart and wipes an imaginary tear. Ah, thanks, Weiss. That means a lot to us. What are we going to do then? Ruby asks. Blake ponders for a moment. Let's get to Vale and find a bullhead willing to go to Mountain Glen. The others nod in acceptance. Young speaks up when she notices the recurring theme of Hans showing up and not speaking any further. Does Hans do this every time? Asking us to do something and not saying anything else. Blake glanced at Young. You'll get used to it. Ruby punched her fist into the air. Excited to try and meet with Hans again. Onwards Team RWBY. Oof. She rushes straight for the door only to meet with Ojban, who was trying his best not to spill his coffee being held by his right hand. Why in such a rush on a Friday, girls? The group stared at the headmaster who Ruby ran into. Headmaster Ojban. Ruby stood up and quickly made an excuse. Weiss wanted to spy on the students participating in the tournament. Weiss narrowed her eyes only to relax a moment later when she was technically planning on doing so. Hey. Well, I do, but dash. Before Weiss could reason with Ojban, he held up his hand with a palm, asking Weiss to not continue. I know the Vital Festival has a tournament as one of its events, but you don't have to take everything so seriously. The team stood still to slowly process Ojban's advice before he continued. It's just fun and games, Ojban says as he takes a sip from his coffee-filled mug. Ruby takes a stance and whips around to point at Weiss, who questions the action of her team leader. Blame Weiss. She's the grumpy one here. Anyways, we got to go. Ruby used her semblance to speed off down the hall. The rest of the team only bow in apology and follow suit. Excuse us, headmaster. As the figures of Team RWBY go farther away and eventually move out of sight, Ojban takes another sip of his coffee. Mountain Glen, how curious. As they reached the terminal where bullheads gather passengers, a problem presented itself to Team RWBY. No bullheads are heading to Mountain Glen. They don't want to get close to it. Young said. The pilots didn't want to risk their lives by flying to a presumably infested area full of Grimm. I'll handle this. Weiss walks towards one of the bullheads and prepares to negotiate with the pilot. The team follows, curious as to what she meant by handling it. As the group gets close, the pilot recognizes the four of them and grumbles in annoyance. You four again. I told you I won't fly dash. I'll double the payment. The pilot stops for a moment to consider. Sorry but dash. Triple. Geez, but still dash. Quadruple. Fine, I'll fly you dash. Quintuple. She screams, loud enough for passers-by to see what the commotion is. Lady Iauria dash. I'll pay you 10 times the amount. Alright. Just pay me the normal amount. On one condition, don't ever come to me for a flight to Mountain Glen again. Damn crazy kids. Weiss turns back to the group who were palming their faces at the display. What was that about? Blake questions Weiss' way of negotiating. Father said that throwing money at a problem will eventually fix it. Weiss responds normally, expecting it was common sense. I don't think he meant it in that way, even if Jacques is a horrible person. Blake comments. Yeah, didn't you say you detest your father? Young points out. Weiss shrugged. Well, it worked out with other things. She explains. Including this one, I assume. Blake asks. Yes. Weiss started to doubt herself, judging by her friend's reaction. Oh no, how do we fix this one, girls? Jan turns to whisper to the others. Ruby interrupts the conversation. Enough about that. Let's go, I want to properly meet Hans. Ruby was very excited the moment Blake suddenly made them go to Mountain Glen. The last time she met the mechanical monstrosity, she died a total of 3 times. You sure you won't just die again, Rubes? Jan asks with concern. It wasn't the first time Ruby had lost consciousness over being too excited. Jan didn't want her little sister to lose out on seeing the machine Hans was. No, I know I will die. The team was surprised at Ruby's brutal honesty to herself. That's why I brought these. Ruby shows her duffel bag. The sight of the bag intrigued the other members. Blake stepped forwards. Can I take a look? Blake asks. Ruby obliges her request and handed her bag over to Blake. Blake takes the bag off Ruby's hand and checks its contents. She says out loud what things are in the bag for the rest of the team to hear. Blood bags, equipment for a field transfusion, defibrillator, and other stuff. Ruby. The things in here make sense, but may I ask, why is there milk here? Blake brings out the carton of milk. You'll never know, Blake, you'll never know. Blake just slowly nods, not fully understanding why a carton of milk was in her bag, and hands everything back to Ruby. Are you going to stay there? I'd like to get this trip over with. Weiss impatiently asked. Everyone hurries up and boards the bullhead. Minutes later they could see Mountain Glen at a short distance. That's weird. The pilot exclaims. There's usually a ton of Grimm just roaming around. I could get you girls down to the entrance. Can you handle yourselves? Yeah. We're huntresses. Ruby proclaims. In training, Weiss adds. Ruby, undeterred by Weiss, assures her team even more. Still. We can handle everything. Alright then, here we are. Don't expect me to come back here so you can call one of my buddies. The pilot hands over a card. Can't I just hire you and buy your bullhead? Weiss asks. Public service, can't privatize that. The team rolls their eyes at Weiss' attempt at trying to solve a problem by throwing even more money at it. After the bullhead leaves, they all walk towards the entrance, weapons at the ready. They walk a good distance within the city before they notice the lack of Grimm anywhere. Seems like the pilot does have a point. Where are the Grimm? There's not a single dash. Everyone gets startled by an explosion sounding from somewhere in the city. I can tell where it came from, want to check it out. Blake looks at her team, all nodding. The team follows Blake towards the noise. Blake silently hoped that nothing would go wrong. Chapter 34, A Roman Mishap PT2. The sound of constant gunfire and screeches sounded from a ruined street. Near the end was an opening that Grimm poured out of in great numbers. Roman and Neo watched each other back fighting stragglers while Hans was at the very front distracting the majority of the Grimm. Weaker Beowulfs clawed and bit the metal that made up Hans. Not a single one does any significant damage to the unmoving bunker of steel. Another shell was fired, and the He shell flew through the air and detonated at the center of the opening, leaving the Grimm to be slaughtered in seconds. Neo plunges her blade into another head of a Grimm while using her parasol to block Nevermore Feathers heading for her. An Ursa lunges for her, only for the illusion to be revealed and the sound of glass breaking confusing the bear-like Grimm. Seconds later a flare shot impacted the back of its head, leaving a chunk flying off into the air. Neo reveals herself to be behind Roman to block an attack from another Beowulf approaching. Torchwick doesn't bat an eye and fires off another flare behind him without even looking, killing the Beowulf in one shot. Neo smirks and jumps as a creep tries to strike her. She lands on the tail and taunts the Grimm. The creep roars before getting its head caved in by the blunt force exerted by Torchwick's melodic cudgel. He twirls off the Grimm's black ooze from his cane before ducking along with Neo. An APCBC round travels over their heads, and both Torchwick and Neo's aura flicker slightly from defending against the pressure. The shells cuts through an alpha creep prowling near its comrades. They stood up to engage another pack of Grimm. A cycle continued where their synchronous attacks and defense culled the incoming Grimm into lesser numbers. After a while, the battle is over and the Grimm were gone from existence. You see what I mean, Lunchbox? Torchwick readjusts his loosening bowler hat. Ever since yesterday noon, the Grimm started climbing their way up from the underground. Torchwick points towards the opening the Grimm came from. It's not that bad since I can't get bored anymore, but I don't want to wake up with my face halfway into an Ursa's jaw. In truth, Torchwick was getting nervous that there was a possibility that the Grimm was just going to surge out all at once. This is why he contacted Neo and Hans. Torchwick doesn't want to admit it, but he feels more comfortable that Hans was there. Armored support does that to people. I see what you mean, Torchwick. We're going to have to clean out the entire subterranean part of the city, corner to corner, today. There was a pause from the conversation. The words that left Hans made Torchwick wonder. Lunchbox, I don't know how much faith you have in the three of us, but it doesn't bode well for me that we're supposed to clear everything out in one day. Oh. Hans notices movement from within the ruins. Team RWBY has been listening in during the battle that broke out. How about 4 more then? Team RWBY gets startled by Hans calling out their presence and slowly showing themselves. Ah, Little Red and her feline companion Kitty Cat. How was the playground in Beacon? Torchwick jokes. RWBY suddenly rushes with a scythe in hand, using the recoil to pack more of a punch. Whoa. Torchwick was surprised at the speed, but he quickly recovers from the surprise and deflects the blow easily. A little aggressive there, Red, you kids throwing a tantrum. Torchwick taunts. Weiss comes to her aid by pushing forward with her glyphs and rapidly aims her rapier, Murdenaster, straight towards Torchwick. Neo jumps in and trips Weiss, who in response stabilizes herself in the air by using her glyphs. Neo opens her parasol and smiles at Weiss, who prepares a stance with her rapier. Recognizing Weiss' stance, she imitates her movements and mocks Weiss by doing the same, readjusting. Weiss narrows her eyes and begins to fight. Neo only played with her by expertly dodging and even slapping Weiss a bunch of times instead of hitting her. Weiss kept trying to use her dust inside the chamber of her weapon only for glass to shatter and a slap to land across her face, which was now reddening from the number of times Neo slapped her. Hans, Blake, and Yang stared at each other, watching the duels being fought. So, are we supposed to fight? Blake closes her eyes in acceptance. There was no way she could stand a chance when Hans fought by shooting armor-piercing rounds. It'd be suicide. Yang steps forward and punches her fists together. She wins a solid right hook before launching herself towards Hans. A loud metal clang could be heard as her fist met the armor of the Tiger H1. Damn it, Yang, you scratched my paint. Surprised by the lack of actual damage from a punch, she steps back to assume a fighting stance. I just want to see how strong you are. Hans thought of how strong he would do against a human. I think she'll survive this. Yang's supposed to be strong in comparison to the rest of the school year. Hans loads an APCBC intending to shoot just to the right of Yang. He felt his gun recoil and the shell travels towards Yang. Everyone stops their fight as soon as they heard Hans fire his gun. The shell strikes Yang's outreached hands, desperately trying to move it to the side. She felt her knees buckle as she tries to deflect the shell to the side. The aura she had flickered and slowly drained from a bright color to a dulling shade. The shot gets moved to the side as Yang kneels from the intense kinetic energy she had received. She moves to check her scroll while she stood up. Yang looked to see her aura being at 0.1% exactly. Try me, Hans responds. Yang burns gold and her eyes turn red from her semblance. She winds up for another right hook. This time it was empowered and she hoped to get more damage in towards the seemingly invincible tank. A resounding bang was heard as she threw her punch, but she doesn't relent. Her speed increased as she focused on throwing more punches. Sparks flew and her aura flickered as she keeps rapidly punching Hans' armor. The concrete below began to crack from the power of her punches. She steps back to see her punches only strip the paint bare to the metal. The rest of the spectators were shocked. Everyone there knew if they had even received one of those punches they would be knocked out. Yang's semblance makes it so the more damage she receives, the more she could dish out. At 0.1% she was supposed to be at her strongest. Why won't you die? Hans smiled and laughed at the question. Krupstall's son, it hardens in response to angling. You can't hurt me, Yang. Yang, angered by his taunting, throws another punch toward the tank. What did I just say? Hans taps his machine gun to fire a single round at Yang. Her aura shatters and is left exhausted on the ground. Blake helps her up and sighs at her partner's decision to fight a tank in hand-to-hand combat. Yang is impressed at his seemingly strong armor and whimpers out. Damn, strong. RWBY snaps out from her being fascinated by Hans' armor and points her crescent rose towards a sarcastically surrendering Torchwick. Torchwick. What are you planning? She yells out. Don't look at me red, Lunchbox here offered me peace of mind in exchange for my cooperation. So technically he's the mastermind. Torchwick points at Hans. Everyone in Team RWBY turns and eyes Hans with suspicion. Okay, before you all begin to try, and I do mean try, to kill me, let me explain. Everyone, including Neo and Torchwick, lower their weapons. Hans saw the go-ahead and continued. Everything I've done up to this point was to foil someone's plans that threatened to destroy Beacon and even Veil itself. Everyone including Torchwick stared wide-eyed at the statement. Roman here was just an unfortunate bystander that was roped into her plans. Her. Weiss asks. Cinder and some other person who is responsible for everything wrong in the world. Everyone digested the information being dumped on them. How did you find this out? Ruby asked, losing her confrontational attitude from before. Roman, and my investigations and suspicions, Hans replied. How can you trust that he is being truthful in all this? Weiss questioned. Kiddies, let me all tell you about something. I value my life probably more than most of you, which is why when Hans gracefully offered me a chance to live by pointing his gun at me, I saw fit that I side with him rather than Cinder. Torchwick admits. They are planning things big for the world. I'm here to neuter the source. Hans declared. Why? Ruby asks. For the SL and RP, I mean for world, peace. It's why I cleared out Forever Fall and cleaned out the upper layer of Mountain Glen. That's why I called you all out here, to stop the rest of her schemes. He continued. I didn't intend for Roman or Neo to be here as well. I only came here to exterminate Grimm. Hans said. Lunchbox is right. After a certain cat had been pestering me over and over again. I felt that there would be a time your machine friend over here would come out and kill me in a single shot. I'd simply rather fight Cinder than Lunchbox. The fight you showed me just solidified my choice. One massive 8-headed taijutsu later and we made the partnership official as long as Lunchbox kills Cinder for me. You fought a giant 8-headed taijutsu. Young stands up as she recovers from her aura shattering. That's what you're asking. Not that Blake's friend worked with wanted criminals. Weiss scoffed. Hey now, Blake was a terrorist turned vigilante. Ruby technically helped us destroy part of the industrial district. Yang is Yang, so she probably broke someone's bar or something, and Weiss is the heiress to a company that uses slave labor. We all are criminals here one way or another. Hans pointed out. The others look at each other with reluctant understanding. Hans did have a good reason to get Torchwick in. So, if anyone wants to join us in saving the world by confronting Cinder, then raise your hand, Hans announced to the group. Everyone slowly raises their hands, except for 2 people. Weiss looks around irritated that she was in the minority again. Torchwick, who also had his hand down, sees Weiss. He smirks and raises his hand just to annoy her even more. Ugh, fine, let's go, team. She finally gives up. But I'm still suspicious of working with these two. She points towards Neo and Torchwick. The feeling is mutual, Ice Queen. Why does everyone call me that? So are we going to use that vehicle of yours? Weiss asked. It's called a tank and we have to go down first before we use it. How do you get to the underground anyways? Hans makes them follow him to the barely supported piles of collapsed concrete below an old train terminal. I use this. That looks unsafe. How can that even support you? Weiss curiously asked. Oh, I do this. Hans transforms from his heavier Tiger H1 to the lighter and more agile SD, KFC.234/2. Ruby. Young says with panic in her voice. Ruby started to bleed from the nose. She desperately holds herself up while trying to stop her nose from bleeding too much. Is fine. Ruby, your nose. Blake yells out. Jibe me milk. Blake takes the bag and opens it, not questioning why Ruby wanted the milk instead of literally anything else in her bag. Ruby slowly tilts her head to drink. Moments later her bleeding stopped and she keeps on drinking the carton of milk. Phew, all fine now. How the heck? Everyone thought. Let's head down. She exclaims. Team R plus RWBY plus N arrives at the underground layer and Hans reassigns them to a tank. The PZ.4H drops to the ground and everyone climbs in to ride it. Alright, let's go. Hans returns to his Tiger H1 form and leads the team. How about me, Lunchbox? Why do I not get some cool vehicle? Roman complained. It's called a tank, you could always ride in the commander's hatch in mine. Gonna be cramped though since you're tall. Roman climbs over to the turret and sees the dust crates being inside taking up half the turret space. Oh lovely. He sarcastically commented. Chapter 35, Glen Cleansed. The newly designated Team WIBRN was trailing behind Hans towards the dark and gloomy underground section of Mountain Glen. The silhouette of two tanks traversed the aging and destroyed remnants of the roads that connected the city. 50,000 people used to live here. Now it's a ghost town. Hans said. After a few minutes of uneventful travel, Hans, Torchwick, and Team WIBRN arrived at the building Hans used to stay at while exploring and clearing out Merlot's lab. We all meet back here, Team WIBRN. You'll be clearing out half while Torchwick and I will deal with the other half. Transfer some dust over, will you? The request prompts members from Team WIBRN to move some dust cases from Hans Tiger H1 to their PZ.4H. After they confirm its amount and store it safely in one of the ammo racks, the two tanks go in different directions. Okay, lunchbox. What's the plan? Torchwick asked from the commander's hatch of Hans. Cover my top and support fire, I can deal with most of the enemies. I just need you to help out here and there. Hans informs. I like it, simple, concise, and clear. A good plan, lunchbox. As they turn towards another street, packs of Grimm show themselves in the distance. The Grimm hear the tank's engine and look toward the metal beast. You ready, Torchwick? Ha! Ready as I'll ever be. He chuckled. Meanwhile, the distant cannon and flare shots signal Team WIBRN that the pest extermination has begun. They travel along an empty street towards towering buildings almost reaching the surface. Weiss opens the hatch to get more vision of the area. While the tank may be powerful, one surgical strike by an enemy to their weak points can be devastating. Now that the tank has a crew inside, they need to be cautious of attacks when they fight. They stop and spot a pack of Beowulfs towards a ruined hospital. Weiss gauges the distance and readies Neo, the gunner. Fire. The He shell directly hits the center of the pack and explodes in a mass of hot shrapnel. The sounds of footsteps and growls reach ears of Weiss. The humming of the engine was loud, but if she got out of the hatch, she could still hear well enough. More are coming. Fearing getting surrounded, Weiss orders Yang to drive faster towards an abandoned hospital to take their stand from the approaching Grimm. Packs upon packs of differing Grimm flood towards the noise that the gun created. A loud blasts escape once more from the barrel as Weiss ordered Neo to fire at will. Seeing a Deathstalker, Weiss quickly orders RWBY to load APCBC and make Neo aim for the tail. Its tail is one of the parts that wasn't angled, and on Hans' advice, they aimed for the parts that were less angled or had less armor covering it. The Deathstalker gets closer and Team WIBRN can feel their blood pumping from the fight. A shot lands right at the halfway point in the tail. Its tail gets severed and it dissolves into the air. The Deathstalker hisses in pain from the loss of one of its limbs. The Deathstalker, angered, tries to reach for the tank but it reverses at an unnatural speed. They quickly dodge an attack and Neo fires another shell toward its legs. The shot hits and the Deathstalker is forced to be immobile. Weiss orders the tank to go around and kill the mortally wounded Deathstalker. They reach the unangled side of the Deathstalker and end its misery by putting a tank round directly at its dying body. Creeps start to gather from the surroundings of where they were. Neo fires but more of them try surrounding the Team WIBRN. The tank rushes forwards, crushing some underneath the vehicle while turning the gun around to fire at the creeps in pursuit. The shot incinerates the rest of the creeps and the dust settles. The decaying bodies confirm their kills and all of them breathe a sigh of relief. I can hear more. Not anywhere near us though. Weiss looks around to see exactly what she described. A thought crosses her head and she quickly tries retreating into the tank. Above. Weiss quickly shuts the commander hatch in time before creeps land right on top of the tank. Yang. Shake them off. Neo, fire at anything in front of us. The tank starts unnaturally accelerating at a faster pace, unnoticed by the members of Team WIBRN except for Yang. I don't think we're supposed to go this fast, Yang points out. The rest of the team now noticed the speeds they were traveling. Stop the tank. At the command, Yang stomps on the brakes, throwing off the creeps from the top of their tank, and launches them to the front. Neo takes the chance and sends a shell to the pack of creeps. The tank was going way too fast, the brakes did little to stop it. Weiss, we're going to hit the wall. Weiss felt her semblance activating, she gripped the handles on the inside of the tank and something remarkable happened. Gravity dust disappeared from the ammo racks and a second later a large glyph surrounded the tank to hold it still. What the? I'm not using Murdermaster though. The crew gets pushed forward from the sudden stop but the tank has safely comes to a stop. Now though wasn't a time to rest, more Grimm reach the site and Weiss pops her head out from the hatch to see. Weiss orders to reverse, Young follows but the unnatural speed gets noticed by all of the crew. Weiss looks towards the front and a curious sight presented itself. Are those, rose petals? From where the racks met the sprocket, petals were being conjured out of nowhere. Similar to how a certain cookie lover's semblance worked. No way. Another strange situation caught the attention of Weiss. The creeps Grimm didn't pursue them. They were running around as if they were following something. What the? A Beowulf pounced into the air and struck at nothing before everyone heard the loud sound of glass shattering. Everyone staring at a viewport was in disbelief. Neo, was that your semblance? Neo looked at them and nodded. This confirmed one thing Weiss had on her mind. The tank itself has our semblances. Everyone freezes from the revelation, some in bewilderment and others in awe. Neo takes the opportunity to fire at the confused Grimm that followed the illusion of a tank instead of the real one. Weiss snaps out from her surprise and checks around. Two more Deathstalker round the corners of the street. One in the front and another at the back. The one in the back charges them and attacks with its stinger, threatening to pierce the tank's weaker top armor. Blake. Clones. A sudden force jolts the tank forwards and in its place was a perfect clone of the tank made of ice. The Deathstalker's stinger and the tail get entrapped in a layer of solid frost. The sudden push from Blake's semblance sends them towards the Deathstalker at their front unintentionally. The Deathstalker claws at the front which prompted Neo to fire a shot towards it, which only staggers the Grimm, or ricochet could be seen from the impact. To the surprise of everyone, the gun starts glowing a dull shade of gold from the attack the Deathstalker just sent. Young. It's your semblance. RWBY exclaimed. They reverse towards the Deathstalker with its tail trapped. A shot pierces its side as the tanks start reversing at greater speed away from either Deathstalker. Neo. Make it turn around. An illusion was made for their tank going in the opposite direction. The Deathstalker sees it and starts to turn around to chase the fake illusion. The Deathstalker strikes but is only left confused when it hears glass breaking, the illusion shatters and it reveals the fake. An APCBC round directly enters its tail and traveled all the way through to its center and dies. The shell detonates from the inside, sending bits of carapace and decaying flesh to the surrounding area. More Grimm find their way facing down the metallic beast that roamed the streets. The tank turns to fire more shots towards packs of Grimm. When they leaped from the buildings, Weiss used her semblance through the tank and created glyphs to throw off the Grimm attempting to attack its weaker top armor. Dust was getting used at a steady pace, the stockpile declining as time went on. An Alpha Beowulf watches from the corner with its head poked out from a building. The Alpha Beowulf screeches, calling for its fellow Grimm to attack the tank team WYBRN was in. The surrounding landscape howled in response, the hundreds of Grimm ready to engage in battle. The screech was heard and Team WYBRN prepared for a long fight. They dodged with impeccable speeds, using RWBY's semblance to the fullest by speeding out of harm while Neo takes the time to aim and shoot when possible. They attack and defend using their semblances alongside the tank. Weiss sent out glyphs to make them even faster at accelerating while Blake's clones helped them get out of sticky situations. Neo focused more on aiming but from time to time tricked alphas and mutants to turn around and expose their vulnerable sides. It felt like only moments passed for Team WYBRN, the fight came to a slow close. The team members were getting exhausted, not only from the constant use of their semblance but also from the focus needed to fight. Is that all of them? Blake asked. A groan was heard from the driver's side of the tank. Don't jinx it, Blake. A sudden noise alerted everyone in the tank. Weiss opened the hatch to spot the enemy. She looked around only to see nothing but the decaying bodies of the Grimm they slaughtered. The nearby walls burst as a massive mutated Deathstalker enters the battle. It swiped at the tank, ripping out its side skirts, and dented the right hull. The tank was sent towards the wall but stops thanks to Weiss' gravity glyph. The Deathstalker doesn't stop its attack and sends out spikes toward the still tank. Weiss urged the team to use their semblances together to dodge. They barely dodged the barrage of fire, spikes still struck the back part of the tank and the engine starts suffering damage. The gun glows even brighter. Weiss. What do we do? Blake asks in a panic. Weiss was pressured by the damage they had received but tried to focus on finding a solution. RWBY instead raised her voice to tell the team her plan, which irritated Weiss, but she knew RWBY had great ideas. Neo sends out an illusion to turn it around like last time. I'm loading in DIPCBC in this one. Neo follows her plan and makes an illusion that they were circling the Deathstalker. What they didn't expect was for the Deathstalker to send out spikes from the ground and impaled everything around it. The illusion breaks and Team WYBRN is forced to think of another solution. The Deathstalker rushes forward while continuing to send out spikes toward the tank. Some pierce the top but most broke at the stronger frontal armor. Try going for the legs or tail again, Neo, Weiss commanded. The Deathstalker's tail gets cut in half as it roars in pain. It doesn't seem to affect its attack however as it continues sending spikes from its head that pierce the top of the tank. Gah! That was close. Yang yelped out. Neo starts aiming for the legs but was surprised at the Deathstalker bunkering down and covering its front with its claws. It sat in the middle of the street and covered itself. She tries to hit it anyways but sparks occur when its armored claw sends the shell ricochet towards the back. The Deathstalker has learned how to fight Team WYBRN. It didn't see the worth of walking and chasing it around, it saw that spikes did the damage so it continued to do so. What are we going to do? Should we just abandon the tank or run? Young asks. No, the moment we try getting out it's gonna shoot at us. The armor from this tank is our best bet even if some of the spikes land at the top. Blake answers. They were stuck, it couldn't shoot at it since it'll ricochet shots. Illusions would be met with more spikes to break the illusion. Running away would work but they still had to face the Deathstalker again later. Everyone, you're not gonna like this but. RWBY explained her outlandish idea but they tried it nonetheless. They come to a stop to face the Deathstalker, it screeches while it prepares to attack again. Instead of running away the tank charges directly at the Deathstalker. It remembers the illusion that it experienced before, it guesses that it was another attempt to fool it. The Deathstalker charges itself and slams the ground, sending spikes all around it. The tank suddenly gets replaced by a clone made of earth. The Deathstalker looks up to see the tank being supported by glyphs, which were flickering from the weight. Go! I can't hold it! Screamed Weiss. Dust was starting to drain at an accelerated pace, the Deathstalker tries to hit it in the air but the tank is too fast. Aided by RWBY's semblance and Weiss' solid glyph it traveled towards the Deathstalker in the air. The tank leaps off a glyph, and a clone of Earth created by Blake's semblance pushes it at an angle, the barrel stares down at the mutant Deathstalker below it and it glows a bright yellow. The damage received by the tank empowers the gun, the DIPCBC shell ignites and breaks the sound barrier as soon as it gets struck by the pin in the breach. The shell instantly travels down towards the Deathstalker and detonates. The ground bulges as the dust-infused round punches straight through its tough armor. The angling that was present on the front Deathstalker was made worthless by the angle of attack being low. The Deathstalker didn't get to wail in pain as the explosion consumes it. Team WYBRN is sent falling to the ground but stabilizes by the presence of Weiss glyph guiding them towards the ground. The entire tank lands on the ground but smashes into a building. The entire chassis of the tank is destroyed, and its gun is damaged from the tank smashing into a building. Team WYBRN gets thrown around from the tumble but the aura made them resist getting knocked out when they hit the walls of the tank. They all groan from getting tossed around but they eventually reorient themselves and slump from aura exhaustion from using their semblances too much. Blake got out of the vehicle and checked the condition of the tank, she grimaced at the extensive damage on the chassis and went back into the tank. She checked the radio and fiddled with it. She felt a tingling sensation towards the back of her throat before she spoke. Hans, ZE transmission broke. Blake was surprised, her voice suddenly shifted in tone when she spoke. What was that accent? Chapter 36, A Roman Intervention. Hours passed and the entirety of Mountain Glen was now clear of Grimm, it took them half the day so it was evening. The rewards were comparable to the last time he farmed the upper layer, only that a process that took a week now took only a day thanks to WYBRN's involvement. Hans was immediately notified of the developments concerning Team WYBRN's discovery of their semblances being used by the tank itself. It truly showed the value of being able to use the crew that he just thought was just another way to farm faster. Crew being able to affect the tank could change the game itself. Kills by the crew earn him SL and RP. Combine that with the booster he got, it was safe to say he was now swimming in resources. SL equals 4,193,503 7,586,190 SL. Vehicle RP equals 1,632 328,420 RP. Hans was breathing heavily if he could. The greed was escaping. He wanted more. He immediately went to his tech tree to check things out. Hans wanted to upgrade his Tiger H1 to the Tiger 2P, as well as needed to give Team WYBRN something to use like the Panther D or a Tiger E. Air was also obvious for Hans. He wanted to go down to the BF-109 branch and focus on getting larger and larger bombers. His picks were the BF-109F and the Me-264. The system calculated everything for him. It was costly, a total of 324,900 RP, which included buying the previous vehicles and unlocking the succeeding ranks. Surprisingly enough, it only costs 1,192,400 SL to buy the vehicles he researched. SL equals 7,586,196,393,790 SL. Vehicle RP equals 328,423,520 RP. In less than a minute, the combined effort of 7 different people continuously fighting from morning to evening was spent in a single minute. Such was life in War Thunder. Ding! Congratulations! Description: surviving and thriving is a hard goal to attain. You have proven yourself to be above the rest, and where others have fallen, you and many others have reached this point. Ding! After reaching a milestone, you have received the following new functions. GE Converter. Description: convert your 100,000 SL to 1 GE, normal rates applied to GE to SL conversions. Ding! Multiverse Market Expansion. Description: a market for those who travel beyond their world. Notice: store is locked to worlds discovered. Ding! Inventory Plus. Description: no longer locked to only War Thunder content. Notice: current limit is 10 tons. Notice: help page was updated accordingly. Hans clicked through the notifications and checked the store, scrolling through the various materials that were present in the world of Remnant. Looks like the relics here aren't being sold off that much. Hans was thankful for the inventory upgrade. He didn't need to worry about having airfields anymore to refill dust. He could start bombing Salem now, but dust was still going to be a resource that he needed to obtain. After closing the notifications, Hans turned to Team WYBRN to discuss what tank they should use next. Team WYBRN, I need your choice. Choice. RWBY suddenly recovers from her fatigue. Which one do you prefer? Hans then transforms into a Panther D followed by a Tiger E. Hans spun around, using the tracks and engine. He followed up and traversed the gun to show its turning speed. He explained the shell variation on the Tiger E and the rest of the specifics on both tanks. You got all that, RWBY? Hans asked. Team RWBY and Neo. Team Huddle. The crew then formed a circle and started conversing with each other, except for Neo because she was mute, although she nodded at whatever they were talking about. We picked the Tiger E, Hans. RWBY declared. May I ask your reasoning? There was a lull before RWBY started explaining. In short, the Tiger E's shortcomings compared to the Panther D were easily fixed by the addition of Team WYBRN semblances. Heavy armor made it easier to absorb hits, which were converted to power through Yang. Heavy tanks were slow, but with the help of RWBY and Y semblances, they could go way faster than it actually could in real life. The addition of tanks not breaking down only made it even more powerful that they could move a very quick distance. Neo and Blake's semblance make for a great getaway and a get-out-of-jail card once they experience too much trouble. After her explanation, Hans selected his new Tiger 2P. It was very heavy. He could feel the ground struggling to keep itself together from the weight. The others looked in awe. RWBY more so when he told her how much armor he actually had. Then he got to the gun. She almost fainted again when he mentioned the caliber. The milk circulating in her system somehow kept her alive. There was no doubt it could pierce anything. Angles were still going to be a nightmare, but that's without considering adding dust. Hans actually asked RWBY if she would spend just a day just modifying a long line of shells. It took 30 seconds for her to process Hans' request. Her mind only focused on all the possibilities and experiments she could do. She started muttering loudly for everyone to hear how many types of explosives she could make. The normal dust-infused rounds, ice dust-infused rounds, using wind dust to further increase muzzle velocity, lightning dust to add shocks making quick work on those vulnerable to lightning like electronics, gravity dust to make rounds lighter and therefore less affected by drops, and much more. She started to think out more ideas, but a torrent of blood came rushing out of her nose. She didn't even notice it until Yang slapped a cloth over her face and pulled out her duffel bag to do a transfusion right then and there. As RWBY was lying on the ground receiving a transfusion from the amount of blood loss, Hans took the time to inquire about her plans with her team. Well, now that we are all done for today, what are you all going to do? Hans asked the group. Well, the Vital Festival is coming up, so we were thinking of training for the tournament, RWBY explained. What about you, Hans? Are you still going to deal with Cinder? Blake's question made everyone look forward to Hans' answer. After his claim of saving the world, Hans wanted to do exactly that. Though the immortal queen part didn't dissuade him at all. He wanted Salem to stay alive, her Grimm was the best source of income. He wanted to keep out her inner circle from acting, however, so he just wanted to bomb her castle until everyone loyal to Salem would be dead. Cinder was just the immediate problem, so he planned on dealing with her and her lackeys. Yes, I'm going to ask all of you to help me with this. I can't look around Vale for Cinder and her subordinates. I mean, I am a tank. The group nodded in understanding. A tank speaking to people by pointing a massive barrel towards them was definitely going to raise alarms in people's heads. Not to mention a tank is not the most inconspicuous of vehicles to use. For that, I am asking both of you. Hans turns his turret towards Neo and Torchwick, who were idling nearby. Torchwick looked behind him thinking Hans made a mistake before pointing to himself and Neo in a questioning manner. Lunchbox, we ran from Cinder. I don't think a world-class criminal asking around for a specific person is inconspicuous. As for Neo, I can understand. Neo nods at Torchwick's comment. Well, you'll just be directing Team RWBY is all, Hans reassures. This elicited a negative response from Weiss, who absolutely hated the idea. She faced Hans directly and confronted the idea. You want us to work directly for Torchwick? He's a monster. Torchwick laughs at Weiss' dissatisfaction with the idea of working with criminals. Ice Queen, might I remind you that both Lunchbox and I have been in this partnership for a week and it is going much more smoothly than I initially thought. It was indeed proof of character for Torchwick. He could have just left, but it shows how afraid and how willing he was to work with Hans. Weiss stood there with a contorted look on her face before a voice spoke up. Weiss, I think we should give him a chance. To the shock of everyone, it was Blake who suggested they work with Torchwick. Blake, are you crazy? You were the one who fought them. It should be you who would be the most against this. Blake was indeed the only person that fought Torchwick for the longest time in the group apart from Hans. Many assumed that fighting someone for that long would make someone hesitant with working with the same enemy. You gave me a chance, Weiss, why can't we give the same for Torchwick? Blake justified. Torchwick jokingly thanks Blake by flourishing his cane and bowing towards Blake, who doesn't react to the obvious troll attempt. Ah, that's sweet of you, kitty cat. Although don't expect me to reform it just that. He snorts. Blake only continued her reasoning. You won't reform, but you're still an enemy to Cinder. An enemy of my enemy is a friend, as the saying goes, and if you do try and turn traitor, just look to your right and you can see what you are going to expect to face. Torchwick did as Blake said and his eyes met the massive steel construct called Hans. Point taken, Torchwick admits. Are you really sure of this, Blake? Young asked with concern. If it's against this Cinder person Hans told us about, then I say we take his judgment of Torchwick's character. They pause for a bit. Letting the information said by Blake sink in their thoughts and settle their doubts within themselves before coming to a conclusion. Alright, we can work together on this, said Weiss. She was a bit reluctant, but Hans was always there ready to put a shell straight through anyone who was unfortunate enough to pick a fight with a tank. Torchwick laughs. Lovely, I can pack a trip to Vale again. Say, Neo, how about we teach the kiddies how we run things in Vale? Neo looked at each of the members of Team RWBY. She lets out a smirk towards each person, making them shiver from the lascivious look they were strangely getting from Neo. Young though was undisturbed and winked at the gesture, which Neo smiles at before nodding to Torchwick and signing a response. It's settled then, when you kiddies get back to your bouncy castle in Beacon, we are going to set up somewhere. I won't use scrolls since yours are probably being watched by your conniving headmaster. You can't talk about the headmaster like that, Weiss says with slight offense. Ice Queen, the world is not just black and white, you know. Your headmaster has eyes everywhere, and it's not just for the safety of the student, as he would say. Maybe don't put trust into someone so easily. What makes him different from me? I just show my bad side to everyone. Your headmaster meanwhile can only have a secret to hold. The sudden philosophical outlook surprised everyone. They all blankly stared at Torchwick, including Neo. Torchwick took out a cigar and started to fiddle with his lighter. As he flicks it on and lighted the cigar, he looked towards the group staring at him with bewilderment. What? Just because I'm a criminal doesn't stop me from giving life lessons, you know. Hans got their attention and confirmed their plan of action. They would put more focus into investigating the whereabouts and last seen locations of those related to Cinder. With the help of Torchwick, they could hasten their investigations. It was a start to countering Cinder. Chapter 37, The Beginning of the End. Team RONBW led by Torchwick gathered up and ready to leave Mountain Glen. Whatever they brought they made sure to stow on their person. There was an issue that arose as soon as they tried leaving the ruined city. They had no bullhead waiting for them. It was a usual sight that was now absent during their trip to Mountain Glen. Weiss groaned and kicked stones in annoyance. She was a Schnee seemingly abandoned without no mode of transportation. Bullheads refused the moment they heard Mountain Glen in their sentence. They could try convincing them that Mountain Glen was clear, but that would reveal Hans and the gang's location to the world. Hans saw the situation and aided them in leaving by forming into a bomber. It was a problematic solution though. The latest one he had was too large to fit the crude-looking runway that Torchwick painstakingly tried to create last second, so Hans instead tried using the old one to fit everyone. The ride towards Vale went as well as it could. The odd stray Nevermore or two tried to attack them, but the multitude of weapons Team RWBY had made countering the attackers easier for Hans. He couldn't dogfight normally when he was using the lumbering hunk of metal, so he relied on the others to defend him while he flew. They saw the terrain turning red, which let Hans know that they were close to landing. He would spot the clearing he and Neo were in before and let Team RONBW off. The landing gear reveals itself and touches down to the ground. The bomber bumps and shakes from the uneven surface it was trying to land on. Hans activated the brakes and the entire plane shifted from the action. Hans slowly came to a stop, nearly hitting the edge of the forest that surrounded the runway. After Team RONBW left the bomber, they split up in two. Roman and Neo were going to get started in setting up a base of operations where they could discreetly plan with Team RWBY on how to find Cinder and eliminate her influence through Vale. They traveled through the streets incognito, passing by the barriers and inconspicuously reaching the commercial district. The industrial district was sure to hold the resources that Cinder managed to steal with her new replacement. Torchwick would need to set up far from there. Using a store as a front would be good since they didn't need storage. Team RONBW just needed a place to discuss things without being seen by prying eyes. An ice cream store would be bought, a few favors here and there, and Torchwick could set it up. His criminal empire would have to suffer for a while. Cinder was still a big threat, and if he didn't take care of her first then he'd get nowhere. Beacon emerged from view. The darkening skies were contrasted by the light and brilliant white of the academy. The sole tower in the middle that held the CCT stood out from the rest of the campus. Each member was thankful that they could catch the last bullhead going to their school. They chilled from the time they had to navigate down from the cliff Beacon sat in. RWBY was currently leading her team to the front door leading to the dorms. She felt her hand grip the cooling metal from the knob and twisted. The rigid and unmoving handle was met with dismay by the team. They were too late and the dorm was locked. RWBY entered a state of thought. She remembered a cool clip of someone picking locks in a movie. She didn't really know how to unlock a door with just a thin piece of wire, but she wasn't the type of person to give up. Does anyone have a hairpin? RWBY turned to her team. Weiss patted her pockets on her skirt and fetched the item RWBY requested. She tossed it her way and leaned in closer to the door. I didn't know you picked locks, RWBY. The sound of small clicking was heard from the doorknob. While RWBY used another hairpin to turn the cylinder. She wipes a bead of sweat off her forehead and turned to answer Weiss. Well, I don't. Silence sunk in as the ambient noise of random scraping emitted from the locks. Weiss started fuming at RWBY's admission. You dolt dash. A loud click was heard and the lock from the door was miraculously released from securing the entrance. RWBY smirked at the dumbfounded Weiss. You were saying? She snarked. RWBY slowly turned the knob, which did so without restriction. The door swung open to reveal an angry-looking Glinda staring into their souls. A crack from her riding crop made the team resign themselves to their end. Oh, Miss Goodwitch. Are you, taking a stroll out too? Can't blame you, always watching out FO dash. A quick silencing nudge from Yang made RWBY stop her futile attempts to escape the terrible fate that was awaiting them at the hands of the stern professor. Headmaster's office. Now. She turned away, uttering only 3 words to the group. Their late entry back into Beacon was not taken kindly by Glinda. Each member went inside while RWBY was still frozen in fear. Weiss tapped her shoulder to call her attention. Weiss wore a neutral look as she passed RWBY and uttered the same phrase RWBY used to answer her a while ago. "You were saying?" "RWBY." RWBY sighed and followed in shame with the rest of her team. They reached the elevator and in it was Glinda looking at them with furious eyes. They all quietly made their way toward the elevator. RWBY tapped on the display to make them reach the top floor. The ride towards the top only took a minute or less, but the glared drilling holes behind their heads made the wait take more time in the minds of Team RWBY. When the doors opened they were surprised to see the headmaster himself smiling at the group. Glinda ushered them in and went beside Ozpin while still holding her stare at the group. The headmaster started swirling a cup of coffee and sipped just as he motioned for Team RWBY to sit. Glinda waved her riding crop and her semblance takes nearby chairs and propped them up in front of the table where Ozpin sat. They looked at each other and nodded. They all sat at the same time, curious as to what amount of scolding they were going to get. The headmaster stared blankly before acknowledging their presence by asking a question. "Girls, what do you prefer, coffee or hot cocoa dash?" Crack. The mug he held spit from the top, the ceramic flinging off towards the floor. A purple glow showed itself before dissipating. The girls turned to look at Glinda, who had a visible vein popping out of her temple while huffing out air. Ozpin calmly picks up the broken piece of the mug with a cloth he fetched under his clothes and tossed it in a bin nearby. He returns to his seat and places his damaged mug on the table. Ahem, moving on. "Do you girls know why you are here?" The members stiffened. They were late out at night and they had stayed hours away from the curfew. Blake volunteered to answer by raising her voice to answer. "We were late, we missed curfew, so now we are getting punished." "Oh, I almost forgot, that is another matter. Glinda is here to address that. On the other hand, I have my own questions I would like for you all to answer." They were confused at first before recalling their conversation with Torchwick. Not risking revealing their recent activity, RWBY thought of a quick excuse. "Oh that, we were out scouting the competition as Weiss said." RWBY quickly shifted the conversation to what they talked about during the morning. Weiss initially wanted to deny such a thing but remembered that it was the right move. "What dash? I mean yes, we are sorry that we didn't take your advice on not taking the tournament seriously, but my team leader proposed we should do our best." The headmaster nods at their answers. He lifts his mug and takes another long sip. Team RWBY was nervous since the headmaster was seemingly nonchalant about everything. After the long pause from Ozpin sipping his cup, he stared at RWBY. "Well girls, then you should be able to explain why I have received complaints by a certain bullhead pilot on a group of huntresses in training going to Mountain Glen." He took another sip, letting the team process the revelation. RWBY opened her eyes as much as she could at Ozpin's words. "Gah! Me and my stupid mouth saying stuff without thinking." She shrieked in her head. She had inadvertently revealed their status as Beacon students by shouting about them being huntresses in training while they rode out towards Mountain Glen. To solidify the discrepancy in their story, Ozpin started swiping at his scroll. A few seconds later the display on the table lit up and showed a video taken by a passerby during the commotion Weiss created. Glinda spoke up from the side. Weiss Schnee, the SDC heiress, throwing large sums of money towards the same pilot. A fan of Weiss started recording the moment she walked in, hoping to get a few views at their run-in with the heiress and singer. The video continues where Weiss began to offer larger and larger multiples of payment toward the bullhead pilot. Where the video ends when the pilot relents and makes them pay the normal fee on the condition they stay away from him. Ozpin looks at the video and chuckles at the conversation. "Ah yes, the negotiator." Weiss looked awkward when the rest of the team stared with disappointment at the display. RWBY makes up another excuse. "Well, we wanted to train our team fighting capabilities. We wanted more of a challenge so we traveled there." Ozpin sighs at the girl's determination to keep them from knowing everything. So she doesn't want to disclose what she knows. That is fine by me, he thought. Well, that is all for my questions. I will head down to leave you with Miss Goodwitch here. The team relaxes at the sight of Ozpin heading towards the elevator. Only for them to stiffen as soon as a riding crop hit the table. The strike startles the group and the looming figure of Glinda marches toward each member of Team RWBY. Going out to Grimm-infested land without telling anyone and lying. Not even a mention to the teachers or asking for permission. Staying out late, worrying your fellow students and more importantly the teachers. What to do? Perhaps you all would like to recommend your punishment. Glinda says with a devious smile. Everyone screamed in their minds but was at least thankful that they managed to keep them from knowing they worked with Hans and what they planned to do in Vale. Ojban watched the situation from behind while he waited for the elevator to arrive. He looked to RWBY and his welcoming smile turned into concern. Ojban during the day overheard the talk RWBY had in their dorm. He was about to move away from listening in before bumping into RWBY. RWBY had done the same thing during the earlier days of Beacon, so she didn't see the headmaster being out of place. Let us hope that Hans is a capable obstacle against her. The elevator doors opened and the brightly lit inside shined through the room. He walked inside and pressed a button on the holographic pad inside. He took out his scroll again and grew even more worried. I hope Team RWBY knows what they are doing. The scroll phased a screen to life, its light color displaying a message from Crow. An eerie phrase relayed from a weeks out-of-contact agent of Ojban. It only had 3 words. Queen has pawns. Chapter 38, First Move. A White Fang member stood outside an unmarked building. Lacking the normal attire of those associated with the terrorist organization. He posed an intimidating figure, one look, and any normal civilian would be deterred from crossing his path. Another person enters the scene accompanied by her entourage and flanked by each side with the addition of a new member to create a team of 4. Cinder had returned from Haven. She finalized her conversation with Leonardo Lionheart, the headmaster of Haven Academy. It would only need to wait for a while for their place in Beacon to be ratified. The grunt took one glance at the group, he paled at the sight before stepping aside for Cinder to pass. She smiles at the grunt, satisfied with the new conduct the White Fang were holding themselves to. They passed through the deceivingly old and unused front entrance and reached their base of operations filled with movement. Dust crates were being transported as White Fang were overlooked by men in black suits. A man, He Xiong, oversees the constant flow of men in and out of the massive building. He looks up from his table, dismisses the goons he had been conversing with, and presently stands up to greet his superior. Junior, what is your progress in fulfilling the quota? She asked in a sly tone. He freezes up. He knows he already reached the limit of his influence in the underworld. Unlike Torchwick, he wasn't at the same level of criminal genius. He was going to have to break the news that he was stagnating in stealing dust. He gulps down his fears and answers directly. He starts to explain, ma'am, it is progressing slowly but dash. Cinder raises her hand and as soon as she does, He stops speaking his words. I need you to do more than slowly, Junior. What is limiting your progress? I have given you the men, the resources, and the means. What more do you need to do what you are asked to? He bit his lip, his work was slow and Cinder was right in her complaints. Cinder frowns at her subordinate, tell me, Junior. When the dust flows through the city, do you target the faucet, or do you take the pipe, she asks. He was perplexed, he didn't understand what Cinder meant. He tried to answer by opening his mouth but nothing came to mind. His mind reflexively backed down in fear. Dust robberies were taken in a literal sense for He to target the stores strictly. Fear of disobeying orders made him intensify his efforts towards robbing only those sources of dust for Cinder. He lacked the organizational skills to manage such a large operation as taking an entire freighter's worth of dust. He tried many times but a large number of failures early on made him stop in favor of the more successful and easy robberies of stores. Cinder noticed his hesitation to answer and realized the error her subordinate had been making the entire time. It was frustrating her even more. It was supposed to be done today and she could proceed to the next plan. I will give you a chance, I expect you to take the pipe in this city. I need all hands on deck for what is to come. Emerald from behind approaches her side. Hearing the steps, Cinder looks behind to acknowledge Emerald. What about the next phase, ma'am? It will have to partially continue. Our friend's unfortunate lack of imagination has forced us to delay once more. Emerald, satisfied by the answer, returns to her previous position of standing next to Militia and Mercury. Cinder turns her attention back to He. You will carry out more bold robberies, Junior. You and your enforcers will have to pick up the slack. We will check on your progress soon after you have made your initial attempts. Do not disappoint me again. A loud crash suddenly sounded on the other side. He steps aside to prepare for his next chain of robberies while Cinder follows the disturbance. Mercury and Emerald look at each other before following their master. Cinder reached an adjacent room and saw Adam painstakingly trying to fight off goons and White Fang members. 4 people faced off against one. Ready to fight after Adam had taken another beating. One of the goons swings wide aiming for the midsection of Adam's body. Adam reacts and knocks it aside with a parry before rushing forward and slamming the hilt of his sword into the goon. More swings came, one for his head and the other aiming for his legs. Adam focuses and barely blocks both of them by using his sheath and blade. He reflexively shoots but misses entirely while his blade nicks the skin of the other goon. Adam soon feels a strike impact his rib, another goon unnoticed by Adam slips in during his attacks. Adam gets knocked back and staggers into a metal shelf. He groans in pain before attempting to block an attack. He raises his sword up to meet the overhead attack but he felt nothing at the blade, he feels another strike aimed at his gut and he gets knocked to the ground. His aura was waning. Adam has been trying desperately to train up his remaining senses but it was hard. The sight amuses Cinder who giggles at the man's suffering. He raised himself up using his blade as a brace. Are you here to take more from me, Cinder? Adam says. Cinder let out a more arrogant chuckle as she closes in on the exhausted Adam. Hay is going to require assistance from his fellow workers. It may be time to prove your worth to the cause of the organization you fought so hard for. Adam was angry, very angry. Cinder was taunting him on the White Fang. After Cinder's display of power, everyone loyal to Adam lost faith in his ability to continue fighting. He was worthless to those who followed him, slowly turning their respect to pity. Adam hoped in his mind. I'll kill her, I'll kill her, I'll kill her. He repeated in his head, a mantra of commitment. He promised and wished but he couldn't act. Not when he was at his weakest, so he trained hard to many difficulties. His loyalty to the Fang was still undimmed, his hatred for Cinder overwhelming his hatred for humans, but if he ever wanted faunuses to take the next step in claiming their righteous place over the humans, then the White Fang had no choice but to take a knee. Leaderless and scared, the White Fang's Veil branch would only hope that what they were doing was furthering their goals. If they rebelled, who would promise them the superiority they sought? The loss of Adam as a frontline fighter only made it easier for Cinder to rein them in with her guarantee of toppling those in the hierarchy that put their race down. Still, many in the White Fang had justified doubts. Those doubts were silenced when the others were unwilling to take a chance to leave Cinder's machinations. For now, they were tied to Cinder. Adam hoped to change that as soon as he could fight again. Cinder left him alone, and Adam heard the clack of glass heels sounding further away. He breathes heavily and prepares another stance. Again. Meanwhile, Roman Torchwick was currently thinking. He considered ways he could steal dust, but it was not for the express reason of obtaining said dust. Torchwick was thinking of where he would steal dust if it mattered to him. He crosses off another location on his map of Vale. Dozens of other crosses were present while Neo sat nearby eating another tub of ice cream. Torchwick sighed again. No, that's not it. He rechecks the morning newspaper. The date issued was weeks ago, other remnants of newspapers were scattered and torn. Its pages were ripped out and pinned to the wall with other markings dotting out the board Torchwick used. Torchwick was closely looking at the increments of dust prices raising by a decent price each day. The deadlines set by Cinder before he defected gave him an idea of how large the operation would be. Another puff of smoke exits his mouth. Too little for this. Although He takes another different set of papers, this time documenting the auctions and behaviors of the upper-class citizens in the richer districts. He smiles at the discovery he made. He fitted pieces in his head before nodding. Bingo, that's one. Neo, recognizing the call-out, stood up from her seat and from the side hands over a card for Torchwick to write on. Using a red marker, he pops open the cap with his mouth and beings to circle an area on the map. He takes out a pin and writes on the card before sticking it to the board he has. He looks at another sheet where he printed out the earnings published by the SDC. Its profits in Vale were decreasing despite the prices being raised higher. Torchwick looks at the commercial district and another map of the train rails crossing it. Should be one here. Torchwick takes another card and places it on the map after writing on it. He steps back to take a look at the entire map. He looks at the industrial district but rejects the idea because the newspaper shows multiple search results pinned to it. The map showed another set of new paper clippings, this time showing the dust prices increasing less compared to the rest. He cross-references the differing rates of dust prices. The prices increased gradually towards the outer rim parts of Vale. He looked at the river and smirked as he figured it out. Looks like the person meant to replace me has not been doing a great job. They work from a further distance towards the source instead of doing the opposite. When shipments came, the closer distributors deliver faster to the stores closest to them while those further away from where the shipments arrived would be supplied later. The differing dust prices meant that whoever Torchwick was dealing with made the mistake of robbing late throughout the shipments, which made it easy to track how they operated. Finally, here should be the last. He closes in once more to the map, taking a third card and pinning it to the board. He smiles contentedly and snuffs out his cigar on the ashtray. He looks at his scroll and chuckled. Only an hour. Damn, I'm good. He returned his scroll and ripped out another note to write in. This time using a pen instead of a marker. He wrote carefully and folded it shut with his fingers. He turned his head towards Neo, who was still eating her fifth tub of ice cream. He whistles loudly to call her attention. Neo looks up from enjoying her dessert and stares at the piece of paper Torchwick held up for her to see. She tilts her head as if to ask. Yes, Neo, it's time for the brats to come in and do their part of this job. Neo pulls out her scroll and switches to the time. She shook her hand for Torchwick to focus on before tapping at the clock. Tomorrow night should be good. Make sure they know not to take a peek out in the open. We don't need that headmaster of theirs snooping around where he doesn't belong. He walks slowly towards Neo and her outstretched hand. Torchwick places the piece of paper on her palms and lays on the couch, tipping his bowler hat to cover his face. Neo smiles and heads towards the door. She opens the door outside and steps into the dark streets illuminated by lamps in the night. She looks at the cliff beacon was built on and skips over towards it as she pockets the message Torchwick had for Team RWBY. Chapter 39, The Watch on Vale. After their punishments were handed out to them, Team RWBY headed to their dorm room with their heads down in defeat. When Glinda suggested they be barred from leaving the school itself, they objected to the idea in favor of something else. Glinda offered an alternative. They would be given a part of Glinda's workload and they would have to do extra schoolwork, which Team RWBY accepted quickly to the surprise of Glinda. For Team RWBY it didn't matter, they would have to do extra work, they could always help each other out in their studies anyways. They were more concerned about being able to leave the school. It had just been a few hours after they promised Hans they would help out in stopping Cinder. So not being able to leave was a definite no-no to the team. It was already dark in the halls of Beacon, the ambient noise of silence accompanying the empty passages. Team RWBY was fast asleep in their dorm, tired from the whole day of fighting inside a tank and receiving an earful from Glinda. Each crashed on their respective beds as soon as they entered their room. The room was quiet, the four members were sleeping calmly throughout the night. An audible click escapes from the lock on their door. The handle twists, letting the latch retract and release. The wooden door slowly swings inward, making the hinges let out an eerie creak as it reveals the darkness seeping from the halls. What waited behind the doorway was nothing. Silence still kept its hold over the now wide-open door. A pair of feline ears flicked and twitched as Blake tossed around from her sleep. The door closes with a slight thud and a click from the latch re-engaged. A pair of amber eyes cracked open upon hearing the disturbance. Careful not to shoot up in surprise and fear. What was that? Blake was tense. A door closing shut in the room where they slept was not the most comfortable situation. The entrance to their dorm was locked and there was no way that it must have been the wind. She didn't know who would wander into their dorm late this night. Her mind took in various thoughts. She remembers what Torchwick said, perhaps he was right in thinking that someone wanted to keep close tabs on her team. There's also the possibility that someone wanted them out of the picture, had they snuck into Beacon. She thought. Similar ideas kept on coming to her, but she shook them aside to try and take a look. Blake turns towards the door, creeping her eyelid up slightly for just a moment. No one's there. She frantically opens her eyes and fully sits up from her slumber to scan the area. Who's there? There was no reply, only the moonlight shining through the small splits from the curtains answering her call. Blake stands up. She assured herself that it was nothing, but in the end her vigilance and paranoia made her try to at least find out if something happened. She wanders around checking every corner and underneath the beds. There was nothing in sight for her to notice any differences. Her hand touches the doorknob and turns it, feeling that it was unlocked. She sighed deeply before opening it and peeking into the empty hallways. She saw no one waiting or any signs of intrusion. She closed it and made sure it was locked before going back to her bed. She relaxes since she couldn't find anything out of the ordinary. Maybe we just forgot, I hope. Blake turned away from the door after looking at it for the last time and shut her eyes. A sudden sharp blow of air rushed into her ears as she shot up from her attempt at sleeping to immediately looked at the room. Blake clutched her ears, which felt the rush of air, and narrowed her eyes at the area around her. She stands up and walks right in the middle of the room while constantly looking around. She felt something press on the back of her head and color left her skin at the pressure. A hand made its way onto her shoulders as she gets turned around to see a familiar set of mismatched eyes. She opens her mouth to speak before getting silenced by Neo, who slapped her hand against Blake's mouth. She visibly relaxes from the horror she felt the whole time that was created by Neo while she found her way into Beacon. Neo makes a zipping motion before letting go of Blake. Blake let out a breath she had been keeping. Neo gives a grin while imitating a laugh as she fully removes the illusion created by her semblance. Tiny shards of glass trickle away from her and a disguised Neo shows herself. Blake wakes the other team members still sleeping soundly in their beds. "Whoa." Ruby lazily responded, drool escaping from her mouth as she did so. Weiss was nudged but in reflex, she slaps Blake's hand away as she tried to go back to sleep. Blake sighed at the action and secured Weiss' hands and yanked her, forcefully making her sit up. Yang was poked on her exposed stomach, giggling at it before waking up in a laughing fit. They all complain about being woken up but see Neo in the middle of their room with her umbrella open and gesturing for them to pay attention. Now wide awake, Team RWBY listens, or more accurately looks, at the pantomiming Neo before handing them a piece of paper. Ruby tries to flip it over but gets stopped by Neo, who looks at her and puts a finger to her lips. Ruby does a zipping motion on her mouth while tilting her head, asking Neo if they needed to be quiet about it. Neo nodded and winked before disappearing under the illusions of her semblance while leaving the room undetected. Apart from Blake, they all questioned the intense secrecy before remembering their conversations with both Torchwick and Ojban. Torchwick didn't want to take chances that could be avoided. Team RWBY would need to decide where to read it. Blake opened the curtains and pointed at the moon while signing to the rest of the team if they wanted to deal with it tomorrow. The team looks at each other before nodding in agreement. Soon after their short wordless conversation they restlessly tried to sleep. It was going to happen. Everyone knew that if Neo was sent, it meant that Torchwick already had a guess on where they would be able to find robberies that Torchwick predicted those working under Cinder would perform next. They didn't know if Ojban was watching them as Torchwick suggested, but it's not too much to be cautious. They were sheltering the existence of a sentient weapon after all. The hours passed and they eventually got up to start a new school day. They went through their normal early classes until lunch came around. The noisy cafeteria drew most of the attention away from anyone since their chatter will be drowned out by the masses of students. They sat at the table they frequently eat at before discussing how they should go on about pursuing Cinder and her faction. Hidden under a book was a folded piece of paper that hung securely in between the pages of a random novel. Blake held on tightly while the rest of the team scooched over towards Blake. They casually eat to avoid suspicion while Blake opened the note for her to see. An address was written in black ink and a series of instructions followed. Torchwick wanted them to leave late at night, and on the bottom was a note saying to burn the note after preparing to leave. The address was in the middle of the commercial district where Torchwick set up his base under the guise of an ice cream store. The members of Team RWBY looked at each other as they quietly conversed, making sure that the conversation only reached their own teammates. "If we leave tonight, how can we get back? I doubt Miss Goodwitch will let us go a second time." Ruby shudders at the thought of facing off against the stern professor. It was a certainty that Glinda would ban their exit from the school once they all got caught again arriving late at night. "That is a problem. There would be no way for us to exit school ground without letting the cameras all over Beacon see us while we leave." Blake was getting concerned. There were times when she snuck out, but nobody looks at the dozens of cameras around campus all day. So the few moments she exited and came back were going to be unnoticed since nobody was staring at a monitor 24/7. Now that they did that whole commotion when trying to get to Mountain Glen, there was now a big risk for them. They had brought attention to themselves, which was a heavy blow to their abilities to fight against Cinder. "Maybe, we should just let them see us leaving," Yang said. The others looked at her as if she was crazy. "I mean, think about it, if the headmaster was already suspecting us of something, why don't we attribute it to something else? If we pull out the vigilante card, maybe Ojban can focus on that part instead of asking questions about our literal partners in crime." They all let Yang's idea sink in before Blake responded. "Still, that would be pretty risky, but it's not like we have many choices. We could always ask Neo, but our scrolls are probably being monitored for messages since it was issued by the school when we entered." They did not know for sure if that was the case, but it would make sense. The school does have access to the CCT directly, so it wouldn't be a far-off guess. "Alright team, we leave our entry back into the dorm by leaving our window open and we sleep as if nothing happened after. If we get caught then we pray, if not then hooray," Ruby declares. The rest of the team nodded at each other before Blake closed the book she was reading. They would burn the note later, but for now, they had to make it through the rest of the day. Hours later. It was time for them to sneak out. The plan was in motion. They cracked the window open while securing a piece of makeshift rope and looping it for later. They were already wearing their combat outfits and were finishing their last preparations. Are we going? Young asks as she equipped herself with her gauntlets, Ember Celica. Let's go. RWBY simply orders. One by one they leap off from the window and tucked inwards, hitting the ground with a roll. The solid floors sound as footsteps land on the pavement. They start running towards the path they all knew well from the early days of chasing around Blake. They dash through bushes and leaves, before coming across the steep cliff. They run and jump right as they all reach the edge. The members saw the ground coming closer as they used the landing strategies they used. RWBY stuck her side in the walls of the cliff, Weiss used her glyphs to jump off and onto, Young used Ember Celica to slow her fall, while Blake used a tree to swing around on and land on the floor. After a few more minutes of navigating through the city of Vale, they reached the ice cream store. They knock on the back door and whisper a few words while they idled around the inactive streets. A clack from the door was made and the door opened to reveal Neo, letting them in. Inside was an average break room dimly lit by the lights above. A table was set nearby with a board filled with meticulously arranged information hung from the wall. Roman Torchwick was leaning on his cane while lighting another cigar. He took one look at the group and walked toward the board while signaling them to come closer. "Alright, kiddies, it's time to execute our little operation." RWBY excitedly raises her hand. Oh. Oh. She jumps around while Torchwick looked at the girl disappointingly. Torchwick sighed, "What is it, Red? Can we have code names and stuff? Maybe even the name for the operation we're doing?" Torchwick looked at the team leader, bouncing from her excitement. "Kid, I don't think you know how serious this is." "We are serious, we need codenames, Torchwick. It's basically a requirement for anything related to sneaking around. It's only half as cool if we don't have them." RWBY answered. "Fine, you kids can think of your own nicknames later on. I already have my own, thank you very much." "What about the operation name?" RWBY asks. Torchwick rubbed his temples in frustration. "You are really not making this any more serious than it should be. Any name would do, suit yourself. I'd like us to be done with this." Torchwick thought to himself. At least these brats are actually motivated to work, unlike those animals Cinder pushed into service. A pause settled in the room while the rest of the team considered a fitting name. A thought instantly crosses their mind the moment they felt two words that were given to them automatically by a mysterious force influencing them. Everyone said it together. Operation Barbarossa. Chapter 40, Case Red. Torchwick debriefed them shortly after they arrived. Each of them was going to participate, which included Torchwick himself. There were 3 targets that they would hit. Based on Torchwick's information, it should be where their enemies were most likely going to rob. 3 locations were named: the central train terminal in the commercial district, the docks, and finally, dust dealers disguised as a normal auction house in the upper-class district. Pairs were formed to tackle each place separately. RWBY and Torchwick were responsible for the train terminal with SDC trains coming in. The upper-class district would be managed by Weiss and Neo. Young and Blake went to the docks. After they received newly wiped scrolls for communication since they ditched their beacon-issued ones back at their dorms. They started moving out after they were done. 2 figures, a girl clad in red and another elaborately dressed man, walked into the isolated streets in the city of Vale. It was in the middle of the night and most people were sleeping. They moved to the rooftops, using their tools and abilities to get up to a high point. Both of them hopped and leaped, free running towards the train terminal busied by an SDC train coming in to resupply the dust stores nearby. The hiss of the train stopping meant that they were getting closer. RWBY looked toward her reluctant partner while they traveled the urban landscape of Vale. "What is it, Little Red? Don't be scared, I'm not the big bad wolf, you know." Torchwick spoke, surprising RWBY at how Roman knew she was looking. "Why did you become a bad guy, Torchwick?" "Bad guy? If I'm the bad guy then my mother would be worse." Torchwick casually replied. "Worse?" RWBY thought. She caught a specific word being said as a passing remark. "How, exactly? I can't imagine someone living without one." She remembers something similar happening to Young, but since her own mother took care of her anyways, they were still raised properly. Torchwick laughed at the question, enough that he had to stop running. "Red, I may not know your mother but I know mine. I know she abandoned me and that's it. Life is cruel, Red. You should maybe learn that." RWBY was surprised. She didn't know Torchwick didn't have a mother like hers. She frowned at the thought before feeling a cane stop her movements. "Red, don't get distracted. We're here." RWBY snapped out from her stupor and looked in front to see the train terminal surrounded by various buildings. Torchwick goes first, silently landing on the floor while quickly making his way to one of the buildings. He goes between small gaps and makes his way closer to the train while RWBY followed close by. Spotting an open window on an upper floor, he lifted his cane with the hook in front and fires the hook. It lands with great precision and snatches the ledge of where the window was. He looked at RWBY who was standing around behind him while she eyed him curiously. "Brat, get over here." RWBY walks toward Torchwick and raised her eyebrows before getting lifted with one arm like she weighed nothing. "Stop flailing around, you're going to snap the wire," Torchwick ordered. They reach the window and Torchwick tosses RWBY inside while Torchwick unhooks his cane and walks towards the opposite side. RWBY met the ground and stood up to dust herself off. "What was that for?" "Shush, let the babysitter do what's best, Red." Torchwick motioned his hand for her to follow him. RWBY silently heeded his command and they got to the closest building that was in view of the train terminal itself. Torchwick took out a cigar and lighter and took in a breath, blowing it out seconds later while they waited and watched. The wait will take long for them to know if Torchwick was right in assessing if Cinder's goons would attack this place like Torchwick predicted, so RWBY decided to talk to the gentleman thief while they idled around. "So, about your mustache." Torchwick interrupts. "She abandoned me and that's all, it's not like I needed her anyways." "Why are you so nosy, Red?" RWBY deflated from the comment, "Is that why you make other people miserable?" "That's on them, I could not care less about other people. If I did, then I'd be dead in the streets of Mistral starving." Torchwick scoffs. "But you cowl dash." Torchwick was getting frustrated. "But could what, Red? Not do anything to try and live? Do I let others decide if I die today or the next day?" "Pa. You're naive, Red. That doesn't mean you could just drag others down." RWBY countered. "They got dragged down because they didn't try hard enough. Me? I clawed my way up from dying in a ditch. You can keep your fantasies and hopes to your own, Red. For me, I'll do what I do best, lie, cheat, steal and survive." Torchwick aggressively puts out his cigar and squashes it underfoot. The sound of vehicles arriving caught their attention, they laid low and observed the vehicles. Shouts were heard by men in black suits while White Fang members rounded up the employees and started breaking into the train full of dust that was parked in the terminal. A man came out of another car, he barked orders while a pair of twins overlooked the others seizing dust. Torchwick smiled. "So Senior Hei Xiong's child was taken in as a replacement for me? Funny, it's starting to look like old times." He looked toward the two twins and relaxed his smile. "Those two, eh?" He mused. "Hey, I know them, we saw them before along with that tall man with a club." RWBY pointed at the twins and the man before continuing. "He said something in the lines of you leaving when we fought." Torchwick nodded at the information. "Then it's likely Cinder would make him the replacement since he is the leader of his own family." Torchwick looked behind him to see RWBY looking toward the robbery of the train and preparing her weapon. Torchwick immediately tried to stop whatever she was doing. "Red. I don't need you acting like a hero and getting yourself killed. I don't want to be turned into a bloody mist if Lunchbox caught wind that I let you die during my plans. But look. They are hurting the civilians." Torchwick looked at the White Fang grunts beating one of the employees that tried to sound the alarm by running. He was caught when one of the White Fang members shot them in the leg. "Who cares? That doesn't mean we can just fight off the entirety of them with just us two." RWBY looked at him and lost her previous awkwardness being replaced by fearlessness and determination. "Whoa, must have triggered something." Torchwick stared at RWBY. "That's wrong. I want to help them." RWBY replied. "Red, I don't care if it's right or wrong, I only care if we get out of this alive. Picking a fight with that many people is suicide." Torchwick advised. "Torchwick, if there was someone out there that saved you from being abandoned and delivered you a good life, wouldn't you be grateful?" "I'm not going to leave them to get hurt, I'm going." RWBY started going towards the window Torchwick and opened it. A distinct slam was heard as she forcefully shut the window as she was jumping down. Torchwick paused as he looked at the girl going after the train terminal. "Damn it, Red." The statement that he heard still resounded in his mind. He looked towards the window that reflected his contorted face. He stares at it for a second before relaxing. "If someone took me in." Torchwick pulled out another cigar but stopped just as he was going to light it. His hand wavering as he remembered the statement again. "Me? Grateful?" RWBY was traveling fast towards the terminal, in a blur of red and petals, she quickly made her way towards the White Fang members. Another kick was sent to the employee who was clutching his head in futile defense against the multiple members of the White Fang. The employee wheezed as he was lifted up by the arms and punched in the gut. "Don't be surprised, human, we're just here to pay things back for what you have done." The man clenches his teeth and body, another punch was sent towards his bloodied and bruised face. The punch never connects as a young girl showed herself and knocked out the grunt with a swift swing of her scythe several times larger than her. "What? Call the others," a grunt yelled out. The grunt holding the employee up drops the man on the ground as he tries to reach for his gun before the blunt side of Ruby's side was thrust towards his face. The grunt staggered back and fell unconscious. "Go," the young girl says. The employee nods and limps away as fast as he could. Ruby heard the dozens of footsteps reach her. Ruby now faced multiple enemies facing her, their weapons drawn and ready to fight. Without a single word uttered she rushed in, surprising the group. She delivers a devastating wide arc using her speed. One of the White Fang shoots but a burst of roses fled while his bullets accidentally injure his comrades. Ruby uses one of the White Fang as a footstool and jumps into the air, diving down while using her semblance to knock out more goons by using the blunt side of her sniper scythe hybrid. Her weapon shot out blanks while using the recoil to quickly move her scythe to block an enemy's swing with its handle. She keeps her back safe from an attack by twisting the enemy's thrust outwards and shooting downwards and launching the scythe upwards, hitting the grunt on his chin and knocking him out. While using the momentum to kick another goon straight in the chest. "You again." He Xiong has shown himself while looking at the dozens of his men laying on the ground unconscious and unmoving. The two enforcers acting as bodyguards dash forward to engage Ruby. Ruby lets the empty magazine drop to the ground and places in a magazine filled with non-blanks. The enemies she fought had aura, so she was confident they could handle bullets. A kick is sent towards her face, while claws simultaneously swung towards her legs. She used her semblance in tandem with jumping to launch herself backward away from the attacks as they missed. The twins look in surprise before ducking and cartwheeling away from the shots. The twins don't relent and rapidly approach Ruby, who Mika shifted her weapon to its proper sniper mode and takes fire at the twins who split up. Ruby eyes each of them approaching before deciding to engage with the twin with the sword heels. Mika shifting her weapon to war scythe mode. The twin sees the attack aimed at her and raised her leg in defense. A spark was produced from the tip of Crescent Rose met the weaponed heels of Melanie. Ruby lets the block happen before she Mika shifted her weapon to scythe mode and hooking the raised leg and shooting to both knockback and trip Melanie. Militia sees her sister getting tripped and tries to counterattack but gets pelted by more dust rounds. She blocks the shots but they blocked her vision while she raised her arms. She looked back up to see Ruby inches to her face with a gun barrel pointed straight at her head. She tried to knock the barrel to the side but was met with a loud bang as the round sends her head swinging back before getting pummeled by the blunt side of Crescent Rose. The twins groan and get back up, seemingly not even making Ruby break a sweat. Ruby tried to attack again before a rocket forced her to receive a nasty blow to her aura while she skidded. The twins seize the opportunity and attack again. Militia sends a swing at Ruby, who blocks with the handle of Crescent Rose. Melanie sees the chance and wraps her leg around the staff of Crescent Rose and wrestles control over it. Ruby tried to shoot the rifle but with the help of Militia, her weapon gets knocked to the side after Militia made Ruby weaken her grip on it by sending a swipe directly at Ruby. The loss of her main weapon forced her to try hand-to-hand but was fruitless in her attempts as another kick joined with a punch from Melanie and Militia respectively knock her to the ground. She tries using her semblance but her legs was pressured by Melanie when she steps over it. "End of the line," Militia said. She swings, aiming for the head to break Ruby's weakening aura. As the red blades of Militia's claw-like weapon were approaching her vision, she tried one more attempt to shake off Melanie's hold over her legs. She struggled but the weight on her legs kept its hold. She felt her heartbeat increase as the panic in her mind forced her to see in slow motion the weapon going towards her face. She felt her aura breaking slowly from the heels digging at her legs, and she dreaded the thought of her aura breaking and leaving her to the fate of the enemy. A flare suddenly sounded from the side as Torchwick announced his presence and keeps firing on the distracted twins while running forwards to send a feint to Melanie, who steps backward to dodge the fake hit. "Candlestick. You came back." Torchwick groaned at the code name, but he technically does the same thing all the time, so he didn't focus on the names so much. He switches grip and quickly sends out the hook side of his cane and a cable wraps around Melanie's legs. Torchwick pulled backward and trips her and sending a quick hit from his cane. The quick hit breaks her already weakened aura and gets knocked unconscious. Turning his attention to Militia, who was recovering from the flare rounds he sent a while ago, he thrusts with his cane that hits her squarely in the head. She retaliates by uppercutting, but Torchwick twists her arm using his cane and headbutts her as hard as he could, breaking her aura. RWBY, who sat up and recovered, stared at Torchwick fighting and went to retrieve her weapon. Torchwick looks toward her. "You owe me one, Red. Get out of here and deal with the small fries. We need to take in everyone here now that they saw us." Torchwick turns to the frightened Hae-Xiong. Hae-Xiong was scared. The moment he saw the flare come out of nowhere, he recognized who was sending it. Torchwick. Shakiness in his voice could be heard. "Hey Junior, how's life at the top?" Torchwick taunted. "Where have you been?" Hae replied. "Whoa now. Just because you retook your father's original position doesn't mean you could just ignore my question." He chuckled before continuing, "You better listen to me Junior, you know that your father was once at the top as well. Don't talk about him like that. How about you make me, Junior?" he said, tipping his bowler hat. Hey Mika shifted his club into a rocket launcher and sends a rocket towards Torchwick, who casually leans to the side while mocking a yawn missing completely. "Huh, did you upgrade that thing? It's a bit bigger than before." "No, don't tell me, are you compensating for something?" He smirks. "Grah." Mika shifting back into a club, he uses his weapon to do a telegraphed overhead swing. Torchwick easily thrust his weapon towards Hay's throat, knocking his head back. Torchwick transitions from a thrust to a right swing. Hay, still staggered from the counterattack from earlier, receives its full force. He groans and tries to raise his weapon before a flare shot towards him, which he frantically dodges. "Come on Junior. You gotta do better than that." Seeing the large skill gap between himself and Torchwick, he decides to try and run. He pulls a pin on his new weapon before looking away. "Huh." Torchwick thought before blinding light flashed as he barely reacted in time to cover his eyes. Hay was running away and was reaching the cars parked in the middle of the area inside the train terminal. He sends more flares, but hears a click when his cane is empty of ammunition. Damn. Torchwick runs after Hay, who got in the car and drove a good distance. Torchwick finished his reload and tried shooting at the car. He maneuvers his car around and the shots miss. Hay was almost free, he just needed to drive through the entrance they made, but a sudden blur of red impacted at the hood, and RWBY, who was done dispatching the lesser goons, Mika shifted her weapon into a war scythe. She sliced off the entire roof of the car before pointing her weapon toward Hay. He lifted his hands in surrender before getting knocked unconscious by a cane impacting the back of his head. RWBY smirked triumphantly at her being able to stop Hay. Torchwick rolls his eyes as he puffed out more smoke from his cigar. "Don't get ahead of yourself too much, Red. You are still an idiot." RWBY wasn't dissuaded from holding her smirk. "Nope, we got the man himself Torchwick, you got to give me that at least." They both gathered the unconscious bodies of the White Fang and goons. They plan on handing them over to the police. They would keep the twins and Hay under their custody since they plan on interrogating them all. They hefted up their bodies, packing in their bodies like sardines inside a car they stole from Hay's men. They were about to enter the car before RWBY spoke. "Hey, Torchwick." Torchwick looks up from the wheel and raises his eyebrow at RWBY. "You were pretty cool. Wouldn't put it in the same word, but fine, of course, I am." He responded. "You're not bad yourself, RWBY, although you are still a brat. I don't agree with you risking your life for some nobody." "Doesn't mean I won't try, besides it all worked out well," RWBY responded. RWBY looks at the train terminal they all fought in before realizing something. "I think we forgot something, Torchwick." "If you forget, then it wasn't important." He immediately replied. "Yeah, you're right." Unbeknownst to them, the employees fled during the scuffle and witnessed the entire fight of both of them. The group of employees was freed by the absence and distraction RWBY and Torchwick created and were now talking about the duo's actions. Chapter 41, Case White. Weiss and Neo headed up towards the upper-class district. Bags were given to them while Neo planned to use her semblance. They were supposed to infiltrate an auction that housed sellers of huge sums of dust that were often stored in the auction house. It would be a great target to take according to Roman, so it could be a probable target for their enemies. Using that as a lead, Weiss was sent to enter the upper-class estate while Neo snuck nearby. They would help disguise Weiss as another person. Weiss walking around illegal auctions would definitely be bad for Team RWBY as a whole. They needed entrance to the upper-class district first, but no random rich-looking person would do. Weiss was still Weiss, so she held enough influence to get inside the upper-class district where they would change into actual disguises. They reached the marble steps of the gate as Weiss walked toward the guards that were in front of the entrance. The guard had already noticed her presence the moment she came into view. "Miss Weiss Schnee. Welcome to the district." The guard bowed in respect. Weiss used her skills that were forced into learning when she was just a child with hours of etiquette and conversational talent drilled into her. She spoke in a posh tone as she replied. "A nice evening, for a late-night socializing event. Could you let me in please?" The guard nodded. "Well, of course. Miss Schnee. Good luck with your event." The gates were opened, and its exquisite and expensive-looking architectured walls decorated the front part of the gate. While the gate itself creaked as it was slowly swung outwards. She walks in while Neo followed her close by. They reach an area secluded enough for Neo to come out of her illusion. Glass sounded as Neo reveals herself with a bag. "Let's make this quick," Weiss uttered under her breath. A massive building with a sizable height difference from the surrounding houses contrasted itself in the night sky. Many ongoers were looking forward to the standard auctions that were scheduled. For now, the front was holding its image. Deep underneath is a smaller but still respectable-sized room that contained a darker narrative. Weiss was currently wearing an even more elegant dress, while her face was covered with a mask that was customary in the underground auction. Neo, now disguised as another woman, stood nearby while Weiss eyed the attendees with a watchful eye. Torchwick had advised them that underground dealings usually were held with a person standing inconspicuously while participants of the auction would hand something over, say a code, or slip in a message. It was not exactly known what method they used, which is why both Weiss and Neo stayed on the upper floors while looking through the people that went through the lobby. Neo poked Weiss' arm, and after Weiss looked at her, Neo motioned towards a man seemingly only offering amenities to those who wanted it. Weiss raised an eyebrow at Neo as if to ask what is so suspicious. Neo rolled her eyes under her mask and shoved Weiss' head to look closer. A couple walked in and offered a handshake before receiving a box labeled toiletries. Another man walked from the lobby to greet the man before getting tissues. It was normal except for the fact that Neo noticed the handshakes ever so often while others were greeted by words or by nods and bows. A handshake could also be coincidental except for the part where their pinkies always hang away. Weiss noticed after getting a closer look. They both nod to each other and walked toward the man. She walked towards the man and offered a handshake, pinky down of course. The man stops for a second to look her over before smiling and doing the same handshake. Weiss had obtained the same box and found the bathroom where she opened it. Inside was instructions and a list of what they were planning to show. Neo was inside the same stall but didn't pay attention to Weiss, who was now shaking her hands from the list revealed. "No way, they sell slaves." The dust mentioned by Torchwick was there too, so they had to wait if any members of Cinder's subordinates were going to steal it in the auction storeroom. That didn't matter to Weiss now since she was purely focused on the horrible things present on the list. It was filled with options, some were faunuses, others were humans and children. There was one that caught her eye, a boy who had unlocked his aura unlocked and discovered a healing semblance after his settlement was destroyed. He was being described as an easy way to gain a walking hospital that was easily trainable due to his age. Weiss was angry, not just at the people who do this but also at the ones who allowed this to continue. The patrons were already wealthy enough, Weiss thought. Is this really what people do? Even when they live comfortably? She reflected on her own outlook. Her father was doing the same thing, yet no one in the world except for those who look at the situation closely objected to it. Even then it was swept under the rug. It's not just my father that does this, but everyone in here could be part of this. Weiss dreaded. Neo, having enough of the weight, kicked her shin to snap Weiss out of her thoughts. She looks up towards Neo, who pantomimed checking a watch. "Oh right, the dust." She quickly confirmed how to enter the auction room and went with Neo. She reached the room filled with occupied seats and an awaiting audience. Sickening. They found an empty pair of seats and used it as they silently waited for the event to begin. A loud voice echoed from the stage where the products were going to be displayed. A man walks in and announces the beginning of the auction by preparing the first item. A group of faunuses were ushered in with collars on their necks and shackles on their arms and ankles. Weiss was already clenching her teeth in rage while Neo stared at the turbulent emotional state of her partner. She nudged Weiss and motioned her hand to cut her throat. "What? No, I can't do that," Weiss replied with a long delay. Neo rolled her eyes at the hesitance. Despite actively wanting to directly deal with what bothered her, Weiss was just sitting on the sidelines and taking it in. She does the same when against her father. Her rebellion only amounted to disagreements and nothing more. It was going to happen again. Neo took the opportunity to type on her scroll to message Weiss. I'll shut the lights after 5 minutes, do what you will. Just remember that I'm ready to make an alibi for you. She types out as she winked at Weiss. Neo got up from her seat and wandered over towards the bathroom, presumably to use her semblance to move undetected. The dust was finally shown as the next item represented by only a few crystals and powders, while the actual location of the huge amount of dust was kept at the back. Weiss remembered what she was there for and looked around. There were people bidding on it, but no movement that could be attributed to an attack by Cinder and her subordinates. Looks like this was a miss. I'll have to report back at the ice cream shop. As soon as she was ready to get up, another call from the announcer was heard. She looked towards the stage to see the exact boy she read about in the list. No. She sped faster towards the exit, wanting to get out before she could see closer what the boy looked like. She turns back towards the boy, his dead and unfeeling eyes staring back toward her as she takes in his disheveled and beaten appearance. No. Weiss wasn't going to take it anymore. She goes back to her seat. She observed the appearance of the would-be guard she was going to possibly have to fight when the lights went out. She looks at the gun they had and their melee weapons strapped at their hips. She looks at one specific guard nearby. That will do. She looked at her scroll, its display blaring to life as the time ticked closer to the 12th number. Here it goes. She counted in her head, from 10 to 0, and as soon as she reached the final digit everything went dark. Panic screams were heard as Weiss, in the darkness, made her way stealthy toward one of the guards she observed. Using her memorization, she finds the guard and knocks him out before taking his weapons and using the lights emanating from the scrolls of the customers in the auction to see in the darkness. She lets out a burst of fire before quickly diving away. The gunshots made the patrons run away in fear after the first shot. The other guards tried to fire before another shouts that the other rich people present were going to get caught in the crossfire. Meanwhile, Weiss was heading for the stage. She opened her scroll to see in the dark before noticing the lack of anyone being on the stage. Over there. One of the men in the back shouts out loud at seeing the display light up. Weiss quickly makes her way into the back room to see a door leading to a hallway that connected to the outside. She tries to pursue the man but remembers the guards still trying to find her. She looks at the dust lying on their displays before cracking the case and fishing out the contents. She rushes towards the exit before turning around and throwing ice dust towards the door and shooting it with her stolen gun. The blast encases the entire door with ice while the guards behind it try to pry it open to no avail. Weiss exits and sees the man that was showcasing the items on auction dragging the boy away and forcefully shoving him inside a truck. Weiss immediately attacked and stuck the sword towards the man, who falls to the ground after trying to dodge it. He tries to get away by crawling before feeling a warming gun barrel behind his head. "Stand up," Weiss commanded. The man obliges and quickly stands up while his shaking legs wobbled under the pressure. Weiss looks toward the boy, his eyes now filled with color from his rescue. "Go along now, find a way out." The boy quickly nods while Weiss used concentrated small amounts of dust to cut the shackles, all the while the man stood still in front of her. The boy runs away, now being set free, while Weiss looks back at the man she was holding hostage. A tap on the shoulder almost made her swing her stolen sword towards the direction it came from before stopping to look at an exact copy of her. Neo removes her disguise and points toward the man, asking if Weiss was going to do it. The man had been responsible for selling in the dark auction. He was not only a bystander but the one actually making it possible for sales to happen. Weiss felt her finger itch the trigger before sagging her body in denial. "I can't do it." The man visibly relaxes at Weiss' unsuccessful attempt to execute him right then. He tried to turn around before a sharp pain was felt in his chest. A blade was sticking out of his body while the warmth of his blood left his fingertips. Pain followed as the blade that sank into his body was twisted and shoved deeper. He tried to scream and gasp for air, but the blood in his own body flooded his throat and coated his lungs in a deep crimson. Instead of a scream, he released a gurgle as he finally stopped screaming soon after. Weiss was horrified but wasn't disturbed. The man's repeated attempts to cling on to life were in vain as the man slowly slumped towards the ground as Neo smiled throughout his suffering. He was let down and the blade ripped his insides as Neo's hidden blade exited from the back. The body fully falls to the ground as a new pair of dull and empty eyes stared back at Weiss. Bile soared through her throat and escaped her mouth as she quickly tries to let all her vomit out from the experience. She was kept calm by her desperately keeping it down. As she kept gulping down from the event, she looks back at the body only to feel vomit coming up again. Ugh. Neo looked at her while smiling, her grin not fading as the execution of a man happened right in front of Weiss. She wanted to ask why she had done it, but Weiss already knew who Neo was. "Let's Go, Neo. She reluctantly lets the satisfied Neo guide her towards the exit while using her semblance to hide. Weiss would remember that. Chapter 42, Case Black. The docks were filled with shipments coming in from the sea. It was quiet, the metal containers grew cold as they laid out in the open. Young and Blake were currently set up watching the docks. They were staying at the top of the containers with their head down. Young was bored just waiting for minutes. Do you do this often during your time in the White Fang? She asks. Yes, we watch for a while to raid SDC, Blake replied. Their missions consisted of Blake and the rest of the White Fang learning information on supply routes by the SDC. They ambushed and took everything they could and escaped back into hiding. Oftentimes, the day just resulted in mostly waiting for the convoys to arrive. It was not particularly thrilling as an everyday activity, which Yang thought the same. Yang lowered her head and closed her eyes. Welp, this ain't particularly exciting. Yang started to sleep while they waited. Blake looked up from looking at the docks toward her partner trying to sleep on the mission. Right, of course. A few more minutes passed and Yang decided to make up more conversation. It was getting more and more probable that the White Fang wasn't going to arrive, Blake thought. Why'd you join the Fang anyways? Yang asked. I was born in it, I just wanted to help faunuses, but you know how that ended. Blake smiled at her partner. Team RWBY were the ones who did in fact help her during her last run-in with the White Fang and Cinder's subordinates. Yang stared at her partner as they conversed. Don't know why people would hate faunuses. It didn't make sense for Yang. Only a few changes to the body and now everyone hates the faunuses. She made Blake clarify why humanity hated faunuses anyway. Blake sighed. You'd be surprised how a little change can make humans hate us. Yang then started to smirk at Blake, who became weirded out. Well, I personally think your cat ears are adorable. Blake was surprised at the sudden compliment aimed at her, not to mention it was coming from Yang. Though she didn't mind it since deep down it kind of made her happy. Huh. Oh, okay. Blake stuttered out. The sound of bullhead engines was sounding from the distance. Looking at the night sky, silhouettes of transports were discernible. Bullheads arrived and hovered over the area. White Fang leaped out and started to affix hooks on the shipping containers marked with the SDC symbols. Are we going in? I wanna punch stuff. Yang started to deploy her gauntlets. Blake considered the risks in fighting multiple people but stopped and looked closely at the group of White Fang. She noticed a pair of familiar bullhorns that adorned the top of the head of one of the members below. No, why are you here of all places? Adam was there. Blake started to get up and confront the White Fang. The action made Yang perk up and begin to launch herself forward, guns blazing. Yang! Wait up! Blake was worried. Adam was a dangerous foe. He was a formidable opponent even without his aura or semblance, since his martial ability was excellent. Blake didn't want Yang to fight him alone, especially since Yang was a hothead. Yang sent herself down, surprising the White Fang and pummeling them all to the ground with normal aura-protected punched. She assumed her boxing style and quickly knocked out goon after goon. Members of White Fang tried raising their weapons but were suddenly knocked to the air as a Kuzurigama swept their legs out by Blake, who snuck around while Yang created a huge disturbance. Yang looks at her partner who arrived. Blake sighed at Yang's lack of self-control when finding a fight. Don't start without waiting for me. Yang chuckled. Gotta be faster than that, Blake. I thought you were supposed to be the ninja, she joked. A series of fights followed soon after, both Blake and Yang being able to easily dispatch the numerous White Fang members without breaking a sweat. The grunts were in pain, clutching their body. Yang observed the area they fought in. That was too easy. Let's find the leader of this place and take them back to the ice cream shop. A sword coming out of its sheath was heard by the duo. Blake immediately recognized the man that stood in front of them. Yang meanwhile eyed the new fighter, thinking it was a good challenge. Adam soon slowly walked towards the pair. Blake narrowed her eyes while Yang excitedly reloads her gauntlets for a good fight. So you the big shot in the little operation of yours? Yang spat. Blake stepped forward to confront Adam. Why are you working for Cinder? Blake. Darling, is that you? He heard a familiar voice. Why is he looking around? I'm right in front of him. Blake. You know this person? Yang pointed at Adam. Blake hesitantly answered, acquainted. Adam smirked at Blake's attempt to distance herself from him. Don't downplay our relationship, darling, you know how much that hurts. Yang noticed the uncomfortable look on Blake's face and faced Adam. Hey, take a hike, creep. Can't you see she's uncomfortable around you? Blake shook off her unease and focused on finding out more about their enemies. Adam, answer the question. Blake reiterated. Adam draws his weapon and assumes a stance. It's not like I have a choice. Adam enigmatically answers. A choice? Adam clenched his fist around the handle of Wilt. You wouldn't understand. Blake sends out bullets as she fires her gamble shroud while Adam tries to deflect it. A few shots make it through, damaging his aura, which was noticed by Blake. Young jumped with her fist winding back and rushed towards Adam, who resheathed and opened Wilt to use his semblance just in time. Blake watches as she recognizes the move. Young, she said in a panic. It would be a devastating blow if she got hit. Yang's punch connects with the blade of Adam as she moves away after hearing Blake call her name. She sidesteps after reacting quickly to Blake's call out. Adam smirks as he feels the blade take the hit, and he smirks as his semblance activates. His body glows red and he felt the rush of power contained by his sword and swings his empowered blade towards Yang. He completely misses. The hit was not even close because Yang was already to the side while Adam swung opposite to her, which confused both Yang and Blake. Yang counterattacks by directly sending a punch toward his face. The impact sends him flying toward one of the shipping containers, leaving a dent as Adam's mask begins to crack and shatter from the hit. He groaned in pain just in time for the mask to start peeling away from his scarred and burned face. Blake stared in disbelief as the mask fully breaks away and leaves the blinded state of Adam for both of them to see. Blake was horrified at the massive scar now covering half his face. Adam? No. Don't say my name like that. I can hear your pity, darling, and I do not need it. He angrily gripped the handle on his blade. Blake tried to ask about his involvement with Cinder. Did Cinder do this? None of your concern. He spat out. Blake recognized his immediate denial. So she did. Why was he still following her around though? Can you at least tell me why the White Fang are working with her after she did that? Blake asked. Adam tilted his head in shame while seething anger lined his words. They don't have a choice, but I will take my vengeance and soon take back the fawn. He steadied his grip before lunging for Blake. Blake sees the strike and uses her clones to leave a copy of herself made of ice. Adam strikes the copy and gets stuck to the ice and tries to use his gun, Blush, to destroy the ice. As soon as he tried aiming his gun sheath, Yang goes straight for him and lands multiple hits on Adam, who tried desperately dodging but failed. The fight was way too easy for Blake and Yang. Before they fought, Blake predicted it was going to be a difficult fight. Now though, it was the exact opposite. Yang didn't even want to fight Adam anymore. She didn't like beating up disabled people. Her excitement for battle left the moment it was revealed that Adam was blind. Wanting to end the fight quickly, she charges a punch straight at his gut. Adam tries to block but couldn't look at where the punch would land and takes the full force of Yang's punch. His aura breaks and gets knocked out soon after. He slumps from the container behind him and falls to the ground. Yang walks up towards the unconscious body and turns to Blake. Do we take him into the ice cream shop, Blake? Blake nodded. Even if Adam was blind, he could still be fished out for information on Cinder's location where Hans would be able to act. Alright, upsy daisy. Yang hefts up Adam and tossed him over her shoulder. She looks to the rest of the White Fang strewn out all over the place. The bullheads they were in had already left, which was definitely going to be a headache for Torchwick. What about the rest? Yang points to the White Fang. Send them to the police, Blake responds before eyeing the bullheads flying away. So, who's going to tell Torchwick that we let a few get away? Not gonna be me, Blake. Yang quickly said. Blake sighed as the both of them started tying up any White Fang they found and called the police. Blake wondered if Hans was doing okay. The ice cream store that sat in the middle of a lonesome street blended in between other similar-looking commercial buildings. Late in the night, Team RWBY slowly trickled inside while hauling the people they caught. Torchwick sat in the middle of the room while grinning. His lit cigar glowed with orange and his cane was nestled in his arms. He spoke up towards the group and raises his arms outwards. Ladies, Ice Queen. Operation Barbarossa is a stunning success. The team was relieved. They had done it. Not only capturing the man heading the operation but also more of Cinder's subordinates. When Torchwick and RWBY first arrived, they had been happy just leaving Hay in the room below the ice cream store, which would serve as their prison for now. Weiss arrived with Neo second. Torchwick looked at the ill Weiss and nodded in understanding. It was the first time she probably saw someone killed. Torchwick knows that Neo was a killer and probably did it for fun as well. Weiss took a bit of time just relaxing so that she could rest her mental state after that whole event. Neo rubbed her back in comfort despite her being the one that killed the man in the first place. Torchwick was at first livid when he got told a few White Fang escaped in bullheads. They were going to have less time to react if they reported directly to Cinder. Although their capture of a certain bull faunus made him forget all that. It seemed to the group that Torchwick had bad blood between him and Adam. Now that they were meeting again, this time with Torchwick free from Cinder's influence, he looked ecstatic. Neo, tell our tank friend that we will have information on Cinder soon. We just have to do a little convincing with our guests down at the basement. Chapter 43, Air Superiority. A day after Operation Barbarossa. Hans had been grinding for a while during the day Operation Barbarossa was being planned and executed by Team RWBY. A plane was flying overhead, its propeller slicing through the air while it flew across the sky. The continuous purr that its engine created sounded as Hans cruised along a high altitude. Movement far away caught his attention and he turns, letting the air rush around him while he aims. His flaps readjusted into combat and prepared for a flyby, a quick pass and a fast getaway would be enough. It's a beautiful day outside. Birds are singing, flowers are blooming. On days like these, Hans was currently sending Grimm to hell. His dual-mounted machine guns felt heavy, begging for their ammo to be unloaded into the living targets down below. He reduced the throttle, slowing down to stick more bullets in Hans' enemies. The Grimm looked on as they heard the incoming BF-109F's engine. Their eyes meet the angular cockpit of the BF-109. They screeched as they saw the threat, but it was too late, the first rounds had already left their barrels. Hans rained hell from above, creatures of Grimm stuck to the ground could only watch as a hail of bullets mowed them like grass. The beam of tracer rounds left them with gaping holes all over their bodies. An Ursa Major survives the first pass, wincing at its paws being severely damaged. Trying to retreat deeper into the woods as the airborne Hans circled around like a shark in the water. It hides beneath the tree-covered forest, hoping Hans would forget its existence. It hears the engines barreling towards it, the pack it traveled with was all killed in the second pass. It hid among the trees, leaning against the bark. It could run, so the injured Grimm did. Pushing itself with its injured front paws away from the BF-109, but it was to no avail. Hans switched from machine gun fire to his dual cannons. The more powerful rounds had no problem going through the thick leaves from overhead. Hans scanned the area as he confirms the deaths of everything in sight. SL equals 4,193,503 5,802,422 SL. Vehicle RP equals 1,632 174,723 RP. Convertible RP equals 982,192 1,303,381 RP. I wish I had these numbers during my grind back on Earth. Years of masochistic behavior like farming the entire tech trees of nations went back to Hans' memories. Despite the costs of the tech trees, he would farm day after day. If only he had this amount of SL and RP every time. Flying in a BF-109F definitely sped up grinding for Hans. He was earning hundreds of thousands of SL almost every day, for the first time in his life grinding in War Thunder that he actually had a surplus in resources. He looked at the store, he skipped over to look at the general items, but he was surprised that a lot of other people had the system in their own alternate worlds. He wanted to get golden eagles for the express fact that there was something interesting he wanted to try. Oh, moderator, please don't scam me again. He prayed. He prepared himself as he turned to the help page and saw a question available for him to ask. Mentally clicking on the ask button, he held his breath and talked. Moderator, can I get modifications outside War Thunder? Hans asked nicely. The moderator had been a bit unruly for a while, so he begged in his mind that the moderator would allow it. 1 second passed. 10 seconds passed. 30 seconds passed. The wind rushing around him was the only sound he heard as the silence continued for almost a whole minute. Hans was getting nervous. Moderator didn't get quiet like this when I asked questions, he thought. Suddenly a notification sounded and he closed his eyes to check slowly. As he crept up his vision, he could see the bottom half of the notification. The text shows white while he opened the rest of his metaphorical eyes. Ding. Please, let me have this, moderator. He crossed his fingers if he had one. He hoped that what he had planned would work. Yes. Gramercy. His radio-sounding voice shouted as he flew through the air. This meant the world because now he had confirmation from the moderator himself. He didn't even consider the fact that being in a multiverse meant he could maybe use stuff from the worlds he would visit. He didn't take it seriously until he remembered that the moderator was there to have fun watching him. Fighting Grimm over and over again would eventually get boring for the moderator. I wonder if I could get some ultrametal to upgrade myself. Though I don't know how. Hans can remember multiple shows and movies he watched where those types of things existed. Modifications need to be applied to you before they can be considered by your system as a part of you. There are exceptions to this and some will activate upon entering your inventory. I see. This will prevent incidents where you get damaged and cannot get repaired. Modified parts are more expensive to repair. How much more? Hans wanted it to be not too much, depending on what modification he got, it could get very expensive really quickly. It wouldn't matter too much if he didn't actually get damaged. If you have a repair cost of 10,000 then repairing a modified part will cost 10x as much. That's fair, thank you, moderator. 10x price for a potentially powerful modification was a steep price, but just the possibilities alone could be worth it. He had the SL after all. Of course, my friend. Hans looked through the store and saw multiple things he wanted to buy but cringed at the sight of the prices people had set these things for. A paladin and this costs 1000 GE. I'd rather just steal one at that point. Hans scrolled more to the bottom. Oh, Mika shift parts are only 100 GE, per 0.5 kilograms. The multiverse store was full of other people so it made sense that it functioned like a normal market but it made Hans still mad since it was going to cost a lot for him just to buy things. The dream of an invisible tank will have to wait. Hans noticed something at the store, a peculiar object that seemed out of place among the other technological marvels like mechs and transforming weapons. Is there someone really selling a scroll here for 1 GE? It was fully stocked too at almost 999. Who's out there with that many scrolls? Hans was about to close the window until he considered something. I could test this store out. Clicking on the converter he converted his SL to gain 1 GE. SL equals 5,802,422 5,702,422 SL. Golden Eagles equals 01 GE. He then clicked on the listings present in the market. He felt his mind press the button to buy the specific item. Golden Eagles equals 10 GE. Notice, item upgrade available. Apply. Of course. His HUD suddenly blacked out which meant he couldn't see because the HUD covered his sight. After a few seconds of waiting the HUD blared back to life. Ding. Map. Description, absorbing the scroll made it possible to access the map. You can now also look at your tank status. A new tab existed in his HUD. A mini-map was present in the bottom right corner while his vehicle's condition was in the bottom left corner. It was reminiscent of War Thunder's own map and vehicle condition UI. Hold on. Is that? Hans noticed 3 sets of numbers being present towards the bottom of the map. It displayed 3 digits followed by 2 digits and another 3 digits. I remember those. I need to ask Blake if she still got those numbers from Merlot's lab. For now, Hans was just about ready to return to go towards Vale. He was nervous to hear the result of him pushing Team RWBY to find out Cinder's involvement. He flew away towards Vale, now using the combination of his map and compass present at the top. He passed the skies a few hundred meters from the ground casually looking at the front. He couldn't turn his head around since the cockpit wasn't a turret which was troublesome for Hans. It felt like his neck was nailed into a single spot, not only that but his peripherals were way larger than before since he had eyes looking to the left and right. He had a massive blind spot towards his back and under him while he flew. He would need to work on his spatial awareness. Just as he considered those concerns, a trio of larger-than-normal Nevermores watched down below. Using the trees to hide their bodies. Their heads turned towards the engine running from far away. Hans was heading towards them, not knowing that the group of Grimm heard him approaching. The Nevermores screeched again, they looked towards each other and turned their heads sideways to gaze at Hans. Their red eyes bore down on the flying machine that Hans was. The first Nevermore extended its wings, preparing for an attack while the others started to turn to the sky. Hans passed the Nevermores, a sudden barrage of feathers came from behind as Hans tried to turn and spin to dodge the feathers. Oi, damn birds! The Nevermores started to chase Hans while he tried maneuvering in the air for his first proper dog fight against decently sized Grimm. He had met Nevermores but he usually was the first to strike, not the opposite. He remembered a tactic in his world, he could use the superior vertical climbing of the BF-109F. The Nevermores only had wings which meant that they would be slower at climbing altitude. Hans felt a feather strike from his side. He felt his left wing getting heavy and looked at the hut to look for the damage. Shit, I've got a hole in my left wing. A feather had struck his left wing and it stuck out while Hans started to climb up. The Nevermores tried to follow, it sent even more spear-like feathers toward Hans. It was slower so the feathers missed. It went behind him since he was flying upwards now. There was a lull in the fight as the Nevermores tried catching Hans going upwards but the distance kept on increasing and increasing. The Nevermores not being able to reach him stopped its climb while Hans started to turn around. The Nevermores saw the BF-109F silhouette underneath the sun as Hans started to face the Nevermores. Fearing getting retaliated on, they all flee in different directions. Hans felt the guns align and focused, he sent a mess of rounds toward the first Nevermore. It couldn't escape fast enough and was shot down in only seconds, the other pair Grimm fly away while Hans tailed them while they tried to flee. Their speed was way too slow compared to Hans, even with the hole. His speed increased when he dove towards the Nevermore. He blasted through the other Grimm with machine gun fire while the other Grimm turned to try and fight. It could only look in dread as Hans directly impacted its body as the propellers dig in its body and gets tossed aside while Hans panicked. Oh. The propeller broke from the impact, he needed to land quickly. One of the requirements for a battle to end while he used his War Thunder system was that planes needed to land after a battle ended to repair. He discovered this when he accidentally broke his flaps when he tried to test out aircraft tactics. He spots forever fall while he glides down, using the remaining speed from his flight he tried to gently reach the runway he made with Neo. The clearing was in view and he lowered his landing gear, forgetting that he was still technically flying fast. The landing gear breaks due to being too fast. Shit, I forgot. Hans may be playing for tens of thousands of hours but he still made mistakes. He braced himself as the ground got closer, the belly of the plane gets shredded along the rough ground and he himself felt bits of his metal parts tearing away while he landed with no landing gear. The trees were getting closer as the length of the runway got shorter as he traveled the distance left. He felt his speed go down just close enough. His wings hit the edge of the trees as they tore away the entire right wing. He felt the entirety of his belly being mangled. He slowly comes to a stop, barely hitting the tree in front of him. Hans relaxed, another happy landing. Ding. You've got a hole in your right wing. God damn it, moderator. Chapter 44, Merlot's Island PT-1. Hans sat on the forest floor, with himself in tatters from the bumpy landing he had just gone through. The groaning of metal and pieces of his metallic frame fell on the ground as he idled, waiting for the repairs to finish. I should contact Torchwick to let him know I'm here. Hans sent out a quick telepathic message. It was a simple message, it would take minutes or hours depending on how close Neo was to Hans. Roman anticipated this and already made Neo wait near the entrance. Operation Barbarossa was way too important to delay relaying its success of it to Hans. Okay, now just to wait. After finishing his repairs, he felt the gaping hole in his left wing close. The metal stretched out while somehow generating new metal from it. His detached right wing dissolved in the air similar to how RWBY's semblance roses left by her semblance disappeared after she uses her speed. The wing grows back from where it was torn from and looked brand new. His landing gear also fixed itself, propping him upright. Looks like it's all done. Hans switches back into Tiger 2P form. The movement of twigs and bushes caught his attention. He pivoted his gigantic turret around while using his tracks to turn faster. Neo, that was quick. Neo smiled, she closed her parasol and set it aside. She pulled out her scroll kept in her pockets and turned it on. With a few swipes and keyboard presses, she places the screen right in front of the turret. Operation Barbarossa was a success. Ring in equal to, okay hand. Hans stares at the message for a while and looks at Neo before repeating the action over and over. Hold on, is this what you named it? Neo happily nods while erasing her message and typing out a new one before showing it to Hans. It came to our heads suddenly, like it was there all along. Hans was taken aback. You mean to tell me that this name suddenly showed up when you thought of a name? How did that name even come out? Was it something related to my system? Hans was curious. Did Torchwick think the same? Hard to believe someone as serious as Torchwick would even let you name it like that. Neo tilted her head up while placing a finger on her chin. She closes her eyes, thinking of whether Torchwick ever got the same idea. She held up her scroll and started tapping away at the screen. No, RWBY was the one to suggest so. Roman thought RWBY didn't take it seriously but the name was liked by him after they suggested it. WYBRN was the one I assigned as a crew. Are they just going to start speaking German now too? This was way too weird for Hans. Team WYBRN acting like the country stereotypes if he assigned them to their nation's tank would be cool and bizarre at the same time. I'll think about that later. For now, I need to contact Blake. She should be eating lunch, so I'll just talk to her scroll so she could send the numbers immediately to me. Neo, do you think you could call Blake for me? I want to send a message to her to give me the numbers I made her write down during my time in Merlot's lab. Neo quickly found her contacts and started dialing. Back at Beacon. Team RWBY sat across from their sister Team JNPR during lunch. While the events of Mountain Glen and Operation Barbarossa were happening, Team JNPR had been hanging out with members of Team RWBY for a while. They were just across their dorms, which meant they got acquainted with each other for the past weeks. After an event unfolded in Forever Fall where John managed to win against Team CRDL during their attempt at a dangerous prank, they reconciled as a team and started being together more. Of course, his win against Team CRDL was a fluke. He was aided by Pyrrha's semblance to block incoming attacks and swing his sword properly. A discussion between them occurred while they sat at their tables. So RWBY, what about you? Do you prefer waffles or pancakes? RWBY was currently being accosted by Nora, the only person energetic enough to power an entire building. Are they not the same? Nora gasped and felt betrayed. She stood up and placed a foot on the table, which Weiss voiced her complaints but was ignored. Heretic. What dash? It's sacrilegious. RWBY rose, tell me you like pancakes to make me forgive your sins. RWBY was a bit frightened, but she really didn't know the difference. If pancakes have more milk in them than waffles, then sure. Nora sat down and contemplated, how much milk is in them anyway? Well, apparently they have the same amount. Blake suddenly joins the frankly absurd conversation and pulls out her scroll to show them an article. The rest of the table giggled at their antics. RWBY keeps getting interrogated by Nora, but during the conversation, Pyrrha tries to look for her scroll. You lost something, Pyrrha. John noticed her checking her pockets. I think I left my scroll in the locker. We got combat class after this, no? You can head out to take it. Thanks, John, Pyrrha said as she stood up. Pyrrha walked out, while the table now turned into a whole debate on how different pancakes are to waffles. She reached the lockers inside the changing room and searched for her scroll. She found it after opening her locker. A sound caught her attention though. Is that a phone ringing? She followed the sounds towards Blake's locker. Not wanting Blake to miss an important call, she uses her semblance to unlock it from the inside. A solid click was heard as she manipulated the metal inside the lock. She takes the scroll hidden under some clothes and looked at the caller. Ice cream delight, she confusingly asked herself. She accepted the call and put it up to her ear to tell the person on the other side that Blake left her scroll. Pyrrha began to open her mouth before realizing, wait, didn't Blake have her scroll earlier? Blake, a voice that sounded like it came from old radio equipment emanated from the speakers of the scroll. What a weird voice. I need those numbers you listed. Just send them here to this number. Hans said. Pyrrha raised her eyebrow before replying, sorry, Blake left her scroll, I'll forward your message through her. Hans from the other side of the call recognized the voice. Oh, shit, it's Pyrrha. Hans quickly made Neo hang up the call. Crap, someone else took the call, Neo. Hans panicked. Neo shrugged and motioned for her to kill the person who took the call. Hans started to swing his barrel around to deny the suggestion. No, Pyrrha is part of Team JNPR. They're friends with Team RWBY, so don't kill them. Neo pouted. Disappointed that she couldn't shank another person. It was a while since she had been let loose, and the kill from Operation Barbarossa wasn't enough for her. Anyways, while I wait for Blake. Can you tell me everything that happened during Operation Barbarossa? Neo started typing, but after a few seconds of continuous tapping, she stopped to think before erasing everything she wrote and displaying something else. Too long, just let Team RWBY explain. Hans rolled his eyes if he had any. He turned to face the length of the runway and turned back into a plane to prepare for flight. After a while of waiting, a message popped up from the scroll while Neo placed it in front of the cockpit. 124, 75, 256. The message was a picture of the numbers Blake wrote during Hans' visit to Merlot's lab. Hans looked at the map and focused on the numbers below. It's a far way off. Hans started to turn on his engine. It let out small combustions before getting louder and more numerous. The propeller starts to slowly spin as Hans prepared to take off. Neo tapped her umbrella on the plane. Hans felt the knock and stopped the engine. "You want to join this one too?" Neo nodded while climbing up towards the cockpit. Hans opened it and Neo climbed in, seeing the multitude of controls and gauges present in the plane. Hans restarted his engine and the propeller starts turning rapidly. The engine roared into life as it starts loudly letting out its sound. The BF-109F starts moving, it keeps steady as it traveled down the runway. Neo sat comfortably inside as she felt the plane slowly ascending. Hans was in the air, waiting for the speed to pick up as he went into the sky. He retracted his landing gear and adjusted his flaps. Hans looked at the map while randomly going in the cardinal directions. He deduced where he needed to head to end up in the same coordinates that he saw in Blake's message. Looks like it heads towards the ocean. Hans thought. The ocean was strangely more calm than land. Grimm was more numerous on the ground than at sea, which Hans was okay with. "Neo. Can you handle G-force?" His plane suddenly tilted, shook side to side, startling Hans. "Right, can't talk. Don't do that while I fly though, the wings are going to break if I improperly fly," Hans advised. Hans saw the numbers on the map going up while he traveled the seas. The blue waves pushed themselves with the tide while aquatic Grimm were lurking below. "Man, I wish I had a depth charge or torpedoes." Neo had made herself at home in the cockpit. She used her scroll while letting Hans focus on flying around. It was almost a half-hour ride towards the coordinates. Eventually, though, Hans had spotted land in the distance. He looked at his HUD and saw the island is in the middle of nowhere on the map. "Is this unmarked?" "Hey Neo. Do you know that this existed?" Hans asked Neo. Neo woke up from her small nap and answered by tilting the wings just like before. I guess this isn't known anywhere." He finally reached the boundaries of the island and saw the multitude of man-made facilities inside. Holy crap, how does this thing not get discovered? It was larger than Hans thought. Merlot's island had more freedom to move around ever since Merlot himself disappeared from his original location in Mountain Glen. "Where do I land?" Hans circled the plane. He was trying to find a good place to land but found nothing straight or spacious enough to land his plane. "I need to crash this thing in the ocean and slowly travel down the shore." "Neo, prepare for a bumpy ride." Neo held on to her seat at the warning as Hans started to slow down his plane by reducing the throttle. His altitude slowly went lower and lower as the sea was getting closer to the belly of the plane. Hans planned to clear out an area once they were finished exploring the island. Now that he had inventory, it may be a fruitful chance to take something expensive looking or interesting enough. He could sell it or finally start making RWBY work on him. He got the green light from the moderator that he could modify his tank outside of the ones available in War Thunder. It would take a long time to modify a tank if RWBY worked on him, but he could rope in the rest of her team to help. The underside of the plane met the water and bobbed up and down as they rode the waves. The plane came to a stop as it washes on the shore. "That went better than I expected. Only scratches." Neo got out of the cockpit and landed on the sand while taking in the surroundings. Hans formed back into a Tiger 2P, and did the same. "Well, Neo, are you ready?" "I don't know what to expect here." Neo simply nodded, flourishing her umbrella to cover from the sun while they made their way into the entrance of the industrialized part of the isolated landmass. A camera beeps, its lens zooming in on the new entries of the island. Behind the screen was a disheveled graying-haired man. His visible cybernetic eye whirred as it focused on the new appearance of people and a machine. He gripped his table in interest. "I wasn't expecting visitors." Chapter 45, Merlot's Island PT2. Grimm roamed around the outskirts of the island. Despite being an isolated island, Merlot has developed a habit of acquiring Grimm from the mainland. Various machines have been improved and devised by Merlot as a means to capture Grimm. It was historically challenging to keep Grimm in one place. Professors such as Peter Port had some desire to capture Grimm to study it, but the aggressiveness and self-destructiveness would lead to the Grimm dying in captivity. Such was not a problem for Merlot. After years of being obsessed with what he called the future of Remnant, he dedicated his time to capturing Grimm better than the rest of the world. Masses of Grimm roamed the inner sections of the island. Hans was aiming at them with he ready to fire. Neo was nearby and covering her ears while they prepared to fire. The shot was quick and easy, one explosion and the Grimm were destroyed in a single moment. Hans navigated further. He had gone away from the shore and towards the middle of the map. There in the distance was a wall that surrounded an area. He got closer and soon he was looking at a metal gate that protected the facility inside. So this is it. It's a bit smaller than I expected. Though that's probably because I'm a tank, so my perspective is higher. Hans looked at his partner right beside him. Neo returned the gaze and smiled, thinking it was Hans making sure she was ready. Not knowing that Hans was in fact comparing her to the wall to see how tall it actually was. A voice came from somewhere in the wall itself. Hello visitors, I apologize for any static that may come from my end. The signal isn't usually good when you're this far from civilization, but I do hope you enjoy your stay here on this island. He laughed and chuckled while Neo and Hans looked at the wall that was coming to life. Gears shifted inside and a multitude of metal interacting with metal could be heard. Multi-barrel turrets aimed at Neo and Hans. Neo was concerned but kept it to herself while Hans didn't even have a change in emotion. The barrels started spinning rapidly while Neo, now alerted, tried to use her semblance. Telepathic communication resounded in her head just as she was going to use her illusions. Don't, just hide behind me. Neo looked at Hans and back at the wall before nodding in understanding. She quickly dashed towards the tank as the turrets on the wall started pouring out bullets toward Hans. Merlot was in his room looking at the sparks and dust being thrown in the air from the number of bullets hitting all around Hans. He stroked his mustache while he contemplated. An impressive machine, not one I have seen before. Interesting. He chuckled to himself. The dust settled and the completely fine Hans stood without budging. Bullets impacted and did nothing to the thick steel surrounding Hans. Going to take a lot more than pea shooters. Hans took aim at a part of the wall while loading DIPCBC. He took aim and shot a single round towards the left side of the upper part of the wall. The dust reacts inside and pushes itself outwards, and the wall and its surrounding turrets get destroyed. The destruction ripped pieces out of the metal gate and sent shards of heated metal all over the area. Some of it bounces off Hans, but he didn't mind the hits. More gunfire was aimed toward the bunker of death. The turret's shots did barely any damage as it runs out of rounds. The spinning of the turrets finally stopped while Hans aimed his barrel directly at the other part of the gate still standing. The hinges that connected the wall to the gate finally get broken open. The entire gate falls backward as the sound of steel crashing down reached Neo, who peeked from behind Hans and saw the destruction. Neo, get in for now. I have a feeling that Merlot isn't going to stop at just turrets. Neo obliges and climbs up to the commander's hatch. Hans let her inside and she seated herself right in the gunner's position. She could still look in the front by using the vision port. Cannons activate from the nearby edges of the facility itself. Hans moved slowly while he returned fire on the stationary defense turrets. They were upgraded, but it still didn't have any major effect on Hans' armor. A few minutes went by and Hans had finally gone through dozens of turrets scattered around just the entrance. What kind of thing is Merlot expecting to fight off with this amount of defenses? Hans found it odd that these many defenses were created on an isolated island. Grimm were outside, but those were put in by Merlot. If he was expecting intruders it would make sense, but even then it was excessive. Hans drove inside the complex. A massive tower was in the middle while many buildings were scattered around. Each was made with a purpose in mind. Hans didn't know which was for what purpose, but he was there to find out. He looked at the barrier surrounding the middle tower. It was far, but then again it wouldn't take long for him to drive there. It was made of light. Hans was surprised. Hard light dust is supposed to be rare, but someone like Merlot has a lot of them. Another peculiar thing caught Hans' attention. It was the absurd amount of pipes going around the entire span of the area. It ran through different buildings, but it all gathered towards a single zone. I wonder if this thing is what made up the mutants. Hans had an idea come to him. Can I sell these for GE? I can just give them as samples to someone if they're worthless. A logo of Merlot Industries was present on one building. It looked like it was active at the time, which Hans found suspicious. People still work here. Hans then remembered the old location in Mountain Glen. Ah, so that was the purpose of the numbers there. It was how they informed their employees the location. Merlot must have not expected that power still worked somehow in that lab. Hans approached the building, reading the nearby signs. It confirmed his thoughts on this being the building where research was conducted. As soon as he approached the vicinity, peculiar-looking robots activated and deployed from the ground. The metal flooring hid the new-looking robots that Hans didn't recognize in the show. Well, that's definitely not at Legion. Multiple copies of robots were in front. A red variant with a glaive and blue outlines and another with a minigun and white plating. They looked nice compared to the ones Atlas was making. The red variants tried to slash at Hans. Their metal weapons ringed out as they tried striking at Hans. They moved towards the other sides of the Tiger 2P, but did nothing. I really wish I could just disable these things. I want to sell them in the market. Hans' access to the market made him look into taking things he could sell to the multiverse market. It was an opportunity to gain more GE, so Hans was looking at every way he could gain GE. Robotic parts would eventually help him in the future. He was planning to let RWBY be with him for an entire weekend to just brainstorm more weaponry for the already powerful Hans. Neo, can you hack these things to not attack or something? Neo wagged his gun side to side. It was a far-fetched idea, but who knows, Neo might have the skills considering she was supposed to be the infiltrator and assassin type. Yeah, I guess it was worth it to ask. Hans looked at the robot still trying to gun him down and slash at him to no avail. I'm sorry, my precious robotic parts and GE. A single round exited his barrel and towards the ground. He could resist the shrapnel being sent, but the robots didn't stand a chance. There were a few that survived, but one quick running over did the job to crush it. I need to find a way to disable these things. Hans focused back on the research facility, which was now on high alert as they heard the commotion right outside. Hans prepared his tracks and got ready to accelerate. The scientists inside were nervous. Gunfire and security systems issuing a warning of an intruder made them wary. Merlot's orders prevented them from going out since their research was going to be left behind if they did so. A researcher clutched his hands. A gun in his coat pressed down to his chest, reminding him of his dedication to the cause Merlot shared with the entire research team. The wall burst through, a massive metal construct met the wall and created a massive opening. No one in the room even dared to pull out weapons on Hans. Hans crept up the destroyed remains of the wall and let himself down on the ground, and the turret spun around the room, scanning for something. Looks like this is the place. Neo, take the vials and containers of anything that looks interesting. I trust you can handle yourself, so I won't fire inside here. I don't want to hurt you by accident. Neo followed Hans' orders and opened the hatch. The scientists looked on as a small young girl with a parasol exited and casually walked among the metal debris and made her way towards their work. She looked at their workplaces and grabbed a few vials filled with the green ooze that made up the serum of Merlot. The same serum is used to mutate different types of Grimm. Seeing that a young girl was of no significant threat, the researcher from before reached inside his coat pocket as Neo walked past him with her back turned away from him. He took a chance and felt the handle of the gun and gripped it with a nervous hand. He slowly let it out of his coat and began to aim. The other scientist follows his example by slowly letting out their pistols. Hans looked at them as they did so, the scientists believing that the Hans was only being controlled by Neo instead of being sentient. That's a big mistake. Hans thought. The researcher pulls the trigger and a bang sounded as the bullet hit the back of Neo's head. He felt relieved, but the sound of glass breaking and his throat feeling a strange sensation. He touched his throat and pulled it away to see red, a lot of red. It had pooled up in his hands and dripped to the floor. The other scientists look in horror as they tried to look for the one that killed the researcher. His throat was slit and his body felt fragile. He crumpled to the floor clutching his throat and died quickly. Neo smiled from behind another researcher, relishing the feeling of seeing a man die by her own hands. Neo gave them all a chance and she was thankful that they didn't take it. She thrusts her hidden blade behind the researcher she was behind while using his dead body as a meat shield. Absorbing the small calibers that the scientists carried while they tried to track down Neo. A researcher searches for her and spots Neo to his left side. He pulls up his gun and shoots. The illusion broke and he sees the betrayed-looking eyes of his coworker. The researcher had just shot one of his friends. Before he could regret shooting him though, a blade slashed across his chest and he looked downwards to a grinning Neo that was starting to giggle as she killed. Her mismatched eyes switched constantly as she started to move at other targets. They all tried to eliminate her by shooting, but they could only stand and wait for their eventual deaths as Neo slaughtered the entire room full of researchers. Her clothes were now stained in blood as the blade she carried dripped crimson liquid. She flicked her weapon to the side and the blood came off easily. She looked at her clothes and pouted. She was going to have to clean another pair. Hans sighed at the deaths. Did you really have to kill them all, Neo? Neo opened her parasol and shrugged. She took the vials and other interesting objects and tossed it inside Hans. His inventory activated and it disappeared into his slots. Hans would check it later, but now he had to look at his partner who was visibly happier. I guess since they became combatants the moment they used their guns, then they shouldn't be civilians, right? Neo nodded and skipped over to the bodies to check if there was anything else. Hans noticed the coats had IDs attached to them, thinking it was going to be useful eventually. Hans instructed Neo. Neo, find an ID, preferably one that was from a high-ranked scientist if possible. Neo nodded in return and found a suitable body to take it from. She snatched it from the bloody lab coat and attached it to her hip. It was already dirty, so she didn't mind the blood seeping into her clothes anymore. Now that that's over, I'm guessing that things related to controlling the robots are in the most protected section, which would be that thing over there. Hans looked to the gigantic tower located in the middle. Let's go, Neo. We have to thank Merlot for his courteous welcome to his guests. Chapter 46, Merlot's Island PT-3. It was an impressive build, a tower that housed multiple floors that each contained the various machinery and electronics that controlled the entire island. Defenses created for such a building were of the latest materials made by engineers of Merlot Industries. They were designed for the specifications that Merlot had. Turrets that could send out a barrage of fire, rounds were made of the standard rifle caliber. It could shred hordes of Grimm. Cannons were created as a counter to vehicles that could resist small-arm fire. Merlot had known he was going to be a wanted man the moment his survival and many other of his staff were to be known. He had been one of the factors for a thriving city's collapse. His experiments were looked down upon by the people, and in return, Merlot looked down on them too by deeming them fools that couldn't understand the superiority of Grimm. It led to the fortress island of Merlot. Defenses were created specifically for the chance that Atlas would aid in his capture. The cannons were made to pierce bullheads and their droids effectively. It was supposed to be impenetrable. Until Hans came in with his Tiger II. Thick doesn't even begin to describe how much heavy armor Hans held. Dust energy was useless against it since it barely punched through the surface. Piercing it with high-penetration guns only leaves a scratch. A gun that could shoot through Hans didn't exist. No one in their right mind would create a highly self-destructive and impractical vehicle. Engines could only do so much to carry almost 69 tons. So no one had expected a heavily armored machine. It would break down more than a depressed teenager. It was a sitting duck against close air support, and most of all, the transmission would break every single time. On Earth at least, but Hans wasn't on Earth anymore. For Hans, War Thunder made him immune to its shortcomings, and he was going to fully exploit it by using heavy tanks in combination with moving around with airplanes. Merlot didn't stand a chance in fighting this behemoth, but there were still some things that could be done. A barrier surrounded the central tower. Hans looked at it with awe and greed. Awe because the wall that made up the entire circumference was created with hard light. Where or how Merlot obtained so much of it was a big question, but Hans didn't need to know. His greed made him realize that there would be someplace that created the hard light wall. He shot at it the first time and the wall broke, but it quickly came back to life. He shot DIPCBC, but it resulted in the same effect. It's continuously using hard light dust up, must mean there must be stored somewhere. Hans started to drool if he could. It was more dust for his tank, rare dust at that. Hans stared at the wall and went around. It made up three sides, forming a triangular shield that protected the central tower. We only need to break one side, but I want the dust. Hans tried looking for anything remotely looking like a place that would hold hard light storage on his map. It was difficult since everything was just a square, so he trusted his instincts and just went in a random direction. Alright, that looks like a good one. Hans saw a considerable structure with a large industrial gate. It was a building that stood out, so Hans thought it was a good place to start. Neo, how are we supposed we open this? Neo smirked. She already knew what to do. Despite being the sneaky assassin that infiltrates quietly, she started to move the gun and activated the trigger. The cannon fired and went straight towards the gate. It exploded inwards and a strong explosion ripped through the air. Guess, that answers my question. Hans kept shooting at the gate until its structural support was weak. Hans went backward and judged the distance. Satisfied, he ran through the gate to see what was inside. Damn, nothing at all. It was a building filled with refrigeration. It was the island supplies and nothing more. The buzzing of electronics and the cold temperature let him know it was the wrong place. Let's go to another one. Hans traversed towards more buildings, looking out for anything that stood out. Buildings were bland. Pipes ran around the area and ended towards the research facility. Maybe, it's not something that stood out but something small enough. Hard light was rare, so I could have overestimated how large the building should be. Hans saw in the distance an inconspicuous building that had less height compared to the other buildings. Some were the same height, but their width was what caught Hans' attention. He quickly traveled towards the building. It didn't stand out at all, with no electronics blaring and no pipes leading outwards and around it. Only a metal box with a small entrance. Neo, I won't shoot buildings anymore. This thing is small enough that I'd probably completely destroy it. Neo understood Hans' reasoning and got outside the tank. She walked towards the door and something called out to her in a robotic voice. Facial recognition results, not permitted. Neo looked at the camera popping out. She took a look at the ID she got from the body and started focusing on her semblance. She replicates the scientist's face and stared at the camera. The voice bleeps out again as it starts scanning Neo and her fake face. Facial recognition results, welcome Senior Researcher Hamilton. The doors hissed as they opened sideways. Neo took one glance inside. She heard machinery inside and smirked. She looked behind her and gave a thumbs up at Hans. It's a hit? Hans asked. Neo nodded and went inside. She saw the control panel and stared at it for a moment. Deciding that it was too much work to try and find out what to push, she just stabbed the panel. The control panel sparks as the sword begins cutting through the wires, the displays die down and the light that it had fades into darkness. The entire building gets shut down with the only light source being the sun outside the door. There was something else though, the unmistakable glow of dust crystal inside a machine. She took one look at the machine and dragged her hand all over it. She knocks and feels out the hollow parts of the generator. She hears a solid thud indicating that it wasn't hollow. She looks at what she knocked on and sees a panel. She wedges her blade inside it and forcefully cracks it open. Dust containers were inside holding kilograms of hard light dust that still glowed. Neo returns to Hans with 2 containers and begins to load them on Hans' hull, the moment it touches it. Hans willed it to go inside his inventory. Neo gets back inside to retrieve the rest while Hans looks at the map. Let's see if there is anything else that looks like this is on the map. He compares the shapes on the map and spots 2 other locations that look the same. Neo returns with the other dust containers and climbs over Hans and returns to the commander's hatch. Hans traveled through the enclosed area. Dozens of robots tried to attack him, but he was getting tired of having to destroy them over and over. The turrets kept activating and shooting him. He returned fire, which was to his displeasure since it was more GE and robotic parts down the drain. He traveled through another area and saw the dozens of buildings with several in particular marked with another symbol. It was the Merlot Industries logo but with 3 green circles and arrows filling the space in between the circles right below it. It was an odd symbol but Hans didn't pay too much attention to it since he was rushing towards the second generator. A voice suddenly emanates from a speaker nearby. How was your visit to my generator, visitors? It seems that you have been acquainting yourselves with my security team. Merlot arrogantly comments. Merlot continues his out-of-place monologuing. I remember you familiarizing yourselves to my employees. Has my serum caught your eye? It appears someone has recognized my genius. The world shall know that the Grimm we fight isn't their final form, and with my serum, it could finally work. Hans was staring at the speaker that Merlot's voice came from and sighs. Do all these pretentious mad scientist-type characters do these things? When is he going to stop? Remnant will have me as their new master as soon as I finalize what nature couldn't do. Hans was still sighing. He's still going at it. What's next? He's going to throw his creations at me. I've already fought his Deathstalkers. You may have taken my serum and it may have been in testing, but I have here the perfect specimens to test my latest creations. You, the visitors. Merlot laughed. The nearby building with the unknown marks opened its doors and revealed dozens of mutant Grimm that Hans had already fought. Among these creatures was a new type of mutant. Finally. Are those Borbatusks? The green crystals on the Borbatusks were much harsher in sharpness and number. It was covered from its spine all the way from its back. Its face somewhat stayed the same with spikes dotted all over it. Neo, no need to use your illusions. Just aim with the gun, I'll handle movement. Hans rushed forward, not taking a chance at using his reverse gear to retreat. Hans loaded in DIPCBC and shot towards the front. The majority of the mutated Grimm got injured or died in the first shot. Several sent out spikes towards the Tiger 2P, but harmlessly bounced off while Hans started to turn the turret around. The second wave of attacks came but was instantly destroyed with a single shell. Neo aimed for the creeps first, then the Beowulfs, and ended with them staring down the Borbatusks that survived the shrapnel by curling itself inwards. It used its stronger armor covering its back to do so, augmented by the serum that Merlot used. The Borbatusks start rolling on the ground, their spines glow green while they built up speed. They accelerate forward, traveling down the ground and heading straight toward Hans. Those look cool. Hans stood still, trying to figure out its strength just in case he met any of them in the future. Like saws, one of the Borbatusks goes for the front armor, it spun and left a deepening gash. It lost its momentum and got shot as soon as it leaped off Hant's armor. It's not that deep, it could eventually go through if it kept at it for a day or two. Neo lets out another shell towards one of the Borbatusks. Two other Borbatusks dodge the hit while the third gets obliterated while it tried to speed into Hans. The other two go for each side, making Hans irritated since his turret traverse isn't the best to chase around rapidly spinning mutant Borbatusks. The first tried striking the left side of Hans but bounces off as Hans went forwards, causing it to hit the Angle's turret. Neo turns the gun and immediately puts a shot into the Borbatusk. The second one tries the back side of the tank, it got close enough to see the engine but Hans goes forward. It undershoots and lies behind the treads of Hans. It tried to get up but Hans reversed, Hans squeezes its skull. The Grimm holds on for only a second before the overbearing weight of the Tiger II cracks the Grimm's mask and gets its head sandwiched between the tank treads and the floor. Merlot sat in his room, his Grimm being slaughtered like it was nothing, didn't faze him. There was something else he had been working on and it would be his masterpiece. For now, the vehicle he was engaging in combat with was getting even more intriguing for him. After the small fight, Hans had reached the second generator. Neo once again got out of the tank and did the same thing. She assumed the identity of the senior researcher and went inside, destroying the control panel and stealing all the dust inside. The last one was still left, and after that, he could finally go to the central tower to meet Merlot. It was going easy so far, so he was confident it would be a swift victory. After Neo takes the last of the dust inside, Hans looks at his inventory to check the amount of hard light dust in him. Man, RWBY is going to have a field day when I get back. Chapter 47, Merlot's Island PT-4. Another shell ripped through the now decaying mutants that Merlot released. Most, if not all, of his facilities, were just housing Grimm and experimenting on them. Merlot was acting crazed by releasing every single one of them. He didn't stop there, robots were also fielded to fight Hans but they couldn't pierce through the armor. The robots that he had were numerous but were still outnumbered by the sheer amount of Grimm he had in storage. Robotics departments did exist but Merlot was just plain obsessive with the idea that somehow mutant Grimm was able to take Hans down. He had even released his unfinished projects just to try and destroy Hans. Merlot had noticed long ago that the machine Hans was could absorb hits, struck hard, create illusions and heal the metal around the vehicle and even change its shape. It was a great combination of semblances that would make even the most powerful of his Grimm struggle, Merlot thought. This wasn't actually the real reason for the vehicle's near invincibility. Merlot didn't know that the visitors he had was just a single person and a sentient evolving tank. There were no multiple people using their semblances, it was just Hans himself who was able to do all the things he had observed. Pairs of battle droids were left to crash onto the floor as Hans had pelted them with machine gun rounds and crushed them under his tracks. He trudged forward, flattening the parts that lay on the ground. As Hans finished up the last vestige of Grimm in the area, he finally spots the final generator in the distance. "Neo, you ready for the last one?" Neo replied by shooting the gun. Hans traveled most of the way towards the final generator that held hard light dust. The site he'd arrived at was suspicious. It was empty and peaceful, too peaceful for Hans. Something is definitely up with this. The generator was just right in front of Hans, a few hundred meters, and he could take it back to Vale and upgrade himself with everything Remnant has to offer. What stopped him was just an empty space with metal flooring covering the entire surface towards the generator. Meanwhile, Merlot was in his room staring through one of the live feeds. He still kept calm, it didn't matter that Hans was eliminating more of what was left of his island. Hans could have already killed him by going to the central tower but he didn't. Merlot was thoroughly confused as well until it clicked. He reviewed footage from earlier, looking at multiple cameras until he found it. The clip of when they broke into the first two generators. It's absorbing the dust. Merlot theorized that the person inside the tank must be powering their intense protection with hard light. He thought that somehow the armor Hans had was infused with the hard light dust by someone that could modify the tank with their semblance. Merlot had something perfect to match what he thought was the equivalent to the tank. He looked through the cameras and saw Hans hesitating to cross. Good, it looks like they're just at the place. Merlot looked through his computer, the hologram emitted as he phoned one of the departments still operational. The scroll picks up and screams and gunfire were being heard. A man breathing heavily picked up the call and felt disbelief as he talked to Merlot. "You called Dr. Merlot. The subject Grimm have somehow escaped and are breaching the facilities. Block 3A through 9B are all overrun. We can't go any longer, another man screams loud enough for the communications to pick it up. I have made another senior researcher do that. For now, there must be something else for you to do. Merlot didn't say more. The man on the other side stares at the revelation but didn't get the chance to protest Merlot's decision to release very single Grimm. You are to activate Protocol Janus. The man behind the screen stares and nods. It was a serious order and it was a dire situation, so it made sense for them to activate Merlot's other pet project. Are we to receive aid and relocate to the upper floors? Merlot denies the request, which confused the researcher. I am afraid none of you are going to survive this. Merlot eyes the self-destruct protocol option at the corner of his screen. He closes his eyes and ends the call. Merlot stands up and looks from his tower to see the destruction that the island sustained. I'll have to end this with you, my perfect creation. He looks down at his personal scroll. It displayed the unknown symbol from before with a Deathstalker silhouette behind it. He closes it back up and stares at the window, his singular cybernetic eye reflecting its red glow back at him. Back to Hans. Hans carefully treaded over the various metal plates, his metal tracks met the same material below him. He looked around to see what kind of trickery Merlot would have done to the area. The sound of gears and robotics churning only made Hans sigh. I knew it. The metal plates behind and around him suddenly whirred to life. It started to form a mech right behind him while he tried to turn around as fast as he could to shoot it before it was completed. Hold on, that doesn't look like the mechs in the show. It looks a bit bulkier. His turret reached the mech and he shot out DIPCBC. It exploded in a blaze of elements as it pushes out spalling and material all around the impact. When the obstruction settled, a surprise introduced itself. Hard light shields. Unlike any other material Hans shot at before, hard light created a problem. It would shatter, but it would completely stop his shell. It wasn't tough, but it could hold up enough kinetic energy in a single second that you would need to destroy it over and over to get at whatever was behind. The mech shot at him with the same cannons that littered the entire facility. It didn't do much to Hans. He could definitely kill the mech, but there was another priority that Hans held. I want that shield it has. Hans was full of greed. He wanted to steal the technology. Hans didn't want to destroy it, so he just needed to incapacitate it, but it having a shield prevented him from shooting off the legs since he would need to reload, and by the time he does so it would have restored the shield. Hans was confident that it will end with him winning, but he wanted to maximize how much he would win. Neo, use your semblance and use dust to blow out its leg after I shoot. The shield should be down for a second, so be quick. Hans popped smoke towards his front. Neo quickly got out of the tank and sped off towards the mech. Hans takes aim and shoots. Hans had broken the hard light shield it was generating. Neo quickly went inside and tossed multiple dust crystals. The mech was focusing on Hans by firing its cannon, but the shots get absorbed by him. Neo retreats and uses her semblance to get back to Hans. The hard light shield flickered as Hans shot at the mech before using his machine guns to shoot at the bottom of the bulky mech. The bullet hits the highly reactive red dust present underneath the mech and explodes. The robot falls to the ground with its legs in tatters. It was still being powered by the core it had. Hans took a look closer at the mech struggling to get upright. So that's why it's so bulky, the core of it is almost the size of the generator. With a final shot, Hans directed the normal APCBC to its head. The mech finally dies out with the electronics shutting down while the core still pumped out dust energy to a now inoperable giant mech. Hans touched the core and saw his storage limit reaching critical levels. It could only hold 10 tons and the core itself weighed almost 8 tons. He could still fit in dust, but anything more than that and the storage wouldn't be able to store anymore. After Hans had dealt with the odd-looking mech, he proceeded to the third generator and shut it down with the help of Neo's semblance. They took the dust inside before leaving for the central tower. It stood once proud and tall but was now a shadow of its former self. Grimm had overtaken the building once Merlot released all of the Grimm in the hopes that one of them would be able to kill Hans. Merlot had been so overconfident that it led to his own staff being killed in the process. Death by their own creations. How ironic. Hans, now full of the hard light dust he stole, entered the first floor. It was filled with the dead bodies of multiple scientists laying on the ground or being eaten. Hans killed them all pretty easily and began to slowly move through the first floor, which was much wider in area than the next succeeding floors. Hans saw another room that strangely didn't have any Grimm or damage to it, only dust crystal glowing brightly, powering the machines nearby. Neo was suspicious as she looked through the gunner's view. She tried to warn Hans by knocking on the walls. Another static sounded around Hans and he looked at the source, a speaker in the ceiling. Merlot's voice came from the intercom. Visitors, I'll admit that your level of preparation and usage of that machine of yours is commendable. I assure you though that there will always be a solution to a problem. The ominous message didn't make Hans concerned and tried to reverse out. Blast doors closed around Hans, who followed went inside the room. A hiss escaped from the walls and gas started pouring into the room. Neo inside tries to close her mouth and not breathe in while it leaked inside Hans. Shit. Neo. Merlot's voice came again, I'm sorry to leave my visitors without a finale in your tour of this island. So let me unveil my greatest creation yet. One of the blast doors opens to reveal a massive mutant Deathstalker ready to break out. Merlot begins to talk again, this is perfection, you know, I had many juveniles back at my old lab but this one was the most promising. Nature couldn't make these Grimm the perfect specimen but now I have perfected its structure. Hans stared at the Deathstalker while groaning inwards as Merlot once again started monologuing. I'll have to make this quick. Neo. If you can hear me, wiggle the gun. The gun wiggles, confirming Neo still being conscious. You know what to do. Hans calls to her telepathically. Neo shoots the legs like before. They had done this many times when she fought one back at Mountain Glen. The legs of the mutant Deathstalker get obliterated, to the surprise of Merlot, who was watching the fight. What? How? It's supposed to be my greatest creation. Hans didn't stop as he reloaded another shot for Neo to wire. The mutant Deathstalker whips back as its left side gets shot. It tried using what's left of its right set of legs to charge while using its tail. A cannon shot sounded again as the Deathstalker's only remaining legs get torn out by the DIPCBC. Merlot at this point cracked his calm behavior, impossible. With the Deathstalker incapacitated, Hans simply goes around to the side of it as the Deathstalker tried to attack him. Hans was out of reach, he stopped moving and let the gun settle on the side of the Deathstalker and he shoots. The final gunshot rings out and the Deathstalker decays slowly as its life ended quite anticlimactically for Merlot. He rages and complains as his creation gets easily destroyed like the other minor Grimm he noted as being weaker than his greatest creation. Merlot, without any options left, pulses out his scroll and unlocks the safety. He turns to the computer and places his ID and scroll inside a slot. He opens the computer and activates the self-destruct sequence and presses it. The announcement blares all around the island. Self-destruct activated. T-5 minutes until detonation. Hans breaks out of the room by blasting the walls and gets out of the gas-filled room. Neo barely holds on as she finally breathes in. She gets out of the tank after Hans traveled a good distance out. Neo, find Merlot. I can't go up with a tank, so I'll clear out an area to make into a runway. Neo nods and stares at the elevator going up. She prepares her parasol as she uses her semblance and enters. Chapter 48, Merlot's Island Final. The tense situation of alarms blaring all around the facility was contradicted by the presence of relaxing elevator music. Neo tapped her foot to the beat while waiting for the elevator to go up the entire height of the central tower. The elevator rang out its chimes as the levels kept going up in the display. With nothing to do while waiting, Neo spots the camera keeping watch. Its black lens staring back at Neo. She smiles at the camera and waves. As the elevator dings a final time, the doors open to reveal the topmost floor the elevator is allowed to arrive at. She peeks out, using her semblance to its fullest by being invisible. She glances to the right and left, her heterochromatic eyes switching places as she spots a pair of panicked employees bickering over something. She gets out of the elevator and stalks the pair of researchers. The clack of her heels was muffled by the sound of machinery still being kept powered on. A scientist with a concerned look spoke out. What of the others? He says, pleading for them to try to evacuate the remnants of Merlot's employees. Are you mad? They're gone. Those that can still get here are welcome to come aboard, but we won't mount any kind of rescue for that. He turns around and pulls out his ID card. He slots it in an opening on the table in front of him and taps away at the display. The speakers all over the destroyed facility turn on. He taps the hologram and static could be heard before dying down. He prepares to speak before being interrupted by the other researcher behind him. There should still be an effort dash. He reaches for the other person only for his hand to get hit away aggressively. No, I'm calling it in. We might be the same rank, but I will not delay our escape any longer. He announces a final warning to whoever could still walk and fight their way toward the central tower. It was hopeless, however. A normal human, much less one with no aura, couldn't hope to stand against hordes of Grimm overrunning the facility. The security robots that were meant to combat an outbreak were the same ones that Hans had destroyed. The lack of a security system made it possible for the Grimm to overrun the well-defended facility in the first place. After the pair of scientists were done with the announcement, they rushed towards the upper floors, unknowingly leading Neo there as she kept silently following them around. They went through dozens of staircases but finally reached what looked like the second highest floor. It was only one more floor and they would reach the top where presumably Merlot was located. A security door was blocking their way to the topmost floor. 2 terminals are present on either side. The scientist goes to each one as the one on the right pulls out his ID card. "You good? In case of mine doesn't work you'll use your ID instead," the man on the right says. A loud thud sounded just as he looked down to his terminal. His hand was inches away from pressing the button to start the scan. He looks towards his partner who was now bleeding to death, hunched over. What the? He felt something bad going to happen. He instinctively ducks down and avoids Neo's surprise attack by chance. The scientist falls to the ground and tries to take out his gun underneath his coat. He points towards the attacker only to see the mirror image of himself staring back at him. Shit, it's the illusionist. I thought she was supposed to be controlling that vehicle of theirs. He fires towards the mirror image of himself. The illusion breaks and was replaced by empty space. He feels a kick impact his ribs and he gets sent to the nearby doors. He grabs his chest in pain but lifts his gun to fight back. His tenacity doesn't go unnoticed. Neo was entertained by the scientist desperately fighting her despite being outmatched in every way. He tries shooting her but keeps dodging and playfully flipping around while smiling at the frightened and shaken scientist. Neo closes in, slowly making her way to him while flourishing her hidden blade. The researcher goes for the terminal but trips. As soon as he turns around, Neo was already stabbing his leg to immobilize him. Gah! You bitch! Neo approaches him even more, her face only a few inches from his own. He raises his gun and points it straight at her head. Neo smiles, taunting him from even trying to shoot her. Angry at the deaths of his many friends, he pulls the trigger. Click. He widens his eyes and tries pulling the trigger again and again. Neo mimics a laugh and raises her hand to count. It reaches her 9th finger and she wags her head. You didn't count. The man translates her pantomiming. Neo raises her blade, ready to plunge it deep into the man's skull. A dash. His screams were silenced by Neo's blade burying itself inside his head. Neo makes the limp body fall as she flicks her blade to remove the blood splattering all over her hidden blade. Neo walks to the terminal and makes her face an illusion to match the scientist's. She places her hand on the terminal and tries to activate the scan. Error, failed attempt requires second synchronous scan. Neo clicks her tongue and looks towards the other terminal. In a final attempt to stop Neo, the other scientist barely lived long enough during the fight and activated the scan, purposefully making it fail. He died before he could make it lock down completely. Neo walked towards the other body and pulled on the head. The scientist's body was still intact enough for Neo's next move, which was to prop him up to try and simultaneously scan. At first, she drags him up to make the lifeless body stand up, but the body crumples to the floor. Neo then tries to use her umbrella to make the body lean against the wall. Her umbrella slips and the body smacks right into the wall. Finally, she takes out her blade and forcefully stabs it through the entire body, and digs it into the wall. It starts slipping downwards as she quickly uses her parasol part of the umbrella to prop the body up even more. Neo rushes to the terminals and inserts the IDs again and starts the scan. The body is propped up crudely by Hush and falls to the ground as the weight couldn't be held up anymore. Successful scan, proceed. Welcome, head researchers. She smiles and enters, heading towards the final floor. Merlot was currently pacing back and forth. Where are those idiots? I swear I need new people heading my departments. Failures on both fronts, Grimm and robots didn't even make a difference. A hiss from the hallway grabs his attention. He looks toward the noise with suspicion. He wasn't able to check the cameras anymore since it was a distance away. He was impatient that he was making sure it was only a few walks away from his escape bullhead. Merlot grabs his pistol and readies his cybernetic arm. Suddenly the electricity finally dies down, but a moment later the red lights of the emergency backup lit the hallway in a dark red. Merlot turns the corner to see the silhouette of one of his head researchers. It was sitting down, seemingly waiting for Merlot to call him out. He smirks at the silhouette and prepares to fire. I've figured you out, little lady. He fires from his cybernetic arm and it incinerates the upper layer of flesh from the silhouette. He chuckles before approaching the dead body of his head researcher with multiple stab wounds already present. What? The body falls to the ground and a moment later, a blade is pressed near his neck. Merlot tries turning around but gets his arms locked and gets flipped over. Merlot feels the various kicks and twists that Neo unleashed. He crashes to the floor as he finally sees Neo's true form smirking. He scrambles on the floor but gets his hand stabbed through by Hush's blade. She twists it as Merlot grunts in pain from the injury. Without letting any more time waste, Neo drags him over toward the room where Merlot's office was located. After a few moments of walking had passed, the detonation was going to happen with only a minute left. She snaps off the ID Merlot had clipped on his chest and she inserts it into the door. She needed another scan and she quickly smacks Merlot's head towards the floor and raises him to face the camera. Welcome, Master. The door opens and it reveals the personal computer of Merlot still being lit up. The room itself was covered in the emergency lights, presumably directing most of the emergency power to necessary appliances. Neo quickly heads for the computer while securing Merlot by threatening to stab him. She throws him to the floor and places her foot on top of his hands of Merlot to keep him from trying to try and escape. Neo opens the holographic computer and sees the option to cancel it. Password _____. Merlot from below laughs. Ha! Don't even try getting it out of me. If I'm going to die anyways I might as well take everyone down here with me. Neo rolls her eyes and stabs his back. Merlot grunts and screams. Neo kept doing it for a few seconds pass but he won't tell. Realizing that it was a futile attempt, Neo tried to guess the password. What would a man that monologues about his creation set his password as? Password, Grimm. Try again. Password, Supreme Grimm. Try again. Password, Grimm Creator. Try again. Final try before lockdown. Password, God of the Grimm. Self-destruct sequence cancelled. Neo lets out a sigh of relief while Merlot was starting to flail around from Neo guessing his password. No. Impossible I dash. Neo kicks him in the head as hard as she could, shutting Merlot up as she drags him towards the lower floors. Intending on bringing him to Hans himself. She looks through the room Merlot was pacing around in and sees that a bullhead was parked vertically. She takes note of the bullhead and heads towards the lower floors. Neo reaches the elevator but is devastated to know that the elevator doesn't work. She stares at the stairs next to it and groans. A few long and torturous half an hour later. Hans was relieved to hear the deactivation. He was clearing out a runway just in case all hell went loose. It was a desperate attempt since it would take too long for Neo to come back down but he held high hopes that Neo would do the job. Hans turned as he saw in his peripherals someone waving at him. It was Neo dragging around a defeated-looking Merlot. He had not only failed in his experiments but also failed to escape and destroy any evidence of his work. Well, it looks like Merlot himself decided to personally greet us. Neo. If you may. Neo nods and throws him to the floor. Merlot looks up face to face to see the vehicle that defeated the entire island's defenses and killed his Grimm in no time. Hey Merlot, how'd you build these things anyways? Merlot looks up and tries to get up, the multiple stab wounds making him have a hard time standing up. My genius let me build this, what else? Neo takes the chance to kick him in the shin to take the interrogation seriously. Can't you people be patient for 1 second? Fine, a certain associate I respect made the foundation while I and my team designed the rest. It was perfect, a combination of a perfect defensive offense. Until of course, you had destroyed them all without a second thought. Who? Pa. Wouldn't you all like to know? Neo stabs his thighs even more and twists. Arg. You, really think, this is going to make me? Arg. Talk. Hans lets out an inner sigh. This madman has moments where he is answering perfectly about his creations but the moment it concerns anything else he shuts up. Neo, let's just take him to the ice cream shop with the others. Merlot struggles as the blade gets pulled out from his thigh. He grabs it in excruciating pain before scowling at Hans. Who do you all work for? How did you make this machine? Was it Atlas again? Merlot shouted. Hans chuckles, his huffs being heard in a radio voice. It's not they, Merlot. Hans pauses. It's me. He forms into his other tank forms before going back to his Tiger 2P. He opened all the hatches and moves the gun all at the same time. Merlot went silent, not even clutching his injuries anymore. He stands up seemingly not minding the pain from before. Ha, ha, ha 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 ha. He lifts his arms and bows before Hans, which made both Neo and Hans creeped out by the new fanaticism he was showing. Okay, this man is going places. Hans was definitely concerned now. So I was wrong about where the future of Remnant lies. Perhaps my friend's rival was right after all this time. Oh no. It's not the humans, faunus, or even the Grimm. I see where this is going. I was ignorant enough to not realize this while we fought. You, my esteemed guest, are actually the true answer. You are the superior RAC-. Neo knocks him out, through Hans' request. That was leading to dangerous territory. Anyways, what did you find in the tower? Neo looks at him and does a few gestures at Hans, trying to sign to him that she found a bullhead. Due to how long they were already together, Hans somehow translated everything and pieced it together. Get that bullhead and land it here. You're going to pick Merlot up while I clear out more of the area for me to take off. We'll get a bullhead for the rest of the team and head back to Vale. Neo nods and heads toward the central tower, only to look even more frustrated than before because she was going to climb the entire flight of stairs all over again. She huffs a breath and starts to trek towards the tower, making sure to give a glare at Hans for making her go to the top again. Chapter 49, Cinder finds out. What happened? A White Fang member was in her grasp, writhing as he tried to pry off the steel grip that Cinder was holding over his neck. The heat from her semblance began to spark and engulf the goon in flames. Someone had to break the news as soon as Cinder had arrived. They knew what was going to happen and no one was willing to say it. One eventually did, to the reluctance of said White Fang member. Though he was instantly regretting that decision as he was now about to turn into a burnt matchstick. Cinder had been told of the absent status of almost every important member of the operation. Hei Xiong, Melanie, Militia, and Adam were MIA, along with dozens of arrested White Fang, which brought even more heat to Cinder's plan. So, Cinder being Cinder, she took the nearest person by the neck and started aggressively demanding things they didn't know the answer to. Where are they? The grunt got shaken, his body getting throttled by the back and forth motion as Cinder began to somehow speak in a lower voice. The grunt couldn't even answer her questions since he wasn't there when it happened. Almost every grunt got knocked out except for those who escaped on bullheads. They could tell Cinder what transpired, but if she was this mad, perhaps it was not the best moment to tell her they were beaten by a bunch of teenagers. More so when they got pummeled so easily. No one wanted to report their failures. But that was not to be the same situation. Another White Fang member bravely, and perhaps foolishly, steps forward to try and save one of his comrades from being burned alive. Boss. She snaps her neck towards the White Fang lieutenant. She lightens her grip on the struggling victim she had been asking questions to and turned her attention to the other White Fang member. Speak. He prepares to tell the entire report, willingly allowing himself to be burned to a crisp for his brothers in the White Fang. They were the same students from before, ma'am. He answers with an audible shake in his voice. Cinder was silently staring at the White Fang lieutenant. The White Fang members, holding their breath, waiting for the inevitable, finally released a small sigh. It seemed too good to be true that Cinder was taking it well. Those brats. They were right. Cinder had her left eye twitch at the revelation and she had finally lost it. Many times during Torchwick's week in trying to fulfill her orders that one specific girl was ruining everything. Now that the whole of Team RWBY was revealed to be part of her problems during the first time Hei Xiong was running the operation, she was livid at knowing that they were the ones responsible for a failure amid an important time. She kept ranting about meddling kids ruining everything. Even Mercury and Emerald started to really doubt her mental state after the revelation. Most of the White Fang present were already hiding behind a barricade of chairs and tables in the hopes they wouldn't die if Cinder decides to unleash hell at them. Which she does soon after, launching random attacks as she started to swear Team RWBY's name to the ground. She really needs to chill out for a while. Mercury looks towards Emerald with a mischievous grin. Emerald groans, she backhands him again while she peeks towards Cinder, who's now starting to throw flames around. Mercury, I don't need you to start making terrible puns while Cinder is losing it. Mercury rubs his head from the pain of being backhanded. What do you think happens now? We're going to have to find another one to manage stuff here while we are infiltrating Beacon. The Vital Festival is still at most weeks away, with the dance being within a week. We have plenty of time to get the necessary information. As for the dust stealing, I have no idea. Hei Xiong was already from a long-time crime family. The reason Haitian was a decent replacement for Torchwick was that he had some form of a criminal network already in place from the time his father built up the family to its height, eventually falling in favor of Roman. Emerald visibly stiffens as another wall of fire reaches a part of their hiding spot. Mercury on the other hand was still relaxed about the whole situation. We'll have to convince the students and staff at Beacon of half our team's apparent lack of appearance. I think Cinder has something to say to them for an excuse. Emerald frowned. No, we can't disturb her even more. We need to prove to Cinder that we can obey her wishes to the greatest of our abilities. Hold that thought. Mercury peeks over the table. Emerald raises an eyebrow before Mercury grabs a hold of her arm and yanks her towards him, forcing her to leave her previous spot and landing roughly on the floor. What are you doing? A second later the part of the table they were hiding behind went up in flames. The smoldering heat burned half the table into ashes. Emerald stared at the near-death experience but Mercury brushes it off as if nothing ever happened. Anyways, what is the "we" that you are talking about? I already told you, we need to prove our usefulness dash. Mercury interrupts. Hold on, I never told you that I wanted that. What made you think Cinder would appreciate it anyways? Let's just ask her what to say than fucking it up even more. Cinder gave us a chance, I say that we return that favor by making her see that we can follow her commands to the fullest. Her comment makes Mercury chuckle for a moment. Seriously? You're worried for her? PFT. If only you knew. Before Emerald could try to respond, Cinder had finally finished and was straightening herself out. Her dress stops its glow as the fire dust woven into it dies down from inactive use. She readjusts her look and observes the White Fang hiding behind the barricades. You. I will promote you to manage the White Fang. She points an aflame finger at the one who spoke a while ago. The White Fang lieutenant nods deeply, hoping not to offend Cinder by denying his new position. What about Haitian's men? He asks. Cinder looks around the room and scans for any possible candidate. She sighs in disappointment as she scans the hopeless grunts that litter the area. Her hand drags from her face as she looks behind her to see Mercury and Emerald. Fine, I'll do it myself. Emerald approaches her. What about our entrance to Beacon? Cinder pauses for a moment. You'll have to make do with just the two of you for now. I will return days before the dance happens. You know what to do, don't mess up. After the stern warning, Emerald goes back to her place next to Mercury who wore a neutral face after their small conversation during Cinder's outburst. Cinder grits her teeth and places a finger in between them and bites into her nails. The delays were going to have to be rectified by them changing how they were going to orchestrate a breach. They might have to skimp out on explosives and let the White Fang lessen their operations to make sure they'd have enough dust. The operation was delayed even further, some sacrifices had to be made to rectify that. We'll have to deal with what we have and prematurely relocate to the south. We need all hands on deck in trying to breach the walls with fewer explosives. Cinder turns to the lieutenant she newly appointed head of the White Fang. Deal with the brats. I'll assign you part of the Fang along with some dust and arms. You already know what will happen if you report back to me a failure. The head of the White Fang reluctantly nods. He turns to his fellow members and sees their reactions mixed. They had already had a lot of attention drawn to themselves after the few failed operations, so most of them knew that fighting whoever was catching them had a high chance of letting them get arrested. What happened at the other location? Adam disappeared at the docks but Haitian was not mentioned as being in the same place. Cinder looked straight towards the new head of the White Fang. Her fiery eyes bore down for another question. The White Fang gulps nervously as he tries to answer. Boss, we did try to find out soon after. The information network Haitian was building up still had some steam left in it to be of use. He gave a glance behind him, signaling his fellow members to give him their scroll. Soon enough, a person gave him a scroll they had prepared during a small team huddle that happened alongside Emerald's and Mercury's own conversation. The small mental breakdown Cinder had made them think of how to alleviate the situation by planning what they should present to her if she asks another question. Thankfully for them, one had already done so by asking around as soon as they received the news of Adam's apparent disappearance and probable capture. Here it is, a few of Haitian's men already collaborated with us to find out more about the SDC train station that they failed to take. He swiped on the scroll, using the prepared information they managed to piece together last second. They had figured out the descriptions on those responsible. Cinder had another twitch visible to everyone. The men flinched but the White Fang head trudged through the scare. Was it the brats again? Cinder asked in a low tone. No, we suspect it was someone else as well. Someone that you and we all personally knew at one point. Cinder stiffened her expression. How did you come to know of this? I don't need liars at my side trying to save their skin. The man shakes his head. Hayes' men asked around. Them being humans made it so people wouldn't suspect them as much. There has been a gossip going around the facility where the fight took place. Cinder nodded. Continue. Well, you won't like this but, the description includes a little girl in red with a scythe. Cinder tightens her hands together as her dress began to glow from the fire dust woven inside of it. That little. I knew it. There's someone else, you won't like this one even more. The comment the head of the White Fang made was a mistake since it instigated her so much that Cinder menacingly walks towards the man and confronts the new information by getting closer. Who? The man's palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy. He reaches his final revelation to Cinder. A man, with a bowler hat, a cane, and his name rhymes with candlestick. The White Fang immediately takes cover and jumps towards the pillars and walls still standing. Mercury and Emerald take the chance to do the same as they see their boss starting to rapidly twitch her eyes. Ah shit, here we go again. Mercury, I swear to the gods, shut the hell up. Her unhinged rage finally reaches an apex. The man who left her plans so long ago, the same man that began the plans spiral downwards, the same man who is now directly going against her and working with who she calls the brats. Cinder sparks her hands and raises her head high as she unleashes a banshee scream. Rumaman. Torchwick. Chapter 50, Call to Arms. Torchwick was enjoying a nice bottle of classic Valian wine before he felt a chill from his spine. Goosebumps formed as he quickly sat up from his previous resting position in his chair. The hell was that? Torchwick feels a jolt and looked around him as if someone just shouted for his name. He swiveled his head around but found no one. Whatever that was, I can't even enjoy my wine anymore. He sat up disgruntled from the ominous sign and puts back on his bowler hat. Fixing up his clothes, he reaches for his cane and walked toward the basement. Guess I'll take it out on our new friends. Using the hook on his cane he turns the protruding metal on the door handle and swings it open with his foot. A loud thud echoes out as the door slams into the wall it's placed on. Torchwick slowly goes down step by step. The wooden frame creaks as the inhabitants below take notice of the criminal's entrance and approach. The full view of the room shows itself, cells adorned with steel, the rusted irons of cuffs, and recently bought tools hanging on the walls. Torchwick swung his cane around his hand, twirling it as he closes in on his main target. Hey Xiong, glad to see that our little session from yesterday seemed to not disturb you for a bit. The said man was hanging from his feet. Strung up on the wall, his head reddening not just from the blood he had spilled but from the way he was positioned. Oh, I know what would make that look perfect. Let's see. He spots a pair of red sunglasses that He and his men used. A signature look of sorts for the Xiong family they use for their uniforms. Torchwick picks it up and affixes it to the upside-down He. The pair of sunglasses get let down on his head as Torchwick steps back to admire his handiwork. Well, now that's a good look. The red suits you. Now then gentlemen. He gestures around the room before noticing the twins being gagged and blindfolded. And ladies, let's get down to business, shall we? A loud scoff grabs his attention. Torchwick looked to his right and sees Adam. Tied up like the rest but with a large cone on his head. Did the dog just bark? Oh, pardon me, bull, but animals are all the same, aren't they? Need to chain them up to make them docile. Torchwick taunts him through the cell as Adam lunges for him. The chains and ropes holding him back, while Torchwick doesn't even flinch. Don't worry my old associate. I'll give you belly rubs again soon enough. Don't want to play favorites now, do we? He turns back around back to He and smiles. Torchwick lets go of his cane and place it on a table. He removes his hat and places it on a rack. Torchwick crouches as he retrieves a bloody ice cream shop apron. It had been days this routine had been going on. Torchwick was cruel but smart, he would adjust the special aura-suppressing cuffs, enough to make them regenerate but slow to still leave them in pain. He had gotten from police officers he dirt on. Not that hard to make a few pieces of equipment that get mishandled and lost. Let's see what have on the menu for today. Torchwick drags his hand across multiple tools, shears, normal garden clippers, saws, and other objects. Let's this try again, shall we? What do you know about Cinder? He picks up some pliers and tests them out. He puts it in his front pocket on the apron and opens a fridge. Well, looks like someone been a bit hungry. I thought I had some extra ice cream saved up in here, but it looks like one of you ate a whole tub. He looks toward Hae-Xiong with a smirk. Have you eaten it? You know that that's not good for you. Hae-Xiong struggles around before replying. It's that midget of yours and you know that. Torchwick ignores him. We need to check if you have any cavities. I need to take care of my captives after all. He hums in contemplation, although, I don't know about being a dentist. Torchwick fakes an idea popping into his head. Oh, I know. Let's just start from the back row to the front, shall we? He fetches his pliers and starts restraining the head of Hae-Xiong. Hae responds by closing his mouth as hard as possible before being punched in the stomach. The punch makes him weaken and lets Torchwick open Hae's mouth involuntarily. He shoves his shoes inside his mouth as Torchwick lowers himself to Hae. Clench your teeth, this one is going to hurt a lot. Oh wait, you can't. He pulls hard on one of the molars. Each pull numbs the root of Hae's mouth for only a few short milliseconds before needle-prickling pain arrives. Hae claws at the wall to try and get through the pain, but it wouldn't stop. Torchwick doesn't stop, but he doesn't do all the teeth in quick succession. He made sure to let his body get used to the pain for a while before repeating it with the next one. Hae-Xiong screams more, his blood seeping to the inside of his mouth as he desperately spits it out in order to breathe. Millie and Militia shake in horror as they both hear what was going on while Adam scowls at the event. The sounds of screams could be heard as Torchwick worked on his job. Hours later. A pair of bloodied pliers hits the rest of the metallic tools. Followed by the rest of the other things Torchwick used to finally get out the information he needed. He swipes off some blood onto the apron and takes it off. Grimacing at the amount of cleaning he needed to do just to remove the stains from his uncovered clothes. He washes up and picks up his hat and cane before heading upstairs. He takes out a cigar and lights it up and exhales a breath of smoke. Torchwick searches for his pockets and retrieves a scroll. He swipes and taps at the display before a dialing tone is heard. A few moments later and Neo on the other side answers. The loud buzzing nearby caught Torchwick's attention, confirming the presence of the airplane Hans was currently using. You're there with Lunchbox, right? Tell him we can proceed, although we need to lay low for a while. Since cops are now running around detaining anyone suspicious. Torchwick hangs up and gazes back at the door. He smiles and returns to trying to enjoy some fine wine. Only to be upset that it's empty. Neo heard the call being ended and went back to flying the bullhead they stole. It was a serene image, the seas below and the azure waves crashing into each other. The revolution of the sentient machine race will come. It was ruined by Merlot's constant praise. She had to tie him up and gag him just to shut him up. Every time she does so, Merlot somehow escapes to keep praising Hans like a madman. He keeps spouting nonsense like replicating the sentient machine to rule over the world as if he was actually going to do it. Good for them though that Merlot wasn't interested in escaping anymore. Now, he was just climbing into the cockpit to look at the BF-109F fighting off airborne enemies. Merlot was indulging in every maneuver Hans was doing. Amazed at the vertical and horizontal capabilities. Bullheads were good too, but the ability to climb altitudes faster made it so the plane had more room to move in than a more bulky bullhead. It wasn't helping that Hans was practicing rolls, turns, dives, and other aerial movements. So Merlot was practically drooling at the window thinking how the world would change if Hans could be replicated more times. As for Hans outside, he was finally done with the island and was heading back to Forever Fall. He was satisfied at the haul and would finally be preparing to strike at the heart. SL equals 5,702,422 11,293,728 SL. Vehicle RP equals 174, 723, 527, 282 RP. Convertible RP equals 982,192 RP 1,459,219. Hans saw the worn-out makeshift runway they were using and lowered his landing gear to land. Since being a plane needed more space to land, he was first to go before Neo followed and landed as well. Soon after they landed, Neo dragged Merlot toward Hans. He transformed back into his Tiger 2P, and idled along the trees. Neo skipped along the floor as she waves Hans over for a message. Did Torchwick finally find out what we need? Neo nods, she takes out her scroll and shakes it. Hans smiles on the inside. We're going to be busy this week. He looks at a smiling Neo gleefully twirling her parasol. Hans took a look at the still-standing Merlot Hans had forgotten about. He turns his turret to Merlot. Any idea what we are going to do with this one? Neo stops her smile and looks toward Merlot and sighs. She signs out some words for Hans to try and translate. Hans takes a while to figure it out, but he eventually got to translate it. Yeah, let's just leave him at the ice cream shop. Hans stares at the skies and wonders aloud for everyone to hear. Why do I always get crazy people with me? Neo pouts, but Hans ignores it and continues. Don't tell me you aren't. She looks with a blank expression at Hans and glances from side to side. With a reluctant nod, she accepts Hans' statement. See. I'll contact RWBY and bring them up to speed. We need to act fast since our information is a bit late. She'd have adjusted her plans by now the moment she learned Hay's been captured. For now, we have to wait. In Beacon Academy during lunch. Ruby straightened up from her seat at the lunch table. Across from them sat Team JNPR, who were currently minding their own business. She huffed and broke the news to the other members. Team RWBY. We finally have a break in the case. Weiss takes the chance to hit a heavy hand towards the back of Ruby's head. Ouch. Why'd you do that for? Weiss pinches her ear and drags her down further toward her seat. Weiss' face was now filled with irritation as she yanks Ruby's head. You keep screaming it out, you buffoon. Didn't you learn from last time that you don't need to announce the news for the whole school to hear? I swear if Hans decides to contact you ever again, I'm going to seriously consider replacing you as a leader. From the sidelines, Blake calls for their attention. I hate to agree with Weiss of all people dash. Hey. But you nearly did kind of expose us to Ojban by saying we were huntresses in training. Ruby sees her team looking at her, expecting her to listen and keep her voice down when trying to do stuff for Hans. Alright. I'll keep quiet from now on. The rest of the team eye her suspiciously. Ruby coughs roughly and cups her hands to her mouth and this time promises it more quietly. Right, sorry, quiet. She zips her mouth as if to signal to the team that she was now serious about keeping the information to their own. We need to go. Hans said he has something special for me and to bring along the rest of us. Blake interrupts. Don't tell us the specifics here, we still have classes, so tell us later when we leave. Good thing this day will end early since Professor Goodwitch had some important business. Young stops for a moment to catch a piece of pancake thrown by Nora across the table and turns to the rest of the team. What business would she have anyway? Isn't she super busy already? The rest of the team contemplate the question. What was Goodwitch doing that was important enough to cancel classes that afternoon? Meanwhile. Glinda, please. Listen to yourself, this is not you. Ojban was currently raising his hand at Glinda right across his office table. His breath held itself while he begged Glinda to not do the deed. I've had enough, Ojban. We're supposed to work hard in admitting foreign students, but here you are drinking the same thing over and over again instead of working. Glinda shakes her fists that we holding onto a bag. Her agitated state was boiling over as she has in her grasp something precious to Ojban. These coffee beans. It's all the source. I always thought that they were bad news. Ojban lowers his hand and tries to defuse the current hostage situation ongoing. Glinda, they're just coffee beans, let's all take a breather and relax. A twitch in her eye meant Ojban had chosen the wrong choice of words in the set amount of time. Oz, I don't get a breather or any kind of relaxation. You on the other hand. She points at Ojban and then grips the bag of coffee beans even tighter. She sees the reflection of light coming from the windows and she prepares her riding crop for her semblance. With a twirl, a purple glow came from the bags and window. It bursts open violently and the bag of coffee beans gets thrown out the window. No. My precious. Ojban dives out, trying to catch his precious coffee beans. As soon as he got out of the window he doesn't see the coffee beans falling. He tumbles and falls before another purple glow surrounded him and the coffee beans that were hidden below the window by Glinda's semblance. Ojban gets thrown back into the room to see Glinda with the coffee beans and smirking as she closes the elevator door. The elevator starts to descend while Ojban, now coffeeless, grabs his empty mug and sips on air. I'll find them, eventually. Elevator music tunes in as Glinda starts inputting the floor she plans on hiding the stash of coffee beans. After a while, she steps out of the elevator and sees cameras staring at her. I'll have to hide these for the whole day just to rehabilitate this coffee addict. Back to RWBY. Weiss speak up in response, it must be very important to the school then. Well, now that we have discussed that, it seems we are ready to go on with our dash. Just then, a single misaligned pie gets thrown across the table and impacts Weiss' face as soon as she was finishing her sentence. Yang looks shocked at the accidental hit while Nora from the other side launches herself on top of the table. Food fight. Blake could only react for a few short moments as all hell breaks loose and she takes cover underneath the table. I guess we'll be late for a while. Chapter 51, Operation Citadel. Forever Fall was bathed in the red light of dusk, the motionless and resting Hans sat nearby. He fell asleep while waiting for Team RWBY to come down from Beacon. Torchwick had already arrived half an hour ago. Torchwick flicks up his bowler hat and groans profusely. He stretched his back and yawned after his short nap. He started to get off the branch he slept on and landed on the ground. With a tap of his cane, he gently wakens the resting Hans nearby. When are those brats going to arrive? They've never been this late to your operations, lunchbox. Neo appears nearby as she groggily opens her eyes and rubs them. Sleeping on the floor was never good, but at this point, they had nothing to do while waiting for Team RWBY to arrive. Hans entirely comes back to consciousness and felt the cane tapping his side armor. Well, good timing that they're arriving just now. In the tree lanes were the 4 members of Team RWBY who was still acting as if they weren't late for almost an hour from the agreed-upon meeting time. Alright, now that we're all here I can convene our second operation against Cinder. Torchwick takes his scroll and taps it. Looking through the notes that he listed down after his interrogation with Hei Xiong. Let's get straight to the point so we don't waste any more time. Cinder plans on making a breach on Vale and infiltrating Beacon. I couldn't get more out but it looks like Hei was not informed of more. Hans already expected this since he had watched the show. Though Team RWBY were feeling their skin creep up as they heard the news. Infiltrate Beacon? But why? Hans looked at the rest of the team digesting the information with mixed emotions. Most of those who were already in Beacon looked with horror which Hans noticed. Torchwick, did Hei tell you who were supposed to infiltrate Beacon? Torchwick swipes at the device he had opened and skimmed through the contents. Not directly but Hei thinks it's the 2 teens that were always accompanying her. Cinder, Mercury, Emerald, and one of the twins were going to be foreign exchange students. Mercury is the one with gray hair and eyes, Marcus Black's son if I recall. Emerald is some street rat I don't recognize but Hei described her with brown skin and green hair and red eyes. Torchwick hands out sketches he had made to let Team RWBY know who they were looking for. Hans checked the sketches and was impressed. I never knew you drew that good, Torchwick. Torchwick smiles, get used to me being good, lunchbox. I saw one of my police sketches and it was horrible back when I was still a small-time thief. Decided to make one that's better for my image but they still use the old ones. I still resent that police officer to this day. RWBY takes the 2 pieces of paper detailing the faces of Mercury and Emerald. Hey! I recognize these 2. They were in Vale when we tested out our own tank. Weiss peeks over her shoulder and squints as she too remembers the 2 faces. So, these are the 2 we need to catch, she looks toward Hans. Yes, preferably without Ojban interfering at all. How did they get accepted? I doubt Ojban would overlook something like this. Blake questions. To everyone's surprise, it was Torchwick who replied instead of Hans. Either Ojban is more incompetent than I thought, or Leonardo Lionheart is in on it. RWBY had some doubts about Torchwick's suggestion. How'd you come to that solution? Maybe they're just that good in infiltration. Red, 2 are criminals you could easily look up if you were a headmaster of a huntsman academy. Marcus Black was infamous in the underworld, his son was already known in specific circles. Someone like a headmaster would be listening closely to that kind of information. The twins are the same. Cinder would barely pass as being a teenager, I don't think she'd be the kind of student you would expect to be normal. Emerald would only be the one who could fit in as a student without too much suspicion. Why would anyone do this? RWBY clutches the sketches. Torchwick takes a deep breath, Lunchbox probably knows why, he points to Hans. They all knew who they were talking about. Ever since Hans had revealed somewhat the existence of a higher authority to Cinder, they all could guess what kind of motivation Cinder would have. What else? Hans inquires more. Right, there are going to be fleets of bullheads relocating to the south. Torchwick lifts his scroll and opens a map of Vale. He pointed to the south, where it showed the image of Mountain Glen. Cinder has a tight deadline, which is why Hei was pressured into personally attending robberies and a more dangerous but profitable job. We don't know for sure if Cinder is going to board what specific bullhead. Hans nods his gun in understanding. So we need for them to transport everything to Mountain Glen to take them all out at once. We know that they plan on infiltrating Beacon and Cinder is in a rush. It's a bit of a risk, but splitting ourselves up to deal with each problem separately would be fine. Alright, we know where to go, who to target, and when we will strike. Team RWBY, see to it that when Emerald and Mercury arrive, they will discreetly disappear. I trust you can do that in your own school. Torchwick, Neo, and I will wait for Cinder at Mountain Glen tomorrow to give Cinder enough time to move everything in there. They all nod their heads in agreement. It was a decent plan of action, but they digressed. It was hard to pin down exactly where Cinder would be, but based on the information Torchwick got out of Heixiong, but it was a plan they could hold on to. Though I still want some more preparations in place before we do strike at Cinder. Hold on, I may have something more. RWBY, you will come along with Torchwick and me to collaborate on something important. While Neo will arrive in Mountain Glen in the city itself, she should make it possible to confirm Cinder's presence with her semblance. Hans looked around the group to see them accept his decision, only to see Merlot standing among the crowd of team members. Why is he still here? He points his barrel toward the out-of-place mad scientist listening in closely to the conversation. Neo raises her parasol and starts unsheathing her blade. Merlot extends his hands in submission. Hold on. Let me work with you. Hans looked at the crazed man looking at him with a glow in his cybernetic eye. Merlot smiles, confident that Hans would want his genius in order to help Hans. It was going to be a benefit, he thought. Merlot wanted to work on the next superior being and Hans would appreciate his help. Kill him. Hans bluntly said. Neo begins to let out the blade and thrusts the tip into the Merlot's back. No, wait. I know you want to use that generator. I can create one that would fit you perfectly. Hans considered the offer but denies it anyway. RWBY could do that. Merlot gets insulted at being compared to a little girl that was more cookie and milk than his self-proclaimed mega genius. He turned to the girl in question, ignoring the pain of a blade digging into his skin. What? No, she cannot. I'll finish the designs before this little girl even finishes planning it, he declares. RWBY in turn feels like she was also insulted by Merlot's sudden aggression toward her. Is that a challenge? Merlot scoffs. It wouldn't be one when you're involved. RWBY narrows her eyes. You're on. Hans, please let this old fart in on the plan. Hans saw the undying fire of enthusiasm in RWBY's expression. Knowing fully well that no one could stop her from making a weapon or new tech. You know what? Fine. Torchwick, if he does anything weird, cave his head in. With pleasure. Blake raises her hand. Hans, who is this anyway? Hans realizes that nobody even heard Merlot's name being called out. Instead of Hans answering the question, Merlot interrupts by waving around his hands in his own unrestrained monologuing. I thought you'd never ask. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Dr. Merlot, the founder of Merlot Industries. I was once a believer in Grimm, but now thanks to my eyes being opened, I was wrong in my ways because the true answer is in him. Blake's cat ears twitch in recognition. Merlot Industries. The one that fell in Mountain Glen. The same one. I missed how many experiments I'd done in that old lab, but that was now in the past since I have moved on to bigger things. You were the one that caused it to collapse, didn't you? Blake pieced together his statements on experimentation and Grimm. Merlot laughs. No, I already saw the signs, I merely accelerated the natural process. Weiss lowers her head and crosses her arms. Great, we have a criminal and a mentally compromised psychopath on our team. Now we have a mass murderer as well, how wonderful. Hans waves off their concerns. Alright, enough on that, we are going to somewhere secluded. Torchwick and I will be the ones obtaining the materials needed while you work on something. RWBY looks with curiosity. What are we going to make? I forgot to ask a while ago. Hans grins from within. Apart from the shield that you guys want to build, let's just say it's a present for Cinder. The team closes, listening in for what Hans had in mind. We are going to make gas bombs. Weiss draws back in mild shock. Isn't that a bit much? Don't worry, it's only gas that will paralyze. I got the idea when I raided an island a while ago. RWBY felt her mouth frown at what they were going to make. I don't think I know anything about chemistry. Merlot chuckles. Ha. See. Little Red can't even make something simple as that. RWBY clenches her fist and stomps her foot on the ground at the taunting. Why you? Hans, let me make it. Not just paralyzing. I'll make it corrosive. No. I'll make it suppress aura too. RWBY, are you suggesting we start violating the Geneva Conventions? RWBY looked confused. Geneva, what now? Do they not have something similar in Remnant yet? I mean, they did have a war, but nothing in RWBY can compare to what we had on Earth. Well, maybe leave out the other stuff for now, though. Do you realize that we're using these on people? I don't think you'd want them to experience whatever you plan on putting. RWBY lowers her shoulders, she deflates under the realization. Oh. Hans saw her sad look and tried to alleviate her sudden unhappiness. Well, at the end of the day, they are still weapons and are aimed at enemy combatants, so cheer up. Hans didn't see a change in her feelings. Paralyzing bombs it is. Blake spoke up from the side. Are we going to name this operation too? Hans thought about it and guessed what kind of name they would take inspiration from. I have a feeling you already have one in mind, right? RWBY recovers from her dismay and raises her hand. Oh, let's call this one Operation Citadel. I knew it. I wonder if that's just a passive effect from my system. I'll have to ask the moderator later on if it becomes a problem. Okay, now that we all know what we're going to do, get some sleep. Rest your nerves, it'll be important to relax about what we do for the next few days. We need everyone in top shape until we finish Cinder off. Chapter 52, Preparation. The next day. RWBY had skipped school, with many risks of getting apprehended by the professors. There was a complication in trying to convince Glinda that the team was not acting suspiciously in any way. They already caught the attention of the headmaster, so they thought it would be far-fetched that they could get away. But they did get away with it. Somehow, or so RWBY had told Hans. Metal tools rattled on top tables as RWBY tosses back one she used recently. Merlot from another side of the cordoned-off area finishes up his own work. They glance at each other's work with narrowed eyes. Their bombs had been made and they were confident in the work they had put in. A moment later they dragged their prototypes from their workspace and transfer them to a trolley, specially made to carry bombs of a large variety. The 1,000 kilograms bomb variety. It was still early in the day, so they would finish their final designs by the end of the day. They only created a smaller version of what they planned on making, which they would show Hans. The bomb trolley rolled along the floor, and the heavy-duty equipment supporting both Merlot's and RWBY's bombs made its way to Hans. Merlot holds on to the handle with a relaxed grip. Not too late to give up, let me burden myself with designing the tech and you may go back to troubling yourself with cookies and milk. RWBY didn't flinch, her determined look stealing her willpower enough to ignore the taunt. Hans turned his turret to see the both of them with a model of their designs. It was their prototypes that were made to the specifications that Hans wanted. Hans gestures for Merlot to take the stand and present his idea. With a smirk, he shows his creation. Hans, this is a small twist on my already existing nerve agent that I used on my island. It's quick and effective, the gas spreads out in a large area. A single breath and a normal person would start feeling lightheaded, soon enough another breath would render the muscles strain and struggle. The next step would be the complete disconnection of motor functions to voluntary movements. I needed to modify my formula for a while, so it wouldn't kill them by stopping the heart. He reaches for his creation and opens the latch he prepared beforehand. It would be absent on the actual bomb, but he needed it to show Hans the specifics. For the bomb itself. Once the timer inside reaches a few seconds it would split the bomb apart. Inside it will have these. Merlot holds up a steel ball the size of his hand, it was hefty despite being a scaled-down size. Each of these has the nerve agent inside them. They all detonate on impact and release the gas inside. It will cluster around an entire area and cover everything in gas. Hans was intrigued, it was a cluster bomb that had gas instead of explosives. A small modification, but Hans had concerns. The mechanisms inside would make it expensive since additional parts that were inside the bomb would have complicated moving sections. Each of the steel balls inside would also take more money out of his account. Not like he was worried about it for now. The 10x price multiplier for restocking will be painful. The DIPCBC he had was decently priced since it was not complicated. RWBY just added dust to it so it didn't cost to lob out tons of ammunition. Merlot's bomb looked like a wonder of engineering, but it would come with a price. RWBY was up next for her turn to show Hans her design. She peeks an eye at Merlot and grins with confidence. Heh, Merlot. Have you forgotten that Mountain Glen has one quality as a city? It has two layers, the upper and lower layer. She opens your own bomb with an extravagant display. Ahem, I present to you my masterpiece. Tada! Hans looked at the insides of the bomb and was surprised to see a coincidental sight. Isn't that a thicker-looking APFSDS? Either it's just a big coincidence or my system is affecting them in a big way. When this drops and stabilizes, it will travel through the air at high speeds. It will pierce into the top layer and go through the ground. The moment the tungsten tip hits the ground, the softer metal around the bomb will deform and secure the hollowed core inside. The fuse will trigger the moment it hits the ground and starts leaking out gas. It's the same as Melo's gas, but I used wind dust at the back to make it spread out faster rather than letting it settle. There is no complicated machinery in this since it is designed to release gas like your shells, Hans. So no misfires can happen while it goes through the air until it could hit something hard enough to resist it. Hans nodded. The underground area was certainly harder for gas to spread and where Cinder would likely be. I'll use them both, but I will use Merlot's design as a default. Ruby had a betrayed look in her eyes. What? But, why? Not everyone is going to hide underground and with thick armor. Yours relies on the tip and fuse piercing enough material for it to activate, which is perfect for Mountain Glen, but Merlot can cover a lot of areas. For general use, I prefer Merlot's, although it needs to be simplified. I can commend you for making it simple in design, but it's still good. Hans left Ruby and Merlot, turning to Torchwick, who was watching the display. Humph, don't beat yourself about it, Red. It's still good in certain circumstances. Now then, Hans and I will be heading back to Vale to appropriate some materials for you both to finish the final design. Ruby appreciated the comment on her bomb but still sulked since she was certain that Merlot was going to start laughing at her for not being chosen for the bomb. Ruby prepared herself to receive Merlot's taunting, but it didn't arrive. Nothing at all. She turns her head to see Merlot closely inspecting her bomb prototype. He fiddled with it while stroking his chin. I seem to have forgotten to incorporate dust in my own design. I was too focused on perfecting the mechanism that I wanted for my cluster bombs. Though I recommend making where the tungsten tip meets with the hollow part of the bomb into softer and malleable metal. It'll make it easier for it to snap off once it pierces something to make sure the gas releases without problems. Merlot assessed Ruby's creation seemingly without putting down her self-esteem at failing to be picked by Hans. Ruby took out her scroll and started taking down notes. Merlot returns to his own bomb trolley. I've underestimated you. Ha! Looks like you do your craft well. Ruby felt elated at the praise. Of course. Nothing gets in between me and making weapons, especially for Hans. I can see that a brilliant mind would do best to be fostered rather than inhibited. If we are working for the perfect specimen, I can see us working well, if only we could replicate this tank. Merlot sighs. I ran the numbers, current technologies wouldn't even move the almost 60 tons that Hans weighed without breaking. I simulated it while on my capture on how the chassis would handle the strain. I found out that it breaks after traveling for only a few kilometers. Ruby remembers Hans giving her team plus Neo our own tank. About that, Hans can make tanks of his own appear out of nowhere. There is this pop-up hologram that assigns us to positions. At first, we didn't even know how to operate it, but Hans somehow made us experts in a moment. Mechanical breakdowns didn't occur, which was amazing to me. When we suffered damage and reported it to Hans, it would self-repair without any input from us. The ammunition also restocked after we beat up a bunch of Grimm. Oh. And there is this thing where we can push our semblance through the tank itself. Merlot claps slowly. I knew it, we truly are entering a new age. If all that you said is true, then perhaps we have a chance to move humanity into a golden age if Hans can utilize his weaponry to eradicate the Grimm at a steady pace. Well, ours isn't sentient, but I get your point. Why are you so obsessed with Hans anyway? Merlot looks at the bombs and back at Ruby. I saw that we were never going to win our war against the Grimm, so of course, the only reasonable answer was to turn the Grimm into better lifeforms to control them and save Remnant. Call me an idealist, but it was a good plan. I would use the Grimm to destroy the Grimm. Those ignorant fools that rejected my idea didn't believe I can make it work. I just needed enough time and resources for more experiments, and I would eventually create the serum I needed to control my mutated Grimm effectively. Ruby grimaces at the ludicrous thoughts of Merlot. He was certainly a madman to Ruby, but she wanted to know more. What made you stop? The existence of Hans, that could not break, cannot feel pain, had the firepower to overwhelm Grimm with ease, easily transform itself into an airborne form, and perhaps much more made me change my idea. The answer was not of flesh and bone but of steel and machine. Merlot thought out loud. Ruby started heading back to their workspace from earlier, bringing along her bomb prototype. She stops at her table and brings up her bomb with a crane. Alright, let's get to work. Merlot does the same thing, and an idea came to him the moment he started to let up his own creation to the table. We should start sharing our ideas around. RWBY felt her head jerk upward at the recommendation. Aren't we in a competition? Giving out our ideas to one another would make it less of a competition. Merlot was confident that he could do much better. If he had not forgotten about dust and its application, then maybe he could have improved his version much better. To his mind, Hans was right in aspects. Merlot and his bomb were too over-engineered for now, and he needed to take inspiration from RWBY to make it less convoluted. His overemphasis on the mechanical parts made him narrow his ideas by a lot. If we give each other ideas, then maybe I could make a better product. I'll make my shield better than yours, like how Hans chose my bomb design over yours. RWBY smiles. Bring it. They both bring up their scrolls and lay out blank blueprints. They eye each other and pop open a marker they would use. They stare at each other for a while. A single leaf landed right in front of them as they rushed to finish their designs. They scribbled up numbers and brainstormed ideas, using Hans as a template to integrate a hardlight shield. There was only one generator that was acquisitioned by Hans during his stay on Merlot's island, so they would use that as a basis as well. They would finish their designs for both the new bombs and hardlight shields by today and would stay up all night to create the thing. It would be on a tight schedule, but since they already had the generator at hand, they only needed a few adjustments to create it. Hans flew back to Vale occasionally and returned to some unnamed location where RWBY and Merlot were secretly making their own designs for Hans to use. It reached late into the night before they finished and showed the final prototypes to Hans, who was happy with it. Eventually, both RWBY and Merlot worked on the generator without competing anymore. The time restraint would force them to work together. Arguments broke out, but they led to improvements. Hans received everything by the end of the day and was ready. Neo already took the entire day to confirm and sneak around Mountain Glen. It was her expertise, so it didn't take long to figure out that Cinder was indeed present in Mountain Glen. Hans, Torchwick, Merlot, and RWBY finished packing the finished bombs in the docking bay of Hans' bomber. Both were heavy enough to require the creation of equipment just to carry them to the bomb bay. As soon as they finalized the preparation, Hans closed the entire bomber and could see the notification popping out. As the system processes the new ammunition type. Notice, ammunition modification available. Apply. Certainly. Paralysis-inducing payload R series detected. Paralysis-inducing payload M series detected. Looks good. Now we just wait for the rest of Team RWBY to arrive after dealing with Emerald and Mercury. The message Neo sent us means we can now strike. The rustling of leaves made them all look toward the source of the noise. The near darkness made it hard for them all to notice if it's the rest of Team RWBY arriving. Eventually, they could see figures slowly walking toward them. Only for Hans to look in surprise at the addition of 5 more people. Mercury and Emerald were also present but were knocked out as Hans wanted. What he didn't want though was someone he definitely warned them to not get the attention of. There, right in between a mortified Weiss, Blake, and Jan was the headmaster himself. While another team was now present. Well, Glinda certainly didn't want me to come face to face with you. You indeed changed a lot from the last time I saw you. It's our first time officially meeting, isn't it? Hans. Team JNPR stood there like they saw their lives flash before their eyes as Hans suddenly moved closer to Ojban. Gunbarrel pointed at them while Hans processed the downright horrendous sight of more people witnessing him. He turned to Weiss, who Hans assigned to be the temporary leader while RWBY was away. His gears from within sounded through the night, signaling to Weiss that she was going to die from Hans. What the fuck happened? Weiss went for a Dejiza and practically implanted her forehead to the ground as she started apologizing profusely. She muttered a whole paragraph that she might have been practicing on their walk of shame going to Hans. Hans tuned most of it out since he was now focusing on Ojban smiling at him. Blake interrupts Weiss' constant apologies and strides in front. Well, it's a long story. Chapter 53, Oopsie. 16 hours ago. Weiss tossed and turned as she rested, her slumber being interfered with by something uncomfortable. She felt something heavy preventing her from moving the lower half of her body. Eventually, she had enough of the inconvenience and tried to get up. RWBY. Right on her waist was RWBY drooling all over Weiss' nightgown, which was now increasingly getting more soaked. Weiss placed both hands on their team leader to push her away. RWBY. Wake up, you numbskull. You're ruining my clothes. RWBY's tightly wrapped arms slackened as she woke up with her eyes half open. 5 more minutes. She yawned and snuggled even deeper, she mistakes Weiss for a pillow and starts to sleep on top of her. RWBY landed right on Weiss' torso as she rubbed her face on Weiss. Gah! Stop doing that. She re-attempts to pry off RWBY, who was still sleeping like a rock. Weiss' attempt didn't seem to affect RWBY that much, but something else certainly did. Why's this pillow so hard? Thud. Weiss snaps. Ow. Why'd you do that for? Weiss was having none of it after RWBY had unintentionally insulted her lack of a certain quality. She stood up and glared at RWBY, who was busy rubbing her head after she was ungracefully shoved off full force. Don't talk to me. Having her day ruined, she quickly woke up the others ahead of time. Having her rest interrupted, she thought then she might as well get the day started. They changed into their school clothes and prepared to get their day started. It was an important day for the team. Once they got debriefed again about what they were going to do, everyone got nervous. It was risky and everyone knew that one misstep could lead to exposure. RWBY, you don't need to bring a vomit bag. It's not like you're facing a wyvern or something. RWBY shook her head violently. But what if it went all wrong? What if I get expelled? No, what if they take away my precious crescent rose? Yang kept her hands firmly on RWBY's shoulders as she kept down as she tried to calm her nerves down. We've been going at this for almost the entire way down the hall, Rubes. We are already halfway there. Yang turned her little sister around and gave her a reassuring smile. You ready? RWBY held her red cloak tightly around herself. No. I can't act to save my life, Yang. The only time I ever tried to act was in front of Dad when he caught me with my hand literally stuck in a cookie jar. Yang snorted at the memory. PFT. Relax. Just be adorable like you always are. She ruffled RWBY's hair as she advised her sister. You laughing at me doesn't make me relax at all. Blake offered her idea. We could always feed you Ren's monstrosity of a nutritional drink. Weiss visibly gagged at remembering the smell, the look, and the general appearance of whatever was in that drink Ren showed to them before lunch. Blake, we're trying to make RWBY look sick, not die a horrible death. Team JNPR was nearby, heading toward the nurse's office after Pira Grand slammed John into the ground after accidentally peeking at her changing. He swears that it was truly an accident, but the rest of us somehow doubted it. Though Pira herself never denied it. Nora was at the head of the group like usual and spotted Team RWBY and gleefully called for their attention. Hello, have you seen a sloth that escaped captivity? Weiss looked up and had a questioning look. Sloth. I thought pets aren't allowed in the dorms. They aren't. Ren as usual had shown himself with a completely neutral face courtesy of his semblance. Nora, had a dream last night about owning a sloth. I apologize for bothering you with her usual shenanigans. Pira noticed RWBY's abnormal state of nervousness and couldn't help but be concerned. RWBY. Are you fine? Do we need to bring you along to the nurse's office? She's fin dash. Weiss stopped herself and realized the opportunity. No dash, I mean she's actually sick. We are taking her to Glinda to ask for her to go to the hospital. The hospital? Wouldn't the nurse be fine? I know Joy doesn't usually treat anything like what RWBY has, but she does a great job nonetheless. Pira says. Weiss thought hard for an excuse. It's really bad, I think we are seeing the first stage of something else. Weiss felt satisfied with her answer. Yeah, that's a good one. Pira looked back at RWBY still violently shaking. Alright, be safe. Let's go John, we need to make Joy stop the bleeding. Team RWBY saw their friends leaving to the edge of the hallway. They stopped right in front of what RWBY had dreaded all along, Glinda's office. RWBY looked up to see Glinda's nameplate on the wooden door. It was any normal door you'd find anywhere, but for RWBY, it felt like going to the final boss of a game. She tried to voice her protest. Maybe, we should just try again later. Yang looked at RWBY nervously vibrating. Nope. She was promptly ushered in, to her dismay. She kept shaking and chattering her teeth while hiding behind her big sister and looking around for the fabled disciplinarian Professor Goodwitch. What brings you all here this early? Looking for extra credit perhaps? Glinda looked up from the paperwork she had been given by Ajban. She closes the folder and stood up to greet Team RWBY. Weiss took up the challenge of convincing Glinda. RWBY's been feeling off lately and as you can see, she might have problems for the whole day. We want her to go to a hospital to check her condition. Glinda stared into their souls, looking for any signs of deception. They keep looking around, I don't think what they are saying is true. She stepped toward Ruby and stared at the girl cowering in fear. Ruby was so nervous and scared that she somehow increased her body temperature to an unusually high number. Glinda placed her hand on Ruby's forehead and was shocked at the heat. Oh my! They might actually be telling the truth. Why did they act so suspicious? The nurse's office should be enough for your fever. Yang quickly gave her word. But it could be something worse soon enough. Look at my sister, does that look fine to you? Glinda returned her look to the little sister in question. She was shivering without being cold, shaking violently in place, and looking even redder. Glinda thought it was all concerning symptoms. In reality, Ruby was at maximum levels of panic. Her suspicion subsided, for now, Ruby's miraculous increase in body temperature had come at the perfect time to deceive Glinda. Normally this would be the best-case scenario, though Glinda's genuine concern led her to notify the headmaster of a potential health risk to her students. I'll need to notify Ajban of this. She might have a potentially high risk. You may go, I'll take down your absence. She waved them off and led them to the door. Team RWBY finally relaxed after leaving those accursed doors. The doors shut with a click and the creak of its hinges ended. They were done with it. Soon after, they saw Ruby off leaving on a bullhead. They were adamant with Glinda to at least see her Ruby off before they all started school. Ruby held within her arms the tools she needed to tinker with. It was the day she would spend most of the night at an unnamed warehouse abandoned in the middle of nowhere outside of Vale. Along with the bag where the tools were, she brought a stack of chemistry books she borrowed from the library to prepare. It was also for this reason that Ruby stayed up late in the night and went to the bathroom to get ready to sleep. She took a look at the bed hung from the top and decided that it was too much effort for someone tired. She looked at Weiss and her bed and instantly slept on it while using Weiss as a pillow. Presently, Weiss was staring at Ruby leaving while hefting the books in tow. If only she could learn that fast in our actual studies. Yang sensed an opportunity, feeling jelly Weiss. Weiss recoiled from the sudden appearance of Yang. How could anyone be jealous of her? Yang smirked as she baited Weiss. Oh, I don't know. Being able to study chemistry in a single day and learn almost everything she needed is an achievement. The heiress grumbled under her breath, but she knew from the inside that she was kind of proud that Ruby was acting more to her liking. Yeah, I suppose I am a bit jealous of her. I wish I could learn that fast in any of our classes. Yang cooed and spoke in a higher tone. Ah, Weissy is opening up to us. Is the Ice Queen finally warming her heart? Shush, let's just go. Weiss bumped shoulders with Yang, who was letting out a teasing smile. Alright, temporary leader. Lead the way. The school day went as average. They spent their time in between classes looking for Mercury and Emerald's whereabouts. It was troublesome to rush to other classes to discreetly look at the classrooms, but they persevered. Lunch came and they confirmed everything that they all needed to know. Mercury was hanging out, isolated from the rest of the school. He and Emerald were talking about something that they couldn't quite make out while they walked the halls to head over to their spot. Weiss was the first one to see them roaming around and went for her scroll. Found them, okay. Let's see, it's always the left. She patted the sides of her attire and felt the scroll Torchwick gave them on the left. It was hidden in between the seams of the combat skirt she wore. She opened the scroll and sent the message. East Hall building ####. They all assembled at the location Weiss texted, and they all followed Emerald and Mercury to a reserved location, specifically used by them as a quiet eating space. Blake tapped on Weiss' shoulder. Are we sure about this? Weiss looked back at Blake and nodded reluctantly. I have no idea, let's hope my plan is good enough as it is. They all head to the girls' bathroom. They had staked out their plan of action during Peter Port's class. Using the unmarked scrolls to text each other. Blake shut the door behind her and locked the door. Blake and Young stood inside and opened the window. Weiss was outside and used her conversational skills to lead away wandering students. Once everything was in place, Blake and Young were ready to quickly swap bathrooms to hide in the stalls to knock out anyone and shove their unconscious body into something Weiss procured. Weiss made sure to watch closely for Mercury or Emerald to show themselves in the nearby hallways. The plan was simple: wait for them to use the bathroom and ambush them. If it was Mercury that did so, then they would all transfer to the boys' side. Of course, they made sure it was empty. If Emerald went to the bathroom first, then they stayed to ambush her on the girls' side. Weiss was there to prevent anyone from entering. It was a bit suspicious to stand around, but she kept herself idle by looking at her scroll or doing something else. Mercury a disturbance and left Emerald to eat alone. I gotta go to the bathroom. Emerald sighed in annoyance. You don't have to tell me, just get back before class starts in 30 minutes. As Mercury walked from the halls, Weiss was there to see his approach when she peeked her head slightly to see. She hid behind the wall quickly and went to her scroll. Left, got it. Time to let them know. Mercury turned the corner and saw the bathroom not being used. He smiled to himself as he got the lucky hour when students weren't there. I knew I made the right choice when choosing this spot. Only a few people walking around in a lineless bathroom unlike the ones in the cafeteria. He opened the door to see no one there. Mercury headed inside before hearing a strange noise coming from the stalls. Huh. The door rattled and shook as it knocked around. Mercury reached for the door and knocked. You okay there, bud? The tacos around here give you that kind of reaction. A feminine voice resounded inside the stall. Wait, people seriously tried that stuff? What? The door bursts open and flung outward, while a shocked Mercury quickly assumed a fighting stance. His instincts taking over was too late since Gamble's shroud shot and wrapped his arms while Young went in for the legs. What kind of leg day is this man doing? It feels like holding down metal. Mercury was mildly surprised, but he tried to keep calm while resisting their attempts to kidnap him. Looks like the cat's out of the bag. His eyes met the bow on top of Blake. Oops, that wasn't a faunus joke. I swear. He slipped out his right hand for a moment, trying to remove the ribbon before it tightened even more. Weiss entered through the entrance and wrapped her arms around Mercury's neck, aiming to choke him out. The action was prevented by his aura flaring up in defense. Mercury headbutts Weiss as hard as he could while being restrained by the arms and legs. Weiss falls and her scrolls slid to the ground. She paid it no mind before quickly tackling Mercury, who was starting to escape Yang's hold on his legs. Weiss. Take out his aura. How? Just punch him. It's easy. Weiss looked at her delicate and thin arms before she looks at Mercury's face right in front of her. She sent her first punch toward him. Mercury felt his head jerk back from the force but felt no damage thanks to his aura. Damn. Weiss took a long deep breath and started to repeatedly punch him square in the face. Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. Her arms did her no good as it was significantly harder to try and break Mercury's aura. It took long, but his aura flickered from being weakened. Ha! Weiss huffed out and sent her final punch. Mercury's aura broke and he fell unconscious. He slumped down while Blake worked on tying him up and wrapping his head in a black cloth. Weiss sat down from exhaustion. She patted her scroll to confirm the time but was horrified at the lack of it. My scrolls. She looked around the bathroom to see the scrolls lying on the floor. She dreaded the worst and picked them both up. No damage, thank the gods. She felt relieved and stood up from picking up her scrolls, placing them each to the left and right. Alright, I'll fetch the cello case. Make sure to lock this room and hide until I get here. Weiss headed outside the bathroom and prepared for the next part. They safely and discreetly fit Mercury inside the massive cello case being carried by Weiss. It was not light, but she assured them she could handle it. They roamed to the lounge where they would leave the case before returning to the bathroom. They were sure that Emerald would be next, so they needed to rush. Mercury was knocked out cold for an hour at most to Weiss' guess. As they arrived at the students' lounge, they were surprised to see Pyrrha sitting at the center with a pack of playing cards. She was there alone, but Team WBY was too focused on finding a spot to leave the cello case behind. Oh hello. Is Ruby okay? I'm worried for her. Pyrrha left the playing cards on the table in front of her and stood to greet the team. Blake plays it cool and responds. She's fine and headed for the hospital. We checked on her through our scrolls and she texted us she's doing better. What are you up to? I never say you as the type to play cards. Pyrrha smiled at Ruby's improving state before taking out the cards and levitating them. John told me I shouldn't show this publicly, but I'm practicing on improving my ability to sense metal. It should help me know if anyone has hidden weapons. The cards have slim metal in them that John made me so I could shuffle it and practice my semblance control. I'm supposed to stack the deck by making these 4 aces show up together. I'm having trouble focusing in the cafeteria, so I went here. Would you like me to show you? Blake nodded. Sure. Pyrrha went silent, focusing on her semblance to detect the aces with metal in them. She raised her eyebrows at something odd she felt. A huge amount of metal came from the direction of Weiss and closely looked at the massive cello case. I didn't know Weiss played the cello. Though, I don't remember cellos having that much metal in them. She shuffled the deck and pulled 2 out of the 4 aces. She was disappointed she didn't get it this time, but the team was still impressed. Wow, you got 2 of them even if they were shuffled. Anyways, we're busy, so we'll head out for a while. Oh, okay. Do you have an important occasion? I don't remember seeing Weiss play the cello. Weiss quickly thought of another excuse. Oh, I'm holding on to this for a friend. I'll leave it here for a while and get it back later. Anyways, see you later. She quickly let the cello case down and rushed with the team to return to the bathrooms. Pyrrha noticed the rush and was suspicious. She didn't doubt her friends, but somehow they were acting odd. She looked back at the cello and activated her semblance once again. This metal is long, lot of parts and chambers for dust rounds. What is in this? She eyed the cello case, but her conscience prevented her from checking it out. She wasn't going to snoop, but she was suspicious of them. The team rushed outside. Weiss took out her scroll that she placed on the left and texted Blake. They weren't going to talk about their kidnapping out in the open. Emerald should be next. She should have an illusion semblance, right? We need to stop that as soon as we get her in the bathroom, somehow. Blake typed back to her. That's why we need to bag her face first, make sure to tie it tight before we knock her out. We can't risk falling for her semblance. Weiss sighed. We're turning into actual criminals by kidnapping people. Good, add that to the list of other crimes we have done to help hands with the world. We need to get used to this. Weiss frowned. Still, I don't like doing these things. Blake taps the display to reply, but she noticed the distinct lack of any marking or signs on Weiss' scroll. Weiss, are you using your public scroll? Weiss shot her a look. No, of course not. I don't need a sticker or keychain to know. I made sure to remember which one is which. Anyways, Emerald is next, but I'm not sure if she used the bathroom already or not. She would be looking for Mercury, so there's that, but we already left. It'll take a while to make students leave. They all were concerned. It was the next step, but that delay from Pyrrha potentially stopped them slow enough for their time frame to shorten. I have an idea. Young felt confident as she knew what she could do. Will you tell us? Just watch and learn, Ice Queen. Maybe you'll open up to more people once you know how to make them have fun. Weiss looked at Yang enigmatically, seemingly saying random things. I hope you know what you're doing. Yang winked. Trust me, I do. Emerald was livid. It was class starting soon and she tried to find Mercury. She was far off from the bathroom they used and she already asked the boys if they saw someone enter that looked like Mercury. Arg. Where is that idiot? Emerald clenches her hands. First, he randomly argues with me about the difference between pancakes and waffles. Now he goes missing and I need to get up and find him. She absent-mindedly walks around before bumping straight into some girl's chest. She stumbles to the ground and tries to stand back up. A hand reaches over and she grabs it and gets lifted back up. She dusts herself off and apologizes. Oof. I'm sorry, I didn't see you there. She notices her look and panicked at the sight. It's one of the girls stopping Cinder. It was Yang, smiling at her and looking at Emerald from top to bottom. Emerald notices this and gets visibly uncomfortable while she tries to escape the encounter. I'm sorry, I need to find my friends, so if you'll excuse me. Yang stops Emerald by saying a few words. Wow, you look enticing. Emerald freezes on the spot. Those exact string of words ran, again and again, through her brain. It deep fries her brain cells. She turns around to see Yang smiling. Did I just hear that right? Her thoughts were stopped by Yang suddenly pulling her closer. She entraps her in a gentle hold while gazing deeply into her eyes. Hall. Emerald blurts out. Unused to sudden affection or moderate skin contact. Yang caresses Emerald's hair. Where are you from? You don't look like one of the students from Beacon. You the new transfers from the other academies for the Vital Festival? Emerald at this point was having an internal seizure. No one had ever treated her like this. It was a wave of unfamiliar emotions running around her mind. The last time she felt the same way about Cinder was when she picked her up from the streets. Does she not remember me from Vale? She tried responding in her usual cold and snarky tone but couldn't help but leave a bit of shakiness in her voice. I'm, Emerald and I'm on Team CMM from Haven. Will you, stop? Emerald tries pushing her away. Yang, sensing her advances were working, closes in. How's your stay here at Beacon? I hope you're comfortable right now. I'm good so far. Why are you asking me for this? Well, I was thinking that I bumped into someone nice looking, only to feel saddened that a cutie like you will leave so soon after the festival. Yang takes her hand. So I was thinking that we should get to know each other more, intimately. Emerald stared at Yang frightened, scared, curious, and for some reason excited. She stares at Yang's tall figure and beautiful golden hair, her locks reaching toward her back and some of it landing right in between paradise. I mean, she does look good. Wait, no. Remember the mission, Emerald. Don't get caught up in any of this. What's wrong with me? Sorry. I really need to leave now. She tries wrestling her arms away from Yang's grip. Yang creeps up her fingers along Emerald's light brown arms. How about we go somewhere more private? She quickly ushers her toward the bathroom. Emerald gets brought, to her dismay but also a weird sense of glee, to the girls' bathroom with seemingly no one inside. No way is this happening. The stall opens slowly, it swings gently and in full view was Weiss holding onto a bag. Huh. Yang re-engages her tight grab and restrains Emerald who had no chance to react. The bag gets wrapped around her head and muffles her voice. She felt her hand get tied while Weiss stood silent and prepared to punch. Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. The rhythms of punching filled the silent restroom. A few more minutes went by and her fatigue built up. Once the punching ceased, Weiss fell to the ground, exhausted from the punches. I can't believe that worked. I told you to leave it to me. Yang grins at Weiss who chuckled at the statement. It was one of those times that Weiss genuinely laughed. The ambush went quicker than they thought, may it be Emerald's guard being lowered or the surprise attack they created. They had done it, they were done with the kidnappings. The only thing they needed now was to escape the school grounds and reach Hans. Weiss quickly fetches the case with Pyrrha no longer around. She lifts the cello case and heads toward the bathroom in haste. They shoved Emerald's unconscious body with Mercury still inside. The cello case started to bulge but could still be hidden if no one looked at it closely. As they tried leaving for the exit they were stopped by Team JNPR heading back to class. Oh. Hello, have you seen my sloth yet? Weiss was impatient and tried to move the conversation quickly. Nope, now if you excuse us we have something to do. Pyrrha becomes even more suspicious but still gave Weiss the benefit of the doubt. Class is starting soon. What's making you go in a rush, Weiss? Glinda's class is over there. You said yourself that RWBY was fine, is something the matter? No, we just really need to dash. She was interrupted by a clockwork cane hitting the floor. It tapped along the nearly empty halls, only occupied by Team JNPR and Team WBY. Girls. It was the headmaster. Sipping on a cup of coffee that he had finally gotten back from Glinda hiding his stash. I don't see why you girls need to be so jumpy all the time. Class is going to start soon and Miss Nikos has the right idea. He points his cane to the back. Weiss turns behind her, letting the cello case be seen by Team JNPR. None of them seemed to care much but Pyrrha herself who noticed the bulge appearing at the center. Sorry, headmaster, really. But we need to do something else. Deciding that it was too suspicious and her curiosity piquing. Pyrrha sneakily used her semblance to slowly zip open the cello case. The zipper inched close and closer to being open, the cello case deformity in the middle being more prominent as something inside leaned. I'm sorry about this. She reaches the quarter point while Weiss was trying desperately for them to proceed and move on and was getting more agitated, raising her voice in irritation. Headmaster, we all need to do something important so let us go dash. Thud. Emerald's body went to the ground first, her head planting itself on the floor while the rest of her body followed suit. It was a harsh sound that echoed through the hall. Weiss was mortified. Thud. Mercury's body falling to the ground sealed Weiss' fate. The headmaster looked on at the situation and was still sipping on his cup as if nothing happened. Pyrrha was there surprised at her friends having the bodies of students tied up and bagged inside a cello case, assuming that they were on their way to smuggle them out the building. Weiss stared at the two unconscious bodies and silently accepted her situation. Hans is going to kill me. Chapter 54, Deal. Hans kept a heavy silence, the audible constant droning hums of his V12 gasoline engine letting out a consistent purr as he slowly comes to terms with how Weiss got caught. The plan itself was fine, it gave them less exposure to the public. Although Hans would have wanted for them to at least create backup plans. Weiss, did you have any kind of contingency planned out? Weiss' face snapped up, her forehead dirted and bruised. She was covered in dirt from the way she planted herself on the ground to apologize. I'll be honest with you, Hans. I didn't get far to planning everything. I didn't take into account the random chances. She stood up and fidgeted. She tried hiding it by placing her hands behind her back, but her shaky voice betrayed that. Pyrrha being suspicious of us wasn't accounted for. Actually, I didn't take into account anyone being suspicious of our behavior. I was focused on letting Ruby leave. Is that all? Hans said. I also was not careful enough to make sure that my scrolls weren't going to be mixed up. She gripped the hem of her combat skirt and bit her lip in anticipation. She was sure that she would get severely punished. Years of being reprimanded for any small mistake made her expect the worst of additional failures. Well, at least you'd know what to look out for. Weiss was baffled at Hans simply accepting her even though she had revealed the existence of Hans to more than one person. Wait, you're not going to punish me? Hans turns to her, the mechanical inner workings chugging on as he faces her. Do you want me to? Weiss was conflicted. I mean no. You aren't even sure yourself. Her fit of unhappiness was replaced by even more bewilderment, unsure of what she expected. But I failed. Hans sighed on the inside. You didn't fail, you took out Emerald and Mercury. I am infuriated that you got caught by Ojban of all people, but that's in the past. You're here with no more than 7 people and nothing else happened. You weren't captured or failed the mission, so it's fine. Ojban sipped his coffee on the sidelines just as Hans finished his statement. He took one glance at the headmaster. Though I'd probably blow up the entire school if he did try anything. PFT. Torchwick tried to stifle a chuckle. He covered his mouth with his gloved hand and prevented a full-on outburst of a laugh. Hans was essentially saying to Ojban that he'd blow up Beacon if he thought Weiss and the rest of the team were in trouble. Threatening to destroy the school of a headmaster who's right in front of you doesn't sound like a good look now, is it, Lunchbox? The sudden appearance of a well-known criminal in Vale shocked everyone. He was off to the side and never properly stood to greet Team JNPR and Ojban. Torchwick was never one to reject the opportunity to put on a show, but his weariness to the headmaster made him stand in the back. Although now that Hans was in a confrontation with the headmaster, it seemed like he wanted to join in now. Ojban focused his attention on the criminal mastermind. Well, I certainly didn't expect you to bring on a notorious criminal in your group. If criminals can do a much better job at actually fighting people that threaten the world, then maybe I'd rather have them on my side than the likes of you, Hans responded. An interesting point, how did you come to that conclusion? Hans was preoccupied with how much Ojban refused to see that they might be criminals, but at least he wasn't Ojban. Knowing the show, he probably thought Ojban never once looked back on him scheming behind the backs of his students. Weird of you to be right at the exact moment Weiss was about to escape. Delaying her just as she reached a few more steps to succeed. Do you have any idea why that is? Ojban one big sip from his coffee mug. The aroma seeped to his senses as he swirled it around while holding that stare he had on Hans. I don't know what you mean. If Hans could roll his eye, he would have done so at this moment. Sure, of course, you don't. Ruby knocked on his side armor, and a gentle tap on the metal frame by her got the attention of Hans. Hans, what do we do? Do we need to cancel Operation Citadel? Hans was disturbed by the thought, but then he thought about it. Ojban does seem suspicious. I mean, that's always been the case since I remember him from the show, always speaking like he knows everything. Though this one might be different. I don't see or hear anything odd from the trees, so he might have come alone. If that was the case, then he has no intention to fight. He would have no reason to unless he really cares about Mercury and Emerald being captured. No, I have a feeling that wouldn't be the case, Hans answered Ruby. Hans kept his turret pointed at Ojban. Why come here, Oz? What do you want? Well, some closure would be reasonable. The 2 you kidnapped are from Haven Academy. An institution headed by one of my close friends, who oversaw their transfer. Granted, they were half a team, but I accepted their entrance for a good reason. Hans groaned on the inside. Does Ojban even know anything going on in Vale anymore? Unlike you, I prefer to actively do things than sit in a tower all day. Torchwick strides in to give his own opinion. He's right, you know. I don't even care about the whole saving the world thing, but I've been rather satisfied with the progress we have made to take out the person you have missed and was right under your nose. Torchwick lifted his cane and pointed the handle side toward Ruby. You can thank Red about that. Did you know that one of your so-called students that were sent by that traitor was actually planning on destroying Beacon and Vale itself? Ojben stiffened, his arm unmoving, his face solidified as if he had a moment of lapse in judgment. Traitor, he thought. That's dash. Hans was getting impatient at Ojben still trying to wrap his head around the idea that the headmaster of Haven was a turncoat. We are going to act on our information whether we get your approval or not. A silence was produced after the conversation. The ambient noise of the trees rustling and the wind softly blowing. Hans and Ojben stared at each other. I have a proposal, Ojben said. If it concerns our activities then let me stop you to say no. No, I'd rather have you go on with your fight. Let us instead work with each other. Hans wanted to consider it. Not like we'll have the obligation to listen to one another. Though I don't know how it would work out. If I could somehow manage to let Team RWBY off then maybe it's worth it. What are your terms? Ojben chuckled. Terms? You humor me, we do not need written contracts. Hans scoffed. What do you expect from this? No one offers that without expecting something in return. Conditions are what Hans was worried about. If it included anything on their actions which are but not limited to, destroying property, taking hostages, torture, robbery, counts of vandalism, forgery, and probably a lot more that Hans directly or indirectly contributed to. Won't a confirmation of amiable relations not enough? Opson said. No, I know how you play your games, Oz. A lull in the negotiations occurred as the tank and the headmaster of Beacon stood silent. Hans was the first to put forward what he wants. All right then, I want a guarantee. Oh. Team RWBY will be able to be exempt from any school activity and take days off on any day, you won't intervene in any of our plans. Let us be and we can fight, her, with you. Ojben closed his eyes while thinking, the terms were not that bad. Exempting RWBY from school activities could raise a few eyebrows from the other students but he could manage. Hans was going against Salem. Ojben had reason to believe that Hans was doing everything to prevent Salem from ever being able to threaten the world. I'll have something in return for those. Hans had a breakthrough in the agreement. He silently wished that Ojben wouldn't ask him to listen to what he said. God forbid that he was going to work under Ojben. You will share everything you know and what you plan on doing. A surprise was the only logical response from Hans. Really? I thought there'd be more. Is that really it? Sounds fair. It'll be hard to convince Glinda but I'll find a way. A chill in his spine made Ojben worry for his health if Glinda ever got word that some students didn't even need to join up with classes. Hans, RWBY from the side pointed at the group of people behind the other members of Team RWBY. Hans turned to see the 4 members of Team JNPR processing what was going on. A tank was talking and communicating with everyone. The moment they walked into the clearing they saw Hans, then a while later they saw Torchwick and RWBY working together. Some old man was also there but they didn't think much of him. What about them? Hans turned to the group only to see one energetic girl who was pouncing on her friend who had a neutral expression. Run. The thing spoke to us. Nora shook Ren sideways as she gleefully exclaimed at the mechanical beast. Nora, I don't think he appreciates us calling him an object. Pyrrha steps forward to address Hans. So you're that voice that came from Blake's scroll. Why are you named Ice Cream? I assume I accidentally picked up Blake's private scroll. Pyrrha Nikos, I didn't expect you of all people to be the ones to expose us. Oh, and that's one of my associates since I don't have a scroll. Hans continued, well technically I do but I ate it. Ate it? Moving on, why did you have to reveal them during their mission? Hans never paid much attention to JNPR the same way he did to RWBY so he didn't know what made Pyrrha act on impulse. I was just concerned and worried about what RWBY got themselves into. They're my friends and if they're getting forced into doing unsavory things then I'd step in to help. Her will was unbending. Hans saw that she was truly just concerned for Team RWBY doing bad things for people. I mean, they already probably committed war crimes along the way but who counts? Admirable, but you left out one thing, they agreed to this with their own accord. Why go through all the effort of this? RP and SL, Hans thought to himself. Because no one else will. You don't have to concern yourself with this, your team can stay away from what we do or you can help. Team RWBY wants this and they will follow through with it. They're my friends, I don't want to see them get hurt because of what you offered. She stood still and relaxes after a few minutes of contemplation. Just promise me you'll take care of them. Pyrrha walks away, her team following suit while a surprised John was there still starting at Hans and Torchwick. Hold on Pyrrha, wait. June stumbled on his way to catch up after being dumbfounded at the situation. Hans wanted to seal the deal on their agreement. It could prove to be fruitful to have support, but what mattered most was the continued operations that Hans planned. Ojbin joined up with Team JNPR on their way back to Beacon. I'd like to see you uphold your end of the deal. I look forward to our cooperation. A few minutes go by and the area was clear. Torchwick scoured the nearby region to prove to Hans no one else was there. They all breathed a sigh of relief once Ojbin left. Now all that they needed to do was secure the prisoners and go on their way to Mountain Glen to strike. At least we have Cinder's subordinates in custody. Only a few hours left and we are going to leave. Hans. We're ready to integrate your new shields. RWBY excitedly hopped around. Merlot didn't notice the arrival of Ojbin since he wanted to get a few tweaks out of Hans' new modification. I hope you're ready, Cinder, Hans said out loud to the others' approval. Hans looked menacingly at the new vehicle he was going to purchase. Among the many tanks, there was one he could see using in the future. The Leopard I, the first of the post-war tanks. Chapter 55, The Battle of Mountain Glen. SL equals 11,293,728 SL 10,063,728 SL. Vehicle RP equals 527, 282 RP 116,282 RP. Convertible RP equals 1,459,219 RP. The Leopard I was rank V, meaning it needed to have 5 vehicle unlocks from rank 4 to be able to upgrade the rank. Hans needed to buy 4 more rank 4 vehicles which cost almost the majority of his RP. Hans. The shield is ready. RWBY was giddy, so was Hans, but at least he kept it himself. Hans headed to the makeshift workshop they had. Cranes meant for heavy engines were already prepared. Tools and machines were on the side ready to be used. Hans didn't know if it could work. The moderator had told him he could modify his vehicle. He just needed to not repair while they modified his tank. The best part about not needing a crew while being a tank meant that so much space was available to him. RWBY and Merlot wanted to take out the loader side to fit in the engine. It was going to be hard to fit everything in, but they trusted their math. Hans nervously waited while in the workshop. Alright, let's begin. If he could feel pain, the modification would feel like his spine getting ripped out and shoving in a toaster in his back. Thankfully, he didn't feel the pain, only the weird movement inside. The actual shield generator didn't fit well inside the hatch, so they had to disassemble it, move the parts inside and reassemble it within Hans. Everything else went smoothly. As soon as RWBY left the tank and closed the hatch, the system detected the change. Notice, foreign vehicle modification available. Apply. Warning, modification cannot be removed through system. I need to change it again then. Hans swiped at his HUD and opened the page on his tank. A new section was added, but something was odd right at the label. El Cinzo ### is. The heck? The HUD suddenly flickered shut, to the shock of Hans. Bugs were not that uncommon when playing games, but Hans wasn't in a game. I hope this isn't a death flag. A notification popped up. Well, looks like the code I created has something wrong. I'll have to update it soon. Moderator? Is that you? Yes, friend. I need to update the system for a while. It doesn't know how to handle such a big change. Event active. Cinder, falls, 0/1. If Hans wasn't already happy with the upgrade he had, he was already ecstatic at the mission he received. Server restart 30:00. Huh. No. 30 minutes. We gotta go. Meanwhile, RWBY was peacefully resting from their work. She hadn't eaten since she'd forgotten about 6 hours ago. She sat on the red grass, milk in hand with a cookie in her mouth. She took one big bite and placed her bag of cookies on her lap while taking a sip. A rustle from the side made her turn to the noise. RWBY. Call the others. We. Got. To. Go. I thought we had enough time dash. Now. Hans sped away while his engine growled away in the distance, heading toward the landing strip on the outer edges of Forever Fall. RWBY looks at her unfinished bag of cookies and sighs. Guess, I'll call the others. She opens her mouth, and not a second later she inhales every single cookie and chugs the milk she had on hand. She uses her semblance to travel at impressive speeds. She weaves through the forest and stumbles on the scene of Torchwick sleeping and the rest of Team RWBY scrolling through their scrolls. Guys. Hans wants us to go now. Where's Merlot? He should have the gas masks and other stuff for us. Torchwick shifted from his slumber and stood up and got his attention from RWBY by tapping his cane on the ground. I sent him over to the ice cream shop just a while ago. The uniforms you planned are ready. It was a bit of a time crunch, but I could do it. RWBY was surprised at Torchwick of all people being the ones who made their uniforms. Even the rest of Team RWBY silently questioned if Torchwick was replaced by another person. Weiss was the one to point it out. Who are you and what did you do to the real Torchwick? Also dash. She turns to RWBY. Uniforms. I didn't know we needed one. RWBY rubs the back of her head. It was supposed to be something that fit the gas masks we had, but I suddenly got inspiration, like a eureka moment. I didn't even know a thing about designing clothes and stuff, but somehow I made something nice. Well, Red. When Merlot told me you designed clothes, I was almost going to bring out a pitchfork since I assumed you were going to make something tacky. Torchwick brings out his scroll and shows the rest of Team RWBY what RWBY had designed. It's good looking. I made the effort to actually make some for all of you. It's at the back, make sure to give Neo hers too when you drop into Mountain Glen. RWBY went straight for the lockers right at the end of the building and brought out the clothes that RWBY came up with. It was close-fitting black uniforms with each having some kind of design linking them to who wore them. Red, white, purple, and yellow highlights were present on the cuffs and collars. The symbols that represented them were stitched in and attached on the right of the uniform, while they were all given field caps aside from Weiss, who had hers be a white commander's cap, white, and a large black snowflake in the middle. Wow, thanks Torchwick. These look cool. Torchwick stopped just as he was about to leave to get to Hans. Hearing the word thanks somehow made him freeze up. Oh, yes, Red, you're welcome. RWBY hands them their uniforms just before RWBY realizes something. Oh, crud. We're supposed to go there as quickly as we can. Onwards, Team RWBY. Only about 2 minutes passed, but Hans was panicking on the inside. Okay, we might be fast enough. I can fly there in no time and reach Cinder with about 10 minutes left. Probably. I don't know. I never finished a class on time management. It should be enough. Arg. Why does the moderator have to make a server restart? Hans didn't want to know what happened if he got a restart. Usually, a game kicks you out of the game and you had to wait. This was real life, he wasn't sure if restarting meant. They were in the air the moment Team RWBY and Torchwick got on. They all changed in the meantime while they flew. Thankfully there were separate rooms just in case. They were given gas masks that could let them breathe in good air and let them have better visibility under the gas. Neo was alone on the ground beforehand. Sent by Hans to just observe. Neo was already notified of the plan and was holding back at the upper layer away from the drop zones. At this very moment, with 23 minutes left on the clock for Hans, Operation Citadel was at its climax. In another part of Mountain Glen, buried deep within the ground, was the old and ill-used tunnel system that once linked Vale to Mountain Glen. It used to be busy, constantly unloading and offloading people and good in and out of the city. Now though, it was being used by Cinder. It was only barely been days since she'd started to plan on salvaging the situation. With most of her subordinates either gone or on other missions, like with Mercury and Emerald, there was much she needed to do personally. Why must you all be so incompetent? I instructed you to assemble the bombs, then place them over there. Cinder wasn't taking it well. Already in the first few hours, she needed to make an example of 5 different White Fang members. The lack of a better organized system made commands water down as they reached the lower command structure or lack thereof. Since Cinder thought everyone else was the reason for the failures, she didn't trust anyone from the White Fang to deal with their jobs. So she instead assigned only a few dozen people to carry out commands which were inefficient. Are you dyslexic? Do you need to be taught how to comprehend words? In what world do you think placing unfinished parts on the train was going to be a good idea? The White Fang was already disgruntled. No, they were starting to have the embers of a full-blown mutiny. What are we doing this for anyways? A bat faunus asked his other fellow brethren. He continued. It's gone long enough, we haven't seen results yet. In fact, we've only ever lost influence the more we worked for her. Another faunus shushed him as a newly assigned commander was walking by. Just keep your head down, for now, we can't do anything to her. You saw what she did to Adam, right? The bat faunus grips the crate of dust he was holding on to harder. Still. I don't trust her. She's the reason we lost Adam in the first place. The other faunus lowers his head. You're right, but we don't have an opportunity to go against her. Yeah. Hey. You hear that? They stopped what they were doing and stood still. The other faunus looks at the bat faunus and shrugs. No, I don't hear anything dash. Shoo. The bat faunus covers his fellow faunus' mouth and focused by closing his eyes. It sounds like whistling. They look at each other while the noise was now being heard by the other faunus. Meanwhile, bombs fell from the sky, and a mix of PIP-R and PIP-M series bombs whistled through the air as the cluster exploded mid-air and sprayed its contents on the top layer. A single White Fang member inside the lower layer was patrolling. He heard a loud crash from the ceiling and sprinted to what the commotion was, fearing an enemy infiltrated them. What was that? Soon after, gas started to suddenly rush forward. The entire area is blanketed by the paralysis-inducing bomb. Thanks to the wind dust, it was able to cover the city in mere minutes. I gotta warn the others. As soon as he got a whiff of the gas, his body went numb. He felt a stiffness in his legs, then to his chest, then to his arms and fingers. It spread from the middle and he couldn't suddenly move. The White Fang member darted his eyes around in panic, but even that was starting to get harder to move his eye. He tried shutting them close, but his eyelid didn't respond. He could breathe, but he couldn't feel anything, neither the blood flowing through his body nor the air around him. He was aware of everything but was powerless to act. Back up into the air was Hans, preparing to circle back around. The entire bomber tilted as the battle-ending screen showed for Hans. Since he had left the area, the game considered it a match end. Server restart 1824. Inside the plane after the swing around, now in their new uniforms, they prepared to leave through the bomb bay. Sure, it was impractical, but it was all Hans had for now. You girls know what to do. They all nodded. Ruby would rush to their other member and hand Neo her gas mask and uniform. While Young and Blake were going to sweep the area for stragglers and gather them in a single area. Okay. Let's go. Team RWBY each leap out of the plane, focused on the plan ahead as they enacted the landing strategies they all had learned long ago from the beginning of initiation. Chapter 56, The Battle of Mountain Glen PT-2. It was a cool frigid night, darkness hid the massive airborne vehicle overhead. After dropping the load and sending off Team RWBY, Hans went out further and circled back again. Server restart, 11:32. As Team RWBY fell from the sky, Hans braced himself as he saw the battle-ending screen. He was too far away from the battle, meaning it didn't count as an active battle anymore. Hans stared at the ground below, praying to the moderator for his landing. He throttled down and let himself go at a slower speed. He formed into a smaller plane, his BF-109. He slowed down considerably when transforming into a new vehicle. He took advantage of the slower speed and let out his landing gear as he approached the old open area they created the last time he was there. His BF-109 landed roughly as the tires touched down on the uneven ground. Hans pressed on the brakes as he came to a stop moments later. Right, I'm heading straight for the tunnels. Hans wanted to keep Cinder from getting any big ideas like detonating the whole stockpile of dust she had. Even though Hans and the others were bringing setback after setback, Cinder still had quite a bit of dust lying around. Neo's info should be right. Using his knowledge of the show and the reconnaissance done beforehand by Neo, he would have a fairly accurate read on where Cinder would be. He turned into his leopard eye and drove full speed to the lower floor. The gas had spread out fast from the cluster bomb Merlot made. The wind Hans created from driving around made the gas flow and follow him as he made a quick pace. His speed from the Tiger II was better since he was now a medium tank. Him being a post-war tank meant mobility was more of a focus than armor. He crossed broken roads and collapsed buildings with White Fang strewn all over, paralyzed by the gas bomb he had dropped minutes ago. It was very effective. Most if not all of the White Fang present were already down on the ground, struggling to move even an inch of their muscles. He came upon the entrance he used before to enter the lower layer of Mountain Glen. Hans reminisces for a second, all those times before when he was just a weaker tank. The ground below holding up the ramp of fallen foundations shook and stirred as he arrived. Once again he went down below to the lower layer. Hopefully, it would be the final time Hans needed to go down that path. Meanwhile on RWBY's side, rose petals fell towards the ground, they swayed along the gas-ridden landscape. A red blur sped along the old ruined highway. Ruby was heading straight for Neo, who was waiting for her arrival. On her back was the uniform and gas mask she was going to hand over. Neo's part in the operation was the most influential. Without her semblance to sneak around and learn about the important locations, Hans and the team would be going in blind. RWBY skid to a stop and looked at an abandoned restaurant. She approached the doors still intact after the place was left behind. RWBY breathed in through her gas mask. The red lens ominously stared blankly as she intakes a deep breath. A wheeze was heard as RWBY's mask filtered the surrounding air. She takes one step toward the door and opened it gently before going in and quickly closing the doors. RWBY relaxes and walks to the back, and there she saw the locked door. She knocked thrice and waited for a few seconds before a click was heard from inside. Neo. Here, take these. The uniform isn't necessary, but it being black would help us move around. Not that you need it since you have your semblance, but still. It's the aesthetic that matters. Neo walked out from her hiding place, still covering her mouth and nose. It was a location she had chosen to make some of the gas out, but she was still cautious. She already had the chance to get affected by Merlot's gas back when she and Hans invaded Merlot's island. It wasn't a fun experience holding your breath, that's for sure. Neo grabs at the gas mask and wears it around her head. The straps securing it in place were tightened as RWBY helped put it on. She stared at the uniform before looking back at RWBY, who was excitingly waiting for her to change into it. Oh, Torchwick made it if you didn't know yet. With that, Neo shoved RWBY away before shutting the door and changing into the uniform. It was the same German tanker uniform but with pink highlights instead, and Neapolitan ice cream is sewn on the right side. Once they were ready, they headed out and followed Hans' orders to round up every remnant of White Fang unaffected by the gas. Minutes later they meet up with Weiss, Blake, and Jan, all hauling unmoving White Fang members, all from just the upper layer. Cinder had brought out a lot of manpower to move everything in time for her plans, which made it an arduous task for WYBRN to apprehend every single one. Weiss struggled as she plopped down another faunus she had been carrying and sat down as she wiped her head, forgetting she had the gas mask on and groaning about it. Blah, I mean, Nico, is this normally how many you have in the White Fang? It's an entire army. Blake looked around, her similarly crimson-shaded lens gazing into the still conscious but paralyzed White Fang. A sinister look for a group of teenagers. No, I've never seen this many altogether. Usually, we are separated into branches and spread out over the kingdoms. Though, this much is excessive. Jan easily brings in 5 goons like they were a sack of potatoes and rests them on the ground while tying them up as she speaks up during the conversation. You think Cinder is desperate to take in the entire branch in one place? Blake perks her cat ears up. Maybe, we could finally stop the Fang in Vale in one fell swoop. Really? I thought you'd be uncomfortable with holding fellow faunuses in captivity. Jan asked. No, not anymore. If I'm going to help faunuses gain recognition, then I'd rather help Hans in defeating her. I'll show the world that a faunus can do good, not just acts of terrorism. Aw, Blake. We're here with you on that. Now can you help me tie up these people before we go down to the next floor? RWBY shot her hand up into the air and hopped, trying to gain their attention. Oh. We can head down there right now. Hans might be a tank, but there are still limits to what he could do. Weiss was the leader of WYBRN since Hans designated her as one. Though she mostly just holds it for managing the team together. For actual leadership, RWBY was still superior, so she acts as an equal leader when not in a tank to Weiss. You can go. Leave us to the top floor, we can manage. RWBY speeds off into the distance as Neo, now in her tanker uniform, follows. Back to Hans. The layer of gas beneath Mountain Glen was thick. Hans could barely make out things below his hull. The gas was settling, but he was sure anyone who wasn't ready for the gas would already be lying on the ground. I guess RWBY did a greater job than I thought. Wind dust is amazing for spreading gas around. Hans suddenly went silent. Okay, maybe thinking about how to improve gas attacks might not be good for me. He turned the corner and finally saw it, his supposedly final destination. It was the tunnel system from the show in the distance with multiple White Fang collapsed. Right, I'll activate my shields now. Hard light suddenly covered his entire structure, light hums of energy emitted from his generator that was rumbling like a storm. He approached the tunnels and could see the train Cinder intended to use to breach Vale itself. He was satisfied with the results, but something was bothering him. Where's Cinder? He looked at a lone train car still equipped with bombs. It was being manned by 2 White Fang members who were now slumped over boxes. A flash of light suddenly erupted toward the side of Hans. He quickly reacted by speeding backward, his newfound speed being able to dodge. In the distance was Cinder with a crazed face angrily staring at Hans who turned the turret to her. She was clutching her mouth and nose shut as she wandered into the train tracks while igniting her other free palm. "You brats! I'll kill you! You ruined everything!" Oh, she must think I'm just a vehicle. With a limited amount of time left for her breath. Maybe only minutes left, she desperately sent out fire over and over again to the armored Hans. Hans fired his gun and it zipped past Cinder as she dived into a nearby building. The shot nearly hit the train cars as the shell ricocheted off the ground and nearly missed the volatile bombs. Crap, I shouldn't fire my main gun in here. Cinder used the buildings to dart in and out, attempting to break the hard light shield while she hid behind some cover. Cinder was no pushover and her firepower was intense. It broke the hard light shield every time she sent a wave of flames out, but it quickly reformed like the generators back in Merlot's lab. How? 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 Hans attempted to track Cinder's movements while she snuck around the narrow fighting area. He lost her while he tried to track Cinder. Up on top of a building was Cinder crouching down. Cinder leaps into the air, attempting to land on top of Hans. The sound of the hard light shields intensely humming made Hans know she was on top, attempting to focus fire right on top. Hans didn't panic as he started going in ramming speed toward a wall. Cinder loosens her footing as Hans traveled through the bumpy ground. She falls and keeps herself standing as she lands on the ground. Hans stopped and turned the turret and his body as Cinder tried to quickly hide among the buildings. Hans fired his machine guns and a hail of bullets impact Cinder's side. Arg! She felt every shot as she barely makes it into the rubble hiding behind it. She checks her scroll and sees her aura at 50%. She stares at it in disbelief. Normal dust rounds would have taken her down to maybe 85% if it was lucky, but Hans' gunpowder bullets made them hit stronger. She was out of options, with no way to keep breathing and keep herself up. She decides on the most drastic option for her to defeat what she thought was Team RWBY inside Hans. Using a wave of fire, she blocks out Hans' view as he rushed in to give chase. Cinder retreats toward the lone train car and hides behind it, trying her hardest to hold her breath. Hans crept from a distance, his engine being the only noise resounding while Cinder examined her options. As one final strike, she tears out the unfinished bomb and prepares to launch it toward Hans. Hans was waiting for Cinder to do something. Closing in would be foolish since a tank within the distance of infantry would be a death sentence. Cinder used every ounce of her aura to channel her semblance to the maximum level and engulfs everything in front of her in a blaze. Hans was entirely covered in the burns as he felt the soaring temperature. What's she thinking? From the wall of flame came the bomb, now barreling through the air. Ah-oh. Boom. It was a huge explosion, a thunderous finale for what Cinder thought was her answer. The gas blew outward as the wave of energy expanded from the blast. It gave her momentary relief to breathe, but it was replaced by hot shrapnel digging into her body. It cauterizes open wounds as the sharp metal dug its way into her skin before charring what was left. Her aura had already long broken the moment she tried to destroy Hans by throwing the unfinished bomb. It was only a few bars of explosives, which was just dust shoved into bricks. Cinder threw it with all her might, but the distance was still too close. She smirked to herself as the explosion covered Hans, and Cinder was satisfied with just that. She felt her life fading as the extensive injuries made her weakened and crippled. Cinder looks onto the mechanical structure, scorched but still standing. Hans' tracks were blown off along with anything weak enough to get thrown away by the explosion. You look surprised, Cinder. Don't worry, everyone does that when they meet a sentient tank. Cinder's voice wheezes out. Sentient tank? Sorry, I'll be taking your dust supply now. You'll be coming with us. Cinder laughed, her injury-ridden body pulsating in pain as she stood up in a daze. Bones broke and fragmented as some poked out from her body. She had burns all over and a multitude of cauterized wounds layering her previously unblemished skin. Never. She grabs her neck and used the last of her dust given in her dress. Her hand glowed orange, and for one last time, she glares at Hans. She squeezes her neck and lets it all out. It was a horrifying sight for anyone, but Hans was already used to such a scene. As far as he knows, no one would care if Cinder died, but Hans still held some kind of remorse from the kill he technically didn't cause. It was hard to tell if it was right, but Hans was sure he was right in doing so. If Cinder didn't care if she killed Pyrrha in the original timeline along with the many other innocents Cinder killed through Beacon's fall, then Hans didn't care he killed her, even though Cinder was the one to throw the unfinished explosives. Auf Wiedersehen. Ding. Mission accomplished. Cinder, falls, 1/1. Notice, rewards will be given after the restart. Server restart, 2:08. Hans went through his HUD before stopping himself. Shit. The maiden powers. He saw the glow of the maiden powers leaving Cinder and swirling around in a hypnotic serenade. It rushes to the exit as Hans sped up to follow. He reaches the entrance to see Team WIBRN rounding up the White Fang in the lower layer. Though everyone was staying still, all of them directed their attention to one person. Hans turned to see who they were all paying attention to and saw it. Ruby with her eyes left a trail of magic as it settled in her. Hans. Why are my eyes glowing? Main got. Chapter 57, Help, I accidentally created the Wehrmacht. Server restart 024. Ruby started to panic, her eyes were mysteriously glowing and now she felt something in her mind calling out to her. Like a pang of hunger and a desire, which turns out to be the maiden's power trying to return to its other half. She looked desperately at Hans. Hans. What do I do? Hans was amazed and scared now that Ruby has access to magic. What would happen next? He opened his HUD and realized he had no more than a few seconds left to talk. I don't have time to explain, but I need you guys to listen close to me. Team WIRBN closed in toward the leopard eye, they all stood silent as they awaited with ready ears. Yes, Hans. Hans pauses. I'll be gone for an undisclosed amount of time. They all react as you would expect. Ruby went straight on top of the tank and started to hug the gun. Why? Did we do something wrong? Dawn, leave us mobile death turtle. Weiss rolls her eyes and aggressively rips Ruby away from Hans and asked calmly. Ruby, he's not going to die. Where are you going to go? Hans stopped to think, he couldn't just say some god was spiriting him away for a system update. So he had to think quickly about what he wanted to say. Somewhere, over yonder. He turned his turret to the side as if gazing into the sunset, but forgetting that it was in the middle of the night, so it just made things confusing. Weiss quirks her eyebrow, what dash? Don't die. Ruby pleads. Ruby, I'm not going to dash. System restart midnight. Just then at that exact moment, the stars aligned because as soon as Hans finished his response the system restarted happened and he went silent. Hans? Ruby asked. Ruby left Weiss' arms and approached Hans and knocked 3 times on the steel armor encasing Hans. Ruby turns to Weiss in worry. Weiss. Look at what you did. Weiss was perplexed and kind of offended. What? I didn't even do anything. You single-handedly killed Hans with your snobbiness. Why you? Weiss furiously raised her rapier as Ruby squealed and ran away while Weiss gave chase. Blake and Yang looked at each other and laughed before feeling a tap behind them. Blake and Yang turned around and saw Neo with a dissatisfied look while pointing at the paralyzed White Fang that still needed to be moved. Yeah, we should finish moving them up to the top. Yang nudged Blake from the side. What about Ruby and Weiss? Blake looked back to see that somehow, Weiss had gotten a hold of Ruby and was starting to take away Crescent Rose. Let's just help Neo with moving up the White Fang. Meanwhile, Hans woke up, not in a tank anymore but in his original body. He relished the feeling of back being a human before looking up from his arms and staring at a couch. Somehow this feels cozy knowing that it's been so long since I saw this couch. The moderator calls out from his ethereal presence and greets Hans. Hello, friend. I guess this is a reunion, Hans replies. The moderator chuckles. Okay, let me get straight to the point. The sudden appearance of a massive blackboard made Hans jump slightly from his seat but couldn't help but be curious at the sudden object. I want to tweak your War Thunder system since the game is too outdated for what you can do at this point. I originally thought you'd keep getting stronger but the amount of grinding you have to do is just too much. The blackboard suddenly fills in with dozens of writing and large illustrations of the different games of Gaijin. I can take inspiration from the other games you have on. Since you've been focusing on custom modifying your tank, I decided to make a physical garage for you to work on. Hans nodded. It was great for him since he didn't need to keep going around erecting a workshop every time he wanted to upgrade. There are some boring and unused content too which I understand doesn't make sense for you to do. The blackboard erases the previous text of everything the moderator said and gets replaced by another set of words. Realistic battles will be reworked and missions will be more adaptive to what you want to do instead of forcing you to do stuff. I know you like your rewards from doing them but it's not just the same. So I'll be reworking those too. Hans only had to resist smiling like the Joker. An update was something always to be looked forward to, especially when the moderator was teasing adding on some of the mechanics from other Gaijin games. Wow, okay. I'll just send you the patch notes later when you wake up. After the moderator said everything, the blackboard disappeared and the white expanse was left for Hans to look at. A few awkward moments pass. So, what do I do? The moderator pauses. Want to chat? Hans shrugged. Sure, why not? What do you do here? He asks. Watch you. The moderator says as if it was an obvious answer. Hans' face twisted in discomfort. Was the moderator watching almost every single moment of his life as Hans? That ain't creepy at all. Hans sarcastically responds. Think of it like a guardian angel. Hans from his mind snarked. More like an abusive stalker. Oi, I can hear what you think. Anyways, now that you have beaten Cinder. I recall you wanting to go to Atlas if I remember. Yes, I need the permanent dust supply. The moderator hums in interest and excitement. Interesting. Hans was relaxing on the couch as he waited. He felt the cushions being comfortable as he fully lay down on it. It was a long time since he could fully move his body and not be rigid. By the way, is time still moving back at Remnant? Yes, ever since you got sent here. Hans got up from his lying position. How long has it been? Hours. What? I thought it has been minutes. Your perception changes when you're in here in the plane of in-between. A loud ding emanated from the area. A screen was shown to Hans confirming the newly done update. Okay, the update is ready. Let me send you the patch notes later. Goodbye, friend. Hans stood up and stretched one last time. Right, goodbye moderator. Hans felt himself shiver as once again from before, black tendrils sprouted from behind the couch. Instead of trying to scream or run away, he simply sighed before getting yanked back to the mortal realm. Hans was back in his tank form and looked around the area. Loud chatter coming from the street got his attention. He noticed the lack of gas and was worried. Crap, I was out too long. He raced to where it came from, realizing that it was coming from the landing strip. He approached with caution and was befuddled to see the entire White Fang starting to wake but were being handled by Team WIBRN menacingly standing around still in their masks. Everyone freezes at the sight of Hans. The towering steel machine heading to an elevated area. RWBY rushed to Hans in relief. Hans, you're back. You scared us. Sorry, I shut down for a while before I could tell you all what was going to happen. What happened here? RWBY started to have a serious look. The gas dissipated and some of them started to have the ability back to move. Torchwick did a great job intimidating them along with the others just standing around. Hans growled his engine as hard as he could. Taking all the attention to himself as the entire White Fang looked at the intimidating cannon staring down at them. It looked like they expected Hans to say something. Like he was going to make a great speech about how they were beaten. But in reality, Hans didn't know what else to do from his impulsive decision. Shit, now what do I do? I haven't talked to a crowd since 10th grade. Come on Hans, think. Maybe a movie quote would help. Do you fear death? Crap, too intimidating. I might as well finish it. Do you fear that dark abyss? All your deeds laid bare, all your sins punished. Hans pauses, letting the quote settle in along the minds of the faunus who were quite literally scared at the thought of a tank shooting them straight on. One brave soul speaks up and tries to put on a strong look but fails when his voice shakes. We aren't SCSC scared of YU. Do you ever think of what following your path today may have resulted in? The lives of both humans and faunus are in ruins. Vale itself destroyed. You'll never understand our plight. Oh, but I do. You see, when I first came to this world I was beset by Atlas and their armies. They forced my hand because I was non-human. A bunny faunus says out with a shocked tone. No way, you were the one that beat the Atlassians so easily. Do you doubt it? Murmurs erupted from the members, all reacting to the revelation that the tank in front was an enemy of Atlas. Yes. Atlas is one of the kingdoms you despise, right? Want to know how I managed to overcome them? It was with the power of German engineering. Another faunus raises his voice. Why are you telling us this? Oh damn, what should I say? I didn't expect to get this far. Because, it's what you lack. I got better, stronger, and more powerful, but not because I wanted to fight them. I wanted them to see me and how better I am than them in every aspect. Right, where am I going with this? Let's just deflect this to Blake. Sorry about this. You remember her? Hans pointed his gun toward Blake near the side. She points to herself questioningly and comes up to the stage and reveals herself. One of the members screams out. Traitor. Hans interrupts him. No, no, no. More like she is the real White Fang. Wasn't she part of the plan to stop Cinder? What was her plan again? Right, to bomb the walls to Vale and its citizens. Tell me, would that really help your cause? Leave both humans and faunus to the mercy of mankind's worst enemy, the Grimm? You are leaderless and broken. But you still have a chance to change all that and follow Blake's path. Not through protests or terrorism but something else. Progress. Large amounts of questions erupted from the crowd before Torchwick shot a flare into the sky to silence them. Hans was shocked to see even Torchwick listening in. Damn, I'm winging this so hard right now. What did Cinder and Adam give you? Nothing but failure. And for all that time, you kept up with your spirit only to lose because of the wrong leadership. In contrast to Blake, she broke off and turned to her allies and me. Hans pointed gestures to the team present around the perimeter. How did it go then? We succeeded in saving Vale, we succeeded against you, the White Fang, and we won against the Grimm itself. A few in the crowd were now truly engrossed in what Hans had to say. So what you're saying is that we should follow what she did and start returning to the old Fang. Hans aggressively revved his engine. No, we make a new Fang, one that shows equality through your civilization's prosperity. For you see, Blake is the daughter of the chieftain of Menagerie. Loud gossip flooded the ambient noise of the city of Mountain Glen. Blake snapped her neck to Hans and approached him with her head down. Where are you going with this, Hans? Hans at this point was bullshitting his way through, so he decided to let Blake take the stand this time. Tell them, Blake, what you realized when I first met you. I'm pulling nonsense out at this point. Blake thinks deeply about what Hans said. What did he say back then? That I should be with friends? No way, is he trying to make me convince the White Fang to join us? He's trying to reform the Fang. She turns to Hans with a glimmer in her eyes. Okay, why is she smiling and flickering her ears like that? Blake takes up the front and screamed at the top of her lungs, calling for the faunus's full engagement. Brothers and sisters of the White Fang. Can you not see? We need to work together for each other and not focus on dragging down others but lifting ourselves up to their level. She aggressively sways her hands to gesture to Hans, who was suddenly surprised at Blake being so passionate about all this. Our leader Hans wants us to join him in making faunuses prosperous. Isn't that right? Yes, wait, no, I wanted to make you return to normalcy dash. His response was blocked out by the loud agreements of the crowd, along with Blake continuing to cheer them on. The White Fang started to change their mood. I see. It makes sense. We just have to progress more. Instead of fear, we create envy from humans. Yeah, you're right. We tried to fight but we lost everything, but she, Blake Belladonna, she has gained everything, right? You're right. So Blake is forming a new White Fang. But she's a traitor. No, she's the most legitimate heir to a new White Fang. So this means we're a new White Fang. Everyone in Team WYBRN suddenly feels something reaching into their minds, like a prophecy being told. Blake steps up with an idea that arrived inside her mind. We don't need to align ourselves with the White Fang. We will become a new army. One that shows the world how much we can do with what we have, while we fight against the world in a united struggle. So tell me, do you want to renew your cause, or will you keep yourselves down while we bring in a new and better age? The crowd went silent before slowly, one by one, each of the members stand firmly as they announce their decisions. I will serve. I do too. Me 3. Me. Actually, I don't know how to count, so. Me 10th. Hans started to see a pattern and silently worried about what was going on. Oh no, why are they doing this? Blake screams out as a final passionate proclamation. Today at this moment, we will create a new army to follow Hans and his vision to save our people. We will form, the Wehrmacht. You know what? I can live with this. System updated. Patch notes available. Chapter 58, Update 1.1. Patch notes, War Thunder Sys. 1.1. Economy rework. Increased SL and RP gain by 200%. Subordinates will retain the previous 100%. Repair costs will increase exponentially when changing vehicles in between fights in rapid succession. 5-minute grace period is needed for the repair cost to not count. Subordinate maintenance scheduled to occur every 3 days at midnight, loyalty and dread reduced by half if maintenance is not met. See the enlisted game mechanic for more. Foreign modifications, vehicles, etc. repair costs will now scale based on importance in the universe set in. Game mechanics. Added enlisted mechanic. See the subsection for more info. Added new vehicles. Added buildings and facilities. Added new research and tech section on tech tree. Counts as subordinate maintenance. Added adaptive missions. Daily missions will now automatically adjust to the player's needs. Added vehicle creation. Vehicles can only be added if field tests can survive the battle. Time limitations on vehicles created will apply depending on the vehicle. Added revengeance mode. Battle with full realism, normal rules of nature will apply to the vehicles. Breakdowns, malfunction, and any other related statuses will occur randomly based on reliability. Revengeance will also apply to squad's vehicle. A 10x SL and RP multiplier will be added when completing a battle or mission with revengeance mode turned on. Updated repair function. HUD will appear for squad leads if they are the flag tank. Costs will be taken from your own account. Updated HUD and tech tree displays. Clutter is reduced and HUD can be displayed to the outside world. Interaction between outside influences can be done. Updated prices to the latest version of War Thunder. Updated help page. Pages are now organized and useless information is reduced. Search option included within. Changed item acquiring. Item no longer needs to touch player. As long as there is no limitation which includes, item ownership not confirmed, unable to physically be moved or item intangibility. In the case of none of the above applying, the moderator will judge if it is allowed or not. Removed moderator support timer. I'll talk if I feel like it. Dimension travel is removed as a milestone reward. World boss now needs to be defeated in order to unlock. Planned updates will be for dimension travel when unlocked. Removed realistic mode. Removed mod RP. Vehicles now come with full upgrades from in-game. Modification SL will be deducted and rounded up while purchasing new vehicles in-game or vehicles created. Removed ability-based in-game modification. Included examples are spotting bonuses, artillery support, etc. Bug fixes. Like a ton of those, I didn't even realize exist. Did you know that if you sank in the ocean it didn't let you die even if you reach 4,000 feet? Anyway, I fixed that. You will die if you are submerged in deep waters for 2 minutes. Enlisted game mechanic. Manage army tab included in squad section. No limit on the number of subordinates but dread and loyalty are harder to gain. Increases are dependent on multiple factors. Only one army type can be assigned for each squad the player unlocked. Can buy equipment for army but maintenance costs will apply more based on the amount of player-given vehicles. Subordinates can give out SL and RP regardless of inside or outside vehicles assigned. Command structure needed for system to properly assign game values. Loyalty and dread mechanic added for army. Loyalty is how much they are in support of the actions the player takes. Loyalty will gradually increase the more time goes on. At 100% they will follow any command and will die for you. At 75% they will follow commands as long as it aligns with their interests, and will desert in rare circumstances. At 50% they will follow commands but will be reluctant to carry out offensives with a high chance of casualties. At 25% high chance of desertion and will deny orders once in a while. At 0% army will mutiny unless dread is 100%. Dread is a measure of how much fear and respect they perceive you. Dread will gradually decrease to 0% as time goes on but can be locked to a specific percentage through certain actions. Dread can only be increased through player action. Natural dread applies to player appearance and past actions. This will affect any army when they join. Vehicle changes. Can now use any equipment available on vehicle. No longer limited to firing machine gun available to the game. Unused machine guns can now be controlled like normal. Lights and other equipment can be used. Wrong values on various aspects corrected. Correct calibers adjusted for vehicles. Visual appearance slightly altered for newer vehicles. Chapter 59, Tying Up Loose Ends, Menagerie and the Faun. 3 days after the Battle of Mountain Glen, in Menagerie. A Bengal tiger faunus sat in the middle of her throne flanked by guards, her dark complexion standing out from the red color present in the room. She taps her fingers on the arms of her seat while reading over reports from White Fang activity all over Remnant. A flick from her extra set of ears adorning the top of her head senses the creak of the door. She looks up from the reports she held and reached out to her side and gave them to her guard on the left. The door opened to reveal a White Fang member in a panic. My informant, was it that quick to find out Adam's actions? It had been a while since she had any contact with the Vale branch of the White Fang. Her troublesome and radical subordinate didn't make the effort to actually listen to her nor give out a periodical statement about his situation. Which is why she sent an informant days ago. The same informant panted as he rushed to say the news in person. Sienna Khan. Yes. Do you have the news concerning Adam? She stood up as she listened in. The White Fang member smirked under his mask, he reaches behind him while genuflecting in front of Sienna. I do. Impatient at the news, she clenches her fist and stomped on the floor. Well? Spit it out. Ha ha ha. Instead of receiving an answer, the White Fang member starts to maniacally laugh. Sienna Khan steps back, looking with wide eyes at the cackling informant of hers. What is up with him? The White Fang, now with a full smile, raises his head up as he pulls out a gas mask. The same one that had been used by Team WIBRN. I have a message for the leader of the White Fang. Sienna flinches at the sight of a grenade showing on the hand of the White Fang member. The person in front pulls the pin and slams it into the ground while attaching the gas mask to himself. That's a grenade. The guards suddenly freeze at the sight of the grenade. The White Fang member screamed out, "Long live the Kaiser!" His muffled voice rings out as gas blows outward, enveloping the entire room in a thick blanket of gas. Sienna can shove her guards toward the man before screaming out an order, "Fools! Get him!" The guards rush toward the man before falling on their face, the red lens of the White Fang member remaining untouched as Sienna desperately held her nose shut. What's this gas? Sienna pulls out her chain whip and lashes toward the White Fang member. The gas thickness only impeded her cloudy vision as it hit several lengths away from the White Fang member. The whip falls to the ground as Sienna had inhaled some gas before feeling her body from the neck down, slowly stopping motor functions. She tries one last time to attack but collapses on the ground while looking angrily at the pair of red lenses staring at her. Did Adam poison your mind with his madness? I'll let you know that I won't give up the fawn without a fight. The White Fang member chuckles. He walks toward her and flanks behind her as he taps on his neck and mutters out. Success, Oberkommandant. He turns to Sienna and prepares to lug her up to his shoulders. She couldn't struggle while he went to the throne and made her sit. He arranged her face to stare at the entrance before walking away. No, not him. Someone that will give us a better future than what Adam, Gyra, and even you couldn't give us. She felt her mouth still active. Sienna asks, who? The door opened with a loud thud that echoed through the gas-ridden room. The gas escapes, making it thinner as another person appears on the opposite end. She pulls a wind crystal out of her pockets and throws it on the ground. Sienna glances at the unknown uniforms flanking the figure in front. They stop short as the one in front squares themselves. The wind rushes around and clears out the room of gas. Sienna finally gets to properly see who was responsible for her situation. A pair of cat ears prop up as the figure removed their gray helmet with an iron cross on the right side. A gas mask slowly gets taken away from their face. Sienna felt her breath hold as she saw a pair of amber eyes and a recognizable face. Blake, she screamed out. Blake sweeps her hair backward as she lays the helmet and gas mask to her side. Hello, Sienna. Long time no see, it's been long, hasn't it? Sienna was completely lost, she didn't know what was happening. She knew Blake as a person and yet she now had so many questions. Have you followed his path too? I never saw you as that kind of person. Blake shook her head as she started walking closer. If it's Adam we're talking about, it's not him. Sienna was left with no words. What happened to Vale while I was in the dark? Where is he then? Why are you taking my position over? Did Gyra ask you to do this? With a neutral face, Blake stopped right in front of Sienna. Adam is enjoying his work as an ice cream server in the city of Vale. Someone else I hold dear wanted to help us, the faunus, and so we, the Wehrmacht, are carrying out his vision. Out of all the things that could happen to her, hearing about Adam's apparent employment at an ice cream parlor was not on her mind. Blake answered her question, yet it led to even more questions. Ice cream server. The Wehrmacht? What's going on? Sienna stares at the ground as she accepts her fate. So, are you going to kill me now? Blake shook her head from side to side. No, the Kaiser is a leader. What's a leader without their servants? She takes her hand and lifts Sienna's face to gaze at her. You will join us. What makes you say I would agree to that? Sienna was confused. In what world would she join anyone who was trying to take over her White Fang? Oh, if Adam can succumb to the Kaiser's will, then so shall you, Sienna. Blake ominously said. She turns to the soldiers behind her and says, escort her outside with the others. She placed back her gas mask and helmet, making sure to tighten them properly as advised. She checks for the stability of her helmet and nods. Blake walks out of the door, the soldiers taking away everyone left affiliated with the White Fang. Blake swings around to the previous informant of Sienna and reached out for a handshake. Good job. The man accepts her gesture and bows. Thank you, Oberkommandant. You don't need to call me that, Blake will do. The man nods. Are you going to be fine, Oberkommandant? I know you're going to your parents to relay the news. It's fine. I can do this. Blake tightens her fist over her chest. Hans told me I need to tell them, I hope he's right that Mom and Dad will still accept me. As she walked down the streets of Menagerie, heading over to her home, dozens of her soldiers were already taking in the remnants of the White Fang peacefully. Soon enough, she had reached her abode and knocked on the door. She took a deep breath, afraid of what her parents' response would be for not following them as they told her to. They gave her their word on not continuing being in the White Fang, yet she still foolishly followed Adam. Until Hans came to tell her that she could redeem herself and now redeem the White Fang. Who is it? A deep male voice announces from the other side of the door. Blake was still nervous, she still had a part of her mind to just not follow through. Though it was interrupted when the door opened suddenly. Gyra Belladonna didn't know what to expect when he heard a knock. When he heard no response for a short while, he opened the door to see a person decked out in armor and military clothes with a gas mask and a stall helm obscuring their face. Gyra was perplexed. Is this White Fang? No, it's way too different from any of the recent masks they wear. Who are you? He asked. Blake froze when she thought her father didn't recognize her before realizing she was hiding her face under her dual-filter gas mask. Blake clips off the chin strap from her helmet and lets it hang to her side. She clicked the gas mask strap, securing it to her face, and slowly but surely takes it away. It's me, Dad. Blake. Another voice from inside echoes out. Honey. Who's at the door? As soon as Gyra stepped to the side, Callie Belladonna felt her ears perk up and her heart melt from the sight of her long-absent daughter. My baby girl. She envelopes Blake in a deep, warm, and welcoming embrace. Blake was surprised but returned the gesture twice-fold. Callie releases the embrace and steps back to notice Blake's appearance. Callie looks over her daughter's outfit and looks at Gyra doing the same thing. Blake notices their confusion before telling them outright what they wanted to know. I'll explain later. You have a lot to explain, that's for sure. Come, we have much to talk about. Later. A pot of tea steamed from the table with 3 cups empty around it. Callie takes a hold of it and starts to pour while Gyra takes the lead in questioning. How have you been all this time? Blake lowered her ears. It's been pretty rough at the start. I was still following the White Fang with Adam. I learned about the direction they were heading and wanted none of it. You were right, Mom, Dad, I was an idiot for clinging onto the White Fang. Don't demean yourself, Blake. We're just glad you're okay. Speaking of the White Fang, what happened to them? Gyra asked. Blake took her cup and drank before replying. I left and I never turned back again, until now. Callie set down the teapot and spoke. That's good of you to leave, just know that you're strong for making the decision to leave. Though, what do you mean by until now? Blake looked to her mask set on the table. A friend of mine gave me, and the rest of the White Fang, another chance. He was the first to tell me I still had the chance to turn it all around. Callie sat up straight at the mention of a friend. Gyra did so too, but with narrowed eyes. A friend? He suspiciously questioned. Yeah, he's honestly a great person. Blake wasn't sure, but she was considering Hans a person anyways, but she didn't know if her parents would understand. Tell me more. Callie slyly asked with a raised eyebrow. Honey, I don't think dash. Shush, I want to hear more about this friend of hers. She wiggled her eyebrows. Blake didn't get it, but she was okay with speaking about Hans. He's She didn't know how to start, how can someone explain that a person that didn't see a tank in their life? Well, he was friendly when we first met. We had a bit of a misunderstanding when he knocked me out. Knocked you out? Gyra's father instincts were kicking in, his hands tightened as he imagined strangling the boy who introduces himself to his precious daughter by knocking them out. I like him already, Callie purred out. Blake continued. It was hard to communicate with him, but he was fine for the first meeting. I still remember the time he needed to swing his barrel around to communicate. Oh my, honey, do you think? Gyra's left eye twitched. Blake still went on. Then, he invited me over to Forever Fall in the middle of the night. It was late already, but he kept pestering me to come over. I was exhausted the entire week from school because of it. My, he is active for sure. Don't you think, honey? Blake stopped to sip on her tea. Oh right. I was also invited over to commit a crime. Actually, I had a moment when he said to go inside him. After I went inside him, I wiggled his barrel around and fired it. Oh, I forgot to mention that he became even bigger the last time we met. I felt my body shake just from the barrel shooting so far and so powerful. Callie had a creeping smile on her face while she winked at Blake, who quirked her eyebrow at the action. Gyra at this point had deep fried his brain when he heard every word. I'm gonna skin whoever touched my baby girl. Dad? He didn't touch me at all, he couldn't even if he wanted to. Besides, the others in my team took their turns in using his massive cannon too. RWBY especially, since she even made him fire more powerful rounds. He's a playboy too. Gyra was shaking in rage. Playboy? Dad, what are you talking about? I'm talking about this friend of yours seducing my baby girl, knocking you out, introducing himself by swaying his barrel around, inviting you out to spend the whole night firing his gun. Not only that, but other girls too. Blake finally had her brain click into place after knowing how inappropriate everything she just said sounded. She blushed furiously before covering her face in shame and trying to scream out. Dad! It's not like that. Blake was going to have a hard time explaining everything to them. Her new cause was to renew the White Fang and turn it into the Wehrmacht, the plans Cinder had and what Hans planned next, and much more. Maybe importantly was trying to convince her dad that she didn't mean to make her memories of Hans so lewd sounding. Chapter 60, Tying Up Loose Ends, Leonardo Lionheart. In a room constructed in wood, filled with intricate carvings, sitting on the edge right on the opposite end of the room, was a man pacing in front of his desk frantically. This man was Leonard Lionheart, a man considered by many to a brave and loyal to his friends and the students he managed. He was swift in the manner of him taking care of his precious huntsmen and huntresses. Of course, this wasn't any bit true. By swift, he meant swift in leading his students to their deaths. By loyal, he meant loyal to anyone strong enough to kill him. Making sure to change sides faster than Italy in both wars. By brave, he meant being brave running in the other direction. He was one of the other close friends Ojban has in his inner circle. When Salem managed to scare him enough, he was coerced into switching sides. He had served her for a while now. His recent action was sending Cinder and her cronies to infiltrate Beacon. Though, he was supposed to return the message of Cinder, which was very much a big delay. He was nervous, no, not nervous, terrified. Salem was not one to trifle with, and Leonardo knew that. The breach was planned a day ago, yet Cinder, usually one to report immediately, was not contacting him, nor was the news showing any kind of breach. There was news on the White Fang having a supposed new leader, but he didn't care about that. His voice shook as he panicked. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? How do I explain to her where Cinder is? A grim seer nearby calls for his attention. A chill is felt up Leonardo's spine. It was time to break the news. Hopefully, he wouldn't get killed after saying that he doesn't know where Cinder was or what her plans are going forward. Leonardo, how is my favorite headmaster doing? Good. No, great. Very. Excellent. He stutters out. Is that so? Well, if it is so excellent to you, then perhaps it's time for you to report on why one of my close subordinates that you sent to Beacon has not been communicating with me lately. I recall very recently that you promised to report on her actions, since it was you who were confident in your ability to trick Beacon's headmaster. Leonardo froze. He thought of lying and pinning everything on Cinder, but it wouldn't work. If he says Cinder got captured or worse killed, he would be having his corpse to the birds. It was his responsibility for sending out Cinder as a disguise. There has been hiccups with communicating with the CCT. Knowing Cinder, she would have already sent someone to talk personally. If she is caught, I can talk to Oz about it. Silence took its time in the conversation before a change in tone from Salem showed Leonardo that he may have signed his one-way trip to the morgue. That's odd. Cinder has sent me one 3 days ago, detailing that her plans were only a day before the execution. So, if she was going to follow through with what I have said, then why is it that nothing has been done, Leonardo Lionheart? I can ask Ojbin. He can't hide it from me even if he has discovered Cinder and her group dash. The barbs on the seer whip out and strike Leonardo's neck. He grunts and stumbles to the ground as the barbed tentacles wrapped around his neck. His aura prevented the full suffocation, but he could feel the pressure mounting as he gets dragged to a kneel. Let me remind you, Leonardo. I know your craven attitude, see to it that you do not do the same traitorous actions against me. Watch where you tread. The seer lets off their grip and left a scared and desperate Leonardo on the ground still groveling. He lets himself up and sits on the chair with both hands grasping his temples. He was beyond stressed, almost like he was sitting on a bomb stuck constantly beeping. I should talk to Oz. No, I need to visit him myself, he determined. A knock on the door arrived, and the sound of rigorous thumps made its way into his mind. He relaxes, thinking it was a student. Such kind of thing wasn't unusual and could occur at any moment. He has done this before and will do so again, all to hide his colluding with Salem. Hello. Headmaster Lionheart, a female voice echoed. Yes. What's the problem? Leonardo asked behind the door. Someone wants to meet you, he says it's urgent news from Beacon. Leonardo thought it himself. Who would say that? Is it Cinder? Maybe Ojbin's. He shakes his head. Let them in. I'll be waiting here. He heard footsteps walking away from the door. He shuffled in his seat, uncomfortable not at the chair but at who could be coming through that door. Later, 2 pairs of footsteps came from the hallway connecting his office to the outside world. A knock came again and the previous female voice announced, he's here. Another voice finally revealed itself, a boy's voice instead. Leave us. It is a private matter. Leonardo watched as the door slowly opened. His eyes were wide open and his heartbeat spiked and dropped rapidly as he saw who was on the other side of his desk. Those same gray eyes and hair that Leonardo knew who it was. One of the subordinates she has taken for herself was standing in front of Leonardo. Excuse me, sir, I can't help but notice but there seems to be a problem with your curriculum. Leonardo Lionheart was confused. What? Stop spouting nonsense and tell me how Cinder is doing. Salem is not satisfied and if you don't report to me Cinder's actions we'll both have our necks strung up high. Mercury blatantly ignores him and sarcastically asks Leonardo, Cinder? Who? I don't know who that is. Anyways, I need to ask why we have a lesson in public speaking. What? Have you gone crazy? Perhaps Emerald was right in reporting your crazed obsession with patterns on the ground. Salem is furious. Why hasn't your plan on breaching Veil and destroying Beacon not been progressing? Nothing is on the news and Salem is getting impatient in waiting. Mercury walks around while shrugging his shoulders. What do you mean? Leonardo Lionheart needed to save the situation and didn't want to deal with whatever Mercury was smoking. I'll contact Ojbin, I need you to get back to Beacon. Mercury smiled while turning his back to Leonardo. Now why would I do that? I suspect we've been compromised. Mercury laughed on the inside before facing Leonardo. If only Leonardo knew what was going on. Of course, Leonardo. Compromised. Leonardo was starting to suspect something off about how Mercury was acting. That said, why are you here? Just here to personally relay everything. Cinder doesn't actually trust you too much, you know. I needed to confirm you were on our side still after a minor change in plans. Mercury answered. Leonardo relaxed. So that's why he was acting odd. He stood up and prepared his scroll and placed it on his table. Go, I need to contact Ojbin. Not so fast, Leonardo. Mercury brings out his own scroll and a single symbol is shown. It was in the shape of a microphone that showed that Mercury was recording the conversation the whole time. Leonardo stood shocked at what the action meant. Mercury had betrayed them. Do you not value your life? Salem is unstoppable. Would you really work for Ojbin and risk your life? Mercury chuckled. Ojbin is a quack. You know very well that Salem intends to do the worst on Remnant. I may be an assassin but destroying the world ain't exactly the best job description I would happily join in. A new order will be the ultimate victor, not this pointless feud the two have been waging. What? Suddenly, what sounded like screams and engines blaring around the academy sounded. Leonardo looked suspiciously at Mercury, who was gesturing for him to check. Leonard switched his display to viewing the cameras and could see hundreds of men breaching inside the school while his students stepped away from the group of soldiers. A pair of students tried to stand in front of a soldier to stop him before the soldier pulled a grenade and tossed it at the floor. Gas started to rapidly spread and a student nearby was left unmoving on the ground. Leonardo was done for. The Wehrmacht was poised to strike and enacted their attack the moment the signal was given by Mercury reached them. It was inevitable. The headmaster brings out his weapon and tries to retaliate, but Mercury expected it and leaped out of the way. After Leonardo recovers from his swing, he observes a single cylindrical object on the ground. Leonardo looks up to Mercury smirking with a pin on his finger and a mask prepared beforehand now on his face. Gas puffed out and the room was covered in the paralyzing agent. He felt his body go numb as he falls to the ground. Do you really think Salem wouldn't notice this? She will get her revenge and tear you apart, he screams out. Mercury gets closer to look at the incapacitated headmaster on the floor. Oh, Leonardo. Mercury crouches down. I'm not usually one to monologue, but here's the thing, what Hans has planned convinced me that Remnant itself will undergo a major shift. You gotta ask yourself this, Salem is only but one person with glorified elemental manipulation that can already be provided with current technology. Kinda disappointed with magic in RWBY, to be honest. Mercury stands back up and goes for the door. Even if Salem has an army of Grimm, it's been proven to me with my own eyes that Hans has a higher form of power that can do better than lighting stuff on fire without dust or some other gimmick. I feel bad for Salem honestly, the only step left is for us to control Atlas. Leonardo was questioning everything he was hearing. Had Mercury been telling the truth? He thought to himself. Atlas? A certain CEO is up for the chopping block. Atlas itself will change leaders too, soon enough. Mercury ominously commented. An aggressive knocking sound on the door made Mercury open it wide. The dozens of armed men were now surrounding and taking anything useful in Leonardo's office that could incriminate him. A lieutenant walks over to the room and reaches out to Mercury. He takes away the recording from the scroll and nods. See, I did my job well. Can you put a good word to Hans that I can be trusted now? Mercury asks. The lieutenant nods, he will be appreciative of it. I'm sure he would give you another chance to stay now. Though won't you do the same for your partner? Mercury sighs out. Emerald is great and all, but she is still hung up on Cinder. I'm not cold-hearted, but she needs to realize that the battle will soon change. Salem can flaunt her immortality and magic all she wants, but when even her Grimm are struggling to take territory, then I know I picked the right side. The lieutenant proceeds in capturing Leonardo as Mercury stares at the unmoving body of Leonardo. I hope what the leader says is true. That there is a way to defeat Salem and use her immortality against her. Chapter 61, Doubts. A vast number of ships coated in white stay docked or moved along the airspace of the city of Vale. None of the citizens know of the reason, not what event was raised to facilitate a response. In an airship headed for Beacon was Winter Schnee, sister to Weiss Schnee. She walked with discipline to the outside while keeping a stern gaze affixed to the new Atlesian Knight 200. The latest in design is to be revealed later to the public. Winter walked along the masses of droids synchronously marching to the center of the academy. On the outside she was cold and calculating, passers-by couldn't help but notice her dignified appearance with an escort in tow. On the inside though, Winter was thinking differently. Where is Weiss? I thought I sent a message to her about my arrival. Did I come off as too demanding? Did I stress her out? I just want to see her. Suddenly and perhaps annoyingly, a loud crash and thud behind her made her stop her walking. The courtyard echoed with surprise and interest from a gathering crowd. Winter already knew who was behind her the moment he uttered words. Sup. Winter whips around, hand on the hilt of her saber as she narrows her eyes on the unkempt-looking drunkard. He tosses one of the destroyed droids to the ground. Got your attention now, Ice Queen? Halt, she snarked. Looks like you found yourself in this town again. Guess being a failure didn't count toward your promotion, but Jimmy never knew when to give up, did he? You gonna crash and burn again like last time? I won't let you get away with destroying military property, more so when you insult the general like that. He looks over the destroyed droids and raises his arms in a mock surprise. Oh, I'm sorry, I mistook these for an actual threat, like that little operation of yours. Honest mistake. I have no time to play your little games, Crow. Geez, lighten up. You'd think being humbled by a literal refrigerator with a gun sticking out of it would make you Atlas specialists less arrogant. Would you like me to pull out that stick up your ass, or do you need OL Jimmy to keep it in for longer? I don't know what you're trying to get out of this conversation, but I've heard enough. Oh, I heard something all right. Heard that your general has finally turned his back on RWBY. He said to not do it again, but here is the general again, along with an overcompensating amount of firepower. That overcompensating amount of firepower is what Atlas can bring to protect the world. It has done more than you ever did. What else can you do besides drink and vomit all over the floor? Ha, protect us. Like how you valiantly protected yourselves last time when you lost all those men. Do you hear this, fellas? Atlas is going to protect us. Winter pulled out her saber and pointed it to a still drunken crow. If you won't hold your tongue, then I'll gladly cut it out for you. No thanks, Ice Queen, I'm not into BDSM. Maybe Jimmy would like it though, considering how many times he screwed him stash. Winter rushes forward, her saber directing to a relaxed Crow who leaned his head to the side. Winter's saber blurs in a flurry of thrusts and cuts, but Crow reads her every move. Winter cuts overhead, to which Crow taunts with a bow. The saber is met by the cold steel of Crow's harbinger behind his back, that he parries the saber and swings around up and over before entering a stance. The bystanders stand with awe and excitement as they saw the two duke it out in a battle. Sparks fly as metal met metal, and the two start to pick up the intensity as Crow's heavy sword swings for Winter. Winter ducks and riposts, her saber meets nothing as Crow narrowly dodges, he swings his harbinger over his head. Winter responds to the attack by using her glyphs to quicken her retreat. A crater forms as Crow put all of his strength into the attack. Winter dashes back and eyes Crow, preparing to end the fight in a single attack. She prepares her evermore summons, but to her surprise, Crow began to put his sword back on his back. Come on Schnee, give it your best shot. Winter's forehead forms a vein as she felt her semblance activate. She began to attack before being stopped. Schnee. Winter ceases her attack and returns to an about face. Sir. What is going on? Ironwood checks behind her and sees someone he didn't expect. Crow. Crow lays his hands behind his head as he spoke. Hey, Jimmy. I was attacked unprovoked. You can ask the people around here, your specialist may need more disciplining. I can lend a hand if you want, though wouldn't like it if she saw me. Crow. Winter tries to deny his claims. Specialist Schnee, we'll talk more about this. But. Schnee. She relents. Yes. Sir. RWBY walks along with Glinda and sees the damage. Glinda visibly rubs her temples before getting out her riding crop and flicks her hand. A purple glow radiates as Crow went up to the group. RWBY turns to the crowd gathering. Everyone. There is much more to see in the Colosseum. Fights are better organized and less impulsive, there. Move on now. Crow, we have much to talk about. Crow along with the rest of RWBY's inner circle goes up the tower to his office. Ironwood and Winter were already inside, with Ironwood visibly angered. Winter steps up first to voice her issue. What were you thinking? Ironwood does the same. If you were one of my men I would have you shot. Crow brings out his flask. If I were one of your men I'd shoot myself. RWBY sighs before sitting behind his desk. Crow. What happened to you? You've been out of touch with us for a long time. I thought you were compromised. Ironwood sees where the conversation was heading and ushers Winter out. Go, I'll tell you the orders later. Leave us for now. Yes, sir. Glinda from nearby excuses herself as well. I'll be on my way. The students are throwing another party in the boys' bathroom. They all waited for Winter to leave before Crow responds. They were about to talk about confidential information. It has been their duty to keep the Shadow War on Salem as close to themselves as possible. Crow responds after seeing Winter leave. The CCT has been out of range. I couldn't get in contact for a long time. She has more people working for her. Someone in Vale has been working to undermine us. Ironwood interrupts, we already know that. Crow brings out his scroll. No, you only know that. When were you going to tell me? I've been busting my ass over trying to find info for you and you're going to just tell me now that you already knew. Communication is a two-way street, pal. You see this? It's the send button. A frustrated Crow pockets his scroll and continues. And by the way Jimmy, I told you so. We're supposed to be discreet and secretive, protecting the world from the evils that threaten it and all that. The first week of Beacon opening and you already blundered. Meeting behind closed doors. Away from peering eyes. What happened to that? Now tell me, Jimmy, why have you brought your army to Vale again? Crow, you know that's not my intention. Crow scoffs, intention? How about communicating what you're thinking instead of leaving it up to us to guess whatever nonsense you're coming up with in that thick skull of yours? Have you replaced your entire head to be cybernetic? I didn't know Atlas could fix the mental condition you have called stupidity. Ojban coughs hard as he lifts up his coffee mug. Crow, that's enough. Ironwood sighs, Crow, I know you don't agree with anything about the military dash. That's a big understatement, bub. But it's for a good reason. It's always a good reason for you. Like how you did the same the last time you came here. Ironwood steps forward with weight to it. Will you let me finish? There's been a report that our enemy might be closer to us than ever. I found it prudent to take the necessary steps in order not to let Vale get threatened. A loud slurp gets their momentary attention. Oz, they both question. There's been a development about that. The two settle their eyes on each other before glancing back at Ojban. A friend of mine has made the first move. They captured the perpetrators in question and have taken care of them. The methods they have done after is a mystery. Ironwood had concern all over his expression. They? Are we dealing with a third party, Oz? Someone else that could be an enemy or friend? When were you going to tell us this? Quite possibly, never. But now that something else has been happening, I found it necessary to tell you. As for your other question, it's none other than Team RWBY that worked to capture them. Crow clenches his fist. Where my niece is? The same one? Is that why she's not here? Oz. I took my place in your circle because I wanted to save the world after you took me in. My niece should be out there eating cookies and drinking milk. Not risking her life the same way as we do. Oz, what were you doing the entire time? Ironwood expresses the same concern. You can't keep us in the dark, Oz. Says you. Crow quips. Ironwood ignores Crow's remark. May I ask, which friend are you talking about? You have been acquainted by it the moment your army stepped foot in Vale. Ironwood thought hard. There was no one he had met that Opson knew about. He just arrived only days earlier. I don't remember talking to any friend that is a mutual friend of Oz, unless stepping foot in Vale meant dash. No, it can't be. What? That thing dealt with her? Oz, you're letting that thing interfere with Vale and Beacon? Ojban sharpens his tone. It has a name, Ironwood. Hans is his name, and there is something more pressing that we need to address. Recently, have you seen the news of the coup in the White Fang? Headed by a cat faunus of unknown origin. What of it? Ironwood asks. I have been suspecting the White Fang colluding with an agent of Salem, but we do not have concrete proof. Well, as per our agreement with Hans, he has given us critical information. They did, but now they aren't. Crow gets impatient. Oz, stop with the riddles and just tell us. Ojban crosses his fingers and places his arms on the table, resting his chin on top of his hands as he explains. Okay, if you say so. Hans has defeated one named Cinder, the other half of the Fall Maiden. Cinder had under her control the White Fang, who has done multiple robberies. Them only stealing dust and not using it right after made me believe they were stockpiling it, but for what reason? At the time I had no reason to believe they were working with someone under Salem, but the coincidence between the Vital Festival and Team RWBY's timing in heading out from the academy made me think otherwise. He takes a sip of coffee. This leads us to the confrontation between Hans' group and Cinder. I haven't gotten all the details from the tank itself, but the White Fang have somehow been convinced to work for Hans. Ironwood stiffens at the mention of the White Fang switching allegiances. What? That thing has an army? Oz, you should have called for me. We need to crush a problem before it grows. Ojban blank states. Ironwood. He has done nothing besides ally himself with us and deal with the Grimm and Salem subordinates. I will not let you do your own way of firing the first shot in a conflict that could be at the level of the Great War. Ironwood was disturbed by the lack of measures by Ojban. Crow, tell Oz we need to take action. Crow rubs his head. I have to agree, but not with your way, Jimmy. I'm going to find out myself if this Hans person is what you tell him to be, Oz. What? Ironwood questions. My niece, RWBY. I need to know what she's been going through. I'm not going to respond with bringing an army, I just want to know if she's okay. Ojban nodded before gesturing to the elevator. You can go, Crow. Do what you need to. The whirs of the mechanisms within the elevator open. Crow made his way inside and left the room. He wasn't going to argue more, he wanted to know if his niece was still okay. After Crow left, Ironwood turned to Ozben. Oz, that thing is dangerous. James, that thing has a name, it has a conscience. You of all people should know that ever since your joint project with Polendina has borne fruit. Why are you insisting that Hans has any bad intentions? Knowing he couldn't change the headmaster's opinion. Ironwood follows Crow's actions and waits for the elevator to come back up. I'm going. Happy Vital Festival. Ozben sat alone, with everyone in the room leaving soon after their short meeting. It was getting too out of hand. With Ironwood already disobeying Ozben's orders not to include Vale in this and Crow heading for Hans. Ozben had a lot on his plate. He sat on his desk and deeply breathes in the aroma of coffee before bringing it up to his lips and sipping. This coffee seems more bitter than usual.